Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Breaking 6. The Bulldog. No, CEO Gusiab kept muttering to himself. 200 million, 300 million. His first encounter with Kang Woojin wasn't exactly pleasant. With Kang Woojin's appearance, he felt as though he had lost everything related to the misunderstanding film festival. Of course, that was only how CEO Gusiab saw it. Anyway, after that, Kang Woojin's career skyrocketed to an extent that the word insane seemed fitting, and all CEO Gusiab of GGO Entertainment could do was watch. Honestly, it was always irritating since he appeared so frequently. Even after the misunderstanding film festival, issues related to Kang Woojin kept exploding one after another, starting with Hanryang and recently even with Japan and drug dealer. CEO Gusiab was astounded, and as the head of the conglomerate GGO Entertainment, it was the first time he had seen an actor like Kang Woojin. He was a businessman, a person of such caliber leading a giant entertainment company in this jungle-like industry. So, naturally, he became greedy for Kang Woojin rather than wanting to attack him. But there was no opening. The interesting part was, a one-year contract? This changes the game. An unexpected opportunity had opened up. Bulldog CEO Gusiab's mind was filled with thoughts of swallowing Kang Woojin whole. The signing bonus alone is 300 million, plus separate additional bonuses. With this, we can catch his interest. The signing bonus for top actors hovered around 500 million to 1 billion. A 300 million signing bonus plus various bonuses was a corresponding offer. It was something newcomers couldn't even dream of securing. Then, CEO Gusiab met the gaze of the executives in front of him. Do you all understand? Yes? About Kang Woojin. Looking at him from his debut to now, there's nothing he's touched that hasn't succeeded. Now that you mention it, he's strangely lucky. CEO Gusiab, with a deepening smile, gave an order. Now that it's blown up like this, from major to shitty entertainments, they'll all rush towards Kang Woojin. This guy is different from ordinary actors. Every path he takes has an explosive impact. So, make sure to grasp the trends of these entertainments. Understood, CEO Nim. Greed and desire permeated the air. We must bring Kang Woojin over this time. At this moment, inside a white van speeding down the road, Walin, who was on her way to the salon, was almost barefaced without makeup. Regardless, she was constantly looking down at her phone. What she was looking at was Kang Woojin's fan club Kang's Heart. Official/Kang Woojin's official fan cafe Kang's Heart welcomes you. Chief Manager, Blood Sister. Currently, Kang's Heart Fan Cafe was flooded with more posts than usual. The reason was simple. Wow, what's with the posts every second? Well, I was shocked too when I saw the article about Woojin's one-year contract. Naturally, it was because of the recent articles about Kang Woojin. Normally, the expiration of a newcomer's contract wouldn't be big news, but when the subject is Kang Woojin, it was more than understandable, and Walin felt the same. But is it true? I'm so curious. But I can't just ask directly. Even Wallin's agency, JML Entertainment, upon hearing the news, began moving to recruit Kang Woojin. Whatever the case, among the entertainment companies, the issue of Kang Woojin's contract expiration was rapidly emerging. This left Walin feeling somewhat uneasy. If Woojin really comes to our company, it would be really, really great. But then I think about Hyun Uni, and then it's not. I don't know. If Kang Woojin became part of the same agency, it would boost her fangirling. But Walin was troubled at the thought of her close Uni, Hong Hyun. Then, the phone in her hand rang. What was peculiar was the caller ID displayed on the screen. The caller was surprisingly CEO Choi Sung-gun. Wondering what it was about, Walin steadied her voice before bringing the phone to her ear. Yes, hello CEO Nim. Her voice captured the attention of the manager and other staff members in the van, and through Wallin's phone. Choi Sung-gun's calm voice was heard. Hello, Walin. Is it the right time to call? You aren't busy, right? Oh, it's okay. Please, go ahead. It's nothing much. I wanted to ask if you would be interested in participating in something related to Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Wallin's eyes sparkled immediately. It was because of the mention of her favorite's YouTube channel. Participation? Like a duet cover song or something. No, this is still confidential, but we're planning to add new content to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Something other than singing? What is it? As you know from doing our dining table with Woojin, we're thinking of doing cooking content. Woojin recommended you as the first guest. In that moment, Wallin felt her heart swell. Crazy. During the filming of the Our Dining Table one-day restaurant, Wallin had already tasted Kang Woojin's cooking, and she fell for it even more. To be able to see that one-on-one, Wallin, wanting to jump around in excitement, contained her thrill as much as possible. Really? But, can you give me a hint about what kind of content it will be? Of course. Choi Sung-gun began to explain through the phone. The details weren't specific, but the key points were included. A one-on-one talk with Woojin, along with him cooking the dish you want. Then, the picture of eating the completed dish together. This is, like, basically a date. 4. Wallin, whose fandom was at the level of religion, it was a blessing. Therefore, her response, with slightly dilated pupils, was quick. I'll do it. The chubby manager seated in the passenger seat mouthed to her. What? What did she agree to? Ignoring him, Wallin continued to speak to Choi Sung-gun through the phone. I'm nearing a break period, so it's definitely possible. Thank you. Then, can we adjust the schedule to fit Woojin's? I'll have to discuss it with the company, but it should be possible. Then I'll contact you regarding the schedule. For now, I just wanted to ask for your willingness. I'm grateful to be invited to a 5 million subscriber YouTube channel. Then, see you at the shooting dash. Yes, CEO Nim. Wallin calmly ended the call and slowly put down her phone. Immediately, the manager urgently asked, Hey, what schedule did you just set up? Without answering him, Wallin internally exploded with excitement. Kaya, how? This is totally awesome. Woojin will cook just for me. What should I eat? Meanwhile, the news of Kang Woojin's contract expiration that broke 2 days ago was spreading rapidly across the entertainment news. Kang Woojin a one-year contract? The sudden news has the domestic entertainment industry buzzing. Star issue, the entertainment industry quickly spreads Kang Woojin's one-year contract theory. Even the contract content is a first. Initially, the media, while skeptical, soon started firing off articles with almost certainty. Monster rookie Kang Woojin leaving BW Entertainment? BW Entertainment remained silent. The situation quickly became messy. Kang Woojin's impact was tremendous, and above all, the keyword one-year contract was novel. A monster rookie who shook Korea and Japan with just a one-year contract? That kind of vibe. Speculations, tabloids, and rumors inflated the numbers on their own. Issue check. Kang Woojin's contract expiration. Next year's FA market focuses on his whereabouts. Another first title was added to Kang Woojin. A one-year contract was unheard of in the entertainment industry. Although this wasn't an intended issue, it was a sellable issue since the person involved was Kang Woojin, who was far from unknown. This issue gradually emerged in various places on the internet. On YouTube, numerous issue YouTubers were making a big deal out of various tabloids, and the community and SNS public opinion was also busy making unfounded claims. One-year contract? This is definitely a rumor. Aren't rookies supposed to have at least a 5-year contract? BW Entertainment isn't stupid. Even though it's small, they have Hong Hai-yin. Again, this guy? But if this is true, seriously, all the domestic entertainments would rush in. Kang Woojin, this guy never has a quiet day. This might have been intentionally leaked by Kang Woojin's side. Kang Woojin for an entertainment company. He's a hot commodity indeed. More frenzied than the media and public opinion were, of course, the numerous domestic entertainment companies. Is there a way to confirm the conditions Choi Sung-gun offered when he first signed Kang Woojin? It's difficult. Then we have no choice but to speculate and make an offer. Is the estimation of Kang Woojin's market value ready? Yes, CEO. Considering this year alone, it's reasonable to see him as top tier. His debut in Japan and everything he's achieved so far are beyond imagination. The people around him are all big shots too. We're talking at least hundreds of millions in signing bonus, or he won't even look in our direction. Probably. But have we still not got Kang Woojin's contact information? From large to medium, or even small, the movements of all the thriving entertainment companies were noticeable. Is it that hard to predict the estimated worth of Kang Woojin's appearances and works? Well, it's because Kang Woojin skyrocketed before we could accumulate enough data. Still, there should be some rumors going around in the market. Like, Island of the Missing. Dig into that. Even if it's a stretch, we need to throw in a ballpark figure. I'll check it right away. In meetings, Kang Woojin's topic was inevitably brought up. Why is it taking so long to find Kang Woojin's contact? Info. Kang Woojin himself has very little information available. Then dig into the works he's been involved in. Whether it's the staff or the actors, start poking around anyone connected to Kang Woojin. Yes, CEO. Move quickly. Other entertainment companies might have already contacted Kang Woojin by now. This atmosphere was similar across the entire entertainment industry. Not just the film companies or production companies, but also people in various broadcast circles were talking about Kang Woojin. Entertainment companies are going crazy trying to snag Kang Woojin lately, huh? I'd do the same. I saw an article saying it's unprecedented year due to how many awards Kang Woojin will win by the end of the year. Really, this year Kang Woojin has dominated. But why did the capable Choi Sung-gun sign only a one-year contract? Who knows? Anyway, with this atmosphere, the major entertainment companies will rush in with money, and by next year, Kang Woojin will likely have changed agencies, right? There was no bigger scoop than this. Of course, not just Kang Woojin's parents and his close friends, but also staff who have worked or will work with Woojin, and universally acknowledged big shots were interested in this news. Especially the actors who knew Kang Woojin were even more curious. For example, the actors from Island of the Missing. Young Min Hyung, have you heard anything from Woojin? You're somewhat close to him, right? Whether we're close or not, Woojin isn't the type to spill details. But a one-year contract is really novel, isn't it? Our company is also holding meetings to try to snag him. They're even planning to come to the set. Only because of director Kwon are they holding back. While this was happening, a bit of misunderstanding began to snowball. But with the media making such a fuss, shouldn't Woojin take some action? It seems like he's not concerned at all. What's the point in making noise here? It's like a re-evaluation period for his worth. At this timing, keeping your mouth shut is the answer. Top actors, too, made predictions like pros. That makes sense. When you're called, that's when your value skyrockets. When the stage is set, that's when you boost your value. You know that, Woo Chang. The excitement was too much. Articles were even released by Japan's side, closely watching Kang Woojin. Male friends Kang Woojin one-year contract news buzzes in Korea. However, Kang Woojin did not react in any way. On the morning of the 14th, in Bio, the large set complex of Island of the Missing. After the overseas location shooting ended, domestic filming for Island of the Missing had already fully commenced. Thus, the complex's exterior parking lot was filled with numerous minibuses and vans, among which Kang Woojin's van was also seen. What was peculiar? Was that Kang Woojin was the only one inside. The van, dressed in a military uniform. The reason was simple. He was to be involved from the first scene of today's shoot, and currently, he was waiting while the shooting setup was underway. Staff like Choi Sung-gun would be on the set. Regardless, Kang Woojin was buried in his chair, touching his phone. Lately, he had taken to searching his name whenever he was bored. It was amusing to see a flood of results pour out on the search site when typing in Kang Woojin. What Woojin saw was an article on the continually trending topic. Kang Woojin's one-year contract expiration? Entertainment companies are heated up, but Kang Woojin remains calm, a strategy to increase his price. Reading through the content, Kang Woojin internally scoffed. Nonsense, increase my price my ass. I don't have any such thoughts. It was true. Kang Woojin was not deeply pondering as the media or public speculation suggested. It was a scenario where the surroundings were in a frenzy, but the person involved was calm. For Kang Woojin, re-signing was also a first experience. However, only Kang Woojin himself knew this. Choi Sung-gun had only said, "Think about it. We'll talk separately soon." But Kang Woojin didn't have much to think about. He had already made up his mind. Whatever, TSK. It'll quiet down on its own. Moreover, there was too much to do. Not only was there a full day's shoot for Island of the Missing today, but in exactly 2 days, on the 16th, he had to go to Japan again. Why? Because on the 16th, the official script reading for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was scheduled. Therefore, after the filming of Island of the Missing until just before, he would go to Japan for the script reading, and due to various schedules, he was expected to stay there for about 3 days. But do they usually do script readings at top-notch hotels? The hotel scale is insane according to my search. Well, anyway, am I finally going to see Japanese actors? At this point, Kang Woojin's heart began to flutter weakly. Yet, he also felt at ease. It was intriguing to meet Japan's top actors for the first time, but that unfamiliarity made Kang Woojin feel comfortable. Still, acting with Japanese actors was equally nerve-wracking. What would they be like? Surely different from Korean actors, right? How will they view me? Are they good actors? How famous are they? Etc. Kang Woojin had heard whispers about which actors were cast, but his knowledge of the entertainment industry was not deep enough to know top actors from other countries. Forget it, damn. I'll know when I get there. Soon, Kang Woojin changed his line of thought and put down his phone. There was still no sign of someone coming to fetch him. Thanks to that, Woojin picked up a stack of papers placed next to him. It was the leech script that director On Bak, or rather, the old grandpa, had passed to him a few days ago. Flap. Kang Woojin began to read the script. Not just now, but whenever he had the time, he had read through about 30% of the leech script. At that moment, VRRR. Woojin's phone vibrated briefly, and he, with his gaze still on the script, checked the phone's screen. It was a text message from an unsaved number. Woojin tilted his head and checked the content. Hello, Mr. Kang Woojin. I am Kim Namtae, CEO of BHM Entertainment. I'm contacting you suddenly to ask if you could spare some time to meet amidst your busy schedule. It was a text from the CEO of some entertainment company. Kang Woojin blinked. What's this? The text had a vibe of asking for a meeting. How did they get my number? But, VRRR. That text wasn't the end. Mr. Kang Woojin. Hello. This is from JML Entertainment. May we speak over the phone? Similar yet different texts from entertainments arrived again, causing Woojin's brows to furrow. The interesting part was, beep beep, beep beep. It wasn't just texts. Messages were also coming in through chat. Just now, at least 5 messages arrived in quick succession. Kang Woojin, recalling a similar experience. Alright, during Henry Yang's reading, he was reminiscing about the numerous business cards he had received from various entertainments when the vibration sounded again. Beep beep, beep beep beep. This time it was a call. Of course, from an unsaved number. Woojin, though puzzled, answered just in case. Yes. Hello. On the other end of the phone was a confident male voice. Kang Woojin. Pleased to meet you. I'm CEO Gusiab from GGO Entertainment. Is it possible to talk for a moment? However, Kang Woojin's voice was low and filled with chilliness, his expression grave. No, he didn't seem to remember CEO Gusiab or anything about him. Chapter 168. Chapter 168. Breaking 7. What did you just say, Woojin SSI? At Kang Woojin's sharp refusal, the voice of CEO Gusiab, the CEO on the other end of the phone, cooled down. However, Woojin's response was not much different from before. It's difficult to talk right now. CEO Gusiab forced a laugh. That was the tone. Did you hear my name clearly, Kang Woojin SSI? And that it's from GGO Entertainment. I can hear you fine. And so? What do you mean? And so? Kang Woojin sighed softly. He would have liked to treat it as a voice-phishing scam and hang up right away. But in the jungle-like entertainment industry, rumors spread faster than light. He preferred to avoid unnecessary gossip. Choi Sung-gun had also warned him to be careful. GGO Entertainment, I've heard a lot about it. Anyway, let's end this call appropriately. If it's a major entertainment company, their influence would be stronger. Before he knew it, Woojin had reached the level where he even took care of his own image. Soon, Kang Woojin spoke again in a low tone. I have to go into shooting. Is that so? Then let's make this quick. I heard about your 1-year contract, and our GGO Entertainment is quite interested. We'd like to meet as soon as possible. This week seems difficult. Maybe even until next year. Difficult. It includes a schedule in Japan. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Disappointed, yet exhaling a strange breath, CEO Gusiab on the other end of the phone suddenly laughed. Haha. Okay, then let's meet as soon as possible after you return from that. Even though our start with the misunderstanding Film Festival wasn't great, in terms of business, we should see it as fate. I'll check and get back to you. Alright, I'll be waiting. Oh, just so you know, we're willing to meet all the conditions you want. Thank you. Click. Only after the call ended did Kang Woojin clearly remember who CEO Seo Gusiab was. The clue was Misunderstanding Film Festival. Well, his face was vague, but they had crossed paths at the Misunderstanding Film Festival. Fallen top actor Park Young-hyuk, who tried to whitewash his image with exorcism, also came to mind. Did I mess up the scene by getting involved? However, Woojin didn't think too deeply about it. He just understood a bit why this entertainment industry is called a jungle. In the past, they would attack and turn red in the face, but now they laugh off as if they were friends. Kang Woojin felt a bit off about how all relationships are tied to business here. What can I do? I'll have to adapt. Muttering to himself, he sent appropriate replies to the entertainment companies that had contacted him just now. The content was similar to what he told CEO Seo Gusiab. There was no reason to get on their bad side, so he maintained courtesy. With that, Kang Woojin briefly lost himself in thought. Somehow, the treatment he received on the day of Han Riang's reading and now was worlds apart. The news about Woojin's contract was blowing up, and renowned entertainments like GGO Entertainment were directly contacting him. Even the CEOs themselves were taking action. Back when I received business cards, at best, they were from managers. It meant that Kang Woojin's position in the acting industry was quite high. Hence, it couldn't be taken lightly. It was a contract that would determine the next few years. Thanks to that, Kang Woojin, who was green in this area, had been doing his homework. Before going to bed or on his days off, etc. Especially when he was alone, he reviewed his current contract multiple times and checked the conditions of various top actors online. Additionally, the difference between the past me and the current me. He took stock of what he had achieved so far and what he planned to do in the future. However, it was still difficult. It didn't make sense for him, who had only gone through one contract negotiation in his first year, to be very knowledgeable. Nonetheless, Kang Woojin was determined about one thing. Should I go as far as to think this is a bit over the top? Let's give it a shot. He decided to include a bit of a concept in the contract negotiations. Since Kang Woojin's character was already well established, acting boldly would not seem odd to the other party. The plan was to naturally arrive at a fair value through this approach. Not bad. What stopped Kang Woojin, who had been indulging in self-satisfaction, was rattle. The van door opened, and Choi Sung-gun pointed backwards with his thumb. Stand by. Let's go, Woojin. Yes, CEO Nim. Kang Woojin, dressed in military uniform, got off the van silently. Yet, he glanced at Choi Sung-gun, who hadn't taken his eyes off his phone. It's probably best not to mention the calls from the entertainment companies, right? Around noon, at the SBC, the corridor, adorned with posters of various hit shows, also featured profiler Han Riang. The poster, seemingly added recently, was in pristine condition, and through the glass doors of the conference room at the end, many figures were gathered. The composition was mostly of older individuals. However, it wasn't just SBC executives present. There were influential figures from various sectors related to the entertainment industry. The reason was simple. They were the jury for the SBC Acting Awards, which was less than 2 months away. The atmosphere was solemn. In front of the people seated around the large rectangular table, tablets and papers were abundant, detailing this year's confirmed awards, SBC's productions, and the actors who shone in those works. The jury was examining these with great depth. Interestingly, as expected, profiler Han Riang is strong this year. Both in the works and among the award nominees, actors from profiler Han Riang were significantly represented. It was a natural outcome. Han Riang captured everything from ratings to popularity, artistic value, and acting. The actors' performances deserved praise, but the ratings were so good that if Han Riang actors aren't nominees, viewers would revolt. I hope we can finish this year without any controversies. Agreed. At that moment, a man pushing up his narrow glasses joined in. He was the head of the drama department. About the rookie award this year. It's tricky to divide. Because of Kang Woojin, right? The gap between other rookie candidates and Kang Woojin is just too wide. Indeed. Many agreed. Every year, the Acting Awards Rookie Award was given to many newcomers, including at least 4 men and women. But this year, Kang Woojin's dominance was overwhelming. Having such a disparity among Rookie Award nominees would inevitably lead to controversy. The data from many years made this clear. Then, this year, we should probably give the Rookie Award to just one person. Instead, those who would typically qualify for the Rookie Award could be considered for the Scene Stealer Award or something similar. Everyone was fine. It's just that Kang Woojin is too powerful. At this point, a middle-aged woman chimed in. The Rookie Award. But isn't it a bit weak to only nominate Kang Woojin for that? Meanwhile, at BW Entertainment, every team was in chaos. The PR team was in the middle of a heated meeting in the meeting room, and other teams were also busy answering calls or working on their laptops. There were only 2 actors signed, but their influence was immense, especially Kang Woojin. Moreover, due to rumors about Kang Woojin's 1-year contract, BW Entertainment's internal phone lines were ringing nonstop. It rang crazily. Among the dozens of employees, a male staff member from the management team picked up a transparent file he had just organized and stood up. His destination was the team manager. Manager, I've compiled the information on Woojin's awards ceremonies for this year. I gave you Hyeon's yesterday. Okay. So far, which awards have approached Woojin? As expected, invitations came from the Blue Dragon, Grand Bell Awards, and all 3 terrestrial broadcasters. Only the film festivals have confirmed nominations. The manager nodded and flipped through the transparent file. It was filled with various texts, but the essence was twofold. From the Blue Dragon Film Festival Organizing Committee. Final/Kang Woojin nominated. Best New Actor nominee, Drug Dealer/Kang Woojin. Popular Star Award nominee, Kang Woojin. The value of Kang Woojin as determined by the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Film Festivals? From the Grand Bell Awards Organizing Committee, nomination confirmed, Kang Woojin. Best New Male Actor nominee, Drug Dealer, Kang Woojin. New Wave Award nominee, Kang Woojin. Soon, the management team manager, with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Is this really for a first-year actor's invitations? This is the first time I've seen such a scenario. A smirk deepened, as if weary. Is this even possible in a debut year? Later that afternoon, back to bio. Despite the setting sun, the heat around the large set complex of Island of the Missing was intense. Director Kwon Ki-taek, along with about 100 staff members, poured their hearts into filming, and the actors matched this dedication with equally passionate performances. Perhaps the only silver lining was the weather becoming a bit cooler? This made wearing the stuffy military uniforms somewhat more comfortable. Among the numerous cars parked in the external parking lot, a man in a military uniform approached a familiar van. It was Kang Woojin, stretching his neck from side to side as if it was stiff. Phew dash. He exhaled softly as he opened the door and climbed into the van. He had been granted about an hour's break after continuous shooting. Waiting over 30 minutes on set could be tough, so Kang Woojin had moved to the van to rest, a routine he was somewhat accustomed to by now. Soon, swish. Kang Woojin leaned back in his seat and slowly crossed his legs. Interestingly, not bad at all. Did my physical stamina really improve? Despite a full day of shooting, Kang Woojin seemed to be in quite good shape. Certainly, compared to his past self, he seemed overly energetic now. Well, with the repeated filming and acting, his physical strength must have increased, not just his concept. Woojin checked his phone after coming to a satisfactory conclusion. There's quite a lot here. Missed calls, texts, KakaoTalk messages. Contacts had piled up during the shoot, numbering in the dozens. The senders varied widely. Naturally, there were messages from various entertainment companies and from friends, including his close friends. Among them, Kang Woojin stopped at a message from his mom. Mom, Woojin, when did you say you're going to Japan? Remembering the script reading for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Woojin replied to his mom, and then turned his attention to the stack of books on the seat next to him. Naturally, these were scripts and screenplays. Feeling he should do something since he still had some energy, he reached out. He could have looked at Leech, but what Kang Woojin picked up was the screenplay for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. He had already read through it several times and even experienced the reading, but repetition was necessary. It made things more vivid. Since the script reading was coming up soon, it was good to review. Thus, Kang Woojin opened the screenplay for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. It was all in Japanese. Although he had received a version translated into Korean, Kang Woojin insisted on the original screenplay. To fully grasp the intentions of the writer and director, it was right to familiarize oneself with the original text. Comparing it with the translation, the differences are quite clear. In fact, for Kang Woojin, who already had near-native proficiency in Japanese, either version was fine. He then focused on reading the screenplay. Flap, Flap. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, by Japan's ultra-popular writer Akari Takikawa, was a tale of revenge. Of course, the movie screenplay adapted by director Kyotaro was the same. However, the intensity of the revenge was missing. It wasn't passionate. It was a dignified, static, and poignant revenge. But there was no mercy. A stark bleakness stood out. Leading this was the character Iota Kiyoshi, played by Kang Woojin. Iota Kiyoshi was a Zainichi Korean. This setting differed from the original. It was a change made in the transition to film. However, having a Korean actor play Iota Kiyoshi fit well. It was all an intended setting. The beginning of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger started with bullying at the high school. A disgusting problem that has not been eradicated in both Korea and Japan from the past to the present. Iota Kiyoshi was the victim of this bullying. It started from very simple things. Just because Kiyoshi looked gloomy or had an unpleasant face, trivial reasons escalated, and eventually, being a Zainichi Korean was also brought up, making Kiyoshi an outcast throughout the school. Yet, Kiyoshi was unaffected. Whether his desk disappeared or his shoe locker was filled with trash, whether he faced sudden assaults or his gym clothes and school uniform vanished, whether milk cartons from the cafeteria were thrown at him or his money was stolen. No matter the bullying, he showed no reaction. There wasn't even a hint of disturbance. His face showed no expression, emotion, thoughts, or pain. There was nothing on Kiyoshi's face. He seemed like a broken robot. This reaction from Kiyoshi only escalated the bullying. At school, Kiyoshi was treated no better than livestock. Yet, this livestock, Kiyoshi, simply kept his mouth shut and lived on. He attended school without fail. The villains began to gradually enjoy bullying him. It escalated. This is where one unruly girl came into the picture. Her name was Misaki Toka. Toka was a transfer student, and upon seeing the atmosphere at the school, she somehow found the courage to protect Kiyoshi. She boldly told everyone to stop. Then she asked Kiyoshi if he was okay. It was the first time Kiyoshi had ever heard such words. Why? Why is this girl protecting me? Though Kiyoshi remained indifferent, he took an interest in Toka. It wasn't something romantic. It was more akin to a respect for her as a human being. He observed and watched over her. Fortunately, with her arrival, the bullying against Kiyoshi momentarily paused. Thanks to that, Kiyoshi could spend time with Toka. They ate lunch together and talked. She treated people as people. Being with Toka made Kiyoshi feel as if a cool breeze was blowing through his desolate heart. However, that time did not last long. The bullying hadn't stopped. Unbeknownst to Kiyoshi, the target had shifted to Toka. He realized this when she hadn't come to school for a few days. When she returned, there were scars on her face. However, Toka was not as stoic as Kiyoshi. Regrettably, Kiyoshi was also the one who witnessed her end. Of course, Kang Woojin experienced Toka's demise not through words, but with his own eyes. 7/Scenario. Title: The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. S+ grade. This is a very complete movie scenario. 100% reading is possible. Becoming the protagonist, Kiyoshi. Iota Kiyoshi reading preparation in progress. Preparation complete. This is a very complete movie scenario. Implementation rate is 100%. Beginning the reading. Kang Woojin's perspective merged with Iota Kiyoshi's. A vague sensation spread. Neither cold nor hot. His heart felt parched. It was as if his emotions stretched out like an endless desert. Yet, the wind brushing against his cheeks and the sunlight beating down were warm. Cherry blossoms fluttered in the distance. Rustle. Is it spring? The expressionless Kang Woojin's, Kiyoshi's, empty eyes moved. Woojin stood on the school rooftop. And there, in front of the railing, stood a girl with a fluttering school skirt of medium height. It was Misaki Toka. She sat perilously on the rooftop railing, staring somewhere ahead. Dangerous. Yet, Kang Woojin did not move. He just stared at Toka's back with a rigid face. At the same time, He noted her school blouse. Why were her buttons undone? Why was there so much dust on her? Why had her wounds increased? Then, Kiyoshi, Toka, who had been looking ahead, turned her head to speak to Kiyoshi. Her face was gentle, but without any regrets. I don't regret meeting you. Kang Woojin, who had remained in the same posture, responded in an emotionless tone. It's time for lunch. But Toka, who showed no signs of coming down from the railing, smiled at Woojin. She vanished. However, Kang Woojin's face remained expressionless. He simply stared endlessly at the now empty railing. Far from being excited, his breathing was even. Then, swish. Standing still, he began folding his fingers on his right hand one by one. He murmured names softly. One person, two people, three people, as if compiling a list. That's when it happened. Thud. Someone ran up to the rooftop. It was a male student with a pointed face, included in the list just mentioned. Then, noticing the state of the rooftop, he asked Kiyoshi standing beside him. Did you see that? Yes. Kiki, I should have come up faster. The laughing male student strode over and leaned his stomach against the railing where Toka had been just moments before. Then, he sneakily looked down below. Impressive. How could she from such a high place? Ach! Suddenly, the male student let out a strange scream and disappeared below the railing. Screams could be heard again from below. Kang Woojin, who had carried out the act, left the rooftop with an expressionless face. On the stairs, he also gave a belated response to Toka. I do regret it. Soon, Kang Woojin, with his 10 fingers spread out, folded his right thumb and murmured quietly in a nonchalant tone. For now, one done. Chapter 169. Chapter 169, Breaking 8. Thud, thud, thud. It was the sound of Iota Kiyoshi. No, Kang Woojin descending the stairs. Calm and serene. Presence expressionless. His current demeanor on the stairs doesn't catch the eye at all. If anything, he didn't quite look Japanese. A subtle face. A chill wraps around Woojin's forearm as he descends the stairs. Reality. Yes, right now, he is living in Kiyoshi's life, experiencing it for real. He just lost the only thing he had and erased one of the many common things. In other words, one person died and another was killed. One voluntarily, the other involuntarily. Woojin, who witnessed it all with his own eyes, remained unchanged. His emotions were still faint, his expression void of anything. However, what is this? Kaya! Police! Call the police. Yawa! The school turned upside down. Screams from below, bizarre shouts from the nearby corridors, the lower stairs bustling almost to the point of exploding, students bumping into Woojin's shoulder as they ran, followed quickly by teachers. It was understandable. 2 students had died suddenly. But it wasn't unheard of. Lately, in Japan, it was not uncommon for students to take their own lives. Still, witnessing a news event firsthand makes a big difference. Swish. Kang Woojin entered the second-floor corridor, where the classrooms were, not the chaotic first floor. Then, he hesitated. He looked down at his hands. The same as always. Same heartbeat, similar tremble, breath not much different. It's okay. His murmur was not to comfort himself. It was a conviction that he wouldn't be pinpointed as the culprit. So he walked again. However, the classroom Woojin arrived at was not his own, but Misaki Toka's. There were no students. They must have all gone to see what happened. Only the classroom's unique atmosphere welcomed Kang Woojin. Rattle. He sat. On a chair. It was Toka's seat. There were various scribbles on the desk. Die, dirty, smelly, more on seat, and so on. Woojin looked down at the graffiti with a dried-up expression. About 5 seconds or so. Swish. He took out a notebook and a pencil case from the desk drawer. Both bore the name Misaki Toka. Kang Woojin began to write something on a blank page of the notebook. Sugimyun Shinosuk. It was a name. However, he crossed out the name he just wrote, because that person's head was already smashed. Below that, a total of 9 names were listed, mixed with both males and females. Soon after finishing writing the names, Woojin tore the paper. He folded it in half, then folded it again. The folded paper went into his pocket. Not now. He was talking about the time. A time when he could erase these 9 people without any problems, without any regrets. Then, Woojin slowly walked out of the classroom and along the corridor, muttering to himself. One might be okay, but all 9 is too much. I lack the strength, and the intellect, and experience. Everything was lacking. Insufficiency leads to failure. Above all, adding actions now could make him a target of vengeance. I need to be forgotten. He must become a stranger in this world, to the extent that no one would remember him. He must wear an even quieter, more unremarkable obscurity. Kang Woojin, Kiyoshi, had to choose the long game, whether it takes 1 year or 5 years. And when everything about him has faded from everyone's minds, when he is sufficiently equipped without lacking anything, that's when it will begin. An unforeseen disaster. There will be many victims, and it will be a very eerie sacrifice. Soon, Kang Woojin stopped walking along the corridor, and then he looked outside the window. A multitude of people was visible. Hundreds of students, police who had arrived, panicked teachers, and those 9 people, huddled and whispering among themselves. Kang Woojin's blurry eyes stared at them. Neither hatred nor intent to kill. Just homework, just a task to be done. How long had it passed? In the reading experience of Iota Kiyoshi's. Kang Woojin, who had been living as Iota Kiyoshi, returned. Naturally, he was inside the van, and although he had lived for at least a few years, only a few seconds had passed in reality. Perhaps that's why Woojin felt the van he was in now seemed unfamiliar. It was always like this. Every time after experiencing, reading, a role, the real place where he was supposed to be felt uncomfortable. At the same time, the vividness of the role intensified. Of course, Iota Kiyoshi was no exception. Although it had already been imprinted, its outline became several times clearer. Kang Woojin calmly recalled his concept. This was like a process to thicken his own identity, closing the door on Iota Kiyoshi among the many roles he had. Imprinted so far, Woojin was now quite accustomed to controlling it. That's done. Color, smell, and everything else were stripped away in an instant. The very essence of the master. That was Kang Woojin. He immediately picked up the leech scenario. One might think he was studying for another work, but that wasn't the case. Next time, let's rest. This was the real appearance of the ordinary citizen, Kang Woojin. Afterward, thanks to the buff from the void space, Woojin, who took only a few seconds in reality to review the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, and even took a considerable break, plunged back into shooting Island of the Missing. Standby Q. Woojin, who had been Kiyoshi some time ago, casually switched to Corporal Jin Sunchul and concentrated. Especially since he had a schedule in Japan in a few days, there were many scenes Woojin had to shoot. Meanwhile, the staff of Island of the Missing whispered to each other. TT's noisy in the media, but Woojin SSI seemed calm, and his acting quality isn't affected. He's always been the type not to get easily shaken. But, is he planning to change his agency? He must be in contact with various agencies. Well, I think he'll continue with Choi Sung-gun. Most of the staff, though they couldn't say it openly, shared similar murmurs. Wow, if we could sign Woojin SSI, that would be a real jackpot. Isn't his YouTube subscribers close to 6 million? And SNS, too. But aren't both owned by Woojin SSI? Even so, his recognition, impact, and promotional power are incomparable to other actors. He's also friendly with big names in dramas, movies, and the variety show industry. Now that you mention it, all the works Woojin SSI participated in have done well, haven't they? On the other hand, director Kwon Ki-taek, along with the actors, thought about it, but did not take any action to ask Kang Woojin anything. In the meantime, VRRR. Kang Woojin's phone, placed on his seat, continuously received something. There were messages from acquaintances, but also an explosion of contacts from entertainment companies. Even if he didn't see it, the veteran Choi Sung-gun couldn't be unaware. With his arms crossed, he was organizing his thoughts while looking at Kang Woojin inside the shooting zone. Precisely, he was calculating the current value of Kang Woojin. The other companies know so little. The world, the entertainment companies drooling over Kang Woojin, were ignorant. Therefore, the current valuation of Woojin was wrong. Of course, the amount they could offer now was unimaginable for a rookie, but in Choi Sung-gun's view, it wasn't strange if it was even higher. For one, they hadn't yet noticed the existence of director on Bak. Even if it wasn't confirmed yet, just the fact that Kang Woojin was a strong candidate for the 100th work of such a mega giant increases his prestige. And that's not all. Kang Woojin is aiming for the Academy Awards. Setting aside other things, the monstrous Kang Woojin had his sights set on the Academy Awards. Anyone who truly knew him couldn't deny the possibility of impossible. The future value was tremendous. Here, the ability that Choi Sung-gun was most greedy for in Woojin comes into play. The absurd intuition. Woojin's crazy intuition that could somewhat steer an uncertain future. Beyond astonishing, it was something to be revered. This was also unknown to domestic entertainment companies. Kang Woojin had already made a foray into Japan overseas with his intuition and had caught the eye of director Ahn Jae-bok, a legendary director in Korea's cinematic history. Next would be Cannes, and then the Academy Awards. As for now, only Choi Sung-gun knew everything, which gave him an advantage in weighing his options. It's time to make a move. He decided. He would pour more than just earnestness into this. Meanwhile, on the internet, baseless rumors about Kang Woojin started to circulate. Star Talk, Kang Woojin, expected to enter the FA market, has already been in contact with many major entertainment companies. GGO Entertainment admits, "We are indeed very interested in Kang Woojin." Although these were desperate attempts for clicks, it was a common sight. Even entities from Japan started to emerge. Issue check, Japanese agencies also making wooing calls. To Kang Woojin, expected signing bonus of at least several hundred million won. Rumors about who he was in contact with, who he had deep conversations with, an unprecedented signing bonus compared to newcomers, creating a one-person agency, etc. Some articles were recklessly spread by the media, while others were intentionally released by entertainment companies. Either way, it helped increase Kang Woojin's recognition. It was somewhat similar to noise marketing. Among the various big names who checked these articles, director Ahn Jae-bok, who had sent a scenario to Kang Woojin about a week ago, said, has Woojin not responded yet? He was simply waiting at home for the newcomer's answer. It was the first time in his cinematic life, and the film company's CEO, beside him, felt the same. Yes, Director Nim. Still, I'm anxious because we're running out of time. He must be carefully reading the scenario. Plus, he probably has a lot of schedules. Let's wait a bit more. What if? I hope it doesn't happen. But what if Woojin says he can't make it? Rejection? Normally, a newcomer would gladly accept, but somehow, thinking it was Kang Woojin, director Ahn Jae-bok smiled faintly. Well, maybe I should beg. Late at night. The time had passed 11 p.m. The location was a familiar shooting studio, precisely a kitchen-style studio. It was where the Our Dining Table team used to practice for their one-day restaurant. In such a studio, Kang Woojin was seen wearing a hat pulled down low. Even after the shooting of Island of the Missing had ended and he had come straight here, there was no sign of fatigue on Woojin's poker face. Although his face contained the concept, internally, he was still quite energetic. Of course, not only him, but also his team, including Choi Sung-gun. Okay, camera setting is done. The main PD of the YouTube Kang Woojin's alter ego channel and the filming team were gathered. There were about a dozen people. Appropriate lights and cameras were also set up in between. The reason why Woojin and everyone gathered this night was simple. First, let's start with an interview about the cooking content with Woojin. It was for a test shoot of the new cooking content soon to be added to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Additionally, they also needed scenes for Kang Woojin's interview and teaser video. They needed to start before heading to Japan so that it could be ready by the time he returned. The recent uploaded video had skyrocketed in views and was a huge success. 6. Miley Kara / Absolute Cover Korean. Ver. Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 10,050,000. A post was also made on the channel community to tease the new content. Naturally, the cover videos on Kang Woojin's alter ego had been doing well in views, both old and new, every day. They needed to release it quickly when the teaser attracted attention. Anyway, yes. Okay, I think that's enough for the interview. The interview cut with Kang Woojin ended, and he started cooking. The menu was whatever Woojin wanted. The content was to teach subscribers simple and clear recipes. Secondly, he would ask any staff member and cook the food they wanted. Naturally, he was unhesitant. A plate of bulgogi flavored with a smoky taste was soon placed in front of a male staff member who had sat down at the table. The content was completed when the guests' talk mixed in. Then, the last part. Who wants to try avatar cooking? Me? I'll try. Woojin began the test for the avatar cooking content, where he only gives instructions and the avatar does the cooking. Among many staff members, Han Yeong, with her short blue hair, was chosen. The PD thought her coldness and Kang Woojin's cynicism would make for an interesting teaser. Okay, let's start comfortably dash. Soon, the staff in the kitchen studio left, and a scene was set with Woojin outside the kitchen and Han Yeong inside. Han Yeong, standing idly in the kitchen, asked Woojin, "Appa, what should I do first?" Woojin, with his indifferent face, wasn't too agitated at this point. This could be fun. He was rather intrigued. First, wash your hands and put on an apron. Okay, what do you want to eat? I want to try making the spicy pork you made last time. Is it hard? It's easy. Good. Let's do that. I'm tired of takeout food. I want to make it at home. All right. Kang Woojin pointed towards the refrigerator from outside the kitchen. Let's start with preparing the ingredients. What should I take out? Although Woojin felt a bit of hassle, he calmly listed the ingredients. Han Yeong followed the instructions diligently, though not perfectly. Woojin pointed out a mistake. No, that's not garlic, that's ginger. Is it? I got confused. Hey, how can you confuse those two? The horror of this content slowly began to dawn on Woojin. Why did you take out the bell pepper? Do we not need it? Put it back. Okay, Appa. Are you mad? No. Just start frying the ingredients. How? Like frying an egg. She was a complete newbie in the world of cooking. Hence, for Woojin, hell unfolded. It's burning, Yeong. Lower the heat. Oh, but isn't this how you get the charred flavor? It's going to taste burnt, not charred. You know, I saw on YouTube they intentionally burn it. You're practically playing with fire here? She seemed to regard cooking as kindling. Woojin clenched his fists secretly and felt extremely frustrated. If you're not making charcoal, lower the heat. Okay. No, don't turn it off, just lower it. Huh? Why did it turn off? Wow. Fuck, this is really frustrating. Han Yeong burnt the ingredients, and Woojin was furious. Unexpectedly, this content brought a crisis to his concepting. He was insanely frustrated and angry. Keeping calm was hard. Stay calm, Woojin. This is also a learning experience. Woojin consoled himself with the lie of growth. And then, nice. CEO Nim. This might blow up in terms of response. It's hilarious. The PD and the staff, including Choi Sung-gun, were snickering. Kang Woojin struggling was the core of this avatar cooking content. Whatever it was. Finished. Han Yeong's spicy pork. Rather, something masquerading as spicy pork was served. The end of the shoot involved Woojin, who had given the instructions, tasting it. He picked up his chopsticks with a profound expression. This isn't pork, it's like seaweed crisps? No, eating this would be death. He passed on the blackened meat, picking up a few relatively unharmed onions to taste. Immediately, Han Yeong's question followed. Appa, how is it? Woojin answered honestly. Order delivery from now on. That bad? It tastes like it could worsen your health. Ah. Everyone burst into laughter, except Woojin. He needed to calm his mind and body. But the teaser video turned out to be fantastic. Afterwards, Woojin sat in a chair in the corner while the studio was being cleaned up. It was a long day. It was midnight. Despite another tightly packed day, the sense of accomplishment was profound. Then, good work. Choi Sung-gun came over with a bottle of water for Woojin. I tried Yeong's cooking too, but that's not spicy pork, it's carnage. It's like seaweed crisps. TL. Seaweed crisps, if you don't know, are a type of Korean snack. Alright. Spot on. Crunchy on the outside, crunchy on the inside. Choi Sung-gun laughed heartily. To him, Woojin, who had been gulping down the water, suddenly dropped a sentence in a low tone. I'll do leech it. Immediately, the smile vanished from Choi Sung-gun's face. Really? Have you read it all? Halfway through. But it's interesting. Is it your intuition kicking in? Or just because it's director on Ga Bak? If I didn't like it, even from director on Ga Bak, I wouldn't do it. Well, it's you after all. The feeling is good. Please let them know I'll do it. Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened slightly. All right. It's late now. I'll convey it first thing tomorrow morning. Woojin, who had been slowly nodding, stood up from his chair. Director on Ga Bak said the Cannes Film Festival is in September next year. For reference, Kang Woojin's contract lasts until March. Yeah, I heard. It's going to be quite tight. Yes. Was it the timing? As Choi Sung-gun was organizing the remarks he had prepared, Woojin slightly bowed his head and indifferently said, "Please take care of me in next year's Kenas 170. Chapter 170, Breaking 9. At Kang Woojin's indifferent greeting, Choi Sung-gun received it nonchalantly at first. Hey, I'll take care of huh." He paused. Hold on a moment. Then, he made eye contact with the cynical-faced Woojin. Woojin, what did you just say? I said I look forward to working well together at Ken next year. But Ken is in September next year. Yes. And your contract ends in March next year. That's right. So, that means, you're saying you want to continue with me. Due to the completely unexpected nature of the statement, even Choi Sung-gun, who usually exuded ease and slyness, seemed quite taken aback. How should one put it? A feeling of disbelief yet pleasure. Regardless, Kang Woojin remained calm. Would you mind? What? Mind? No, but it's just too sudden without any warning. I didn't expect you to tell me directly. I didn't say it without thinking. Of course. Still, wow, it feels really touching. Is that so? Woojin, who asked again, actually hadn't gone through much of a lengthy contemplation. Why is he so surprised? Wasn't he somewhat expecting this? Forgetting that it was a one-year contract, imagine how much more surprised he could be. While the entertainment world was in chaos, Kang Woojin himself didn't make much fuss about it. Therefore, it was a straightforward conclusion and sincere. However, the pebble casually thrown by Kang Woojin caused a big wave. To whom? As expected, this guy isn't good for the heart, bewitching people in strange ways. To Choi Sung-gun, he felt infinite joy from Woojin's nonchalant remark. He was moved. For him, who had been in the entertainment industry for a long time, it was a situation he was experiencing for the first time, and he thought that Woojin was certainly beyond unique. Haha, right. Sundara. That's exactly what you are. Choi Sung-gun, trying to contain his emotion, pulled up a folding chair nearby and gestured for the standing Kang Woojin to sit down. I guess I should just gratefully accept it, but you must have been contacted by a lot of agencies, both big and small, right? Yes. More than 10. It's still the same now. Is it okay to decide so hastily? There's still time until early next year. Watching Choi Sung-gun, Woojin thickened his act. He made his voice colder. There is time, but I think spending it on this is a waste. I'm also busy. This too was sincere. If it were a break period, he might consider meeting with them for the experience, but with back-to-back schedules from the moment he opens his eyes until he closes them, bothersome tasks were unwelcome. Moreover, he wondered if it was really necessary. Most importantly, there's no place like the current agency. The relationship built up with Choi Sung-gun was too deep. Though it was short, it was also long, a little less than a year. A lot had happened during that time, and Choi Sung-gun had supported Kang Woojin through numerous shocks. As the head of an entertainment company, that is. Of course, the deeply ingrained misunderstandings couldn't be ignored, and Woojin's concept was something BW Entertainment was familiar with. And there's also Hong Hai-yun. Wouldn't this be the best agency for Kang Woojin? Hence, Choi Sung-gun was Woojin's top choice. However, that didn't mean he intended to gloss over the practical aspects. Leaving things vague would make the CEO even more uncomfortable. A contract is ultimately business, and relationships are strengthened when both parties are firm. Choi Sung-gun knew this better than anyone. Therefore, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun was the first to turn the conversation towards reality. When we signed the one-year contract, I told you to first see what it's like at BW Entertainment, right? Yes. Was it okay? It was good. Haha, thanks. But even so, you need to hear the main points I had in mind for the extension contract. Please tell me. But we don't need to do a one-year contract anymore. It's troublesome. Choi Sung-gun suddenly became serious. I know. That's why I set the extension contract for 3 years. You can consider it the basic term. The ratio will be 7-3 from 9-1. This is also a standard ratio. Of course, all works and advertisements carried out at 9:1 will remain under the previous contract. Finally, regarding the contract payment. Recently, the transfer fee of top actress Hong Hai-yun, akin to her stature, became a hot topic. 2 billion won. The media was abuzz with just the signing bonus amounting to 2 billion won. That 2 billion won was the valuation of everything from her career. In contrast, Kang Woojin's initial signing bonus was 40 million won. TL. 2 billion won at current rate equals $1.5 million, and 40 million won equals $30,000. Soon, Choi Sung-gun made an offer to Kang Woojin. I want to give you the house you're currently living in. Woojin, with his unchanged stoic expression, was internally screaming. What? The luxury office-style near Samsung Station, where Kang Woojin currently lived. Giving me the house? Crazy. For real? Since its market price was 1 billion won. Meanwhile, time passed. While Kang Woojin was busy fulfilling his acting roles and schedule, the external buzz kept proliferating endlessly. Numerous entertainment companies showing interest. Where will Kang Woojin nest next year? Alongside Kang Woojin's issues being added, related topics were also highlighted once again. Or, rather, the ongoing attention had just become louder. For example, male friend. TL. Some user in comments mentioned that it is boyfriend and not male friend. So, just to make it clear, it is male friend and not boyfriend. The Korean used here, namsachin, is a slang and shorted version of namjamchingu, which means male friend or someone who is a friend but not a lover. Whereas namjachingu means boyfriend. If you MTL it or a beginner in Korean, you might think it is boyfriend, but in actuality it is not. So hopefully this makes it clear. Drama pick, male friend, has been maintaining its top ranks on Netflix for about a month already, making uprising of the short dramas to Male Friend, which caused a sensation upon its launch, was currently holding the second spot on Netflix Korea. Today's top 10 content in South Korea. 1. Bad Mothers. 2. Male Friend. Though it had given up the first place, that too was a recent development. The short drama Male Friend had held the first place for almost 3 weeks. That alone was a record-breaking achievement, and it significantly boosted Kang Woojin's recognition and acting spectrum. That's not to say its popularity had died down. It was still holding the second spot. What was peculiar was the situation in Japan. Today's top 10 content in Japan. 1. Male Friend. In Netflix Japan, Male Friend was still in first place. Clearly, while Male Friend was popular in Korea, it had an even bigger impact in Japan. Thanks to this, Japanese media shone various lights on this phenomenon or analyzed it. The Hallyu wave in Japan seen through the success of Male Friend. Japan needs to be wary. Whatever it was, Male Friend had boosted the Hallyu wave crashing into Japan, and the OST of Male Friend was still dominating the music charts. 1. Is This Okay? Kang Woojin Wallen, Male Friend OST Part 3. 2. 1. Forbidden Love Go Jua, Girl Group Trainee is in Forbidden Love OST Part 1 Prod. Hanari. 3. New. Spicy Boy Jubit. 4. 1. Male Friend Kang Woojin, Male Friend OST Part 1. Even appearing on Japan's Oricon chart. Thus, Male Friend could be considered a unique legend as a short drama, and naturally, Kang Woojin stood tall at its center. However, the most bullish run at the moment was undoubtedly Drug Dealer. K-movie Drug Dealer surpasses 5 million and continues to dominate box office. Unmoved at first place, it had been about 3 weeks since its release. Yet, the R-rated Drug Dealer's momentum was still fierce. Naturally, it had lost some power compared to its initial release, but cinemas across the country were still showing sold-out screenings. After reaching 3 million viewers, it took off on its own. The film media and the public spread word of mouth for free. Drug Dealer surpasses 5 million viewers, continues its march at box office first place. Star Talk, Jin Jae-jun dances to a girl group. Dance as a 5 million viewer promise /photos. The unprecedented box office run of Drug Dealer was even introduced on terrestrial TV news. Having monopolized the first place in the box office for 3 consecutive weeks, Drug Dealer eventually. Will it break records in the history of R-rated films? Crowds flocked to see Drug Dealer over the weekend. Achieved a milestone that R-rated films had not surpassed before. Daily domestic box office. 1. Drug Dealer /release date. October 28 number of viewers. 360. 111 number of screens. 1002 cumulative viewers. 6,015,472. It surpassed 6 million viewers. This was good news for the beleaguered film industry, and seemed to offer hope for R-rated films. While there was no shortage of new movies being released every week, none could stop the solo domination of Drug Dealer. The fun of the movie itself and the actors' performances were unmatched. Drug Dealer surpasses 6 million viewers, setting a new record for the fastest R-rated movie to do so. Especially, the word of mouth spreading like wildfire among the public and influencers played a big part. Additionally, the standout character that kept adding fuel to the movie's success. It was Kang Woojin's Lee Sang-man. Movie talk, the Kang Woojin effect? Drug Dealer, aiming for 7 million after surpassing 6 million. In-depth analysis, the unique character pushing Drug Dealer. Audiences fell for Lee Sang-man. Whether in entertainment or sports, any field needs a star that captures attention, and in Drug Dealer, Lee Sang-man was undeniably that star. Drug Dealer, to become the highest-grossing R-rated film if it reaches 7 million viewers. However, despite already achieving jaw-dropping results, the final score of Drug Dealer remained unpredictable. Drug Dealer surpasses 6 million viewers, crossing 45 billion won in cumulative revenue. What if it reaches 7 million? Drug Dealer still dominated the box office as the undisputed leader, and its momentum had not waned. The unexpected Drug Dealer, on the verge of surpassing 7 million viewers. Roughly a week. Perhaps by next week, the final score of Drug Dealer would become clear. At this point, while Drug Dealer was dominating the film industry, new developments were being thrown into the entertainment industry as a whole. Kang Woojin, the star of Drug Dealer, departs for Japan on the 16th for the script reading of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Star issue, Kang Woojin heads to Japan once again after Male Friend, this time a solo visit. In the Japanese master director's movie, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Kang Woojin to showcase his acting skills in Japan as the sole Korean actor. It was related to director Kyotaro's The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Of course, not just in Korea, but also in Japan. Korea's Kang Woojin, returning to Japan for the script reading of the much talked about The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The news of Kang Woojin's revisit spread across Japan. The morning of the 16th, in Tokyo, Japan. The Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel in Tokyo, a top-class hotel. As the name suggests, the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel is owned by one of Japan's conglomerates, the Kashiwa Group. The vicinity of such a hotel was very busy. It was always a famous hotel with many guests, but what's with all the reporters? Looks like there's some event at the hotel. It's chaotic. Today, for some reason, there were many reporters. They were visible from right in front of the hotel to the streets nearby. The reason was simple. Today, the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel was scheduled to host the script reading for the movie The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, which had stirred up Japan. But even considering that, the number of reporters seemed a bit excessive. The script reading for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was fraught with many issues. Not only was The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger itself participated in by many top Japanese actors, but it also involved Japan's leading director Kyotaro, world-renowned novelist Akari Takikawa, and the Kashiwa Group along with Chairman Hideki, who had yet to make their positions clear. And Male Friend's Kang Woojin, set to arrive today, the only Korean actor among the cast of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The skyrocketing fame of the Korean actor, Kang Woojin, was truly extraordinary. The script reading was a convergence of both entertainment and social issues, attracting journalists. The reporters surrounding the hotel were enough to catch the eyes of the public, and even inside the hotel lobby, there were quite a few of them. However, these reporters were a bit different from those outside. These were journalists officially invited to the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger script reading. Hence, unlike the fierce competition among the external reporters, they had a bit of leisure. Did you hear? The original author, Akari Takikawa, will also attend today's reading. It's a noisy project as well as one of the best sellers, so that's expected. I hope we can get a quick interview. But holding the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger script reading at the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel means dash. It's clear that the Kashiwa Group is the major support behind it. They busied themselves with small talk while waiting to enter the hall. It would be nice if Chairman Hideki Yoshimura could make an appearance. Well, I doubt Chairman Hideki Yoshimura would bother to show himself. Anyway, it's crazy with all these reporters swarming around. Doesn't it feel like an end-of-year awards ceremony? By the way, when is Kang Woojin arriving? He's the only Korean actor among them. He must have arrived at Haneda Airport by now. A reporter nodded slowly and chuckled. There must be quite a crowd of reporters there, too. Meanwhile, at Haneda Airport's arrival area, the arrival area was more crowded than ever. Among them, a woman who was clearly a BJ, judging by the gimbal-mounted phone in her hand, stood out. Naturally, not just because of her attire, but her hair was close to green in color. Wow, look at the reporters. She spun around to show the state of the arrival area through her phone. At least 100 reporters were packed tightly in front of the fence line. What was amusing? Please move aside. Yikes. Someone just stepped on my foot. Don't push. Was that directly behind the reporters? There were many more onlookers standing on tiptoes or holding their phones high above their heads, several times the number of reporters. There were dozens of people with a vibe similar to the green-haired BJ. Soon, the BJ exclaimed with wide eyes. Look at this. They are all Kang Woojin's fans. They even brought banners over there. Right then. The female BJ quickly showed the arrival area through her phone and shouted. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin is anyone. Stranger, 1. Kang Woojin looked towards the entrance of the arrival hall, the same one he had come to during the male friend's schedule in the past. It was his second visit, but it still didn't feel familiar. Moreover, today, Wallen is not here either. Unlike when he came to Japan for the male friend schedule, Kang Woojin was alone this time. The difference between having a colleague around or not was palpable through his heartbeat. Ugh, I feel somewhat nervous. The tension was high. It was because Choi Sung-gun had mentioned that, just like before, the media and fans would swarm in. A lot had changed in a short period. In Japan, Male Friend and AIM Talk Show had been huge hits, and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had shaken the whole of Japan. What about the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel with 6 million subscribers? Kang Woojin was indeed comparable to popular actors contributing to the Hallyu wave in Japan. Anyway, before entering the arrival hall, Woojin checked his appearance. His makeup and hair were perfect, thanks to a visit to the salon early morning. His outfit was a black trench coat. It feels somewhat awkward. Regardless, Kang Woojin, surrounded by dozens of staff and guards, swish, passed through the gates of the arrival hall. At the same time, wow shit, what's this? This is crazy. Kang Woojin was inwardly taken aback. The reason was simple. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, will you be heading straight to the script reading of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger? How do you feel about the popularity of Male Friend? Look here. Please look here. Kang Woojin, what do you think about working with Japanese actors? The mouths of hundreds of journalists crammed against the fence spewed Japanese like crazy. Is it true that you've been in contact with a Japanese agency regarding a transfer? Naturally, the camera flashes went off incessantly. Papa pack. Despite having experienced this before, Woojin, with his stoic expression, felt dizzy. Honestly, he hadn't expected this level of attention. However, he had to pull himself together. He reminded himself to just stick to the concept. Falling here would be a disaster. With a deep poker face, Woojin, swish, greeted with a hand wave towards the journalists. Although the hand gesture seemed a bit awkward at a glance, it didn't seem to be a big issue to others, and as evidence, the monstrous screams of fans enveloping the journalists engulfed the arrival hall. Kayak, Kang Woojin. Male Friend was so fun. Please, look over here. I'm a BJ, say hello to the viewers. Kayak, don't push. I watch your YouTube channel a lot. While they were all mostly in Japanese, occasionally some awkward Korean was heard too. Appa, I love you, Appa. The fans were mixed men and women, but women were overwhelmingly in the majority. Naturally, this was the aftermath of the still hugely popular Male Friend. Kang Woojin's name constantly appearing on Japanese SNS and communities, and Woojin's OST proudly hanging in the upper ranks of Japan's Oricon chart, made the current situation quite understandable. Regardless, hello, thank you. After briefly greeting the journalists and fans, Kang Woojin quickly made his way to a van waiting on the roadside outside Haneda Airport. Meanwhile, the journalists and fans continued to follow Woojin and his group closely. Soon after, Virum, a line of 3 vans started moving one after another. Among them, in the van Kang Woojin boarded, exclaims from stylists including Han Yeung burst out. Amazing. What's with Woojin Appa's popularity? Agreed. At this rate, he's definitely on par with quite a few idols, isn't he? Did you see the BJ among the fans? Male friend must really be a hit in Japan. Wasn't it similar to when you came with Wallin SSI? There were a lot of Korean journalists, too. To the composed Kang Woojin, they fired off celebratory shots. Well, Woojin was also dancing a lively shoulder dance inwardly. He just maintained solemnity on the outside. At that moment, Woojin, Choi Sung-sun in the passenger seat, turned around to call Kang Woojin. It was for a briefing. We've added a few Japanese schedules while you're here for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger script reading, remember? Yes, I remember. Choi Sung-gun flipped through a page of his diary. Yes, after the script reading of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, there's a brief interview with PD Shinjo related to the AIM Talk show. This will be aired on the main broadcast of AIM Talk show and on YouTube, and for Male Friend, we've scheduled about an hour of shooting at Netflix Japan studio. Male Friend has exploded in popularity in Japan beyond our expectations. It was a schedule of at least 3 days. Though Japan is close, it is still a foreign country, and it made sense to handle everything in one trip. And there's also a fan signing event organized by Netflix Japan. Well, it's not huge in scale. Still, I think easily 100 fans will show up. Japanese fans. Thinking about it, this would be his first face-to-face interaction with Japanese fans. He was equipped with Japanese language skills, so there shouldn't be a big problem, but Woojin felt a bit nervous recalling the fan signing event with Japanese fans. Is it different from Korean fans? Probably the same, right? Despite the many questions bursting inside, Woojin's outward solemnity deepened. No problem. All right. You'll handle it easily. Oh, and also, Choi Sung-gun, who had been closing his diary, changed the subject. Woojin, the official announcement about your contract hasn't been made yet, right? So the media and public opinion are still wildly speculating about it. I'm thinking we might let it simmer a bit. Do you mean to keep the issue alive? Exactly. These kinds of issues can help raise your profile. Well, we won't drag it out too long. We'll open up when it's heated up just right. Understood. All right, leave it to me. Including Choi Sung-gun, Jang Soo-hwan, Han Yeung, and the rest of Woojin's team, which had grown quite a bit, all laughed softly. They had heard they would be continuing together, but it was still under wraps. Then, swish, Choi Sung-gun handed Woojin a transparent file he had prepared. Kang Woojin immediately asked, "What's this? You know, right? The eerie sacrifice of a stranger. You're the only Korean actor, and we're the only Korean staff. The rest are all from Japan. Well, you're always unaffected, but it might still feel unfamiliar. This is a summary of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger actors you'll meet in a bit. You'll see, there are a lot of top actors. It's to be expected. The director is Kyotaro Taniguchi, and the original author is Akari. Familiar with any of the actors? No, not at all. The Japanese actors Woojin saw in the transparent file were completely strangers to him. They might be top actors in Japan, but to Kang Woojin, they were utterly unfamiliar. Just, good-looking and pretty Japanese people. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but honestly, he felt less so than during Island of the Missing. At least, that's how Woojin felt. Then, Woojin looked out at the Japanese cityscape from the window of the moving van. The scenery was subtly different from Korea. It's kind of absurd. I'm going to shoot a movie with a Japanese master director. Even though it was just for the script reading, reality seemed to fade as it approached. But it was not a dream. A significant number of Japanese fans were already enthusiastic about Kang Woojin. He was starting to get greedy. How many more Japanese fans will I have once the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is released? At that moment, at the headquarters of the Kashiwa Group, executives in suits streamed out of a conference room. The last one was an old man with white eyebrows, Chairman Hideki. He buttoned up his suit jacket and spoke in an aged voice to the secretaries behind him. "What time is it?" The reply came quickly from the upright posture of the Secretary General, Lily. "It's 10 o'clock. When is the eerie sacrifice of a stranger reading?" "It starts at 11 o'clock. We can leave now." Yes. Let's go now." "Yes, Chairman." Chairman Hideki began to walk slowly. seemingly heading to the script reading of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. However, a slight worry mixed in the eyes of Lily, who had her long hair tied in a single line. Will you be all right? There are a lot of journalists stationed at the site currently. Chairman Hideki, with a wrinkled smile, answered lowly. It doesn't matter, does it? Just the landlord going to pay a courtesy visit for lending the place. Meanwhile, at the same time, Chairman Hideki wasn't the only one. Many people were moving towards the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel, the venue for the script reading of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Particularly noticeable were the movements of Japanese actors. The top actors officially cast in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Among them, Kang Woojin. It seems Haneda Airport has been chaotic since this morning because of that Korean actor. Inside the car of Mana Kosaku, a famous Japanese band member and top actor, was abuzz with talks about Kang Woojin. Kosaku, who had long hair tied with a headband, was the actor Kyotaro Taniguchi contacted after Kang Woojin. This signified his recognition in Japan. However, his staff seemed to be more worried. Kang Woojin, honestly, even though I don't have any issue with a Korean actor, it's true that I'm still a bit worried. Is that so? He seemed to speak Japanese well on the AIM Talk show. Speaking Japanese well is one thing, but acting in Japanese is another. True, the style of acting in Korea and Japan is somewhat different. Director Kyotaro really is an eccentric. To abruptly cast a Korean actor as the lead in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, their concerns had their reasons. Despite Kang Woojin's exponentially rising recognition in Japan, there was still a lack of proper verification. Acting in a foreign language is very challenging. That was the concern, especially since the stakes for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger were incredibly huge. And amidst that, Kang Woojin was the only Korean actor. It was natural for him to attract attention. Mana Kosaku, with his arms crossed and lost in thought, agreed. However, Kosaku felt not only worried but also an unnamed sense of crisis. Why do I feel a danger when it's my first time seeing his face today? It was due to Kang Woojin's momentum and the recognition from director Kyotaro and author Akari. The Titans of Japan had personally gone to Korea to scout this rookie Korean actor. And the words director Kyotaro used to assess Kang Woojin. It's because he must be the one. Mana Kosaku was a veteran among veterans in the Japanese entertainment industry. Yet, a strange tension enveloped his entire body. Why must he be the one? Of course, actors expressing curiosity towards Kang Woojin were not limited to him alone. There were more than 5 top-tier actors participating in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. A-list actors were plentiful, and reactions towards Woojin varied greatly. While some female actors showed extreme affection. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see him. Mafuyu, why are you so excited? Calm down a bit. Because Kang Woojin is handsome. There will be a lot of journalists on site. Be careful what you say. Do you want to stir up gossip again? So what? But I wonder what Kang Woojin smells like. Hey, you, can I shake hands with him and hug him? There were also male actors who quietly assessed Kang Woojin's acting. His acting is fascinating. Is it? He seemed like a different person for each role, to an extreme extent. Really, whether he can show the same level of performance in Japan is uncertain. Everyone seemed like guests waiting for a party. About an hour later, at the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. The exterior and lobby of Tokyo's Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel were incredibly noisy. Most of the commotion was due to the massive number of journalists stationed, but hotel guests and staff also crowded around one of the halls. Why? Because many celebrities were entering the hall one after another. Therefore, the flashes from journalists' cameras were going off nonstop. Pack. Pack. Looking at the scene, one might think it was not a script reading but a megascale party. Inside the hall, many people had already taken their seats. In the center of the spacious hall, a U-shaped table was set up. The table with name tags of actors was filled with actors, and around them were the actors' staff and the film production crew, along with dozens of journalists and officials. Even though not everyone had arrived yet, the number easily exceeded 100. At the front side of the U-shaped table, roll of iota Kiyoshi/Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin was not yet visible. At that moment, swish. Into the crowded hall entered 2 titans. Director Nim. How are you? Author Nim. It's an honor meeting you in person. It was Kyotaro Taniguchi, the director with a head full of gray hairs, and Akari, the bespectacled author of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. With their arrival, many seated actors and staff members stood up to greet them eagerly. The focus of the journalists intensified significantly. Ha ha ha, yes. How have you been, Author Nim? This here is Mana Kosaku, the one I told you about. Of course I know. Nice to meet you, Mana SSI. It's an honor, Author Nim. Introductions and greetings took place dozens of times. However, this didn't last long because of what erupted from the mouths of about a dozen journalists. Oh, here they come. Chairman Hideki Yoshimura. He's here. What? Chairman Hideki, resembling an old lion, appeared with his secretaries. His entrance turned the hall upside down in an instant. The outside was also in a frenzy, judging by the commotion. The pouring flash of cameras, top actors with eyes wide open, frozen staff, murmuring production crew, etc. No one expected Chairman Hideki to actually show up. In contrast, Chairman Hideki, who was quietly observing the entire hall, was brimming with composure. He approached Director Kyotaro with a wrinkled smile. How have you been, Director Nim? Fine. Of course, thank you for coming. Next, Chairman Hideki exchanged glances with Author Akari. I really enjoy your works, Author Nim. It's an honor. The honor is mine. Thank you for lending us the place. I've also enjoyed The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger as a book, so I'm looking forward to it a lot. Following that, Chairman Hideki exchanged handshakes with the main actors. Somehow, he was overwhelming everyone, not intentionally though. His presence was that commanding. Truly, an owner of a conglomerate ranked within the top 10. Then, excuse me. A strange yet fluent Japanese voice came from the entrance of the hall. It was a low but atmospheric male voice. As a result, not just Chairman Hideki and Director Kyotaro, but everyone in the hall turned their attention. At the entrance stood Kang Woojin with a nonchalant expression. I was delayed due to traffic from the airport. Woojin, who instantly captured everyone's attention, saw Director Kyotaro moving towards him. Interestingly, swish. Chairman Hideki, quicker than Director Kyotaro, was the first to extend his hand to Kang Woojin. I've been waiting for you. Waiting? Why would Chairman Hideki wait? Director Kyotaro showed a subtle smile, as if to say as expected, and everyone in the hall, including Author Akari, widened their eyes. It was incomprehensible that the head of a leading conglomerate would wait for a Korean actor he's meeting for the first time. Then, Kang Woojin, with a poker face, muttered to himself while shaking hands with Chairman Hideki. Of course, inwardly. Who is this old man again? Chapter 172, Stranger 2. Genuinely, Kang Woojin had no idea who the Japanese elderly man standing in front of him was. There was a certain aura about him, but it was ambiguous. Sigh, seems familiar, but I don't know. The vibe was somewhat similar to director On Bak, but the scent emitted was rougher from this grandpa. Woojin came to a rough conclusion. Is he someone from the production team? Like a director of photography? Is that why he's been waiting for me? It was a clear mistake, but Kang Woojin's recognition wasn't strange at all. Chairman Hideki was famous in Japan, but utterly unfamiliar to Kang Woojin. It was natural for only a few in Korea to know Chairman Hideki, not the general public. However, Kang Woojin had definitely seen Chairman Hideki before. He might not remember, but Woojin had seen a photo of Chairman Hideki in a past article. It was when The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was in crisis and then miraculously recovered. During the time, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was a hot topic in both Japan and Korea. Kang Woojin had also briefly seen Chairman Hideki's face. However, it was seen so fleetingly that it didn't deeply imprint in his mind. In contrast, Choi Sung-gun, standing behind Woojin, had his eyes wide open. He recognized Chairman Hideki precisely. Crazy. Chairman Hideki Yoshimura. This guy actually came? Choi Sung-gun was Kang Woojin's main manager and a businessman. He knew Chairman Hideki even before the Kashiwa Group got involved with The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Of course, this was the first time he had faced him. I was skeptical when they said they'd do the script reading at this hotel. I never imagined Chairman Hideki would actually show up. Here, Choi Sung-gun felt a bit of certainty. Maybe the Kashiwa Group was indeed the main investor that saved The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. It wasn't officially announced yet, But there was some connection between Chairman Hideki and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, whether it be through director Kyotaro or writer Akari. The very fact that the script reading is happening at a hotel owned by the Kashiwa Group. But waiting for Woojin? For what reason? Soon. Swish. Kang Woojin, who perceived Chairman Hideki as some kind of director, slightly bowed his head, and low Japanese words came out of his mouth. I'm sorry. As I mentioned, I was held up at the airport. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Woojin. The surrounding actors and staff murmured at his fluent Japanese. He speaks Japanese better than I thought. Right? I wouldn't have known he's Korean if he hadn't said so. Although they had seen Woojin's Japanese on the AIM Talk show and various videos, witnessing it directly showcased his skills beyond imagination. Kang Woojin felt somewhat pressured by the situation. Everyone was watching him and the elder in front of him. The reporters entering were busy taking photos. Later, the articles would probably just mention the meeting between Kang Woojin and Chairman Hideki. Then, Chairman Hideki, stroking his chin, showed a wrinkled smile and said to Kang Woojin, "You seem to be even more fluent in Japanese than what I saw on TV. I saw you doing sign language." Sign language? Ah, did he watch the AIM Talk show? Kang Woojin responded appropriately. Thank you. Then, Chairman Hideki took a step closer to Woojin and lowered his voice so that those around could barely hear. My grandson is a big fan of Kang Woojin SSI. So much so that it has become a dream. Is that so? Kang Woojin SSI changed my grandson's life. Chairman Hideki suddenly brought up his grandson. Then he showed a warm smile to Woojin. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. That child is everything to me. What suddenly? Kang Woojin was internally flustered. Without any prior explanation, he couldn't grasp the context. However, he didn't ask further. He felt no need to delve deeper. While they were conversing, director Kyotaro, scratching his gray hair, subtly joined in. Woojin SSI, this is Chairman Hideki Yoshimura of the Kashiwa Group. Normally, the introduction would have been as the main investor of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, but with many watching, director Kyotaro had to alter his words, officially revealing it was Chairman Hideki's job. He has rented out this hotel for us. As soon as Woojin heard the word Kashiwa Group, something flashed through his mind, and Choi Sung-gun, standing behind him, whispered closely. It was then that Kang Woojin realized the grandpa, standing in front of him, was the owner of a Japanese conglomerate. Wow, yes, right. I saw it in the articles. So what? Even though he clearly recognized the grandpa's identity, Woojin's excitement wasn't that great. After all, it's not like he was going to see him continuously. It was just a bit fascinating. Around this time, director Kyotaro gestured to Woojin. Woojin SSI, you should start by greeting the actors. Understood, then. Chairman Hideki leisurely said to Kang Woojin. I'm looking forward to your performance today. Thank you. As Woojin turned around after the farewell greeting, he heard Choi Sung-gun's whisper. I'll also move to the back. Around the time Choi Sung-gun was distancing from Woojin, Chairman Hideki, director Kyotaro, and writer Akari were posing for the reporters. Flashes burst like lightning, and Kang Woojin took in the entirety of the hall. It's huge. Big enough to easily accommodate hundreds of people. In the middle, there was a rectangular table. As Woojin checked the name tags on the rectangular table for the script reading, he saw roll of iota Kiyoshi/Kang Woojin, his name written in Japanese. The first seat next to the head of the table. Then, he checked the actors gathered around. A man with a headband, a woman with big eyes, a woman with long hair, a man with perfect facial features, a woman with a small face, and so on. At least a dozen actors were all looking at Kang Woojin. It felt strange, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Soon, Kang Woojin slightly bowed to the actors. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. The Japanese actors also politely greeted Kang Woojin in their natural Japanese. Nice to meet you. I'm Mana Kosaku. I've wanted to see you. I'm Mafuyu Uramatsu. Nice to meet you. My name is Ajimoto Yasutaro. You're really good at Japanese. I enjoyed Male Friend. I'm Sonomura Kimiko. Many Japanese names were thrown around. They seemed to know each other well. But in this hall, Kang Woojin was the stranger. He was familiar with the top actors from Korea, but realizing it was impossible to remember all these Japanese actors' names. Yeah, just focus on acting. When would I memorize all that? After finishing greetings with the main actors, Woojin also greeted the supporting actors, and then, click, he took his seat. He didn't particularly continue conversations with the actors. His mind was preoccupied. Focusing on the concept was the priority. The Japanese top actors, even as they moved to their seats, whispered among themselves. Kang Woojin SSI seems quite reticent. Or maybe he hasn't adapted yet. It's awkward, since we're all Japanese. He seems nervous. What if he messes up his lines? Is it because he's still in his first year? It's fascinating, but worrying. The acting he showed in Hanri Yang and Male Friend was good. But it's his first time acting in Japanese, and above all, he's too nervous. The actress who introduced herself as Mifuyu Uramatsu, with big eyes, tilted her head in confusion. Nervous? Does everyone see it that way? I don't. Someone nervous wouldn't be able to produce such a cool voice. Mifuyu, did you come to the script reading to find your ideal type? That's not it. I'm saying Kang Woojin SSI's tone of voice doesn't have any tremble. Even his hands aren't shaking. If that's the case, it's a relief, but dash. Then, everyone. After finishing talking with Chairman Hideki, Director Kyotaro addressed everyone gathered in the hall. We'll start in 10 minutes after getting organized. Please go to the bathroom now. If you need. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger's script reading was ignited. A little while later. Before long, the over 100 people scattered around had found their seats. Director Kyotaro and writer Akari were seated at the head of the table, with dozens of actors on either side, and the staff, production team, associates, and reporters wrapping around the rectangular table. By the way, Chairman Hideki had taken a seat where he could clearly see Kang Woojin's face, and Choi Sung-gun had perched himself on a chair towards the back of Woojin's head. The atmosphere was solemn. Breaking that solemnity. Click. Hello, I am Kyotaro Taniguchi, the director of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Please take care of me. It was the master director Kyotaro from Japan, and he turned his gaze to writer Akari sitting to his left. Her introduction followed. Hello. I'm overwhelmed to see the characters of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, which I wrote with my life on the line, in front of me. Thank you, everyone. Akari Takikawa, a world-renowned writer, sincerely bowed her head. Then, Director Kyotaro turned his gaze to the actor sitting right in front of him to his right. It was Kang Woojin. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Woojin, playing the role of Iota Kiyoshi. His Japanese was fluent but brief and clear. Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the back, was moved. Wow, Kang Woojin is the first to be introduced, bypassing all these renowned actors in Japan. Impressive. It was a moment that confirmed how much director Kyotaro cherished Woojin. The role of Iota Kiyoshi was also a very important character. Anyway, I'm Mana Kosaku, playing Yoshizawa Mokio. Please take care of me. Hello. I'm Mifuyu Uramatsu, playing Horinochi Amy. I'm Sonomura Kamiko, playing the role of Aiya Saki. The introductions of the actors and the applause continued on. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, having received a substantial investment, featured many actors, including top and A-list actors. The actor introductions alone lasted over 30 minutes. At the end, swish, a short-haired actress at the very end of the table shyly stood up to introduce herself. Hello. My name is Kimi Nakaho, playing the role of Misaki Toka, and I will learn a lot from it. Please take care of me. An actor who seemed to lack confidence, with pale skin and somewhat of a newcomer vibe. Indeed, Kimi Nakaho was a rookie, in her second year since debut, gaining considerable popularity in Japan. Thanks to an intense audition, Kimi managed to land the role of Misaki Toka. Misaki Toka was a character of lesser importance but significantly crucial in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. She would trigger the character Kang Woojin was playing, Iota Kiyoshi. From the scene where Toka takes her own life, Kiyoshi begins to compile a list for vengeance. Kimi was exploding with nervousness. Phew, I finished the greeting well. Everyone around her was a senior, and the director and writer were legendary figures, not to mention about 100 associates around. She wanted to run away right then and there. That moment. Kimi was slightly surprised as she looked up. Why? Because Kang Woojin, seated in the very front, was looking at her. Their eyes met. Most of Kimi's acting would be alongside Kang Woojin. Hence, Kimi was very interested in Kang Woojin, the Korean actor. She had seen Male Friend and Henry Yang as well. The conclusion was that he was impressive. Kimmy felt so. Even though this Korean actor was only in his first year, the gap between them felt vast. Kang Woojin was the lead actor seated right next to director Kyotaro, and Kimmy was at the very end, in a minor or supporting role. Why was Kang Woojin paying attention to someone who hardly received any attention? What do I do? Should I greet him? While the actor introductions continued, Kimmy awkwardly bowed to Woojin, who lightly acknowledged her. But then, why the gaze? Kimmy felt that Kang Woojin's eyes looking at her were empty. It was a nonchalant gaze that seemed devoid of emotion. An indescribable expression. Why was this Korean actor looking at her with such a face? Disregard? Or pity? That's when it happened. Flap. Let's begin. Director Kyotaro's solemn Japanese spread throughout the reading hall. Consequently, not only writer Akari but all the actors unfolded their scripts. The narration and progression were naturally handled by director Kyotaro. Number 1. Inside a classroom, several students are bullying a male student. However, the face of the male student lying on the floor is stoic. In the script, there are quite a few scenes initially where many students bully Iota Kiyoshi. This part is essential for building Kiyoshi's narrative, but since there are no sound effects or extras during the reading, director Kyotaro appropriately handled it through narration. Thus, Kang Woojin's early scenes were also skipped. In between, the main actor's lines were briefly continued. Hey Kiyoshi, stand up straight up. Along with the dialogue, the characters' names were also known through the narration. The real conflict begins with the appearance of the transfer student, Misaki Toka. Number 18. Misaki Toka, breaking through the crowded students, shouts intensely at everyone. It was Kimmy's turn, and after swallowing her saliva, she shouted out loud. Stop it. Don't do it. Do you guys find this fun? Toka then speaks to Kiyoshi. Are you okay? Now it was Kang Woojin's turn. Kimmy turned her head to meet Woojin's gaze at the very front. At the same time, she felt it. The gaze. The gaze Woojin had now was the same as the one he had when he looked at her earlier. Emptiness, a void where nothing could be seen. That's right, Kang Woojin wasn't. Ignoring Kimmy. Was he Kiyoshi from the start? Was he looking at me as Toka, through Kiyoshi's eyes? He had been Kiyoshi from the beginning. Thinking about it, Kang Woojin's desolate gaze was no different from Kiyoshi's. Exactly like this stranger in the script. No, even more vivid. Kimmy felt chills down her arms and a coldness down her spine. But how so quickly? Without anyone noticing? When? When exactly had he become Kiyoshi? The answer was simple. The Kang Woojin who was intently looking at Kimmy had been Kiyoshi long before the actor introductions were made. For him, the 100 or so staff members and production team had already been erased. There was no Chairman Hideki or Director Kyotaro. There was only a classroom filled with severe bullying and a world filled with villains. But it was okay. It wasn't painful. Woojin was merely existing here. His heart was dead. The dozens of actors and the 100 or so people present couldn't have noticed. Surely, the scent was Kiyoshi's, but Kiyoshi was a character with nothing. Rather, if those around had noticed, it meant he hadn't properly portrayed Kiyoshi. Kang Woojin was presently the embodiment of Kiyoshi. With unflinching eyes and thoughtless movements, Kang Woojin looked at Kimmy at the end of the room. Only one thing was visible in his empty gaze. Curiosity. I'm fine. Why is this woman protecting me? It was this moment. When Kang Woojin. No, when Kiyoshi's first voice spread throughout the hall, starting with director Kyotaro. There was nothing carried in it, not a hint of emotion in the dialogue. The lack of emotion is Kiyoshi's emotion. How can he make such a nuanced expression so effortlessly? Both the wide-eyed writer Akari and others were shocked. My heart is trembling. To see Kiyoshi right before my eyes. The Japanese actors widened their eyes as they looked at Kang Woojin, noticing the presence of Kiyoshi. Woojin was looking at Kimmy, who was seated at the end. However, it was unclear why he was looking. Kiyoshi slightly tilted his head. It was strange. Although his eyes, nose, lips, and even his breathing were all functioning normally, Kang Woojin felt an odd dryness coursing through his body. Then, Toka asked Kiyoshi, "Do you want to eat lunch together?" Kiyoshi simply replied, "If it's okay with you." "Of course it's okay. Let's go to the rooftop." "All right." Even as he spoke, Kang Woojin continued to gaze endlessly at Toka. Kiyoshi, Don't you have a lunchbox? Do you usually just eat bread? Usually, yes. Do you want to try my lunchbox? I will. There's no purpose, no affection. But Kiyoshi responds. He talks to Toka. He looks at her directly. Gradually, the Japanese actors watching Woojin began to feel a sense of alienation. Some were shocked. Mana Kosaku, who had tied her long hair with a headband and was sitting across from Kang Woojin, felt. This way? How can? It wasn't a matter of control or restraint. This newcomer actor from Korea. How can an actor eliminate their emotions? He deliberately removed all his emotions. Chapter 173, Stranger 3. It was the first time in Hideki Yoshimura's life that he attended a script reading. Of course, the purpose was to see Kang Woojin, the Korean actor who had brought back vitality and life to his grandson and allowed him to dream again. He was grateful. He must have had a tough life as well. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. That was Hideki Yoshimura's heart. Kang Woojin, who evoked a sense of camaraderie and made Hideki Yoshimura reflect on his past self. When Hideki Yoshimura first saw Woojin in this hall, his impression was that of a beast hiding its teeth. On the outside, he seemed tough, but one could glimpse a mysterious leisure and charisma. His eyes were full of strength, and his voice was mixed with conviction. Indeed, Kang Woojin was extraordinary. Being the head of a conglomerate, Hideki Yoshimura immediately recognized the uncommon energy emitted by Kang Woojin, an aura hard to find in that age group. It signified the greatness of Kang Woojin's character portrayal. Anyway, what is that? The moment the script reading started and Woojin delved into acting, Hideki Yoshimura, with his arms crossed, couldn't help but twitch his bushy white eyebrows. Acting? Is that what you call acting? Even to Hideki Yoshimura, who had never paid attention to acting and was only interested in business, the change in Kang Woojin was clear. Everything that was filled is now gone. The aura that had enveloped him was nowhere to be found. Kang Woojin, now showing Kiyoshi, was empty, completely hollow. His eyes, voice, movements, thoughts. How could everything that was so full a moment ago be emptied out so quickly? Hideki Yoshimura gradually focused on Kang Woojin's acting. He couldn't take his eyes off. Is this what all actors are like? However, as the reading went on, and Kang Woojin's acting built the narrative. I don't regret meeting you. It's time for lunch. Hideki Yoshimura noticed more clearly that he was special. Around Woojin, who was acting, were many of Japan's leading actors, but it was hard to see them as being on the same level as Kang Woojin. The other actors definitely have a hint of imitation, but Kang Woojin shows no gap that needs to be filled. Woojin was exceptional. Other actors were acting, but Kang Woojin was showing a different life here. At least, that's how it appeared to Hideki Yoshimura. He asked himself once more, is that acting? No, it wasn't acting. The person had changed. Hideki Yoshimura had seen flames in Kang Woojin's eyes. But the current Kang Woojin, no, Kiyoshi was water. Colorless, odorless. An existence from which no emotion or sensation can be felt. It's just flowing. Suddenly, Hideki Yoshimura's mind vaguely recalled the past. Not his, but his grandson's. The appearance of his grandson who had lost vitality and life and had only been breathing, with dead eyes. Yes, it was similar to that. Soon, Hideki Yoshimura, swish, moved his gaze, which had been attached to Woojin, elsewhere. Around him, 100 people, dozens of actors, including director Kyotaro and writer Akari. Everyone was looking at Woojin. His presence was outstanding. There was an overwhelming charm that captured attention. A technique that mesmerizes people and manipulates situations. More than just attraction. It belongs to a very precious ability. At that moment, now is not the time. Kang Woojin began a monologue. He makes a list of the eerie sacrifices he intends to make as a stranger after Toka disappears from the world. I need to be forgotten. Kang Woojin, Kiyoshi, removed. His gaze from Toka at the end, because she was gone, and his gaze wandered somewhere in the vague emptiness. There was nothing in his expression, but his mouth did not rest. The rhythm of his lines was consistent. He seemed to be quietly floating on a motionless water surface. Then, homework. The desolate eyes of Kiyoshi move in the void, searching for a destination. They drift momentarily among a few actors in front. 9 people. It was the confirmation of a list of 9 specified people. The actors whose eyes met Kiyoshi's could feel it intensely. There's no hint of reason or instinct. Therefore, it was more terrifying, vaguely frightening. There was no reason or outcome. Pleasure? Joy? Intent? Hatred? Rage? None of the above. There were no actions mixed with emotion. System. Yes, it was a system. For him, there was only work to be done. Director Kyotaro, who fixed his gaze on Kang Woojin, recited the stage direction. Kiyoshi sits in the bustling classroom, looking at the chalkboard in front. Still, his face shows nothing. According to the scenario, after 2 students die at school, the world turns upside down, but it doesn't last long. Like living people must go on living, the school strove for normalization. Of course, the minds of the entire student body were not intact. Only Kiyoshi's time had stopped, just as it was the moment when Toka sat on the railing, smiling. However, there were changes at the school. Some of the 9 people on Kiyoshi's list had transferred or dropped out. Some still attended the school. Kiyoshi didn't care. What he had to do now was study, to accumulate knowledge. Because he had to look at the long term. There was basic information on the 9 people, including the data accumulated over time and student records. From here, Kiyoshi had to fill in what was lacking. Director Kyotaro passes the time with stage directions. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Kang Woojin's mindset wasn't much different in that time. He lived a life just like any other. Just a little more soon. He was being forgotten by the world, but the plan was already in motion. After 4 years, and then 5 years, from here the scene shifts to more monologues by Woojin than stage directions by director Kyotaro. The scene shows the opposite, but underneath, Kiyoshi's voice overlays. Everyone in the hall gazes at the stranger. Kang Woojin was rolling his eyes with an expressionless face. His posture was stiff. His gaze and breathing were steady, and his hands and heartbeat were calm. But what he had to do was clear. His appearance suggested a calm madness. Woojin's mind was filled with calculations. Let's start. Everyone in the world have forgotten me. An undefined objective stirred within him. Then, from Kang Woojin's flat mouth, lines were spoken. It was a monologue. 5 years. I spent 5 years filling in what I was lacking. And now, I'm about to start the second sacrifice after the first. One of the 9, Kanekayama Ginzo. A voice neither warm nor cold, with a consistent rhythm. It was so devoid of anything, one might wonder if it was even a human voice. The actor seated closest to Woojin felt it most acutely, putting aside how naturally he acts in Japanese. How does one even do that? I've never seen such an acting method before. It's as if he's lived without emotions from the start. But why does it sound so clear? There's nothing in it, yet the power is good. Kang Woojin, who was staring intently at the actor playing Kanekayama Ginzo, with perfect features and a pretty boy style, took a moment to breathe. He quietly maintained his gaze, conveying to everyone that he was watching from a distance. The monologue that followed was next. I chose Kanekayama Ginzo for the restart of the sacrifices without signs is because of his refined appearance. He's excessively glamorous and knows how to attract people's attention well. Of course, among those 9, he's the farthest from having any connection with me. That's why I marked him. Kanekayama Ginzo's eerie sacrifice will attract attention in a flash, but it will not be related to me. It was quite a long line. However, Kang Woojin finished the monologue in a straight line without any disarray or deviation. Gradually, a dreamy atmosphere began to circulate around Kang Woojin. Upon seeing this, writer Akari, who was watching Woojin through her glasses perched on her nose, felt a shiver. I'm seeing Kiyoshi, whom I wrote about in this book, with my own eyes. It's scary, but I'm also greedy. How far can he show us Kiyoshi? At that moment, Kang Woojin fumbled in his pocket and pretended to take something out. It was the list of 9 people he had written on Toka's desk 5 years ago. Kanekayama Ginzo is married. He has a family, but he still likes women. Human habits are terrifyingly meticulous. Therefore, Ginzo has traces of his habits left. Prostitution, compensated dating, adultery. Outwardly, he appears family-oriented, but his inside is rotten. He says he's on a business trip to his family while he commits sexual crimes. He has many shameful secrets. Woojin, who had been reciting an endless plan, slightly tilted his head. His expression was still empty, and a hollow look lingered on the Japanese actor across from him. What form of eerie sacrifice would be good? Ginzo, you have to become fireworks. That's why I chose you. for your brilliance. The scattered fragments must splash onto the remaining 8. It seems right to start with the conflict between you and your family first. Your wife is not included in my task. Soon, the Japanese actor, no, Yasuda, who played Kanakaima Ginzo, snapped back to his senses. After Kang Woojin's monologue ended, he had to say his lines as his daily life cut appeared. He muttered the designated lines like talking to himself. His scene at the company. At this point, the serious chairman, Hideki, could feel it. It's distinctly different. Even someone like me, who doesn't know much about acting, can see that the acting of these two actors is of a different class. That actor Yasuda is doing standardized acting. The gap between Kang Woojin and the top Japanese actors was quite significant. Without a comparison, it might not be noticeable, but with Kiyoshi's Woojin as the focal point, it became vividly visible and audible. Currently, Japanese actors were being overshadowed by a rookie actor from Korea. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun, seated behind Kang Woojin, also noticed. The acting feels very unnatural. The Japanese actors have a strong scent of "I am acting." Overdone emotions, escalated lines, strained gaze handling. Why director Kyotaro was so fixated on Kang Woojin, what the problem with Japan's acting scene was, and why he wanted to shake up Japan's content market. You might not have felt it when you were together, but when Woojin is rampaging in front of you like this, you can't help but realize it even if you dislike it. That something is lacking. Japanese master director Kyotaro wanted to make a point to all Japanese actors with Kang Woojin as an actor. You were stagnant. Thus, he hoped they would watch, awaken, and learn. In fact, director Kyotaro, shocked by the Japanese actors, murmured to himself as he glanced over them. This actor, who just months ago was learning alone, has gone through a long period of obscurity and is now coming into the light. You all must have something to feel. Misunderstanding the gap is a bonus. Thus, fade out. Around the middle of the script reading, director Kyotaro softly recited over the entire reading session. Let's take a break. After a few minutes, the script reading of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had about 20 minutes of break time. However, none of the actors left their seats. Kang Woojin was the same. The atmosphere was strange. Most actors pretended to look at the script but glanced at Woojin, who was keeping a nonchalant face. Journalists and about 100 staff members were busy whispering. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun was on a call outside the hall. His expression was serious. Is that so? I understand. I'll carefully review the proposal you sent by email. Yes. Thank you, yes. Click. After finishing the call, Choi Sung-gun put down his phone and frowned. Tisk. It seemed the outcome wasn't what he wanted. In fact, the person Choi Sung-gun had just spoken to was an investor for the expansion of BW Entertainment. It was a project that had been underway for quite some time, and Choi Sung-gun had met with quite a few investors, including corporations. BW Entertainment was small and newly established, but it had the top actress Hong Hae-yeon, and more importantly, Kang Woojin, who had been rising with insane momentum since his appearance. Thanks to that, there were many interested investors. Choi Sung-gun felt the necessity of expanding the company and had been working towards it, ultimately bringing the investment opportunity to the brink of realization. However, the problem was, they all want a medal. The condition from every promising investor included management interference. Of course, they spoke around it, but it boiled down to making Choi Sung-gun a nominal CEO. They wouldn't interfere outright from the start, but it was certain they would gradually show their true colors. Too many cooks spoil the broth, as the saying goes. Choi Sung-gun, who had experienced and witnessed all sorts of situations in the entertainment industry, knew this better than anyone. Thus, he aimed to avoid conditions involving management interference, but essentially, what they all wanted was to take control of BW Entertainment. Sigh. Choi Sung-gun's worries deepened. Hae-yeon and Woojin. BW Entertainment is too small to contain them both. Expansion is essential for broader care, and we can't just rely on the two of them. Discovering new talents is also crucial. That's when, excuse me, a straightforward female voice intruded. It was in Japanese. Choi Sung-gun, slightly startled, turned his head. Behind him stood a woman in a neat suit with her long hair tied back in a single line. It was Tetsugawa Lily, the chief secretary of Chairman Hideki Yoshimura. Choi Sung-gun recognized her face. He had seen her standing behind Chairman Hideki Yoshimura a few hours ago. Then, Choi Sung-gun greeted her with a small nod and spoke awkward Japanese. Ah, please, go ahead. Lily's answer was slow yet clear. May I have a moment of your time? Are you referring to me? Yes. You are Mr. Choi Sung-gun, correct? That's right. Communication proceeded awkwardly, and Lily, slightly turning her body, gestured politely. It was a sign to follow her. Choi Sung-gun was a bit puzzled, but followed her anyway. Swish. They arrived at an employee-only room at the end of the corridor past the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's script-reading hall. Leading the way, Lily knocked on the room's door before opening it. The interior of the room, which appeared to be for staff use due to its office-like atmosphere, was immediately visible to Choi Sung-gun. In the center was a 5-seater sofa. Oh. Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened slightly, for a simple reason. Seated on the main seat of the 5-seater sofa was Hideki Yoshimura, the head of the Kashiwa group, with white hair even in his eyebrows. Next to him was a man in a suit, and Lily, who had guided Choi Sung-gun, gestured for him to sit on the sofa next to Chairman Yoshimura. Please, take a seat. Choi Sung-gun's confusion deepened, understandably so given that he was suddenly sitting in front of a Japanese conglomerate owner. Still, he managed to sit down on the sofa with as relaxed a face as possible. Simultaneously, Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, who had been smiling wryly, began to speak. I'm impressed. His rough-toned Japanese was translated into Korean by the man in a suit across Choi Sung-gun. Soon, feeling it was okay to speak in Korean, Choi Sung-gun asked Chairman Yoshimura, What do you mean? Actor Kang Woojin. The acting I saw earlier was something I've never encountered in my life. Ah, thank you. It was a fresh shock. Huh. If only my grandson could even mimic Kang Woojin. Excuse me. Never mind. More importantly, right? I see potential in Kang Woojin. Not just his acting, but his value is very high. Chairman Hideki Yoshimura leisurely spoke and then signaled Lily, who handed a transparent file to Choi Sung-gun. The chairman explained. It's a proposal. What kind? We are considering scouting actor Kang Woojin for our Kashiwa group to be the advertising model for several of our subsidiaries. Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened as he unfolded the transparent file. It was a proposal in Korean. At a glance, he saw words like department store, food, and more. And not just one but several kinds. What? Choi Sung-gun was somewhat puzzled. It wasn't unheard of for Korean celebrities to shoot advertisements in Japan, but it wasn't common either. Moreover, the offer came from the Kashiwa group. The suddenness was extreme. What is this, suddenly, without any context? Was Chairman Hideki Yoshimura proceeding with such a significant matter after seeing Kang Woojin for the first time today? The proposal was so unexpected that Choi Sung-gun momentarily wondered if it was a joke. At that moment, I read an article from Korea a few days ago. As if that wasn't the end, the elderly voice of Chairman Hideki Yoshimura continued. It said that Kang Woojin's contract period is coming to an end. Is he transferring? Choi Sung-gun concluded that Chairman Hideki Yoshimura was eyeing Kang Woojin. There must be some linked agency involved. Therefore, Choi Sung-gun responded firmly. It's true about the contract period. However, there will be no transfer. So, does that mean Kang Woojin will continue with BW Entertainment? That's correct. After hearing the answer, Chairman Hideki Yoshimura stared into Choi Sung-gun's eyes for a moment. His face was full of wrinkles, but his gaze was still that of a heavy hitter. Then, Chairman Hideki Yoshimura suddenly smiled and made a quiet yet significant offer. I've heard that BW Entertainment is looking to expand. I personally would like to invest. What do you think? 74, Stranger 4. Chairman Hideki had a wrinkled smile while looking at Choi Sung-gun. However, the composure he showed was not aged. Despite being a veteran, he possessed the aura of a predator. Sitting in front of Chairman Hideki, Choi Sung-gun could keenly feel it. What is this man talking about? It was initially unpredictable, wasn't it? It's not a conglomerate from Korea, but a total surprise that a Japanese conglomerate head suddenly invests in BW Entertainment. Even Choi Sung-gun, who is quite flexible in thinking, couldn't help being startled. He tried to think further, but it was impossible. His thought process kept getting blocked. Yes, in such cases, it's best to buy some time. Choi Sung-gun first asked Chairman Hideki, who was sitting in the top seat of the 5-person sofa. This also included getting a clear answer. Investment. Did you say you personally want to invest in our BW Entertainment? This question was passed to Chairman Hideki through an interpreter, and he slowly nodded his head while maintaining a smile. That's what I said. Personally. In other words, not as the Kashiwa Group, but on a personal level. I'm proposing to invest as an individual. In other words, it was Chairman Yoshimura Hideki's unilateral decision. However, even though the words were passed on like this, the Kashiwa Group was Chairman Hideki's. There was no way it was unrelated. Either way, Choi Sung-gun found it hard to digest. First of all, the fact that he knows our BW Entertainment is aiming to expand is concerning. Why? Why does Chairman Hideki know about it? Chairman Hideki was seen for the first time today. If it weren't for Kang Woojin's The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, there would never have been a chance to meet such a person from another world. How does Chairman Hideki know about the situation of BW Entertainment, which is like a small hole-in-the-wall store in Korea? No matter how much he thought about it, it didn't make sense. If someone else heard it, they would dismiss it as nonsense. But this nonsense was unfolding before his eyes. Choi Sung-gun wanted to unearth the whole situation to understand it clearly, but asking Chairman Hideki for an elaborate explanation right away would only make him look like a fool. Choi Sung-gun gathered his wits as much as possible. The identity of the counterpart was clear, and the scent of opportunity was strong. However, smiling and accepting it here could become laughable. Choi Sung-gun kept his manners without lowering his posture too much. Greed was visible from Chairman Hideki. It's a very grateful proposal. However, our BW Entertainment is currently in discussions with various investors in Korea. I suppose so. It's difficult to make a hasty decision on the spot since we are contemplating. After hearing the interpretation, Chairman Hideki slowly nodded. Of course, I understand. May I ask one thing? Honestly, it's a bit of an absurd situation for me. I'm sorry, but why are you interested in our BW Entertainment? Chairman Hideki's answer was quick, exuding confidence. It's because of actor Kang Woojin. Is that so? Choi Sung-gun had somewhat guessed it, but still posed another question. I know his value better than anyone. However, there are many parts not revealed to the public, and actor Kang Woojin is still just a popular Korean actor in Japan. Are you saying it's strange to move for an actor from another country? Yes. Of course, I can understand if it's part of the group's cultural marketing, but you mentioned it's personal. That might be so. Probably such a case wouldn't exist in the past or the future. Chairman Hideki muttered as he picked up the teacup in front of him. Today, after seeing Kang Woojin in person, I was convinced. His acting, charm, and the momentum he possesses. I find it hard to restrain myself when I see someone who will become a great figure. The smile faded from Chairman Hideki's face as he put down the teacup. In the near future, his name will spread across the world. He possesses something valuable. Choi Sung-gun was thrilled. Is this reality? The head of a megacorporation in Japan is praising Kang Woojin. The feeling was amplified because it was so unexpected. And there, the world. Indeed, does he have a clear vision for the future? Chairman Hideki's prediction about Kang Woojin's future was almost accurate. Currently, Woojin's focus is set on the Academy Awards, and he has embarked on preparing for the Cannes Film Festival as a stepping stone towards that goal. At that moment, swish, leaning back deeply into the sofa, Chairman Hideki added more to his words. Of course, my actions aren't solely for that reason. It's difficult to explain in detail. Just see it as an old man's precaution to protect something dear related to my past. For that precious thing, even 100 billion won wouldn't be too much. And there is a favor that Kang Woojin did for me, although he might not know it. That's how it started. At this, a light bulb went off in Choi Sung-gun's head. I see, so that was it. Soon his brain began to spread what had just suddenly occurred to him. The past and a favor. I'm not sure what he means by something precious, but Woojin and Chairman Hideki have had some sort of connection for a long time. It was a clear misconception. If that's the case, everything fits perfectly. Woojin's confidence and composure during the crisis of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, the absurd appearance of Chairman Hideki, even the investment. I thought it had something to do with director Kyotaro or writer Akari. To think Woojin was connected. Choi Sung-gun enthusiastically scribbles in his notebook of misunderstandings. Incidentally, there was another similar figure, director Kyotaro. Choi Sung-gun, unaware of this, thought. Woojin's Japanese Sign Language skills. It has to be related to that. This man proposing an investment is also because of that. Without any connection, this scenario couldn't happen. Did he say there was a favor? What on earth happened between Woojin and him in the past? He stared silently at Chairman Hideki's face. I don't know. I can't figure it out. It's too big a scale. Honestly, I'm dying of curiosity, but it's tricky to get involved. Anyway, it's clear that this man intends to pour money not into BW Entertainment, but into Woojin. Misunderstandings turned into assumptions, and then to conclusions. No matter what big shot he meets, Woojin always seemed unbothered. It makes sense now. If he has a connection with someone like Chairman Hideki, it's no wonder other big shots seem like small fries. At that moment, swish. Chairman Hideki, adjusting his posture, cast his raspy voice. Even so, I have no intention of being careless with this matter. I plan to receive a proper business plan or proposal from the CEO. Of course. Can we proceed positively? Choi Sung-gun bowed his head. I'll ensure that the information you mentioned is relayed as soon as possible. Thank you in advance. Let's do that. Chairman Hideki, smiling once again, added more to his words. This conversation should stay between us. And at this moment, in the hotel's bathroom, unknowingly becoming more significant in presence, Kang Woojin, with a calm face, was washing his hands after using the restroom. Swoosh. Of course. Wow shit. Even the bathrooms in high-end hotels are amazing. What is this place? Are the faucets gold? Can't be real gold, right? He had no particular thoughts. Afterward, the script reading for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger finally concluded in the late afternoon. The enthusiasm was fiery. The expressions of director Kyotaro, writer Akari, and the production team, as well as the dozens of actors who participated, were profoundly serious. Naturally, the reporters and approximately 100 attendees felt the same. Regardless, clap, 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 clap. After the reading ended, the hall erupted in intense applause. Of course, Kang Woojin, maintaining his poker face, was also part of it. It's over, that was tough. Contrary to his inner thoughts, he silently joined in the applause. Meanwhile, Japan's top actors were sneakily glancing at Kang Woojin. The script reading was sufficient to dispel everyone's speculation, thoughts, worries, and concerns. Can we really go into filming like this? No, that can't be. If I'm in the same scene as Kang Woojin, it'll be immediately obvious. I almost fell for him. No, I did fall for him. Kang Woojin is several times cooler than I thought. We weren't lacking. It's just that Kang Woojin stood out more. But why do I feel a sense of defeat? As the actors' inner turmoil deepened, the hall where the script reading was taking place started to become rapidly bustling. Dozens of production staff moved to tidy up, photographers snapped pictures, and about 100 related staff and attendees began to leave the hall or start conversations amongst themselves. Chairman Hideki's group was nowhere to be seen. They must have left midway through. At this point, Director Kyotaro was giving simple instructions to the production team. Swish. He scanned the faces of the lead actors, excluding Kang Woojin. Each one was etched with shock. Satisfied with this, Director Kyotaro wondered, was this a proper whipping? Writer Akari, pushing up her nose glasses, chimed in. Indeed, casting Woojin was the right decision. All the actors look like they felt a lot. Kang Woojin, being a newcomer and a Korean actor, must have intensified their feelings. It's a harsh method, but it will surely serve as nourishment for them. Part of the reason director Kyotaro cast Woojin was to critique the current degenerating state of the Japanese entertainment industry and its actors. Thus, a brief introduction of Kang Woojin had already been given to the actors. Kang Woojin had been hidden for over a decade before recently shooting a short film, which brought him to light. During the script reading, experienced the hurdle of acting with him. Thanks to this, the top actors of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger looked more deeply into Woojin's acting. As a result, they became aware of their own abilities. Director Kyotaro, surveying the actors, didn't care if there were negative reactions. If they become twisted, it just means the actor's caliber is small. Losing a few actors wouldn't matter if even one or two experienced an awakening. It would be much more beneficial. Fortunately, no actor displayed any noticeable behavior. Soon, Director Kyotaro's gaze landed on Kang Woojin, who was talking with Choi Sung-gun. As a director, It's impossible not to covet an actor like him. His mere presence on set solves many problems. At this moment, everyone, director Nim, writer Nim, actors, please gather here. The assistant director shouted loudly in Japanese. It was for taking a group photo of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, with director Kyotaro at the center, surrounded by dozens of people. And Kang Woojin, the main pillar of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, as Iota Kiyoshi. Woojin, over here, stood right next to director Kyotaro. After taking the group photo, the actors began to leave the hall one by one, greeting the director and writer on their way out, and passing by Kang Woojin. Thank you for your hard work. See you on the filming day. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Most were serious, but there was one exception. Kang Woojin, a female actor who had been continuously high-spirited and showing great affection towards Woojin, was different. Do you use Line? No, I don't. Then let's contact through Instagram. We should get to know each other. It was Mifuyu Uramatsu, unanimously considered one of the top actresses in Japan. In The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, she played the role of Horinochi Amy, a crazy character. Perhaps akin to Hong Hae-yun in Korea? She had large eyes, pale skin, and full lips. Though her appearance was delicate, her manner of speaking was straightforward. I've actually been a fan of Woojin for quite some time. As a fellow actor. I'll send you a DM. With a smile and a wave of her hands, she walked away. Kang Woojin casually returned the greeting, but internally he wondered. What was going on? Wow, my heart, that was surprising. She's quite straightforward, isn't she? Well, thanks anyway. He quickly regained his composure. It was probably the novelty of being approached by a top Japanese actor. Soon, Choi Sung-gun joined Woojin's side. Woojin, did you greet the director and writer? Yes, CEO Nim. Let's go then. But what did Mifuyu Uramatsu say? She wants to get to know each other. Said she'd send a DM. Choi Sung-gun chuckled and gave a thumbs up. You know, Mifuyu is among the top 5 popular actresses in Japan. For someone like her to ask for your contact first? Wow, you're popular, huh? It's all good to be friends and all, but let's just manage any scandals properly. I know you'll handle it well. Scandal? Unlikely. Anyway, it was indeed strange to Kang Woojin. Just a few months ago, his phone was merely exchanging contacts with his close buddies. But now, it holds the numbers of top actors from Korea and even the elites from Japan. It's gotten pretty global. His network had begun its international expansion. The next morning, welcoming his second morning in Tokyo, Japan, Kang Woojin could be found in a dressing room. He was dressed in a white shirt with a green vest over it. His makeup was fully done, and his hair was styled with effort. He was alone in the dressing room. He was looking at a tablet. Among the texts displayed on the screen, one line caught his eye. Fan. Signing event sequence. He was here for the scheduled fan signing event. At that moment, thunk, the dressing room door opened, and Han Yeung, with her bob haircut, peeked in. Appa, it said that 300 invited Japanese fans are all here. Woojin, having already heard about it, nodded nonchalantly. Okay. But, however, as if that wasn't the end of it, Han Yeung, making eye contact with Kang Woojin, added a bit more meaningfully. I heard that there are more than 700 people gathered in the outside plaza? For 5. On the morning of November 17th, the place where Kang Woojin found himself was in a large complex center called Pacific Yokohama in Tokyo. Various events are held here, and the space currently rented for Kang Woojin's fan signing event was the convention hall inside. It was moderately sized. It had the feel of a medium-sized area with a stage at the front and seats for the audience arranged. The seating capacity was roughly 1,500 seats, divided into 2 floors, the first and the second. It is usually used for corporate announcements or various events, and this morning, it had been confirmed for Kang Woojin's fan signing event. The organizer was, of course, Netflix Japan. This was part of Kang Woojin's confirmed schedule in Japan, and while the popularity of Hanryang and Male Friend was a reason, in a larger sense, it was akin to promoting Woojin. With Hanryang, Male Friend, and shows like AIM Talk Show, Kang Woojin's popularity in Japan was soaring, especially since there hadn't been any official communication with the fans until now. This fan signing event was somewhat Kang Woojin's first fan meeting in Japan. Therefore, Netflix Japan had announced this fan signing event to the public long ago. Given Woojin's rising popularity and the buzz around the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, the news spread rapidly beyond social media. Thanks to that, tickets for Kang Woojin's fan signing event, held in Japan, sold out within minutes. The originally planned 300 attendees for the signing event sold out in minutes. Thus began Kang Woojin's first fan signing in Japan, and having experienced such events in Korea before, Woojin wasn't nervous about the number. However, it was still exciting and a bit nerve-wracking since it was his first time with fans from another country. But I heard that there are more than 700 people gathered in the outside plaza. The news Han Yeung threw at Woojin, who was in the waiting room, brought a sense of shock. 300 people had already taken their places inside the convention hall, but over 700 fans in the plaza outside Pacific Yokohama? Probably those who didn't make it through the application. That means over 1,000 fans had gathered. In terms of numbers, it was almost like a fan meeting rather than a signing event. Despite maintaining his solemn expression while putting down the tablet he was looking at. 1,000 people? He internally screamed. It made sense for 300 fans to fill up the place, but over 1,000 fans coming? As excitement surged within him, Kang Woojin forcibly suppressed it and asked Han Yeung in a low voice. What happened? Han Yeung, with her blue bob, shook her head slightly. I don't know. Netflix Japan staff have gone out to check. 700 people? Yes, but that's just an estimate, and it could be more. I briefly saw outside before coming here, and it looked like the plaza in front of a concert hall. Fans who didn't get through the 300-person first-come, first-served application just came. Indeed, that was the case. Currently, the plaza in front of the large Pacific Yokohama entrance was bursting with people. Interestingly, hundreds of fans were orderly lining up in an L shape to the very end. There wasn't a specific rule, but it seemed like everyone followed suit after someone started. Most were female fans, but there were also male fans spotted occasionally. 700 people? No, easily over 800. There were internet broadcasters, holding smartphones or action cams, fans who brought posters of Kang Woojin, and fans holding small banners in Korean. The scene was truly diverse. In the midst of this, a male streamer holding an action cam was interviewing a group of young-looking girls. Where have you come from? Osaka. Ah, all of you. That's quite far. How old are you? 19. You came even though you didn't get into the fan signing? Yes. We wanted to see Kang Woojin Nim, even if it's just for a moment when he leaves. That was it. All of them had gathered just to catch a glimpse of Kang Woojin's departure, hoping to see him in person even if they couldn't get into the signing event. Anyway, did you figure out the number of people? It's over 800. For now, send some guards outside. Yes. The Netflix Japan staff organizing the fan signing event became anxious. Nobody had anticipated this situation. Wow, but the fans have gathered like a Korean Idol's fan signing event, right? Indeed. It's quite surprising. It seems like Kang Woojin's popularity has really skyrocketed. We'll need to discuss this with Kang Woojin SSI's side first. At this time, Woojin had already started the fan signing event in the convention hall. 300 fans were waiting in the audience seats and in front of the stage, and Kang Woojin was sitting at a desk on the stage, exchanging signatures and brief greetings with the fans. Of course, fluent Japanese was coming out of Woojin's mouth. Hello. Wow. Hello. Kang Woojin Nim. You're really cool. Thank you. What's your name? Yanetsu Akina. Yanetsu Akina Nim. Please. Call me by my first name without the last name. Akina Nim? Akina. Yes. The female fan, enchanted, left the stage. The fan signing event itself was proceeding without any issues. The Netflix Japan filming team was recording it to post on their official YouTube channel. The few invited reporters were also busily snapping photos. At this point, a Netflix Japan team leader ran up to Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting off to the side of the stage. Excuse me, I'm sorry, sir. Soon, the employee explained the situation outside. Choi Sung-gun, who had already heard some of it, stroked his chin as he organized his thoughts. In reality, there wasn't much to ponder. We just need to finish the 300-person signing and leave. The scheduled time was roughly 2 hours. After the signing, they could simply greet the fans outside while leaving. However, Choi Sung-gun felt it was a bit of a waste. Over 800 people. That's not a small number to ignore. Altogether, it's over 1,000. Kang Woojin's second visit to Japan was already impactful, but more attention wouldn't hurt. Considering the dedication of the fans outside, their support on Japanese SNS, YouTube, and communities could be significant. If they become the starting point, Kang Woojin's recognition would solidify even further. But signing for all 1,000 fans was impossible. Still, a simple greeting shouldn't be a problem. A few words of greeting would only take a few minutes. Spreading a good deed would be the icing on the cake. Soon, Choi Sung-gun gestured for the Netflix Japan employee to wait, and then, swoosh, approached Kang Woojin, who was busy signing autographs on stage. The event paused momentarily as Choi Sung-gun whispered the current situation and his thoughts to Woojin. After all, the decision was up to Kang Woojin. What do you think? I don't mind, Woojin thought to himself, feeling that anything would be fine. He was just grateful that so many people had come to see his ordinary self. Then he paused. Woojin remembered a phrase he had heard somewhere. For us, it might be just a few minutes to a few dozen minutes, but that small action means a lifetime to the fans who came to see the star, right? It was probably from a video he had seen briefly on YouTube about the importance of fan service. He wasn't sure, but perhaps it applied to this situation as well. Then, Woojin had an idea and spoke softly while also checking the audience in front of him. CEO Nim, since it's come to this, how about I sing the Male Friend OST for the fans? Sing? A song? Yes. They've come from far away, so just greeting them feels insufficient. Looking at the condition of this convention hall, singing seems like the best option. How about the Male Friend OST and one of my YouTube cover songs, so 2 songs in total? That sounds good. You mean to give it a fan meeting vibe? How's your throat? 2 songs won't be a problem. However, since there's a difference with the 300 who applied for the fan signing, we should call the outside fans in after the signing is finished. Right, that's obvious. And gifts only for the 300. The gift mentioned here was a small frame containing a Male Friend poster. Kang Woojin's words quickly formed a plan. 2 songs, so it'll be about a 30-minute delay. Does that mean you'll have to eat in the car? It's fine. Thus, Choi Sung-gun conveyed the suggestion to Netflix Japan, and they received a response that there were no issues. Kang Woojin's fan signing event quickly transformed into a mini fan meeting. And, really? Kaya. Thank you. Hundreds of fans outside were ecstatic. About an hour later, after finishing the signing event, Kang Woojin stood in the center of the stage holding a handheld microphone. The problem was pretending to be cool while proceeding, but now that I'm actually standing here, my heart feels like it's going to burst. Ugh. The realization that his heart was racing madly due to the gaze of over 1,000 fans in the audience seats. However, his experience and ability to maintain his persona were not for nothing. Woojin, trying hard to suppress his nervousness, pitched his voice into the microphone. Thank you for coming all the way here. Although I'm not much, I will sing 2 songs for you. Screams and shrieks poured out immediately. All of this was captured by the Netflix Japan filming team and various reporters. Of course, over 1,000 fans all lifted their phones above their heads. Woojin was being filmed from every angle. The intro of the OST Male Friend, that Kang Woojin sang, filled the hall. Then, his high-quality vocals penetrated the fans' ears. Simultaneously, on Japanese SNS. @__27GT__. Photo, I can die happy now. I would have been content just seeing Woojin Nim leave. But he's singing for us. Kang Woojin's act of kindness spread. The next day, the 18th, around late lunchtime. Gimpo Airport. Even now, many people were passing through the departure area, where dozens of reporters had openly gathered. The atmosphere wasn't sudden. From the conversations among the gathered reporters, it seemed. Should be coming out soon, right? Yeah, should arrive around 2. It appeared that the media had already been officially informed. Surrounding onlookers widened their eyes in curiosity, scanning the dozens of reporters. They could predict that a well-known celebrity was about to appear. At that moment, there, Kang Woojin SSI, along with the unanimous shout of the reporters, lightning struck towards the departure area. No, it was the flash of cameras. The name of the celebrity appeared from the mouths of the onlookers. There, it's Kang Woojin. Really? All right. He was in Japan, wasn't he? Must have returned today. Let's get closer. Kang Woojin had returned to Korea after completing his schedule in Japan. Exiting the departure gate, Woojin was wearing a denim jacket, showing no signs of fatigue. Dozens of teams hustled around him, and reporters ceaselessly snapped photos of him. The reaction was truly that of a top actor. What was peculiar was, swish. Kang Woojin, while exiting the airport, stopped at a certain point in the lobby. The reason was simple. Kang Woojin SSI. How was your chemistry with the actors of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger? It was for a modest interview with dozens of reporters. Naturally, it was a setup prepared by Choi Sung-gun. It wasn't good to always be running away from the media. Plus, they aimed to create simultaneous buzz in both Japan and Korea. Amidst the barrage of questions, a shout from one reporter struck Woojin's ears. Today, Drug Dealer has reached 7 million viewers. Kang Woojin SSI, do you have a running guarantee? TL, I have explained it previously, but if you don't remember, running guarantee is when an actor is given pay based on the no of viewers. At the same time, around when Kang Woojin had arrived in Korea, it seems, he's back. Director On Jae-bak was viewing the current internet situation on his phone. He was in a car, moving somewhere, accompanied by many people, including the film company's CEO and staff. Director On lowered his phone, recalling a conversation from the day before. Kang Woojin had called him while he was in Japan. It started with Director On Jae-bak slightly tilting his head. That's right, Woojin. I heard you've arrived in Japan. From the other end of the phone, Kang Woojin's low voice was heard. Yes, Director Nim. I'm currently in Japan. I called to say that I will work hard on Leached. Director On Jae-bak had already heard about Woojin's willingness to join through Choi Sung-gun. Apart from that, Kang Woojin had reached out to him personally. Your character is all over the place. Is that so? Something like, the seasonality is so apparent to the eye. Of course, I'm talking about charm. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you. Likewise, please take good care of me in the future. By the way, as of today, Leech has started pre-production. At this point, Director On Jae-bak returned to the reality inside the car. He brushed the stubbly white hairs on his chin, chuckled lightly, and said, he has a wide range, but there's something peculiar about him that resonates with people. Quite unique. He spoke to the employee driving. Let's go a bit faster. It was to accelerate the pace of the movie Leech. Meanwhile, in the living room of a somewhat cramped apartment. At first glance, it looked like a typical apartment. However, the furniture set up in the living room didn't quite give off the feel of a family home. It was almost barren. There was hardly any furniture, just a refrigerator and a simple dining table in the kitchen. And in the living room, all that could be seen was a desk made by combining two two-person desks into one for 6 people. The space was unfamiliar, but the two sitting at the desk were well acquainted. How about it? PD Nim? It's killer. That's how it looks to me. It was the shy writer Choi Na-na and the bearded PD Song Man-woo. Among them, PD Song Man-woo, holding a stack of papers, overlapped 2 bundles and muttered, let's try it with episodes 1 and 2 only. Yes. Be prepared, of course, but let's not be disappointed even if it doesn't work out. Honestly, the chances of it not working are high. That's probably true. PD Song Man-woo's face turned as if he was a general facing a battle. Woojin SSI's appearance fee is currently at least over 40 million won per episode, at the minimum. From appearance fee, 1. Writer Choi Nana was contracted with DM Production, led by PD Song Man-woo as the overall directing director and CEO. Therefore, she had left the writers group led by Park Eun-mi and was now working in a studio provided by DM Production. Currently, Choi Nana and PD Song Man-woo were in the midst of an initial script meeting. Upon hearing Kang Woojin's appearance fee, writer Choi Nana's eyes widened behind her round glasses. Per episode 40. For her, who debuted with Male Friend, it was an astronomical amount. On the other hand, for the drama mogul PD Song Man-woo, it wasn't as surprising. It's a baseline, Choi SSI, the minimum. That means we start at 40, and we negotiate from there. So even 50 to 60? It's definitely possible. It's a lot more than during Male Friend, right? I didn't hear the details. Director Shin Dong-chun took care of it. PD Song Man-woo stroked his beard and leaned back in his chair, recalling the early days of profiler Henriet. Back then, Woojin SSI's per episode fee was 3.5 million won. Now, it's even reaching over 60 million won. PD Song Manwoo smiled incredulously. It jumped 20 times in less than a year. A fee of 3.5 million won per episode was impressive for a newbie, and a fee ranging from 40 to 60 million won per episode was comparable to A-list actors. Of course, given Kang Woojin's current momentum, a fee in the hundreds of millions was conceivable. However, experience was an irreplaceable factor in market value. After all, Kang Woojin was still in his first year. Yet, the market value assessed for Woojin SSI has already surpassed common sense. For a rookie, not even a year into his debut to be valued at 60 million per episode was nearly nonsensical. It was an unheard-of scenario in the entertainment industry. Yet, Kang Woojin had made the impossible possible and remained unparalleled. A new precedent was set, but it was unlikely that someone like Woojin would appear again. After all, Kang Woojin's filmography was almost like a fantasy. Then, PD Song Manwoo, who had been quietly breathing, looked down at the 2 copies of Choi Nana's script and spoke. To secure Woojin SSI, we have to consider up to a maximum of 70 million won. How much? If Woojin SSI doesn't do it, there's no point in discussing it. Well, you don't need to worry about the production cost. This is DM Productions' first project, and we have plenty of funds. Setting up the production team is no issue either. We've already recruited the key staff members. This project is a one-man show for the male lead. So, it's all about casting the right actor. Oh, it's okay. It's not completely impossible. From what I know, Woojin SSI has only doing Island of the Missing and The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, excluding variety shows. Naturally, they were completely unaware of anything regarding director On Jae-bok. Thus, PD Song Manwoo's calculations only went up until director On Jae-bok's work. Nonetheless, a visible tension flashed across the slender face of writer Choi Nana. Or perhaps it was pressure. Noticing this, PD Song Manwoo infused his smile with reassurance. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just focus on the script. Determination filled his eyes. I will stake my life on the casting. Meanwhile, after completing interviews with dozens of reporters at Gimpo Airport, Kang Woojin was looking at his phone in a van speeding down the highway. His expression was cold. Yet, inwardly, he was performing an overly enthusiastic shoulder dance. 7 million. Are they insane? 7 million viewers? He was checking the cumulative audience count for Drug Dealer. He had heard bits and pieces about it in Japan, that it had easily surpassed 6 million. But he hadn't been able to pay much attention due to his hectic schedule in Japan. Now back in Korea, it felt exceedingly real. Movie Talk, Drug Dealer surpasses 7 million viewers, breaking records held for over a decade. The second half of the film industry was graced with a sensational typhoon called Drug Dealer, causing quite a stir in Korea's film scene. Of course, Kim Do-hee, the director of Drug Dealer, and the film company were also celebrating. Director Nim, 7 million. Congratulations. Haraha. It's 7 million, but if it wasn't for the adult rating, we could have easily hit 10 million. The box office results they were looking at clearly displayed the 7 million. Daily domestic box office. 1. Drug Dealer / release date. October 28 / audience. 151, 257 / screens. 1002 / cumulative audience. 7,028,995. The film industry media were busy informing the public of this unprecedented record. Today's entertainment, Drug Dealer surpasses 7 million. Achieves number 1 in adult-rated films. The domestic film scene saved by the adult-rated Drug Dealer. It was a drought in the film scene with no popular works surpassing 3 million recently. It was safe to say Drug Dealer broke through that drought. The newly established record was introduced in the news and discussed by many in the film-related programs and by critics. Meanwhile, mentions of Kang Woojin were inevitable. Star Talk, Lee Sang-man Kang Woojin, the biggest beneficiary of 7 million viewers. However, it was regrettable that the momentum of Drug Dealer, which achieved 7 million viewers, had noticeably slowed down. This wasn't an unnatural phenomenon. No matter how much Drug Dealer had broken limits, everything eventually comes to an end. The consensus was that drug dealer would struggle to reach 8 million in terms of flow and atmosphere. Around this time, when the film industry was abuzz with talks about drug dealer, Kang Woojin's name was also exploding elsewhere. It was only natural since he had just returned from Japan today. Star photo: Kang Woojin returns from his schedule in Japan, interviews with the swarm of reporters at the airport. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger script reading was interesting/photos. The first Korean rookie actor to be cast as a lead in a film by a legendary Japanese director. Once it became reality, the public quickly took interest. The national pride is real. Kang Woojin being the only Korean actor there is epic. LMAO, go and crush all the Japanese actors when you start the main shooting. But what if Kang Woojin gets crushed instead? Idiot, he's already chewing up Korea's top actors. How would he lose to Japan? The national pride here is kinda overwhelming. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Kang Woojin, but I hate the idea of losing to Japan more. It made sense. Kang Woojin standing among director Kyotaro and top Japanese actors was an unfamiliar sight. It was an innovative move and something never seen before. 2 days later, on the 20th, around late lunchtime, outside the large set complex of Island of the Missing, in the dense forest, director Kwon Ki takes gentle signal spread. Cut, okay. Simultaneously, an assistant director shouted out an instruction. Okay, we'll get ready and stand by in 10 minutes. The dozens of staff members, who had paused, rushed back into their respective tasks. The filming team adjusted the camera settings, while the lighting and art departments reviewed the next shot with director Kwon Ki take. The makeup team stuck to actors like Ryu Young-min, who were inside the shooting zone. Among them, swish, Kang Woojin, drenched in fake blood on his military uniform, was stepping away to his spot. The next scene didn't include him. Kang Woojin had rejoined the shooting of Island of the Missing yesterday. He planned to commute from a nearby accommodation for about 3 days, and then travel back and forth from Seoul for the remaining 7 days due to other schedules. Still, the focus was on shooting Island of the Missing. As Island of the Missing team was considerate of his situation, Kang Woojin had to focus even more on filming. However, among the staff, Woojin's absence didn't seem to be greatly felt. Maybe it's because Woojin SSI hardly ever do NGs? The shooting schedule is moving smoothly. It's strange, right? Usually, when actors rejoin after being away due to circumstances, their emotional lines tend to be inconsistent. But there's none of that with Woojin SSI. The other actors NG more. If I were the director, I would really favor Woojin SSI. Indifferent to the surroundings, Kang Woojin sat on a chair a bit away from the shooting site. Is it because it's the forest? Or because the weather is getting colder? Somehow it feels chilly. He was sensing the change of seasons to winter. At that moment, Hyungnim, Jang Soo-hwan, a man with a good physique, suddenly appeared and approached Kang Woojin with brisk steps. You've worked hard. Here's some water and your phone. Handing over the phone and a bottle of water, Woojin responded in a cynical tone before opening the water bottle. At the same time, his phone began to vibrate longly. Scratching his chin after checking the caller, he remembered. CEO Seo Guseob. All right, I forgot about this guy. Since returning to Korea, Kang Woojin had replied to the entertainment companies that had contacted him regarding scouting. Precisely, he had politely declined. In the process, he realized he had forgotten to respond to CEO Seo Guseob of the large GGO Entertainment. Well, what does it matter? Since he called, I can tell him now. Then, he stood up from the chair to answer the call. Yes, hello. The cool voice of Bulldog CEO Seo Guseob came from the other end of the phone. Ah, Woojin SSI. We need to meet. Remember our promise? Haha. I got tired of waiting and called first. Yes, I was actually about to call you. Is that so? Good. Then when can we meet? We're both busy, so I'd like to meet as soon as possible. About that, I'm sorry. I've already made a decision, so I hope we can meet some other time if there's an opportunity. The voice of CEO Seo Guseob turned cold immediately from the other end of the phone. You've made a decision? Does that mean you've decided on your next agency? That's correct. You made a decision without even meeting me? What? It's difficult for me to tell you everything. Kang Woojin SSI. This makes things uncomfortable for both of us, doesn't it? Who did you sign with? How great is it? No. Did you renew with Choi Sung-gun? I can't answer that yet. Despite the annoyance in CEO Seo Gusiab's voice, it had little effect on Kang Woojin, who was deep in his act. After a brief silence, it was CEO Seo Gusiab who broke the quiet. It seems like you and I don't match at all, right? Not just once, but twice we've been out of sync. I understand. Click. The call ended abruptly. Lowering his phone, Woojin slightly furrowed his brows. What the hell? This guy has a bad temper. Suddenly, a familiar presence was felt from behind. Woojin, what are you doing there? Turning around, he saw Choi Sung-gun approaching while zipping up his jacket, and upon reaching Woojin, he immediately got to the point, shaking his own phone. PD Song called me. He said he would come to bio himself in about 2 days. Is that so? Yeah. It seems like he wants to give the script, similar to last time. Since we couldn't go, he immediately said he would come. But this time, it feels like PD Song is determined about something. Do you know anything? Woojin hadn't received any calls from PD Song Manwoo recently, although he had mentioned before that he would review another script. No. Really? Anyway, he asked to come. If it's inconvenient for you, we can tell him to see us later. It doesn't matter. Okay. Then let's meet briefly before the shoot. Choi Sung-gun suddenly chuckled. Actor Kang really has become something, huh? Making a big name like PD Song Manwoo come all the way to bio. By the way, what's going on? Who was on the phone? CEO Seo Gusiab of GGO Entertainment. Choi Sung-gun immediately frowned. Why that bulldog? Kang Woojin briefly explained his story with CEO Seo Gusiab, and Choi Sung-gun, openly showing disdain, muttered softly. I'm wondering what that bulldog bastard will do next. Looks like we need to hurry. Hurry? With what? Internally puzzled, Woojin asked. What do you mean? Nothing. Just talking to myself. Anyway, don't worry about that bulldog. No, CEO Seo Gusiab. I'll take care of it. Though Kang Woojin had virtually no interest, he responded calmly. Yes, CEO Nim. As Choi Sung-gun was pulling out his phone, he continued. Since you've drawn enough attention with the agency matter, we should announce it by tomorrow. At this moment, at GGO Entertainment, sitting in the large CEO office, Seo Gusiab's face was visibly flushed with anger. His lips trembled as he gritted his teeth hard. Then that bastard Kang Woojin, slammed his fist down on the desk. Bang! Fucking hell. The frustration was palpable on his face, making him look even more like a bulldog. After covering up the misunderstanding film festival incident and me humbling myself, how dare he make a fool of me twice? Kang Woojin had twice deceived him. Of course, this was just Seo Gusiab's unilateral view. His pride was hurt, and his dignity trampled. And what about Kang Woojin's insolence during the call? Thinks he's all that just because he got a bit famous? Flames seemed to flicker in CEO Seo Gusiab's eyes. All right, let's wait and see, you bastard. With a reddened complexion, he called someone over the intercom. Soon, several executives entered the CEO's office. CEO Gusiab coldly ordered them. Hey, let's dig up some dirt on Kang Woojin. Gather all the rumors that have been circulating about him. The next morning, a resort hotel a short distance from the island of the missing shooting location. It was around 8 a.m., a bit early, but Choi Sung-gun was seen in the hotel lobby. Let's see what's on the menu today. Seemingly, he came down for breakfast. Then, something occurred to him, and he accessed a search site on his phone. What Choi Sung-gun wanted to check was simple. Official, BW Entertainment confirms a 3-year extension contract with Kang Woojin. An official statement released by BW Entertainment just dozens of minutes ago. With this, Kang Woojin wouldn't be hitting the FA market. And Choi Sung-gun nodded in satisfaction after checking the article. That's settled, he briefly muttered before suddenly making a call somewhere. The recipient answered quickly. Yes, Appa. A slightly trembling female voice. Did you sleep? No. I'm about to go to the salon. I have a shoot at lunch. I've secured the expansion funds. You can accept them. BW Entertainment is going to grow, and I'll officially come to scout you soon. Really? Yes. So I was thinking of moving forward with what we planned. Oh. Choi Sung-gun moved to a secluded corner of the lobby and spoke to her over the phone, almost whispering. Hannah, let's break that bastard Seo Gusiab. 177. Appearance fee, 2. Choi Sung-gun's whisper into the phone was filled with firmness. My situation has mostly been resolved. Now it's just up to you to decide. On the other hand, The woman on the other side of the phone sounded quite surprised. This, all of a sudden. Suddenly? No. I told you. I've been preparing for this from the start. You were involved too. So I asked. That's right. But, Appa, are you sure it's okay? CEO Gusiab has a lot of influence. After all, I'm with GGO Entertainment. Worried about the existing celebrities? Or feel sorry? Well, that's possible. If things escalate, there could be controversy. Choi Sung-gun calmly continued his explanation. But, Hannah, if we leave things as they are, there will only be more victims, and CEO Gusiab's misdeeds will only increase. In the long run, it's also beneficial for the current ones. GGO Entertainment is already a large corporation, and if we don't trip them up now, we won't be able to touch CEO Gusiab later. Well, his weight in the entertainment industry is already enormous. But you plan to mess with him, Appa. Because I'm a crazy bastard. What that? But then again, I find myself agreeing when you say it. Choi Sung-gun chuckled. Eventually, if the GGO Entertainment shareholders take action, only CEO Gusiab will be replaced and things will be sorted out. Since GGO Entertainment is big, it will normalize quickly. There are also a lot of issues, so it'll be forgotten fast. Like Kang Woojin. Something like that. Most of it will proceed anonymously, but if it's too much for you, Hannah, you can back out. I'll continue with what I've been doing. It was true. Choi Sung-gun had been preparing something related to CEO Gusiab for quite some time. The exact timing was around the misunderstanding Film Festival. CEO Gusiab and Choi Sung-gun had not been on good terms since the past, and during the misunderstanding Film Festival, CEO Gusiab had realized Choi Sung-gun's interference and attacked accordingly. Although no one knew, in theory, Choi Sung-gun had blocked CEO Gusiab's path. Regardless of the circumstances, CEO Gusiab had indeed attacked Choi Sung-gun at the time. He disturbed Choi Sung-gun by spreading meaningless scandals about Hong Hai-yun. This continued even recently. He influenced the investors. Among the investors Choi Sung-gun met for the expansion of BW Entertainment, initially, they reacted positively, but at some point, they strangely turned negative. It wasn't just one or two. Finding this odd, Choi Sung-gun used his connections to uncover a few things. In conclusion, Chairman CEO Gusiab had muddied the waters. He intentionally met with investors to prevent BW Entertainment from growing by blowing his influence. Therefore, Choi Sung-gun had been waiting for the right timing. Actually, I was planning to move once the investment deal was 100% certain. But there's Chairman Hideki. Of course, the deal with Chairman Hideki was not yet confirmed. However, there was some hidden relationship between Kang Woojin and him, and Chairman Hideki definitely had big ambitions for Kang Woojin. So, what will you do, Hannah? Then, the woman on the other side of the phone responded after a brief silence. Yes, Appa. I'll give it a try. Afterwards, when BW Entertainment announced their official statement, it exploded. Official, BW Entertainment confirms a 3-year contract extension with Kang Woojin. The transfer rumors about Kang Woojin that had been an issue last week, stirring curiosity and rumors, seemed to settle down. Star Talk, monster rookie Kang Woojin, not undercutting his worth, extends contract with BW Entertainment. Kang Woojin sticks with his current agency amid expansion into Japan, rubbing shoulders with the big names/photo. Of course, the media still expressed a few curiosities. Feature, why did BW Entertainment and Kang Woojin start with a 1-year contract? Questions like why it was a 1-year contract, how much Kang Woojin's signing fee was, and what kind of conditions other entertainments had offered, etc. However, BW Entertainment only announced the fact of Kang Woojin's contract extension and kept quiet about the rest. Whatever it was, BW Entertainment secures Kang Woojin again, focusing on bulking up next year. Kang Woojin's agency is still BW Entertainment, and this news has been fully absorbed by the entire entertainment industry. Thanks to this, there was quite a bit of chatter here and there, and Kang Woojin's name was bustling all day today. Interestingly, Japan was also greatly stirred by Kang Woojin. Group shot with the actors of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Kang Woojin the only Korean actor. In fact, Japan had been in a frenzy since the day Kang Woojin had attended the script reading for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. More like a glow. While Kang Woojin was the key in Korea, in Japan, there were many keywords, including Woojin, renowned Japanese top actors, director Kyotaro, writer Akari, the Kashiwa Group, and even Chairman Hideki Yoshimura appears at the script reading, shakes hands with director Kyotaro Taniguchi. Chairman Hideki Yoshimura's sudden appearance at the scene. It was strange how quiet the Japanese media was. Meanwhile, there were many articles that made one feel the popularity of Kang Woojin in Japan. For example, the sight of journalists and fans gathered at Haneda Airport, mingling with Japanese actors at the script reading, scenes of interviews with various media, and even a fan signing event hosted by Netflix Japan. Notably, Kang Woojin's first fan signing in Japan, similar to a fan meeting, was quite a hot topic. Male friend making the scene turned into a fan meeting at the fan signing event. Kang Woojin Netflix Japan. Not only did Netflix Japan quickly upload a video, but the fans who participated in the signing event also flooded the internet with their own uploaded videos. On Japanese SNS, stories of Woojin's good deeds spread. Signing event for 300 fans plus 800 more showed up, a total of over 1,000 fans. Kang Woojin presents an unplanned performance for them. Korean actor Kang Woojin shows foreign fans what fan service is all about. Gradually, Kang Woojin's fan base in Japan thickened, and when a day passed, and it became the 22nd star issue, actor Kang Woojin's Japanese fan club is formed, named KWJ Aishiteru, TL. Aishiteru equals I love you. A formal fan club for Kang Woojin was established in Japan. On the 22nd, in Bio. The time was around 10 a.m. At the resort hotel used by the Island of the Missing team as their lodging. Kang Woojin could be found in his room. He was sitting at a simple two-person table in the room. Whether he had already washed up, his hair and face looked decent. What was interesting was, thank you Woojin SSI for making time from this early morning. Sitting opposite Woojin was PD Song Man-woo, wearing a lightweight padded jacket and sporting a beard. He seemed to have dark circles from often staying up late. Both last time and this time. Really, I feel somewhat sorry. Kang Woojin, with an indifferent face, shook his head to the slightly laughing PD Song Man-woo. No, it's fine. You must have had a hard time coming here this early. Not at all. It's clear you're busy, so it's the jobless person who has to move. Ha ha. Still, thank you for coming in person. I came out of my own greed, so you don't need to thank me. You know my personality. Once I have a goal, I feel like I have to come as soon as possible. Woojin, recalling PD Song Man-woo's personality of rushing headlong for his work. I didn't expect you to come all the way to Bio. How obsessed are you with your work? However, he spoke quietly, contrary to his thoughts. Please speak. I need to start preparing by 10:30. Yeah, I know. In fact, Kang Woojin's standby time for today was 12 p.m. Therefore, he needed to start makeup and such by 10:30 a.m. Soon, PD Song Man-woo changed back to his original serious expression. Take a look at this. He took out a yellow envelope from a paper bag he was carrying. It was thick. Handing it to Kang Woojin, PD Song Man-woo met his gaze as Woojin received the envelope. PD Song Man-woo straightened his posture and began to explain. It's a script. However, it's different from the one I gave you last time. That one is on hold, and this is a new script. Though he said hold, it was more like stopped. Kang Woojin had acquired his cooking ability from that script. Internally expressing his gratitude, Woojin listened as PD Song Man-woo spoke again. It's a new work by writer Choi Na-na. Although surprised internally, Kang Woojin asked calmly on the outside. Writer Choi's new work? Right? Explaining would take long. Simply put, it's a polished work of writer Choi Na-na's draft. I was intrigued after reading it, and chose it as my first independent project. The contract has already been concluded too. Oh really? But it hasn't been long since Male Friend ended for writer Choi Na-na. That's impressive. It was unexpected, but Kang Woojin reacted nonchalantly. Is that so? Yeah. And as soon as I saw this script, I felt it. The male lead is perfect for Woojin SSI. Honestly, it's rare to see an actor's face come to mind immediately after looking at a role, but this time, it was you, Woojin SSI. Of course, writer Choi Na-na thought the same. You'll see when you read the script, but the drama storyline is led by the male lead's strong presence. In other words, the existence of the male lead is very solid. I want you, Woojin SSI, to take on this role. PD Song Man-woo's eyes brimmed with determination. Kang Woojin, who had been staring at those eyes for a moment, lowered his gaze. There were two bundles of paper on the table in front of him, obviously scripts, each with a black square attached to the side. Among them, Woojin picked up the script labeled Episode 1. The first thing that caught his eye was the title embedded on the cover. Beneficial Evil. The title itself was intriguing to Kang Woojin. And no wonder, given the strong impression it made, especially after scripts like Male Friend. Oh, what's this? I'm curious about the content. Normally, he would have entered the void space right away, but this time, he flipped through the first pages of the script instead of going into the void space. He was curious about writer Choi Nana's second work, especially since they had worked together before, and this time it was not a short drama, but a 16-episode series. Flap. Reading the first line of the script, Beneficial Evil, Woojin internally exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, shit, it starts off rough, kicking off with action right away. But this was written by writer Choi Nana. That exclamation turned into interest, heightening Woojin's focus. About 5 minutes later, flap. After quickly flipping through a few pages, Kang Woojin suddenly closed the script and, filled with a slight tension and fervor, spoke to PD Song Man-woo. It's interesting. I'd want to read it right away if I had the time. He was sincere. PD Song Man-woo, his beard bristling with excitement, widened his eyes. Would you consider doing it, putting aside all other considerations, just as an actor? Yes, I think I would. At this, PD Song Man-woo stood up, his voice filled with energy. Okay, then, please keep reading. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll take my leave now. Please check thoroughly and let me know. Woojin, also standing up, politely responded. Understood, PD Nim. Thank you for coming. Don't worry about that. Oh right, I'll talk to CEO Choi too. But just know, we can definitely afford Woojin SSI. Just know that's our resolve. PD Song Man-woo showed a thumbs up as he left the room. Woojin had no chance to give a final remark. Regardless, Kang Woojin sat down again and picked up the script for Beneficial Evil. Specifically, swish. He poked the black square attached to the side of the script with his index finger. He had finished checking the content and needed to look at something else. Soon, Woojin entered the completely dark world of the void space. There, he walked towards the white squares floating around his chest level. Let's see. Stretching, Woojin began to check the recently updated works. But then, Woojin was slightly surprised. The reason was simple. The first was because there was a change in director on GA Box Leech. -8/scenario, title, Leech, SS grade. SS grade. It was a new grade of appearance. SS? Crazy. Leech was definitely S+ grade before, right? Furthermore, the grade had gone up by 1 level. This definitely changed because of me. Shit, don't go up, you cheeky smile. The change in Leech was undoubtedly thanks to Kang Woojin. After all, Woojin had recently confirmed his joining Leech. But SS grade? While the new grade was welcomed, Kang Woojin couldn't help but wonder. Leech was meant to be a Cannes Film Festival entry, wasn't it? What does the SS grade imply? Will it even be released later? Well, he couldn't confirm anything right away. But surely, it was a situation worth celebrating. Woojin's gaze, which had been slightly amused, shifted. Swish. He looked at the white rectangle for Beneficial Evil written by writer Choi Nana. -9/script, title, Beneficial Evil, S+ grade. This one started off at an S+ grade. It was like having two fanfares go off at once. Soon, Woojin, who had been rubbing his hands together, opened the script for episode 1 of Beneficial Evil after declaring his exit and returned to the room. Shit, no wonder it was damn interesting. At the same time, in Nanhyandong, at GGO Entertainment, having finished the morning's full meeting, Bulldog Seo Gusiab sat in the central seat of the 5-person sofa in his office. He had taken off his suit jacket and had a cigarette in his mouth, squinting one eye while looking at the tablet in his hand. Shush. On the sofas to either side of him sat the so-called right-hand men, the executive-level officers. Though they were called officers, it wouldn't be wrong to refer to them as loyal dogs doing Seo Gusiab's dirty work. Then, Seo Gusiab exhaled a long puff of cigarette smoke and put down the tablet with a small click of his tongue. Is this all there is? An officer seated on the left sofa bowed his head. Yes, CEO Nim. Damn, it's not even a joke. Isn't there anything stronger? With these flimsy things, would Kang Woojin even get a bruise on his face? I'm sorry, Kang Woojin hasn't been debuted for long, and there's nothing to be found from his past. So these are the best we have? Yes. Co Gusiab, glaring at the visibly frightened officer, exhaled another puff of smoke. Fine for now. We can fabricate something stronger later. Then, reignite the split personality stuff, the scandal between Kang Woojin and Wallin, and the drug-related rumors. Tie in some Japan stuff as well. Japan, sir? Yeah, just create suspicions. Does it even make sense for someone to know Japanese and Japanese Sign Language? Oh. Co Gusiab, who had briefly clicked his tongue, leaned back into the sofa. And I've shaken up all of Choi Sung-gun's investors. Why isn't that bastard Choi Sung-gun biting? He should be making a move or cursing out by now. I'll check on it. Push them to the edge of the cliff. That's when we can swallow up BW Entertainment. If things went according to plan, both Kang Woojin and Hong Hai-yun would be his. At that moment, Co Gusiab's phone on the table rang. It was a call, and he, having just put a new cigarette in his mouth, picked up the phone. Yeah, it's me. Uh-huh. But then, what? What the hell are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? Co Gusiab's face crumpled in an instant. Then, he threw the cigarette from his mouth and reached out to the officer in front of him, asking for the tablet. His eyes widened grotesquely as he rapidly tapped on the tablet screen. He harshly questioned the officers sitting on both sides. Damn, what the hell is this? The two officers, startled, hurriedly checked the tablet screen in Co Gusiab's hand. Soon, their eyes widened in shock, and Bulldog Co Gusiab began to scream violently. Damn it, don't just freeze, answer. Me. What is this? Naturally, the cause was what was displayed on the tablet screen. A leash had been put on the Bulldog. Exclusive, called out to karaoke at dawn. The confession of an actress towards GGO Entertainment's Co Gusiab. I wasn't the only one. Part 1 of 5 / Power Patch. It was the leash of downfall. Chapter 178. Chapter 178. Appearance Fee 3. CEO Co Gusiab had veins popping in his eyes, so vivid they seemed about to burst with a little more congestion. His face was also crumpled up as if it was being wrung out, resulting in wrinkles that made him look like a bulldog. And the color? It was as if all the blood in his body had congregated to his face, turning it beet red. Sitting on the sofa, shaking his hands and legs, Co Gusiab's rationality had snapped long ago. Now, he was filled with nothing but instinct and fury. Fuck. What the hell is this? His normally logical thought process was in a whirlwind. Why had such a damn situation unfolded? Who? When? Why? He clenched his teeth hard as he looked at the article displayed on the tablet. But the article did not disappear. Exclusive, called out to karaoke at dawn. The confession of an actress towards GGO Entertainment's Co Gusiab. I wasn't the only one. Part 1 of 5 / Power Patch. Power Patch, known for their exclusives, always ranked within the top 3 major media outlets if something significant was happening in the entertainment industry. Clearly, they had a connection with CEO Co Gusiab. Have these bastards lost it? No matter how lowly the media acts, what kind of nonsense is this without any prior notice or warning? In the entertainment industry, the relationship between media outlets and entertainment companies was all for show, a mask for mutual benefit. They laugh together in front, but are always ready to stab each other in the back. Even so, this was completely unexpected. At that moment, Huff Dash, CEO Co Gusiab, having finally suppressed his rage, said to the executives with a hot breath. His tone was ice cold. Are you going to just stand there like idiots? The two executives standing by Co Gusiab, who had been dumbly staring at the tablet screen, jumped in shock. To them, the bulldog-like Co Gusiab gave a low order. Call those fucking Power Patch bastards. It was then that the two executives hurriedly took out their cell phones. Sorry. We'll do it right now. Yes, me too. The two executives, hastily making calls somewhere. Interestingly, while the two executives, with their phones to their ears, while CO sub looked on. Swoosh. They quietly slipped out of the CEO's office. It seemed like they were stepping out for a more comfortable call, but the truth was different. It was an escape. Staying still in front of an erupting volcano would be truly idiotic, wouldn't it? Loyalty to a master was only possible when the master had power. Soon, the two directors who had left the CEO's office whispered to each other after seeing each other's faces. Seems like we're being thrown under the bus, doesn't it? What else could it be? That's why he should have kept it moderate. What to do now? What can we do? We need to find our own way to survive. The two executives reached an understanding. Betrayal. Turning their backs happened in an instant. Instead of making the calls they were supposed to, they hurriedly left the premises. Meanwhile, back in the CEO's office, CEO Gusiab, with bloodshot eyes, was checking the content of the article released by Powerpatch, part 1 of a 5-part series. In other words, there were 4 more strikes to come. The content of the article was filled with provocative information corresponding to the title. Powerpatch equals Gu Taeyun, Kim Jin-ki, Hwang Soyun reporters. Before the interview, actress A, who gathered her courage, let out a long sigh. However, she eventually began to recall the past and opened her mouth. It was quite some time ago. Late at night, after finishing shooting, I received a call from CEO Gusiab. Actress A's voice trembled as she showed the text message sent by CEO Gusiab. Finished shooting? Come to Cheongdam-dong karaoke now. Despite clearly refusing, CEO Gusiab began to threaten. Do you want to be buried in this industry? This was all arranged for your benefit. Come now. If you don't, I'll start canceling your schedule from tomorrow. At that time, and even now, the power CEO Gusiab held in the entertainment industry was immense, and actress A could not overcome his threats. The place she arrived at was crowded with CEO Gusiab, his acquaintances, entertainment industry PDs, and other related personnel. The first of the 5-part series of investigative articles that burst onto the scene was about entertainment. It discussed summoning actresses to act as hostesses, creating actual sponsor-like positions, or using celebrities as bait. The content of the article was both meticulous and detailed. It clearly felt based on solid evidence. Even more so, there wasn't just 1 or 2 victims. However, it was impossible for CEO Gusiab to identify the victims in the article. In fact, he had just slammed his tablet to the floor in frustration. Fuck. Damn them. He couldn't pinpoint anyone specifically. The reason was simple. The incidents mentioned in the article were just the tip of the iceberg. There were far too many similar cases. If you included even the minor instances, they were countless. And it didn't matter if the actors were male or female. The anonymity of the victims in the article was perfect. Soon, CEO Gusiab, who had been pacing angrily, swoosh, shakily held a cigarette between his trembling hands and put it to his lips, trying hard to calm himself down. He struggled to light it, and then shifted his gaze outside the door. Are these bastards making phones to call? Hey, TL. Making phones as in building or creating a phone. But calling the already fled executives returned nothing but silence. That silence gnawed away at the always firm-minded CEO Gusiab. The noose of despair around his neck tightened. He felt suffocated. Yet, Bulldog CEO swallowed his curses with a sigh. Right then, brrrr. His cell phone on the sofa's table spat out a short vibration. The problem was that the short vibration didn't end with just one. Brrrr. 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 The phone poured out countless notifications as if it was broken. Whoever was on the other end had undoubtedly seen the article. Eventually, brrrr. The call rang. That's when CEO Gusiab began to feel the reality of his situation. Fuck, I'm screwed. Later, on the morning of the 22nd, the snipe from Powerpatch that struck the entertainment industry was enough to attract the attention of hyenas. Breaking news, GGO Ant. CEO Gusiab under suspicion of treating signed actresses as hostesses. Issue pic, with numerous victims and even recordings. The unveiled true face of CEO Gusiab. By lunchtime and into the afternoon, the single article had burgeoned into hundreds, easily overflowing. Come to karaoke, CEO Gusiab's life was entertainment. If it were just a minor figure, a few more articles might have exploded and that would be it, but GGO Ant. CEO Gusiab was not of ordinary stature. He was a big fish among entertainment agency heads, given GGO Ant's fame and its many top-tier celebrities. Thus, various media outlets rushed in, eyes ablaze. Hey, reporter Kim, did you call GGO Ant? Yes. but it's not connecting. Ah, shit. Then just change up the wording or the title and keep it rolling. Ah, got it. But won't CO Gusiab freak out later? Who cares? Look at the speed these articles are dropping. Even that guy can't stop this. Just dump and go for as much as you can. However, Power Patch, the one that fired the starting shot, was currently quiet, as if conserving energy for the next blow. Regardless, articles continued to be produced en masse. GGO Ant, SCEO CO Gusiab scandal. But still 4 more shots to go. Eventually, by late afternoon, the name of CEO CO Gusiab filled the entertainment news entirely. With the situation having escalated to this extent, it wasn't just the media that was moving. As CEO CO Gusiab's name appeared on the evening news. Breaking news, allegations of using actresses as hostesses on Mr. CO Gusiab, CEO of the major entertainment agency GGO Ant, are emerging. Reporter Gong Chonghyun has the story. Numerous videos were uploaded on video platforms like YouTube. Exclusive GGO Ant, SCEO CO Gusiab's abusive voicemail. For fuck's sake, you're not listening well, Issueman TV. In-depth analysis of voicemails featuring CO Gusiab's voice. Rakaman reporter. Public opinion was utterly frigid. What a fucking disgusting bastard. Ruining the lives of people young enough to be his daughters and living so shamelessly. Lock him up. Wow. CO Gusiab. But this guy had rumors before. Feel so sorry for the celebrities who trusted and signed with this asshole. Another expose? Reality is nastier than dramas. CO Gusiab is just a thug, pretty much everyone knows, right? Just for the hosting and sponsorship, he should be in handcuffs. Power Patch still has 4 more shots by perverted trash. Yuck tui. Boycotting GGO Ant. But this was just the beginning. The next day, on the 23rd, Power Patch's second bullet was fired. Exclusive 0 payments for 3 years after debut. The luxury enjoyed by GGO Ant. SCEO CO Gusiab was all built by scamming rookie actors. Part 2 of a 5-part series / Power Patch. The situation was spiraling out of control, but there was no reaction from GGO Ant or CEO CO Gusiab. Then, around noon on the 24th, Power Patch's third bomb was dropped. Exclusive, a manager who left GGO revealed 3 instances of assault during 1 year at GGO. CEO CO Gusiab wielded not just power, but his fists too. Part 3 of a 5-part series / Power Patch. Eventually, the prosecution and police began to move. It was late morning on the 26th, 2 days later. The person who had started rolling this snowball, to begin with, was on the phone with Power Patch. Whom I saw? The timing isn't bad. It was Choi Sung-gun, located in Bio. Even though the world was in turmoil over CEO CO Gusiab, the filming of Island of the Missing continued. Choi Sung-gun, with his phone to his ear, spoke a bit away from the filming zone. Let's proceed with the remaining, as we discussed. On the other end of the phone, a familiar male voice was heard. It was an editor Choi Sung-gun had met in the past. Don't worry about that. Could you send over the remaining materials now? Hey, why would you say that? I'll give it to you as we see our agreement being kept. Again, anonymity and timing are crucial. Okay. Just don't give it to anyone else, then. Choi Sung-gun responded with a light smile. Let's not say things that are obvious between professionals. November 27th, Friday. While CO Gusiab was riding the train to hell, Kang Woojin's daily life hadn't changed much despite the entertainment industry shaking at its core. He was filming Island of the Missing and tackling a bursting schedule. Naturally, Woojin had heard about CO Gusiab but didn't give it much thought. He didn't see the need to. Hatred was something to discuss only if there was some level of relationship. To Kang Woojin, CO Gusiab was just another crazy man. What did he care if he was a big-shot entertainment agency CEO? Even director On Jae-bok was seen as just a neighborly grandpa to him, let alone knowing that Choi Sung-gun, who had orchestrated all these events, was looking out for him. Regardless, swoosh. Kang Woojin had just finished his shower and stepped out of the bathroom. He was in a resort hotel room in Bio. Soon, after drying his wet hair, Kang Woojin put on comfortable clothes and checked the time. 8 o'clock. The time was 8:10 p.m. Today had been another day of filming Island of the Missing for Woojin. It was about time to take a break. Having dried his hair, Kang Woojin picked up the script for Beneficial Evil, that he had recently received from PD Song Manwoo. Plop. He dived onto the bed. Ah, heaven. After rolling around in bed for a while, he picked up his phone instead of the script, prompted by a thought that had occurred to him. What Woojin accessed was his own YouTube channel. Channel name: Kang Woojin's Alter Ego. Subscribers: 6.61 million. Videos: 23. The Kang Woojin's Alter Ego channel was racing towards 7 million subscribers. And just a few hours ago, a brand new video was uploaded to the Kang Woojin's Alter Ego channel. However, it wasn't the usual song cover video content. Introducing the second content of Kang Woojin's Alter Ego channel. Avatar cooking teaser, Kang Woojin's Alter Ego. Views: 303,000 million / 2020. 11/27. It was a teaser video about the second content, cooking. Due to its different theme from usual, it had crossed 3 million views in just a few hours. The teaser video was simple. It combined Woojin's interview about what kinds of cooking he would show in the future with the Avatar cooking segment previously filmed with Han Yeong. Then, as Kang Woojin checked the teaser video, he scrolled down to the comments section. It was packed. No way. Cooking? Cooking? Wow, this is insane. Appa, I'm really good at eating. What? Does Kang Woojin also cook well? OMG, this is totally unexpected. If Appa can also cook, I'm really thankful. Lee Sangman's form is insane. Isn't Kang Woojin from our dining table part of the kitchen team? Wow. The teaser bits of Appa cooking are seriously so cool. Especially here at 124. Of course, the comments were good mix of Japanese and English. Woojin smiled, seemingly pleased. Good response. With the addition of official celebrity guests other than Wallin in the future, it would undoubtedly be more explosive. Naturally, the Kang Woojin's Alter Ego channel would naturally grow even bigger. That's when. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door. Though it was unexpected, Woojin nonchalantly got up and walked towards the door. Meanwhile, he hid his smile and put on his concept. It seemed like he knew who had come, and outside the open door stood Choi Sung-gun with bags in both hands and the sturdy Jang Soo-hwan. You're a little early? Hyungnim, we bought some stuff, but if you're hungry, we can buy more. Kang Woojin shook his head and let them into the room. Come in. Soon, Choi Sung-gun and Jang Soo-hwan placed the bags they were holding on the table, unveiling beer, soft drinks, and snacks. Among them, Choi Sung-gun handed a can of non-alcoholic beer to Woojin. This one's yours. It's non-alcoholic. Thank you. Didn't you turn on the TV? No. I was checking my YouTube channel. Choi Sung-gun smiled broadly. The teaser that went up, the reaction's killer, right? Jang Soo-hwan chimed in. The response was insane. I saw that an insane amount of comments were posted too. Choi Sung-gun, in his loose-fitting tee, turned on the TV and continued. It seems like the rush came because we opened up that Woojin here is the main in the kitchen team on our dining table. Around December 5th, when we leave for the Our Dining Table shoot in the US, if we upload the official video then, interest on both sides will explode. It's a win-win for everyone. Departure on December 5th. Today being the 27th, that left exactly 1 week until Kang Woojin's departure for the Our Dining Table US edition shoot. Has it already come to this? For a moment, Woojin felt a flutter of excitement. Wow. Geez. Going to the US really makes me nervous. Among the three, who had been chatting about Kang Woojin's Alter Ego, or Our Dining Table for the past few tens of minutes, Jang Soo-hwan checked the time and turned on the TV. It's time. All right. The channel Jang Soo-hwan turned on was KBC, and currently, commercials were airing just before the start of a new drama. Then, Choi Sung-gun crossed his legs and lifted his beer can. Drug Dealer was a massive hit, so viewers are going to be shocked out of their minds by Mysterious Man Next Door. Jang Soo-hwan gave a thumbs up. Of course, Drug Dealer surpassed 7.5 million viewers, and everyone praised Lee Sang-man and adored Woojin Hyung. And now a 180-degree different character appears, even with sign language. Woojin felt slightly awkward. Why are you going that far again? Ahem, it's embarrassing. He kept his mouth shut and focused on the TV. That's when. Oh, it's starting. The TV had moved on from commercials to the opening of the new drama. A lively OST with added violin played alongside cheerful animation depicting the main actors. Below, the names of the main actors appeared. As the OST concluded, the drama title was emblazoned in the center of a light purple screen. Freezing Love. Episode 1. For more chapters, you can check out my Patreon here. Patreon.com/Dreamscribe. If you are enjoying this novel, please consider reviewing and rating it at Novel Updates. Thanks. Smiling face with smiling eyes. To receive the latest update notifications or report any mistakes, join our Discord server link below. Discord server. https://discord.gg/woopreet. Chapter 179. Chapter 179, Appearance Fee 4. The first episode of Freezing Love, written by Lee Wool-seon, has begun. The broadcaster is KBC. The time is 9:50 p.m. It was scheduled for Fridays and Saturdays. Therefore, it was only natural for Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, and many related to Kang Woojin to move in front of the TV. Whether they were actors, PDs, or directors. Especially writer Nim. It started. Yes, all right, I'm coming. But the media has already started comparing, haven't they? Park Eun-mi writer Nim versus Lee Wool-seon writer Nim, and so on. Even so, our writer Park's ratings can't be beat. Anyway, kids, turn up the volume. Writer Park Eun-mi, who had recently started warming up for her new work, focused on the first episode of Freezing Love. Of course, Lee Wool-seon writer's new work, Freezing Love, premieres today. Drama pick. Opening Freezing Love. Can star writer Lee Wool-seon catch up to writer Park Eun-mi? From the return of Young Jang-hwan to drug dealer Kang Woojin sign language acting in Freezing Love has a lot to see. Thanks to Kang Woojin and others drawing enough attention for quite some time, many viewers also tuned into the KBC channel. Thus, the first episode of Freezing Love began. With a rather lively OST and a pleasant opening, Freezing Love turned dark as soon as the main character, Song Tae-hyung, who has severe OCD and cuts off relationships with people, appeared. The first about 10 minutes focused on introducing Song Tae-hyung's life and worldview. He, trapped in a cage, can't stand things being disordered and extremely dislikes interacting with people. Everyone outside of work, acquaintances, and family. Behind such a pathological appearance of Song Tae-hyung. Hey you, do you have something to say to me? For the first time, a character appeared. It was the mysterious man next door. The mysterious man next door on TV. In other words, Kang Woojin had a truly mysterious expression and atmosphere. The attire, such as a hoodie, was ordinary, but his eyes were deep, and his face was hard to read. Faced with Song Tae-hyung, he heard the question but did not answer. He just stared at Song Tae-hyung. It was a situation enough to make anyone feel bad, and viewers would think, what's with that person? Never mind. Are you about to take the elevator? I'll wait and take the next. 1. Song Tae-hyung, clearly annoyed, goes back into his house. However, the next day he encounters Kang Woojin again. This time, Woojin just stares at Song Tae-hyung without speaking. Song Tae-hyung does not hold back. Why do you keep making me uncomfortable? Either speak up or ignore me. The expressions of the two characters shown in the angle are polar opposites. Song Tae-hyung is frustrated, but the mysterious man next door is flat. Then, in the face of TV's Kang Woojin, embarrassment was blooming in his eyes. A unique atmosphere. Something about the mysterious man next door seemed to be tormented but hesitant to act rashly. Just that kind of vibe. This was expressed through the gaze and slight movements. But in the angle, Song Tae-hyung just found the mysterious man incredibly annoying. Don't look at me like that. It gives me the creeps. From here, the TV screen is filled with the mysterious man next door. A close-up, his face getting closer, seemed like a blank canvas. A canvas for painting the inner mind. Without a word, his inner feelings were reflected in his expression. Slightly pursing his lips, fidgeting, the tips of his lips trembling slightly, his eyes shaking, facial muscles twitching. It was odd. Who exactly is this character? At first appearance, he was quite suspicious, but now, he seemed like a shy young man. Lacking confidence, and the shyness was apparent in his stature. However, it was too delicate and detailed for Song Tae-hyung, who disregards relationships with people, to notice. What exactly I don't know why you are doing this to me, but I'll just ignore you. All right. Suddenly, the angle crosses between the two characters, and then Kang Woojin is shown again. Despite being ignored, he was smiling. A pretty smile. Anyone who saw it would smile too. Such a clean smile. That mysterious man next door took a step closer to Song Tae-hyung, who disliked him. Then, he clenched his right hand and brought it close to his nose, and the smile he was wearing brightened even more. The angle caught both Song Tae-hyung and the mysterious man next door. Song Tae-hyung was seen from the back and Kang Woojin from the front. Soon, a piano melody OST played, and subtitles smoothly appeared below the two characters. I like you. It was the interpretation of the sign language shown by Kang Woojin. From this point on, Woojin's sign language appeared frequently. It appeared both in long and short segments. Moreover, changes began in Song Tae-hyung's world. The mysterious man next door took charge of the early conflict resolution and tension in Freezing Love, delivering results beyond expectations. As evidence, many viewers exclaimed in admiration. Among them, from the beginning, news had spread that sign language would appear in the drama. So many of the current viewers of Freezing Love were people who used sign language. There were familiar faces too. Mom, that actor. His name is Kang Woojin. What do you think of his acting? She was the sign language expert who had participated as a consultant during the script reading of Freezing Love. She was sitting on the living room sofa with her mom, watching Kang Woojin in Freezing Love on TV. Their conversation was in sign language. The sign language expert could speak during the reading. In other words, it seemed she became a sign language expert because of her mom. Wonder whose son he is, tall and handsome. At her mom's out-of-the-blue response, the sign language expert furrowed her brows. No, Mom. I'm asking about his acting, not his face. Does he sign well? Yes, he does well. Did that actor learn it for this? He didn't learn it. It seems he already knew how to. Of course, he must have practiced to match the lines. That makes sense. I'm not well acquainted with actors, but sign language isn't just about moving your hands. Look at that actor's expressions and eyes. There's nothing awkward about it. He must have made a continuous effort, probably not wanting to inconvenience us. Kang Woojin. I saw him on set. He asked me a lot of questions. He wanted to make sure the character's background was clear. The mom, reassured by her daughter's answer, smiled slightly and looked back at Kang Woojin on TV. He's young but a remarkable and truly appreciative actor. I think I'll become a fan too. Of course, there were many viewers like these too, whether they use sign language or not. Especially for viewers who use sign language, the emotion was deeply conveyed. I've never seen an actor use sign language so naturally before. Right, but how can he be so different from his appearance in Drug Dealer? Although many works have dealt with sign language or disability acting before, the performance shown by Kang Woojin was arguably the best. How much did he practice? Honestly, I wasn't very interested in Kang Woojin, but this changed my mind. Naturally, even for viewers who did not use sign language, Woojin's acting was more than proficient. Therefore, wow, Lee Sang-man's swag is crazy. Kang Woojin only appeared briefly, but the impact was insane. Move. Call Kang Woojin back. Is that sign language done well? Yes, it's freaking amazing. Really makes you think if he lives by using sign language to this extent. It's interesting. Young Jang-hwan also acts well, but it doesn't seem as fun as Han Yang. Are you kidding me? Is Kang Woojin really crazy? His acting is seriously possessed. Right after Drug Dealer, but I can't see Lee Sang-man at all. Tomorrow, he'll probably be praised for his legendary disability acting. The real-time viewer chat was extremely heated. The next morning, Saturday, around 11 a.m., a Korean traditional restaurant consisting of detached houses on the outskirts of Seoul. Director Ahn Jae-bok was seen inside a VIP room. The large table in the room where Director Ahn was seated was already set with colorful dishes. Director Ahn, who had just picked up golden chopsticks, was wearing a purple mock turtleneck. However, Director Ahn was not alone. Across from him was a middle-aged man with an unmistakably extraordinary aura. His presence was exceptional. Sunbinim, do you exercise without fail? You seem to have lost a lot of weight. The voice was deep but gentle. It flowed leisurely, not rushed. It was a voice that, while relaxed, somehow conveyed authority. Then, Director Ahn Jae-bok, with his short white hair, showed a wrinkled smile to the middle-aged man opposite him. You seem to have gained more weight recently. I've been enjoying fishing. I've heard. So did you catch much? More misses than catches. But it gives me enough time to reflect. It's been about a year since you took a break from work. Has it already been that long? Yes. The middle-aged man, who was an actor, chuckled softly as he picked up a cup of water. Not just any actor, but one of the top 3 actors in South Korea, referred to as the top actor, actor Sim Han-ho. If director Ahn Jae-bak is considered the history of the Korean film industry, then top actor Sim Han-ho could rightfully be called the history of actors, a career spanning 30 years. He has won countless acting awards, and his filmography includes over 50 titles, including works from Hollywood and recognition at international film festivals abroad. A gem among gems. Indeed, his phenomenal filmography made him a monstrous real deal of an actor that top actors could not dare to overlook. His acting was evaluated with terms like explosive energy, immersion, and intensity. Rather, it was more akin to a roar than acting. Therefore, Sim Han-ho was known in the industry as the Gray Panther, not only because his long hair was gray, but also because the aura he and his appearance emitted was nothing less than that of a panther. At that moment, swish. Director Ahn Jae-bak, who had been gazing intently at the imposing Sim Han-ho, made a move. Take a look at this. What he passed over was a bundle of papers. Precisely, the Leech screenplay. Soon, a faint smile appeared on the stern face of Sim Han-ho. Is this your 100th work, Sunbae? Yes. Do it for me. I'll read it. Oh, we have a promise, don't we? Sunbae, you've grown more whimsical. With age, one tends to grow more whimsical rather than spirited. For some reason, despite the usual mythical aura of director Ahn Jae-bak, he seemed slightly weaker in front of the Gray Panther Sim Han-ho. It might be because the two were quite close. Sim Han-ho let out a small sigh and opened the screenplay. Flap, is this the first time you've given it to anyone? No, you're the second one. Sim Han-ho paused. Someone got it before me. Who is it? Director Ahn Jae-bak, with his arms crossed, gazed at Sim Han-ho for a moment before opening his wrinkled mouth. It's still confidential, but I should tell you. It's Kang Woojin. Silence spread for a moment. Both men did not speak. Especially, Sim Han-ho's gaze at director Ahn Jae-bak was enigmatic. Full of energy, but hard to read. After about 10 seconds, Kang Woojin. Yes, I understand. Understand. He's a valuable actor. Is that so? What? Well, I recently watched Drug Dealer. There, Lee Sang-man left the strongest impression on me. I wondered what I was like at that age. It made me think deeply. Director Ahn Jae-bak asked, as if surprised. Kang Woojin influenced you? His acting was seamless and detailed. So much so that I could only think of his character. The acting style I aspired to when I was young, though I never achieved it in the end. Indeed, there's a difference between your acting styles. If yours is a roar, Woojin's is silence. That's why he shines even more on camera. Sim Han-ho slowly nodded and closed the Leech screenplay. I'll read it. All right, I'll wait. But I'm going to rush you. Sunbae, what if you disturb me? More than that. While you're reading, take a look at the short film Exorcism too. You can catch a different scent from Woojin's Lee Sang-man. I guess I should give up fishing. A few dozen minutes later, after finishing their meal, director Ahn Jae-bak and top actor Sim Han-ho left the VIP room. Soon, they encountered a few staff members and moved toward the wooden gate, which was the entrance, passing through the garden of the Korean restaurant. What was peculiar was, among the group of men that brushed past them in the garden, the eyes of a man wearing glasses widened. The reason was simple. Isn't that director Ahn Jae-bak? And Sim Han-ho? The man with glasses was a reporter. However, he was a reporter for the social affairs news section, not entertainment. But he had many connections in the entertainment section. Therefore, he carefully took out his phone. Swish. He took a two-shot of director Ahn Jae-bak and Sim Han-ho. At this time, those two together, something smells. At the same time, Kang Woojin arrived at the large set complex of Island of the Missing in Bio. Woojin felt a chill as soon as he got out of the van in the parking lot. Crazy. It's freezing cold. It was the end of November. Winter had already arrived. Especially here, in a remote location, it was even colder. But Kang Woojin did not shrink back. The bravado running through his body with his blood dominated his spirit. As he confidently moved towards the filming site, Woojin Appa, among the team following behind, Han Young, with her blue bob hair, came up next to Kang Woojin while looking at her phone. Did you see this? Co Gusiab contacted you too, right? She then showed him the screen of her phone. A fresh article had just been published on it. Official Co Gusiab, embroiled in various criminal suspicions, to be ousted from his position as CEO of GGO Entertainment. It was news about Bulldog CEO Co Gusiab, or rather, his downfall. Although not everything was settled yet, it was safe to say Co Gusiab's end was determined. Of course, Kang Woojin reacted nonchalantly on the outside. Yeah, I received a call. But internally, he was slightly rattled. The CEO got fired away like that. Wow, the entertainment industry is freaking scary. Meanwhile, at the terrestrial broadcaster KBC's drama department, since Freezing Love had its first broadcast yesterday, the drama department was quite busy. Among them, the team of Freezing Love gathered around the PD and the production team. Sitting in front of a laptop was the assistant director, who, with his eyes closed, spoke to everyone including the main PD. We are #1 in our time slot. Woohoo! So what's the viewership rating? The surrounding PDs crowded in. Regardless, the assistant director gulped and said, the overall viewership rating for Freezing Love. He announced the checked viewership rating. 12.8%. It was a decent figure. In fact, it could be considered good. Recently, there were plenty of dramas not even hitting 10%. Therefore, the other PDs applauded. Congratulations, Dash. That's a good start, finally breaking 10%. But writer Lee Wool-seon might be a bit disappointed. Well, yes, but hitting 25% like Henry Yang is really tough. The director of Freezing Love breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's okay. We just need to keep raising it. At this moment. But the assistant director, looking at the laptop, wasn't done speaking. We did surpass 19% viewership. Briefly, though, the peak moment viewership hit 19.1%. What? What are you talking about? How can there be such a big difference between that and the overall? Where? Which part was it? To the excited crowd, the assistant director showed the laptop screen and answered. It's Kang Woojin's first appearance. Appearance fee, 5. At Woojin's first appearance scene, the momentary peak viewership rate hit 19.1%. The assistant director's words slightly surprised the PD of Freezing Love. Soon, the entire production team, including him, checked the screen of the laptop. Placed in front of the assistant director, the figures were unmistakable. The overall viewership rate for Freezing Love was 12.8%, and the momentarily peak viewership rate occurred at Kang Woojin's first appearance. Of course, the directing PD and the production staff had somewhat anticipated this. However, wow, Woojin is so hot right now. I thought there would be a lot of interest. But this much. That's incredible. You can tell where Woojin appeared just by looking at the viewership rate segments. Exactly. It really brings home how popular Woojin is. The figures exceeded expectations by a wide margin. This attracted the attention of KBC drama department PDs who crowded around like spectators, each adding their comment. Gosh, that's quite a difference from the overall rate. It's not just quite, it's a lot. I've never seen such a difference before. A peak viewership rate of 19.1%. That's crazy. Do I have to cast Kang Woojin in my next project? Hey, PD Kim, do you think Kang Woojin would come just because you called him? He's definitely going to turn you down. But even in Henry Yang, when Kang Woojin was there, it hit 25%, right? And then it dropped by about 5% after he left. Wow, Kang Woojin, does he really have that ticket power? The PDs shifted their conversation from Freezing Love to focusing on Kang Woojin. Regardless, the PD of Freezing Love composed himself. The performance is quite satisfactory. This year's KBC dramas have been rather lackluster. There were hardly any dramas that exceeded the 10% mark. Looking at it, Freezing Love belongs to the top tier. However, the top drama of the year was still Henry Yang, and the media had set up a rivalry between writer Park Eun-mi and Lee Wool-seon. Because of this, the PD felt a bit of disappointment while holding his phone. But still, yes, writer Nim. The main PD had to inform Lee Wool-seon, who was waiting, about the overall viewership rate. The overall viewership rate has been released. Lee Wool-seon's relatively calm voice came through the phone. How did it go? It went well. It can be considered the best this year. How much? The overall viewership rate was 12.8%. After hearing the results, Lee Wool-seon was silent for a moment before muttering softly. "TSK, I lost." The main PD quickly interjected. "Writer Nim, you can ignore the viewership rate competition. The genres are different to begin with. It's okay. Just talking to myself. By the way, which scene was the momentary peak viewership rate for the first episode?" The momentary peak viewership rate was 19.1%, and it was the scene where Kang Woojin first appeared. Then, Lee Wool-seon's voice, mixed with laughter, came through the phone. 19.1%? This proves Woojin's ticket power. An hour later, the official viewership rate for the first episode of Freezing Love, which was aired last night, was announced on the internet. Official writer Lee Wool-seon's Freezing Love first broadcast viewership rate 12.8%. Freezing Love exceeds 12% on first broadcast, but a slightly disappointing performance. Articles circulated by KBC Drama Department or the media itself were combined. The first broadcast of Freezing Love hit 12.8%, a respectable performance, but lacked impact. Unfortunately, it didn't have the explosiveness of profiler Han Yang. It was to be expected. After all, Han Yang had the highest viewership rate of the year. With the proliferation of content and the recent overall shrinkage in domestic viewership rates, 12.8% was still a respectable figure. It wouldn't have been strange for KBC Drama Department to set off fireworks. But the media still adds stimulation for clicks. Issue pick, The War of Star Writers. Among Park Eun-mi and Lee Wool-seon, the winner is Han Yang. Park Eun-mi versus Lee Wool-seon. The one smiling is Park Eun-mi. The winners and losers among the two-star writers are determined. Articles spread declaring that writer Lee Wool-seon has lost to Park Eun-mi. It was an inevitable phenomenon among the heavyweights of the writing community. Nevertheless, there were quite a few articles that accurately grasped the content of Freezing Love. And as expected, instant photo, Kang Woojin appearing early in Freezing Love/photo. The drama media did not omit discussions about Kang Woojin. Issue check. Freezing Love also hit a 19% viewership rate. Kang Woojin's entrance scene reaches a peak viewership of 19.1%. Did viewers flock to see Kang Woojin using sign language? Proving Kang Woojin's ticket power/photo. The bait and topics of interest were endless. Was it worth the hype? Public pours praise upon seeing Kang Woojin's sign language acting. Kang Woojin's popularity and energy, his sign language acting, comparisons with Han Yang, etc. Therefore, among the YouTube videos uploaded by the Freezing Love team for the first broadcast, the edited version of Kang Woojin's Mysterious Man Next Door attracted astonishing attention. What was unique? The drama was fun, but I was moved by actor Kang Woojin's sign language skills. Thank you so much. Many viewers' reactions included personal stories or expressions of being moved. It was said that Woojin's sign language acting comforted many hearts. At this time, Woojin. News also reached the island of the missing shooting set in Bio. Some actors and staff chatted about Freezing Love in a casual conversation. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, whose military uniform was torn to the point of disrepair, thought, viewership rate of 12.8%? I get the picture. He accepted it calmly while preparing for the next scene. He had received the viewership rates in the morning, but Woojin had known the outcome for months, specifically the rating. Naturally, thanks to the ability of the void space. -5/script, title, Freezing Love, grade B+. So, while he was pleased, he was not particularly moved. He just entered the grade into his mind. However, Woojin's team was exceptional. Appa, have you seen the YouTube comments? Your sign language acting is getting rave reviews. Already, videos edited just for your sign language acting are flooding in. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun, who had been relatively calm, guessed something else about the situation and whispered to Kang Woojin before shooting. Woojin, you saw the momentary peak viewership rate, right? It's because of you. Yes, CEO Nim. From previous works to Drug Dealer, Han Yang, and now Freezing Love. The viewership rates have fluctuated with your presence, you know? You understand what this means, right? Your ticket power is incredible. Choi Sung-gun continued to explain enthusiastically. Plus, all of them had good performance, right? No failures. To the public, you're obviously an actor they can trust. And to these jungle-like entertainment industry insiders, your status skyrockets. The difference with and without you is clearly visible. So what goes up? Choi Sung-gun's smile deepened excessively. Your value soars. The next day, Saturday night, the second episode of Freezing Love was broadcasted. Of course, due to the aftermath of the first episode, the viewers' forum was more chaotic, and the waiting reporters also significantly increased. Episode 2 of Freezing Love, that surpassed 12% begins. Can it achieve higher viewership rating than the first episode? Thanks to this, the second episode attracted more attention than the first. Episode 2 of Freezing Love was filled with resolving conflicts from Episode 1, adding new characters and introducing new events, gradually deepening the plot. In these intervals, Kang Woojin perfectly played the role of a special edition. Though he didn't appear in many cuts, his single appearance captivated the viewers. Such was the level of his acting and impact. The next day, Sunday morning, the overall viewership rate for Episode 2 of Freezing Love was announced. Official, Freezing Love Episode 2 viewership rate 13.3%. It was an increase from Episode 1, and this time too, the momentary peak viewership was due to Kang Woojin. With this, a solid affirmation that no one could dispute spread widely. Kang Woojin has solidified his position as a trusted actor, netizens say. If Kang Woojin appears, we must watch. Kang Woojin's ticket power, that is. Anyway, the entertainment industry pages on Sunday morning were bustling with talk about Freezing Love. However, by the afternoon of the same day, other issues also joined in. For example, the current situation of Bulldog Seo Gusiab. Walking into the interrogation room with his head down, Seo Gusiab/photo. Even drug dealer, which almost relinquished its spot as #1 at the box office. Drug dealers, 7 million viewers. Difficult to reach 8 million? Likely to finish around 7.6 million. It was a week mixed with many issues, but as such, the weekend disappeared quickly, and before long, the morning of November 30th, Monday dawned. Already the last day of November. Tomorrow would be December and the real end of year and Christmas season. Everywhere was hectic, whether in the entertainment industry, domestically, or abroad. Naturally, Japan was no exception. Among them, a large animation production company located near Tokyo Station. It was quite large. It occupied a 4-story building entirely. Several giant posters of hit anime produced by the company were hung on the exterior walls of the building, and various character models and small posters filled the lobby on the first floor. Many people came and went in the lobby. Visitors taking photos of the posters or models, employees of the animation production company, and officials, etc. A busy meeting was underway in a medium-sized conference room on the 3rd floor of such a company. The lighting in the conference room was slightly dim, and a prepared PPT was projected onto a small screen at the front using a projector. People filled the shaped desk. Half of them were executives of the animation production company, and the other half working-level staff. Among them, a woman in a suit standing next to the front screen spoke in Japanese to everyone. As such, our performance this second half has been poor. Not just viewership rates, but sales as well. An executive in front, balding, tapped his chin with a pen and asked, "Why do you think that is?" Excluding the first quarter, the works of the second, third, and now fourth quarter are all hot-blooded actions. Compared to last year, we lost a significant portion of female viewers. Another executive, with his arms crossed, joined in. Then we need to add works that can attract female viewers and fans from the start of next year. Yes, we're already setting the direction for that. Have you searched for works? We have something prepared. The female employee who answered sent a glance to the male employee standing next to the projector. Soon, something else was projected on the front screen. Not animations, but original works to be made into animations. Comics, novels, light novels, dramas, etc. Mostly works focusing on romance and rom-com. However, although many works were listed, the expressions of the executives did not improve much. It seemed like they didn't find anything particularly appealing. At this point, A middle-aged female executive wearing square glasses sighed softly and interjected in a low voice. Shouldn't we add something fresh? These are similar to what we had last year or the year before, aren't they? The other executives nodded in agreement, as if to say they agreed. That's right. The number of animation production companies is increasing every year, and at this point, we also need to try something daring. Here, the female employee standing by the screen cleared her throat and then spoke up with emphasis in her voice. Then how about this? Instead of familiar tastes, we look for original works in Korea or China. However, since there are already quite a few Chinese originals, Korea would be better. The web novel and webtoon market there has indeed grown noticeably. At that moment, if we're looking for a Korean original, the middle-aged female executive with square glasses interjected again. How about we go for a proven work? Proven? Like what? Netflix's Male Friend. Surely some of you have seen it, a 4-part mini-drama, and the story itself is suitable for animation. As you all very well know, its popularity is very high. It's still all the rage on SNS and communities. Making a drama into an animation already had precedence, but bringing a Korean work over to make into an animation was sufficiently challenging. With the original work being such a hit, we can aim to draw in fans of the original, and additionally, we can benefit from the power of the Hallyu wave. Most of the executives nodded, and the middle-aged female executive continued with what she was thinking. Adding to the freshness, it's just my thought, but how about casting one of the actors from Male Friend as a voice actor? Amid the murmuring, a familiar name was mentioned. Perhaps Kang Woojin? Are you talking about Kang Woojin? As if confirming the correct answer, the middle-aged female executive with her hands clasped together told everyone. Yes, Kang Woojin. His popularity has risen from Hanryang to Male Friend, and now the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. And if you watch AIM Talk Show or his YouTube, his Japanese is at a native level, so there's no problem. Indeed, something involving Kang Woojin would be quite sensational. Have you ever heard Kang Woojin sing? You would believe he's a singer. It's also the main content of his YouTube. Plus, during the fan signing event he held in Japan recently, he was talked about for his good deeds. So, he could also participate in the OST. The popularity of animation in Japan is beyond imagination. A steadfast top of the content market. It would be fair to say that the content market in Japan is dominated by animation. With its tremendous popularity worldwide, what more is there to say? And now, if we consider the upcoming, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger as well. Male Friend and Kang Woojin, an animation production company within the top 3 in Japan, known for many hit works, is discussing Kang Woojin. Isn't it worth the challenge? The next day, December 1st, at Director On Ga Bak's house. Director On Ga Bak, dressed in comfortable pajamas, was sitting on the living room sofa. What was peculiar was that he was looking down at his phone with a somewhat strange smile. What he was looking at was an article. Exclusive Director On Ga Bak, who had not shown himself, suddenly spotted dining with top actor Sim Han-ho. Is Sim Han-ho selected for the lead in the legendary 100th film/photo? Then, as Director On Ga Bak quietly scrolled through the article, a wrinkled smile spread across his lips. Oh my, there was a reporter there? Chapter 181. Chapter 181. Appearance Fee 6. In the morning, around 10 a.m., a familiar van running on the road catches the eye. It was Kang Woojin's vehicle. However, inside, although Choi Sung-gun and the usual members of Woojin's team were present, Woojin himself was not. It was to be expected. They were on their way to pick up Kang Woojin. Woojin's departure from work had been too late yesterday, so they delayed going to work a bit. Therefore, the destination of the van was Kang Woojin's office del. Incidentally, Woojin's schedule was also packed today. The morning started with a meeting with the Our Dining Table team, including PD Yoon Byung-seon. With only 4 days left until departure to the USA. After handling a few interviews, they would head to Bio for the late lunch to shoot Island of the Missing. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, who had a tired look on his face in the passenger seat, let out a light exclamation after looking at his phone. Then, Han Yi-young, the main stylist among several in the back seat, reacted. She leaned close to the passenger seat, asking him, "What's the matter, CEO Nim?" "Oh, there's this article that came out of nowhere." "Really? Show me." Responding to Han Yi-young's question, Choi Sung-gun lifted his phone. The article that immediately came into view. Exclusive director on Ga Bak, who had not shown himself, suddenly spotted dining with top actor Sim Han-ho. Is Sim Han-ho selected for the lead in the legendary 100th film/photo? It featured domestic heavyweights. Director on Ga Bak and superstar Sim Han-ho. While it wasn't a problem for the two, who were already close, to be photographed together, the title written by the reporter was eye-catching. Soon, the other stylists crowded around Han Yeung to check the article. Wow, awesome. See Sim Han-ho? What's this? Is Sim Han-ho really doing leech? It seems like the reporter just took a picture of them eating and made up the title. But the timing is just perfect. Director on Ga Bak has started his 100th project. If after Woojin Appa, actor Sim Han-ho is picked, the stylists were buzzing with excitement. Given the immense influence Sim Han-ho had in the acting industry, director on Ga Bak and now Sim Han-ho, Kang Woojin seemed to diminish in comparison. However, Woojin's confirmed casting in Leech was still confidential, and amidst the murmuring stylists, Choi Sung-gun stroked his chin. Actor Sim Han-ho? I didn't expect this. No, should I have expected it? The two are close. This article seems like gossip for now. But if it's true, Leech was already a project loaded with much significance. It was director on Ga Bak's 100th film, marking a milestone in the history of domestic cinema. The Cannes Film Festival, Kang Woojin's debut at an international film festival, etc. And now with superstar Sim Han-ho included, the scale becomes tremendously big. At this point, Choi Sung-gun considered all possible scenarios. What needed to be thought about was the chemistry between Kang Woojin and Sim Han-ho. Sim Han-ho was a 30-year veteran superstar, and Kang Woojin was a rookie of just a year. How would the public view this pairing? What about everyone in the entertainment industry? Their acting synergy? And what about Kang Woojin's thoughts? Woojin always had a way of not being swayed by others, but Sim Han-ho was on a different level from the typical top actors. Woojin might feel a bit pressured. If that were the case, could director on Ga Bak give up on Sim Han-ho? As Choi Sung-gun pondered various thoughts, the van driving on the road arrived at Kang Woojin's office. Screech. It stopped in the usual underground parking lot. Rumble. As soon as the door opened, Kang Woojin, wearing a hat, appeared. Today, as always, he was the epitome of cynicism. Good morning. Receiving greetings from Han Yeung and the other stylists, including Jang Soo-hwan, Woojin got into the car, and as soon as the van started moving, Choi Sung-gun informed Kang Woojin about the news. Woojin, I sent you an article on KakaoTalk. Check that first. Yes, CEO Nim. Woojin quietly responded and checked his phone. He read the article for a moment. His expression remained solid. However, wow, shit, is this for real? Inwardly, he was startled. Sim Han-ho? Sim Han-ho? Every Korean knows he is a superstar actor. In the past, Woojin had watched Sim Han-ho's movies and often thought, his acting is incredible. Sim Han-ho is god tier, isn't he? But he's doing the same movie as me? Reality felt dulled again. The pressure was mounting. At this point, Choi Sung-gun asked a question. It's not certain yet. But if it's true, what do you think? Kang Woojin's response, as he lifted his head, was cool and simple. It doesn't matter to me. Because he was stomping down his feelings of pressure internally. I don't know shit. Just think of him as another old man. It was extreme mind control. Meanwhile, at the Our Dining Table office, the Our Dining Table team, gathered in the office, was truly busy. PD Nim, do we take the props? Of course, but leave out what we can buy locally in the US. We don't want to extend the immigration inspection unnecessarily. Got it. I saw plenty of Korean markets there when we went to the US for the site visit. Writers, the production team, and dozens of staff were busily packing their luggage. PD Yoon Byung-seon, wearing glasses, was no exception. Half of his team had already moved to the US. The preparation in Korea was handled by PD Yoon Byung-seon's team, and the local preparation in the US was taken care of by the main writers' team. Is the accommodation issue in the US resolved? Yes. I called, and they said everything was sorted out. Check again, and start contacting the participants. Send them a list of luggage to bring, too. Understood. If we get tangled up in the departure process starting from the 5th morning, it's going to be chaos? And where's Woojin SSI? He's almost here. The reason PD Yoon Byung-seon was meeting with Kang Woojin today was because he was key to our dining table. In other words, cooking. Without cooking, our dining table would be no different from an empty can. Let's hurry. We'll have the meeting with Woojin SSI over lunch. At the same time, in Incheon, Paradise S City, a mega-resort hotel located in Incheon. The large hotel, along with a giant swimming pool, casino, club, etc. Paradise S City, was so large it could be considered a holiday destination rather than just a hotel. In the plaza, a huge hall responsible for events at Paradise S City, construction was in full swing. The stage. Please check this side of the stage. Just a moment. We'll test the lights now. Section A. Yes, that's good. Section B. When will the screen on the side be installed? I'll check. Dozens of people from the facility team and another dozen leading the construction were busy. Despite the abundance of people, the space was so vast it didn't seem crowded. Then, a man wearing a badge around his neck and holding a walkie-talkie shouted from the front of the stage. Above him hung several large screens. Start with the logo? Let's saw the prepared logo first. Soon, the dark screens above lit up, displaying a video. Black and gold swirled together before a trophy and a title appeared beneath it. Dash, the 41st Blue Dragon Film Awards, 2020. That was it. Paradise S City was the venue for this year's Blue Dragon Film Awards. The Blue Dragon Film Awards were just a few weeks away. Okay, next, the promotional video. Let's hurry up. The end of 2020 was less than a month away. In the late afternoon, at the time when news about Leech continued to gain traction, the conference room of DM Production, where PD Song Man-woo was the director and CEO, was bustling. It was the first time the conference room was filled since the production company was established. People filled the shaped table. There were faces that seemed familiar and others that were new. Among them, sitting in the prominent seat near the entrance, was a very familiar face. It was drama. Magnate PD Song Man-woo. Flanked by dozens of people on both sides. Soon, PD Song Man-woo took off his lightweight padding jacket and declared to everyone, "Let's begin." If PD Song Man-woo is the main, what could it be? It was the production meeting for the new work, Beneficial Evil by writer Choi Na-na. Of course, this was the first implementation. That is, the people gathered were the key staff of Beneficial Evil, as well as part of PD Song Man-woo's crew. That's why there were familiar faces. They had worked together on Hanryang after all. Then, PD Song Man-woo, stroking his chin beard, lightly sighed and broke the ice. Shall we start with the casting? All the key staff picked up the tablets prepared in front of them, and a square-jawed man seated next to PD Song Man-woo spoke up. He was the casting director, CD. Before we start, PD Nim, has there been any progress with casting Kang Woojin? As Kang Woojin's name was mentioned, all the key staff looked at PD Song Man-woo, who scratched his chin and gestured for them to wait a bit. I've passed the script to him, and I've heard that he finds it interesting. You can take it positively. A sound of ooh came from among the key staff, to which PD Song Man-woo threw cold water. But we haven't received a definite response yet. Let's wait a bit more. He's quite quick to read, so he'll make a decision soon. The CD slowly nodded in response. Understood. But as you know, for Beneficial Evil, we must confirm the male lead first. The rest of the casting can proceed afterwards. I know. At that moment, the overweight cinematography director chimed in. He had handled the camera for Hanryang as well. Wow, Kang Woojin is killing it. It feels like yesterday he was just an office worker, and now he's the sole lead in a PD Song's work? And that's within just 1 year of debut. Similarly, the art director from Hanryang joined the conversation. How much is Woojin's market value these days? The CD's response came quickly. Based on market evaluation, it's generally up to 60 million, but it will go higher. Have you all seen the situation with Freezing Love? The overall viewership was 12%, but do you know how much it fluctuated with Kang Woojin's appearance? The peak viewership hit around 19%, right? That's right. Now, Kang Woojin has firmly established himself as an actor with solid ticket power. Plus, all the projects he's already joined are all major productions. At this moment, PD Song Man-woo, with his arms crossed, thought about Kang Woojin's rising price. 60 or more, perhaps 70. The CD, looking down at the tablet, redirected the conversation. What you're seeing now is Plan A. assuming Kang Woojin is confirmed. The one next to it is Plan B, the version without Woojin. It would be better to go with Woojin if possible. That's right, more than half of the people here have worked with him on Henry Yang. We mesh well together. It was then. But PD Song? A muscular man seated in the middle called out to PD Song Manwoo. He was the martial arts director. Is Kang Woojin martial arts okay? What do you mean? What do you mean what? Beneficial Evil already has a lot of action scenes. I'm currently drafting the martial arts storyboard based on the script, and just from the angles I've got, it looks like it'll take over 3 months of practice alone. But can Woojin handle that? I heard his schedule is already overloaded. As you know, once we start martial arts practice, it's not something you can just dabble in for a few weeks. It needs a solid 3 months at least, but with Woojin's tight schedule, can he manage that? PD Song Manwoo and the key staff quickly understood. PD Song Manwoo answered, 3 months? Is that enough? The minimum. Of course, it's not all day, but he needs to do it for more than 4 hours a day. As far as I know, Woojin hasn't done any action-oriented projects yet. Right? It's his first time being upfront about it. Woojin's acting is killer, we know, but martial arts is a different field, isn't it? We need to check. You know, there are actors who are good at acting but bad at martial arts. For example, Jung Jae-hwan from Freezing Love? Jung Jae-hwan is weak in martial arts, so he doesn't sell well in movies, right? We definitely need to check. With Woojin's side, the concerns deepened. However, PD Song Manwoo's expression was very firm. It's okay if Woojin is a bit awkward with martial arts. He can compensate with his acting. December 2nd, morning. Inside Kang Woojin's van. The van was bustling through Seoul's roads. Naturally, Kang Woojin and his team was inside it. Currently, Woojin was wearing his cap pulled down low, and their destination was a shop in Cheongdam-dong. The first schedule of the day was a shooting for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. It was for new content related to cooking, and there was a guest. It was Wallin. Anyway, Flap, Kang Woojin, wearing a cap, was silently reading something. It was the Beneficial Evil script that PD Song Manwoo had passed on last week. He had already read through episode 1 and was into episode 2, and it seemed he had almost finished episode 2 as well. Exactly 10 minutes later, when the van stopped on the congested road, Kang Woojin closed the script he was reading. His expression was cynical, but internally, he gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Wow. Shit, did writer Choi Nana really write this? Soon, Kang Woojin checked the situation outside the window and his condition. It seemed like it would take some time, and he felt energetic. Should I have a quick read? Muttering to himself, Woojin secretly pressed a black square attached next to the Beneficial Evil script. His view quickly changed. He soon entered a completely dark void space and stretched out, also loosening the tight hold on his usual persona. Then he walked towards the array of white rectangles laid out in front of him. Let's just go through episode 1 of Beneficial Evil and come back. Kang Woojin moved his hand. -9/script. Title, Beneficial Evil, S+ grade. Episode 1, /episode 2. The completion level is very high for a drama script. 100% reading is possible. Naturally, he chose Beneficial Evil. The text in front of Woojin changed. You have selected the script. Title, Beneficial Evil. Listing characters available for reading, experience. Woojin confidently selected the name of the first male protagonist. Then, after a brief moment of silence, a very familiar robotic female voice echoed in the void space. Abilities exceeding the basic specs have been detected. Acquiring martial arts first. Kang Woojin's lips curled up. It was a deep smile that couldn't be seen in his usual persona. Oh, martial arts. Chapter 182. Chapter 182. Appearance Fee 7. Abilities exceeding the basic specs have been detected. Acquiring martial arts first. A familiar female voice echoed in the endlessly dark void space. Martial arts? Really? Martial arts? Kang Woojin's lips curled up. It was the moment the void space was gifting him some ability again. Actually, Woojin had thought about it while reading the script of Beneficial Evil. There are many action scenes, aren't there? And so, he had some expectations. Could something like action also be acquired? But it wasn't certain. The techniques used by the male lead in episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil to subdue opponents, self-defense, martial arts, or violence were impressive, to say the least. The past is unclear. The past of the male lead wasn't clearly expressed in episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil. It might be explained as the episode's progress, but it was absent in the early parts. So, the techniques he used weren't specifically described. They were shown in a rather indirect manner. In other words, less certain than languages, vocals, or cooking. But still, now that he was going to possess everything about the character, the martial arts movements would be engraved, right? Woojin had thought. But instead of just movements, he was going to acquire martial arts itself. Kang Woojin, impressed anew by the capabilities of the void space, said this to the robotic female voice, though she would not respond. I don't know what it is, but thank you for the martial arts. As if in response, the female voice spread throughout the void space. Preparing for martial arts reading. Preparation complete. Martial arts reading will now begin. Soon, a vast gray swallowed Kang Woojin who was standing there. Despite having experienced it several times, Woojin could never quite get used to this moment. Everything turned from black to gray in an instant, a cool temperature, and a tingling sensation in his lower abdomen. However, oh, what's this? This time, Kang Woojin was not floating in the gray space. Swish. He could feel the ground. Or was it the ground? Uncertain. But what was clear was that Woojin's feet were indeed standing on this unpleasant gray surface. He could support his weight, and walking was possible too. Soon, Kang Woojin scanned the all-gray space. It was silent. Nothing was happening. Woojin slightly tilted his head, but bent over anyway. He swept the gray ground with his hand. It was strange. It was just gray, but the sensation felt like pushing away fine dirt. That was when it happened. Swish. A very short breeze brushed against the cheek of Kang Woojin, who was bending over. A sign of presence. He felt a chill on his forearm and slowly lifted his head. Ah, damn. That startled me. Someone was standing about 5 steps ahead. No. Someone. Was it appropriate to describe it as someone? Woojin flinched slightly at the figure in front of him. The reason was simple. What stood before him was merely in the shape of a human silhouette. The height and build were almost similar to Kang Woojin's. However, unlike Woojin, it had only one color. Black. From head to toe, entirely black. A shadow? Yes, it seemed appropriate to call it a shadow. It was as if Kang Woojin's shadow was standing in front of him. That made Woojin lift his right arm, wondering if it would mimic him. If it did, it would really be a shadow. However, nope. The shadow did not move. What is this? Just as Woojin's body tensed up. Oh, suddenly, Woojin's slightly stiffened body moved on its own, smoothly. It was a semi-forced feeling. Much like when he experienced, read, a roll. Kang Woojin slowly approached the standing shadow, and was throwing a punch towards the black face that showed no expression. However, whoosh. The shadow did not allow Kang Woojin's punch. It grabbed the punch, and, before the recoil could even finish, grabbed Woojin's neck and tripped him. Kang Woojin fell onto the gray ground in an instant. There was no pain or discomfort. However, there were actions, and the perspective changed. Kang Woojin's body sprawled on the ground. Surrounded by gray in all directions, it was confusing whether he was lying down or floating, but Woojin was definitely sprawled out, looking up at the ceiling. What just happened? The whole situation happened so suddenly that Kang Woojin couldn't digest it right away. He just blinked his eyes. At that moment, Kang Woojin saw a shadow in his field of vision. To be precise, it seemed like a black figure was looking down at Woojin, who was lying down. And then, swish, the black figure slowly attaches itself to the lying Kang Woojin. It was merging with him. Soon, Woojin could feel it. Oh, something was imprinted in his mind. Afterwards, Kang Woojin. -9/script. Title, Beneficial Evil, S+ grade. After obtaining martial arts, he re-entered the world of Beneficial Evil. A. Jang Yunwoo reading preparation in progress. Preparation complete. It is a script or scenario with very high completeness. The realization rate is 100%. Reading will now begin. Jang Yunwoo was the name in Beneficial Evil. The world and weather he saw changed. The sun was so hot that sweat was pouring out. There, Kang Woojin stood. The sweltering heat felt on his forearms, and head was clear. The sunlight was direct, making it dazzling to the eyes. Suddenly, numerous things were instilled into Woojin. Kang Woojin realized that there was a sweet taste in his mouth. He raised his right hand and took out what was in his mouth. It was a pink lollipop. Strawberry flavor, perhaps? Ah, yes. Woojin was aware that his head was filled with thoughts of cigarettes. TCH. He wanted to smoke. He badly wanted to smoke a cigarette. Such desire and irritation filled Woojin's head. It was natural. Emotions, senses, mood, and this world were forcibly injected into him. Yes, this was a different reality. And Kang Woojin was Jang Yunwoo. Jang Yunwoo was wearing a suit in this heat. It felt snugly fit, but without a tie. Sweat trickled down inside his shirt. It was sticky and unpleasant. Woojin sighed deeply. Ha, summer, it's hell. The tone of his voice was moderately deep. Jang Yunwoo was not overdone. There wasn't particularly anything that stood out. Ordinary short hair and build. He frowned deeply, but it was a common expression. No, rather, he even looked dazed. He was ordinary, except for one thing. His eyes contained a lot. Strangely deep. It was threatening, and danger lurked in them. Then, Woojin scanned his surroundings. He was inside a fairly large apartment complex. That's when, do, a foreign car with a peculiar engine sound whizzed past Woojin, capturing the attention of the people inside the apartment complex due to its bizarre noise. The foreign car stopped right next to the entrance of the underground parking lot. It was not a place where parking was allowed. Yawning widely, Kang Woojin carefully observed the foreign car. Meanwhile, an elderly security guard, who even at a glance appeared kind, noticed the foreign car while picking up trash. Hey there, you can't park your car there. The elderly security guard moved towards the foreign car. At the same time, the driver's door of the foreign car opened. A man in a tight short-sleeved shirt and shorts stepped out. His bulky body was covered in tattoos. Soon, the tattooed man and the elderly security guard locked eyes. The elderly security guard seemed to recognize the tattooed man, flinching but eventually spoke. Up, Boss Nim. The tattooed man approached the security guard with a menacing face. What now? I'm sorry, but if you park here, it causes inconvenience to the residents. Could you please move your car? The tattooed man, who was abruptly scratching his head, began to get excited. This fucker. The old fart is going crazy again. Huh, wasn't it enough getting scolded last time? No, that's not it. What do you mean, no? Do I look like a joke to you? I mean, it's my house, and I'm parking my car. Why are you meddling? It's because the residents are inconvenienced. What? Am I blocking the entrance to the parking lot? Look, there's enough space to pass by. I'm really pissed off. Today's been shitty enough. Hey, old man, do you want to stop living? Huh? Fucker, I pay your salary with my money. Huh? What's your name? You're in big trouble now. Give me your number. I'll make sure to shake you down to your soul. The tattooed man, now flushed with anger, pushes the elderly security guard's shoulder. The atmosphere suggests this isn't their first encounter. It feels natural. The man forcibly took the phone from the pocket of the pushed security guard, entered his number, and learned the security guard's number. In the midst of their squabble, the security guard tripped and fell. Ouch! The tattooed man drops the confiscated phone onto the chest of the fallen elderly security guard. Answer the phone when I call, got it? I'll make you suffer as much as I'm annoyed. Just try not answering. I'll go straight to the management office and make sure you're fired. And don't overstep. I don't care whether you're old or not. Huh. The man kicks and slaps the fallen security guard, issuing a threatening warning. The violence becomes more apparent with many onlookers. He then yelled at the gathering residents with malice. What are you looking at? Huh. Go on, get lost. It was a display of power. Then, the tattooed man sneers at the elderly security guard struggling to get up. Geez, making a fuss. It was when the man was about to push the security guard's shoulder again. Living is tough, huh? Just stay down. Why bother getting you whack? Whack. The bulky man suddenly flew through the air and slammed his head against the door of his car. Cough. An unexpected blow. Someone had kicked the tattooed man in the side. Consequently, the tattooed man, clutching his abdomen and head, looked straight ahead. A man in a suit, one hand in his pocket, was standing there. Jang Yunwoo. In other words, Kang Woojin. Woojin found the tattooed man utterly insignificant. Less than a bug. Nonchalantly rolling a candy in his mouth, Woojin's eyes were utterly unbothered. He simply looked down at the tattooed man while sucking on the candy. Soon. You fucking bastard. What the hell are you? The tattooed man, enduring the pain, quickly got up. Woojin tilts his head slightly while scanning the man from head to toe. He's a bit taller than him. Probably weighs at least 20 kilograms more. But he's utterly defenseless. Kang Woojin, removing the candy from his mouth, said softly, "Why do you need to know, pork soup? Provoking carelessness and bravado. You son of a bitch. You're dead today." Stride by stride, the tattooed man approached Woojin without hesitation. In a moment, Kang Woojin's eyes quickly scanned from his chin to his neck and all over his body. The vital points were clear. The man was unaware that his weaknesses were exposed. Less than a bug. Knocking him out would be easy. Even killing him if it came to it. However, that would be wrong. At this moment, the tattooed man, puffing with aggression, swung his thick fist at Woojin. To Kang Woojin, it seemed like slow motion. Slow. Right-handed. No technique. Just a punch filled with momentum. No, that was more like a dance. It lacked force. Since he didn't use his legs or waist, that was expected. You know, if you hit someone like that, you'll break your hand? Whoosh. Woojin easily deflected the man's approaching fist. His punch fell powerlessly. The man looked panicked. However, Kang Woojin gave him no chance to recover. He immediately grabbed the back of the tattooed man's neck with one hand, exerting a grip strong enough to tear it off. The tattooed man's waist bent helplessly at 90 degrees, and he spat out groans of intense pain. Kuga, kuhuk, hyuk, drool dribbled from his mouth. Woojin, bending down to the man's face, locked eyes with him for a few seconds, expressionless. Then, swish. Woojin took the phone from the man's shorts, deleted the security guard's number he had entered, and said, "Go." He said this simply to the elderly security guard standing right in front with wide-open eyes. "Just leave it to me and go back to what you were doing." Oh, but still. "Go, you're getting in the way." Huh. His tone wasn't gentle. Kang Woojin was actually bothered by the security guard in front of him. "I am not justice. So, I have no reason to receive your gratitude. I said go. I too am evil. I merely targeted another evil." Soon, Kang Woojin's heart was filled with darkness. Such emotions were pervasive. The elderly security guard hesitantly moved away. Regardless, the tattooed man, whose nape was caught by Woojin, continued to rage, his waist still bent. "Hyoyok. Hey, hyuk. Let go. Let go. Hyuk." The bug is unbearably noisy. Woojin was annoyed. Thanks to that, more strength went into his grip. Quack. At that moment, thud. A woman got out from the passenger side of the yellow foreign car, sobbing. "Ple, please, please stop. My brother will die." She cried out to the people around. "Someone please. Stop him." But no one stepped forward. On the other hand, Woojin, who had been staring at the newly arrived woman, slightly relaxed his grip. Not completely, but just enough to let the tattooed man wriggle free on his own. Cool. Fuck. Coughing, the tattooed man moved a few steps away, with the woman who came with him clinging to his side. "Are you okay, brother?" "Fine, I'm fine. It's nothing." He slightly pushed the woman away. Woojin, who had been silently watching the man, smiled. "Beating is good remedy for you." What the fuck, you bastard?" Intention. Everything was within Kang Woojin's calculation. The man thought he had freed himself from Woojin's grip on his own. Or, he was led to believe so. This illusion turned into a frail confidence. There was a woman by his side that he needed to protect. His pride was hurt. People had gathered around, showing off their strength. There were many watching eyes. Yet, he was ignored. All of this transformed into adrenaline. The tattooed man lost his reason. His thought process couldn't function properly. Well, it's an overcalculation for such an insignificant bug. It doesn't matter. Kang Woojin, Jang Yun-woo, applies the same plan to all evils. There's no complacency. Always thorough. Soon, the tattooed man, planning to use his bulk, spread his arms and rushed at Woojin. Tatot. He intended to entangle. However, are you crazy in this heat? Woojin, muttering low, lightly struck the inner thigh of the man's groin. With his foot. Hyuk. The momentum of the bear-like charge deflated instantly. Kyo off. The man, clutching his groin, knelt down. Yet, Woojin, as if it wasn't over, approached the slightly trembling man, grabbed his hair, and lifted him up. Recklessness with violence gets you a beating. Woojin carelessly slapped the tattooed man's right cheek. Slap. With just one hit, the man's pupils shook. He was dazed. That was the extent of the force. But Woojin didn't stop. Slap, 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 slap. He continued to slap the tattooed man. With each hit, blood splattered on the man's face, but Woojin, with a smile on his lips, just rhythmically slapped the man's cheek. Slap, 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 slap. Before long, a fierce madness filled Kang Woojin's deep eyes. The sound is crisp, pork soup, because he was enjoying it. Chapter 183. Chapter 183, Appearance Fee, 8. When Kang Woojin returned to the van, that is, back to reality, the world was the same. It was still the morning of the second day, and Choi Sung-gun and the rest of Woojin's staff were busy with their tasks, while the van he was in was stuck in a traffic jam. Their destination was a shop in Cheongdam-dong. Nothing had changed from before he entered the void space. It felt like, perhaps, blinking an eye. However, for Woojin, who was opening and closing his fist, a lot of time had passed and terrifying events had unfolded. It was the world of Jang Yunwoo. Woojin, expressionless, checked his inner state. Changed. It's hard to put it into words, but something was definitely engraved. Something agile, bold, and upright. It was a sensation Kang Woojin was experiencing for the first time. His whole body felt sensitive yet flexible. It was different from vocals, cooking, or languages. If those were soft, this was harsh and rugged. It had a deep violence of the wilderness, akin to the underworld. The unfamiliar word, hunting, felt familiar. Dangerous. In an instant, Woojin, deepening his poker face, reminded himself of his concept, making his identity thorough. This skill, just acquired, must be handled correctly. If held clumsily, problems could arise. But it's okay. It's not hard to control. Kang Woojin was the master of everything he possessed, and had mastered the way to command them. Don't mess around. You only need to make me shine. Kang Woojin mulled over mind control. It was always his practice. Then, swish. He cooled his mind down. Then he reviewed what he had experienced in Jang Yunwoo's world. Repeated reading, experience, makes the role and his world vivid, and everything derived from it, including techniques, becomes proficient to Kang Woojin. They become easy to handle. Martial arts was the same. Later that day, around late lunchtime, the place was a building with a photography studio in Gangnam. Specifically, in the large building's underground parking lot. Kang Woojin's been stopped there. Soon, Woojin got out from the back door of the van. Swish. Different from the morning, he was in full makeup, and his outfit and hair were perfect. Slightly combed back hair with a green knit and black slacks. It was clear that there was a shoot scheduled, and indeed, Kang Woojin had a shooting lined up in a few minutes. It was for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. He needed to accumulate as many videos as possible before flying to the USA, and today was the official first shooting of Kang Woojin's alter ego's cooking content. Thanks to this, it was a rented photography studio, and future cooking content shootings were planned to be held in this rented studio. Anyway, Woojin. Choi Sung-gun got out of the passenger seat and approached Woojin. PD is already at the studio, so let's go up. Yes, CEO Nim. That moment. Squeak. A familiar white van entered the underground parking lot, and the van, trying to turn left, slid towards Woojin's direction upon spotting him. Then, thunk. A woman got out of the white van. It was Wallin. Hello, Woojin SSI. She was also in full makeup. Her long hair was curled up, and she wore a thick khaki-colored bomber jacket. Behind them, a gray compact car entered the parking lot, and noticing it, Woojin casually greeted Wallin. Yes. Hello, you came early. Wallin greeted him back, just as indifferently. There was no traffic jam. However, her heart was beating nonstop. Woojin is going to cook directly for me, so I can't be late. Eek. What do I do? I'm nervous. Her chubby manager sighed softly beside her, revealing the truth internally. She kept urging me not to be late, but she pretends not to. Then, Choi Sung-gun, including Woojin's team and Wallen's team, exchanged greetings briefly before all moving towards the building's elevator for the shooting. A picture formed with about a dozen people surrounding Kang Woojin and Wallen, who were standing side by side. Kang Woojin and Wallen disappeared soon after. The problem was, again, that bastard Kang Woojin. In the underground parking lot, there were eyes secretly watching Kang Woojin and Wallen. It was a man of unknown identity who entered the parking lot in the gray compact car late. But his condition was strange. Wallen is mine. She's mine. He seemed half crazy. The man inside the small car, reeking of cigarette smell, wore a black padded jacket and covered his face with a hood. His skin was dry. His beard was prickly. His pupils were slightly dilated. It was difficult to guess his age, but he appeared to be in his 30s. In one hand, the man held a camera. Fucking son of a bitch. Asshole. Dirty bastard. Dare to approach my Wallen. The camera's screen showed a recent two-shot photo of Kang Woojin and Wallen. Soon, the man operated the camera. The photo on the screen changed. Wallen leaving her house, getting in a car, entering or leaving a shop, and so on. Numerous photos of Wallen were taken. I even put up with male friend. Wallen, you too. You're so casual. Why do you keep making me angry, huh? He began to bite his nails crazily. His fingers were already frayed. It seemed like he often bit his nails. Whatever the case, after trembling slightly and biting his nails for a few minutes, he said, I can't take it anymore. I can't. She needs to be punished. He threw the camera onto the passenger seat and reached into a black bag placed there. Various clanging noises were heard. Soon, he took something out of the bag and put it into his jacket's inner pocket. It was something silver and elongated. Wallen, you betrayed me. Corporal punishment. Yes, this is corporal punishment. You need to be disciplined. Because you're too pretty. It was an all. Meanwhile, around the time Kang Woojin and Wallen began shooting, the film industry media was spreading an issue that had erupted yesterday. Movie talk, director On Jae-bak and top actor Sim Han-ho. Will these two giants in the acting world write a legend together? The possibility of Sim Han-ho being the lead in director On Jae-bak's 100th movie. It was quite bustling. After all, the prestige held by both individuals was tremendous. Was Sim Han-ho indeed director On Jae-bak's choice? Film industry. Insider. In fact, without Sim Han-ho, director On Jae-bak would have difficulty handling his 100th project due to pressure. Above all, the media focused not only on director On Jae-bak's 100th film, but also on who the expected actors joining Sim Han-ho might be. Issue check. What is the theme of the legendary director On Jae-bak's 100th movie that is finally starting? Director On Jae-bak, lead Sim Han-ho. Who will be the other top actor to join this grand picture? This was the case not only for the film industry media, but also for industry insiders. CEO Nim. Have you seen the news about director On Jae-bak and senior Sim Han-ho? Yeah, I saw it. Well, it's a monumental work for director On Jae-bak, and considering that, having someone like Sim Han-ho is necessary. They're both legends after all. Wow, still, it's quite intense. Even if it's not confirmed yet, if senior Sim Han-ho joins, who else would join? It seems like it would be quite stressful. Who else would join? It depends on the script, but they'll definitely bring in top actors. Don't you know director On Jae-bak? He's the type to go to Africa just to check on an actor's form. In fact, director On Jae-bak's upcoming project was an unprecedented matter of interest for those in the film industry and actors alike. Movie eyes, the film industries is buzzing with news of director On Jae-bak's movie production. Several top actors also expressed their confidence on SNS. Few hours later, official film company working with director On Jae-bak. The director's 100th project is aiming for Cannes. In the midst of the noisy issue, the film company Leach threw out a tidbit. However, not much information was leaked. Casting details were hidden, and only the fact that it was aiming for the Cannes Film Festival was revealed. Nonetheless, its impact doubled. It was about reaching out overseas, not just a domestic release. In other words, the project's influence would be tremendous. Accordingly, Movie IS, the place where director On Jae-bak will reach the legendary peak, is the Cannes Film Festival. The stakes are not small. Who will be the actors joining besides Sim Han-ho? The film industry media's fuss began to intensify. At the same time, in a studio in Gangnam, where the Kang Woojin's alter ego shoot was in full swing. Kang Woojin and Wallin were facing each other in a studio that wholly resembled a kitchen. Specifically, Wallin was seated at a straight table attached to the kitchen, while Kang Woojin, donning an apron, stood inside the kitchen. It painted a picture reminiscent of a Japanese restaurant, a setup where the guest can observe both the kitchen and the chef's cooking. Of course, Wallin was the only guest. Several cameras for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel were filming them, surrounded by PD, Choi Sung-gun, and other staff members. Wow, the picture looks good. Totally a beautiful couple, right? Is it because of male friend? Am I the only one finding these two sweet? But they haven't dropped honorifics yet? Usually, after doing a project together, they become close enough to drop honorifics, right? Who knows? While the staff whispered among themselves, Kang Woojin and Wallin's filming continued. The style was to keep going without cutting even if there were NGs, hence why the shooting was quite prolonged. The current shooting concept was talk plus cooking. Woojin would have a proper conversation with the guest and then cook the desired dish. Leading the talk was none other than Kang Woojin. Wallin SSI, what did you think when you first saw me during Male Friend? I was surprised. At that time, we didn't even think we'd be cast together. Then I was surprised by Woojin SSI's personality. Personality? Yes. How should I say this? I didn't expect you to be so reserved. But your voice was nice. Dash. Oh, what's with that reaction? Am I reserved? Aren't you? Of course, there was a predetermined list of questions, but the rest of the conversation was improvised by the two. To this, the cynical Kang Woojin asked, Am I reserved now? He was equipped with a poker face in his concept, but he was quite enjoying it. After all, he was talking with Wallin. It feels like having a conversation in a cafe, doesn't it? My friends would be so jealous. Wallin was doing her best to struggle through. She had to suppress her fan feelings, after all. Yes. No, you're similar when filming variety shows, aren't you? An opportunity to talk one-on-one with her ultimate favorite? She felt like she was on a date with the person she's been fangirling over. Woojin, seeing you like this, you do show some expressions. Oh, is it already time to end? That's disappointing. Thus, the two smoothly continued their shoot. I tend to be quite high in energy, actually. No, the word energy shouldn't be associated with Woojin SSI. But it's also a compliment, isn't it? People say you're a cold beauty, tsundere even. Honestly, that feels good, right? It's not bad. Soon, the PD outside the studio twirled his index finger in a circle, a signal to start wrapping up. Thanks to that, Kang Woojin tightened his apron again and changed the question. Tell me what dish you want to eat. Actually, I've been thinking a lot about it, but can it be jampong? Of course. Wow, really? That's amazing. Then, let's go with jampong. But why did you choose jampong? When I was a child, my mother used to make it often for me. It might not taste exactly the same. That's okay. Kang Woojin, nodding calmly, picked up the wok nearby and murmured, Yes, I'll do my best. Soon, the entire studio was filled with the sounds of Kang Woojin cooking and the mouth-watering aroma. About an hour later, it was already late afternoon when the filming of the Kang Woojin's alter ego-related cooking content had concluded. Kang Woojin and guest Wallin exchanged brief greetings before saying goodbye to the dozens of staff members. Thank you for your hard work, Dash. You've all worked hard, Dash. But neither Kang Woojin nor Wallin had any leisure time. Both had their next schedules lined up immediately. Thus, Wallin, after briefly checking today's shoot, left the studio, and Kang Woojin too discussed future plans related to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel with the PD before moving outside. Swish. Wallin and her team were standing in front of the elevator in the hallway, seemingly waiting for it. Wallin's chubby manager made way, allowing Woojin to naturally stand next to her. It was Wallin, smiling slightly, who initiated the conversation. The jampong was delicious. That's good to hear. Yes. Didn't you see the bowl? I finished everything. My manager Appa has been nagging me like crazy just now. Oh, are you on a diet? There's a photo shoot next week. I must have been crazy. I ate without thinking. Then, ding, the elevator arrived and opened its doors. First, the chubby manager and a few others like Choi Sung-gun got on, followed by Woojin and Wallin. However, there were still many who couldn't fit, including the stylist. Those left behind said, We'll catch the next one dash. Thus, the elevator with about a dozen people, including Woojin and Wallin, started descending. A brief silence spread. Wallin, fiddling with her curled hair, was sniffing subtly. What perfume is Woojin wearing? I love it. Next. Ding. The elevator quickly reached the basement level 1. As the doors opened, Woojin gestured, meaning for her to exit first. Wallin slightly bowed her head as she left the elevator, followed by Kang Woojin. Then, Choi Sung-gun, the chubby manager, the guard, and a few others followed. Woojin SSI passed the glass door leading to the parking lot. Wallin turned her head slightly to ask Woojin quietly, Woojin SSI, what perfume did you wear today? I want to try it too. That's when it happened. Wallin SSI. The chubby manager and guard shouted from behind. Wallin was startled. What? You scared me. No. In front. In front. Wallin, with widened eyes, turned her head forward. A few steps ahead, between the cars, she saw a man in a black padded jacket with a hood pulled over his head charging towards her. What? Wallin instinctively knew she had to avoid him, but her body froze. The assailant was smiling as he charged at Wallin. Then the assailant raised his right hand and yelled at Wallin. Get away. Move away. 3 steps. That was the distance between the madly rushing assailant and Wallin. And then, you bitch. In his hand was an awl, its intended target clearly Wallin's face. In this critical moment, everyone moved quickly, but the man charging at Wallin was too close. Wallin's scream, filled with terror. Oh! The desperate cries of everyone. Wallin! Oh no! What to do? The mentally unhinged assailant didn't care as he attempted to stab Wallin with the awl. Wallin, you're mine. At that moment, swish. Someone who had stepped in front of Wallin to shield her with their body also reached behind to grab the assailant's hand as he charged. It was Kang Woojin, expressionless. Thud. He then twisted the hand holding the awl in the opposite direction and bent it behind the assailant's back. Ugh. Arg. The assailant's body naturally spun around. Soon, the assailant was in a position with his arm twisted behind him, and Woojin, lifting the twisted arm higher while tripping his feet. Thump. The assailant was slammed face first into the ground. Woojin, maintaining his indifferent expression, pressed down on the assailant's back with his knee. The face-planted assailant desperately flailed and screamed. Ack! My arm! My arm! Kang Woojin nonchalantly took the awl from his twisted hand. It all happened in an instant. Let go. Let me go. The current situation was Kang Woojin subduing the assailant. Thanks to him, Wallin, with her hands covering her mouth and eyes wide as saucers, and, Choi Sung-gun, the chubby manager, and the other people, right in front were stunned as they looked at Woojin. The scene resembled something straight out of a movie. Regardless, swish. Woojin, pressing down on the fallen assailant, lifted the awl he had taken, seemingly handing it over, and spoke to the people in front in a low, deep voice. Without any hint of being out of breath or surprised. Call the police. His voice was chillingly. Chapter 184. Appearance Fee 9. When Kang Woojin first spotted the assailant rushing at Wallin, his instincts were quick. The situation was urgent, after all. His brain and body worked reflexively. However, reason quickly intervened. Is that enough? I can stop it. If I just grab the arm with the awl first. Kang Woojin quickly assessed the posture, size, and weapon of the rushing assailant, and soon had his answer. The assailant was just charging. No technique was evident. Woojin blurred the assailant's vision for a moment by physically protecting Wallin. Every human has a moment of hesitation. The assailant was no exception. Hiding? What to do? Stab Kang Woojin first? Woojin did not miss the brief wavering of the assailant's pupils. He immediately snatched the hand holding the awl and subdued him in an instant. There was no hesitation in what to do next. It was clear in Woojin's mind, thanks to the martial arts ingrained in him. And now, my arm. Let go. Let me go. The assailant was writhing on the ground, face planted down. Woojin quietly looked down at the back of the head of the assailant he was pressing down. Only then did he realize. Wow, crazy, isn't it? That was surprising. What he had just managed to do without much trouble. Did it work? It really did. That was awesome just now. He wasn't flustered. He was simply amazed that his abilities worked so well in reality. Martial arts was different from languages or vocals. It could strike and attack the opponent. Moreover, the martial arts ingrained in Woojin was not just an imitation. What Kang Woojin possessed was the real deal. But imagining something and seeing it in reality were worlds apart. Such incidents were not common. After all, Kang Woojin had acquired martial arts, but he did not expect to use it right away like this. Therefore, Woojin's heart thumped belatedly. At that moment, swish, the subdued assailant struggled even more on the ground. The assailant's strength, the feel, the screams. A fine shiver ran up Kang Woojin's forearm. A sense of wonder and accomplishment enveloped him. Perhaps it was a sensation similar to pleasure. But Kang Woojin was different. But, I don't feel good about this. He did not take pleasure in violence. He was proud of the situation, but did not wish to experience it again. That was the honest feeling of the real Woojin. But well, since the situation had been taken care of, was that enough? Then Kang Woojin firmly built his persona, ensuring his identity remained solid. Now was the time to hide his pounding heart and lower his voice, given the circumstances. A deep voice, surprising even to Woojin, emerged. Call the police. Soon, several burly guards rushed over. One grabbed the arm of the assailant Woojin had caught, while the others grabbed the fallen assailant's body and legs. The assailant, already unable to move just by Kang Woojin's hold, now seemed as impenetrable as a fortress. Let go. Let go me. But the mad struggle of the assailant showed no signs of ending. Then, Choi Sung-gun and the chubby manager rushed to Woojin. Woojin, are you okay? Are you all right? The stylists, arriving belatedly, clung to Wallin, wondering what had happened. At this point, Kang Woojin, who had slowly risen, swish, imbued his face with even more coldness. Is Wallin okay? He spoke to the shocked Wallin in front of him. Wallin, are you okay? Wallin, still covering her mouth with both hands, stared blankly for a moment before managing to open her mouth. Yes? Yes, I'm okay. Only then did Woojin calmly nod to Choi Sung-gun and the others around him. I'm fine. With a demeanor devoid of any disturbance, the chubby manager of Wallin marveled slightly. What? How can he be so calm? Everyone else is freaking out, but he's just... And what was that movement just now? Choi Sung-gun, standing beside Woojin, also momentarily drifted into other thoughts. That's why he pretended to be ordinary and lived his life. If not, would people have approached him? No, but what did I just see? Then, Choi Sung-gun snapped back to reality. His eyes filled with concern, and he started to feel Woojin's forearm and other parts of his body. Hey, are you okay? Look, do you have any pain or anything? Hey, where are you touching? Woojin lowered his voice. CEO Nim. Here? How about here? CEO Nim, I'm fine. Really you? Choi Sung-gun looked down at the subdued assailant. Anger simmered in his eyes. Who are you? What's with this bastard? Are you a stalker? Choi Sung-gun had experienced something similar a few years ago. The victim was Hong Hai-yun. Besides her, quite a few celebrities had experienced similar incidents. Surprisingly, such incidents occur somewhat frequently in the entertainment industry. For example, saseing fans. TL. A saseing or saseing fan is the South Korean term for an obsessive fan who acts in ways that invade the privacy of Korean idols, drama actors, or other public figures in the entertainment industry. Regardless, Woojin approached Wallin, who was shocked. Supported by the stylists, she was shivering slightly, and Kang Woojin, making eye contact with Wallin, didn't add any words of comfort or worry. What should I say at times like these? I really have no idea. Since he didn't know, would saying anything calm her startled heart? Eventually, unable to find an answer, Kang Woojin turned his gaze to the surrounding stylists. It would be better for Wallin to go to the car. The stylists quickly nodded and moved slowly with Wallin. At that moment, Wallin SSI. Yes. As Wallin brushed past, Woojin spoke to her softly. It's Chanel Allure. You asked about the perfume. Woojin then gestured for her to show her wrist, took out a perfume bottle from his pocket, and lightly sprayed it on her wrist. The perfume, it's Chanel Allure. Soon, Woojin, after looking at Wallin for a moment, walked towards Choi Sung-gun. Wallin, while boarding a white van, also sniffed the scent on her wrist. It smells good. She felt slightly calmer. Behind, the atmosphere in the underground parking lot, where the assailant had appeared, was in utter chaos. The police had already been called, and the assailant was subdued by the guards, unable to do anything but breathe. The screaming had stopped, seemingly out of energy. Then, Choi Sung-gun, scratching his head, asked Wallen's chubby manager, "What's with this bastard?" The chubby manager, with a mix of panic, irritation, and apology in his voice, replied, "I'm sorry, it seems like Wallen's stalker. Ah dash. It's been quite dangerous recently. We've been receiving weird letters at the company. Sayseeing fans are nothing new to Wallen or Ilani, but to think this madman would come out wielding an all." The manager trailed off and clenched his teeth before turning his head quickly towards Woojin. "Woojin, are you really okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." Hearing the answer, the manager respectfully bowed to Kang Woojin. "Thank you so much. I can't imagine what would have happened without Woojin. If you feel any pain later on, please let us know right away." "Yes, I understand." The chubby manager, heaving a long sigh, seemed to have thought of something and asked Kang Woojin, "But how did you do that?" "You know, just now. How you caught the assailant and subdued him." "Ah, that? I received it as a gift from the void space." But since he couldn't say that, Woojin cynically changed the subject, pointing his index finger at the assailant on the ground. "More importantly, shouldn't we search this person's pockets?" "Yes. Maybe he came here by car. If he did, there might be some evidence inside." "Ah." The manager's eyes widened as he rummaged through the pockets of the assailant lying on the ground. "Hey, real car key emerged." Then, Kang Woojin pointed towards the end of the parking lot with his index finger. "Press it." Beep. An alarm sounded from somewhere. It was a gray compact car parked in a corner of the parking lot. Many things were discovered inside the car. Among them, the most notable were the posters and merchandise of Wallen filling the back seat, and a camera whose memory was entirely filled with images of Wallen. The chubby manager became furious as soon as he checked inside the car. "This son of a bitch!" Several guards had to hold back the chubby manager as he rushed at the assailant. Watching the situation quietly, Woojin finished his thought. "Not many witnesses, right?" Then he casually spoke to Choi Sung-gun, standing next to him. "CEO Nim, I'd like to be left out of this incident." He was asking for his story of subduing the assailant to be omitted. It would be troublesome if it gets noisy. It's not a good thing. Honestly, Woojin had no intention of using the martial arts ingrained in him outside of acting, and he never expected such an incident to occur. However, the incident had happened. Kang Woojin's thought was simple. It smells of misunderstanding. He sensed that another misunderstanding of a different kind could arise at any moment. Misunderstandings were already overflowing around Woojin. Well, even if it's too late to correct them, there's no need to add fuel to the fire, right? If this gets out, acquaintances who know me will surely bombard me with questions. In short, it was bothersome. Kang Woojin was already struggling through enough turmoil. So, let's not make it bigger. He slightly wished for some peace. Just that much thought. However, Choi Sung-gun, looking at Woojin, couldn't have known this. He probably finds it uncomfortable to use such a grim incident for fame. With that thought, he shifted his gaze from Woojin and scanned the inside of the parking lot. The CCTV cameras on the ceiling and several parked cars. Witnesses and CCTV footage can be dealt with by talking to Wallen's side. However, dealing with those cars is going to be difficult. If Kang Woojin, the person involved, disliked it, then Choi Sung-gun had to agree and take action. Well, we should follow Woojin's wishes for now, and let things naturally take their course afterwards. Exploiting this incident would indeed cause a stir. However, unnatural intentions wouldn't really help the current Kang Woojin. There was nothing to regret. There could be a slip-up, like with his relationship with Wallen. After calculating appropriately, Choi Sung-gun met Woojin's gaze again. "Got it. I'll handle the aftermath. I'll go over there and talk to them. But the incident itself will likely be widely reported. Wallen's company has to deal with the incident, but it's also necessary to issue a general warning. It's important to raise public awareness." "That's fine with me. All right, for now, just stay in the car." A few minutes later, the police arrived at the scene, and Choi Sung-gun climbed into the passenger seat of the van. Inside, only Kang Woojin, looking at his phone, was visible. The rest of the staff were outside. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, Making eye contact with Woojin in the back, let out a small sigh. Phew, Woojin. It's mostly settled. Is that so? At the question, Choi Sung-gun sighed more deeply. Honestly, it's great that Wallin is unharmed, but you're more important to me. Wow, how touching. Woojin hid his emotion and responded softly. Yes, CEO Nim. Next time, use me as a shield instead. I'd rather my body get hurt 100 times than seeing you injured. Got it. Woojin slightly ignored his words. There wouldn't be such an occasion. How did the handling go? What handling? The evidence is irrefutable. Wallen's side is ready to punish that stalker bastard properly, and the incident will probably be reported by tomorrow or the day after at the latest. I did convey what you said, but that manager over there said he has to report it to the CEO. The CEO of JML Entertainment is a decent person. I'll take care of that part myself. Understood, CEO Nim. Suddenly, Choi Sung-gun opened and then closed his mouth, seeming hesitant to ask. Then, scratching his head in frustration, he spoke with a look of resignation. But, how did you do that? Do what? What do you mean, dude? How you subdued that assailant? Oh, it feels crazy even asking this, Woojin. Are you some kind of secret agent or something? Ah, really? What is this? Hearing the question, Woojin was genuinely taken aback. Excuse me? What? A secret agent? He almost lost his composure. But he managed to keep it together, somewhat understanding where the question was coming from. It could seem that way, couldn't it? Fluent in several foreign languages, even various sign languages, divine acting skill, and now the displayed martial arts ability. What about Kang Woojin's cold personality? Even his past is shrouded in mystery. Wow, what is this? Straight out of a spy movie protagonist's backstory. Misunderstandings were indeed swirling around. This moment solidified the reason to keep today's event under wraps. Therefore, Woojin earnestly denied it. Not at all, not in the least. Okay. Just forget it. Consider it nonsense. I am nothing more than an actor, nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, but how did you manage to subdue that guy? It might have been brief, but that's not something easily done. Woojin chose the truth as his answer. I practiced a bit of Hapkido when I was young. Hapkido? A bit. Indeed, Kang Woojin had taken Hapkido classes during his childhood. Choi Sung-gun decided to just accept this ludicrous answer. Ah, Hapkido, right? Yes, Hapkido. Hapkido it is. There's no point in trying to understand further. The next morning, December 3rd, inside a meeting room. In a medium-sized meeting room, Choi Sung-gun, dressed in a black blazer, which was quite formal for his usual casual style, was present. Before him was, my movie has become quite the talk, hasn't it? Director Ahn Jae-bak, with his short white hair, was sitting there. Of course, he wasn't alone. Around Director Ahn were the film company's CEO and employees. In other words, this was a meeting related to the movie Leech. However, Kang Woojin was not present. The reason was simple. Currently, Woojin was busy with his schedule, and this meeting was expected to involve very realistic discussions. Although Woojin had expressed interest in Leech, it was only a verbal agreement so far. Therefore, this meeting was scheduled to finalize Kang Woojin's official contract and discuss his fee, among other details. Then, Choi Sung-gun responded with a business smile. I was a bit surprised. Sim Han-ho. It was so sudden, seeing the article without any prior word. Director Ahn Jae-bak showed a wrinkled smile, as if understanding. You must have been. But I was surprised, too. I didn't know there was a reporter at the restaurant. After some superficial conversation, Choi Sung-gun took the lead. Director, is there really interest from actor Sim Han-ho? Or was it just a false alarm by the journalist? Sim Han-ho and I are close friends. But it wasn't. Just a meal for the sake of eating. CEO Choi, it's good for you to know. Of course, I gave Sim Han-ho the script too. I see. Did you also talk to Sim Han-ho about our Woojin? I explained everything to him. He was the second person I gave the script to. For a moment, Choi Sung-gun internally groaned. Did he really have to say that? Shouldn't Sim Han-ho be the first and only choice? But veteran director Ahn Jae-bak didn't seem to think it was a big deal, maintaining his wrinkled smile. Well, shall we get started? As director Ahn directed his gaze to the film company's CEO, the CEO began to outline the core content. Let's start with this. A transparent file was handed to Choi Sung-gun. This is the preliminary estimate of Woojin's appearance fee from our side. We plan to finalize it today. Yes, I'll take a look. Choi Sung-gun saw several figures, but the essence was this. Kang Woojin / appearance fee, 150 million / running guarantee, an additional 101 per audience member beyond the break-even point. A fixed appearance fee of 150 million with a running guarantee of 101. Simple math indicated that if the audience exceeded 5 million, the money falling into Woojin's lap would exceed 600 million. For a first-year newcomer, this amount was absurd, and compared to the previous Island of the Missing, his value had skyrocketed immensely. He was being well compensated. However, we can inflate this. Further, this isn't the limit. Choi Sung-gun was confident he could raise Woojin's value even more. For more chapters, you can check out my Patreon here. patreon.com/dreamscribe. If you are enjoying this novel, please consider reviewing and rating it at Novel Updates. Thanks. Smiling face with smiling eyes. To receive the latest update notifications or report any mistakes, join our Discord server link below. Discord server, https://discord.gg/woopreet. Chapter 185. Chapter 185, Appearance Fee, 10. Upon confirming Kang Woojin's appearance fee offer, Choi Sung-gun calmly tapped on his mind calculator. 150 million, it's sufficiently high. Million-level appearance fees. Though it varies by actor, the fees for S-grade top actors usually range from 200 million to as much as 500 million. Even among top actors, there's a hierarchy. Of course, top actors like Sim Han-ho receive even more. However, Kang Woojin wasn't yet at the level of an S-grade top actor. He was catching up quickly, but that was the current situation. Yet, the appearance fee of 150 million. For an actor just a year into their debut, such a figure was an unattainable dream. Plus, there's the running guarantee. The inclusion of a running guarantee meant treatment was 180 degrees different. It's an option you'd only see in contracts for top actors. Moreover, for Woojin, this was the second time. Island of the Missing had been a unique case, but it had been included nonetheless. The big shots who bestowed a running guarantee on a newcomer. Kang Woojin was the first such case. Soon, Choi Sung-gun stroked his chin. Director On Jae-bok must see Woojin as being close to top grade. Clearly, director On Jae-bok and the film company rated Kang Woojin very highly. It was quite justified. But Choi Sung-gun wasn't just going to accept it meekly. It was absurd, but currently, Kang Woojin was closer to being in the stronger position. In the jungle of the entertainment industry, the one with deeper greed is the subordinate. Yes, I've confirmed. However, there are a few things I'd like to clarify. Currently, Woojin is proficient not only in foreign languages, but also in sign language. Have you considered that aspect? Moreover, you should also consider the acting aspects and the actor's own ticket power. Negotiations had begun. Choi Sung-gun put more strength into his voice than ever before. However, he maintained politeness. He didn't stray from common sense. Eventually, I look forward to working with you, director. I'm the one who should be saying that. I look forward to it. Kang Woojin's revised appearance fee was finalized. Kang Woojin / appearance fee, 200 million / running guarantee. Additional 101 per audience member beyond the break-even point. It was 200 million, a figure that had reached the threshold of the top. Thus, the contract proceeded smoothly, and towards the end, director On Jae-bok, with a wrinkled smile, opened his mouth. Also, we haven't received confirmation from actor Sim Han-ho yet, and we're still waiting. Is that so? What are the chances of him joining? Well, we're pushing for it. I see. I'll let Woojin know for now. The film company's CEO sitting next to director On Jae-bok chimed in. What does Woojin SSI say after hearing about senior Sim Han-ho? Does he feel pressured or anything? Choi Sung-gun relayed exactly what he had heard from Kang Woojin. No, you don't have to worry about that part. Woojin said it doesn't matter to him at all. It doesn't matter? Yes, he's a very solid guy. It's senior Sim Han-ho we're talking about, and he says it doesn't matter at all. Following that, director On Jae-bok's smile stretched long as he folded his arms. I told you, he's number one in the country when it comes to boldness. Though it was a misunderstanding, director On Jae-bok, reminded of Woojin, nonchalantly changed the topic. So, CEO Choi, When would you like us to officially announce the casting of Woojin? Is there any particular situation? Recalling Kang Woojin's packed schedule in a breath, Choi Sung-gun replied, "You can do it right away. As of now, there's no problem on our end. However, if possible, after 5 days would be preferable." After 5 days? Yes, between December 5th and 6th, Woojin will be heading to the U.S. for shooting PD Yoon Byung-seon's Our Dining Table. The shooting period is about a week. Ah, you mean you'd like our movie news to fill the gap when he's not in Korea? It's a request. It doesn't have to be exactly like that. Choi Sung-gun calmly recited another reason. Also, if actor Sim Han-ho does join, it would be better if it's announced together. It might not matter much to the public, but for those in the industry, it seems better that way. Because it makes a prettier picture? Yes. If actor Sim Han-ho is confirmed, Woojin will be seeing a lot of him, and we'd like to avoid any unintended discomfort. I've sent the scenario to Sim Han-ho for the second time, but ranking announcements might not be polite. In other words, it meant maintaining the dignity of a top actor in the Korean acting industry while also showing respect. Setting aside the impact, if we look at the essence, Kang Woojin is a newcomer, and Sim Han-ho is like history or a legend. For Choi Sung-gun, who was well seasoned in the entertainment industry, it was a simple calculation. Moreover, being announced between director On Jae-bak and the legendary Sim Han-ho, rather than alone, would be 100 times better for Woojin. He had even considered the difference in explosive impact. Of course, if actor Sim Han-ho cannot join due to circumstances, it's a moot point. I know. I was planning to announce it after hearing his answer. Then, the film company CEO, who was checking articles related to Leach on his phone, laughed softly. The media and public opinion situation is interesting. Senior Sim Han-ho, who hasn't answered yet, is being treated as confirmed, while Kang Woojin, who hasn't even been mentioned by the media, is confirmed for the casting. Director On Jae-bak, who was leisurely leaning his chin on his hand, responded with ease. I didn't anticipate this, but it seems people will be quite surprised. Afterward, following the announcement by the film company that director On Jae-bak's 100th work was aiming for Cannes. Movie is director On Jae-bak's 100th work, aiming for Cannes, signifies an extraordinary current. Interest in Leach within the domestic film industry soared beyond imagination. The media and insiders were buzzing, but most notably, it was the domestic top actors who stood out. They began to stir. The desire to be part of it, the curiosity about who would get the role, interest in the content of director On Jae-bak's new work, and checking with their agencies for audition information. CEO, please set up a meeting with director On Jae-bak or the film company. You can't be serious. Hey, calm down. Getting involved in that scene has more disadvantages than advantages. But as an actor, there's no higher position than that. Rashly trying and getting rejected will only increase idle gossip. And if you do join but slightly mess up your acting, it will immediately show. It's director On Jae-bak's set, after all. Can you imagine the disgrace? Your value could plummet. Still, someone will fit in. Let's just watch the situation for now. Anyway, the first choice is definitely senior Sim Han-ho, and the second will go to top actors. So let's first see how the atmosphere develops, okay? Of course, there were places making some predictions. It was the shooting site for director Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing. Due to director On Jae-bak's past intrusion, dozens of staff members speculated that the actors to be added in the second line were at the Island of the Missing site. That's right. When director On Jae-bak came to Da Nang, it wasn't just for fun, but to see the actors. It has to be Ryu Young-min, right? He seems the most likely. But you can't ignore Yoo Ji-hyung either. He's had results in Hollywood recently. Even if slightly weaker than the two, Kim Won and John Woo-chang are also top actors. I saw director On Jae-bak talking with Hong Hae-yeon in Da Nang. Maybe she knew it was a cameo appearance. Then Kang Woojin's name came up. Why are you excluding Woojin SSI from the conversation? Kang Woojin SSI is really hot right now, but how should I put it? He lacks a bit of experience. To be the main role in director On Jae-bak's work, his filmography is slightly lacking, perhaps? But maybe they're already discussing a supporting role. Wow, even if Woojin SSI only gets a small or supporting role in director On Jae-bak's work, his filmography would be killer, right? Meanwhile, actors like Ryu Young-min and Ha Ura from Island of the Missing showed no particular reaction. But internally, they were all surely paying attention. The only one with certainty here was, again, director Kwon Ki-taek. Sim Han-ho. Why did his name come up before Woojin SSI's? Maybe, has something fallen through on Woojin SSI's end? He knew director On Jae-bak's intentions, but the situation was confusing. So went the hours. In the early afternoon, director On Jae-bak, the main character of the current issue, was in the middle of an interview with a major film magazine. It was a meeting he had arranged himself to clear up the numerous rumors and to introduce his work. There were quite a few cameras around. The woman asking director On Jae-bak questions was a broadcaster with an announcer background. Director, there was recently an article featuring you and actor Sim Han-ho. Is the content of the article true? Is actor Sim Han-ho joining your 100th movie? Director On Jae-bak, with his short white hair, smiled with the experience of a veteran. Haha, at the time of that article, I was merely having a meal with actor Sim Han-ho. Ah, so it's fake news then. The possibility is still open. The woman nodded and changed the topic. Then, director, you mentioned aiming for Cannes with this work. Is the screenplay ready? Yes, it is. Oh, could you possibly reveal the title? It's called Leech. This is the first time I'm talking about it here. Thank you. As you know, there's a lot of interest from domestic actors, right? Is there any actor you're particularly looking at? Of course, the casting board is already set. I'm pondering over it. I see. I can't divulge details about the actor casting yet since it's confidential and due to the actor's circumstances. We plan to announce it once it's finalized. But the screenplay has already been sent to 2 actors. An hour after the interview ended, director On Jae-bak was in a van. His destination was his home. Due to his extremely busy schedule today, a bit of fatigue was evident on director On Jae-bak's face. Then his phone rang. Director On Jae-bak slowly checked the phone screen. The caller ID showed it was the top actor, Sim Han-ho. Then, with a wrinkled smile, director On Jae-bak answered the call, murmuring softly. So, have you decided? I'm curious if my urging worked. From the other end of the phone, Sim Han-ho's calm, yet deep voice was heard. Yes, I'll take the role you offered, senior. The second lead actor for Leech was confirmed. The same night, on TV, the 9 o'clock news on a public broadcast channel was in full swing. And now, the incident involving Wallin from yesterday was being reported. Yesterday, singer and actor Wallin was attacked by a stranger in a parking lot. The attacker had an awl in hand, but fortunately, Wallin did not suffer any serious injuries. This is Hwang Dae-ji reporting. Naturally, it was JML Entertainment, Wallin's agency, that had provided the information. Thus, only the necessary details were released. Photos of the arrested attacker, the awl he had held, the evidence found in the vehicle, pictures of Wallin captured by cameras, etc. It was enough to instill fear. Notably, Kang Woojin's story was omitted from the news content. Anyway, starting with this news, the incident involving Wallin quickly spread to various mass media like other news outlets and radio. While JML Entertainment had its intentions, the shocking and grave nature of the incident made it spread in the blink of an eye. Therefore, as soon as the news ended, major media outlets began to mention Wallin's name. Breaking, Ilani's Wallin, attacked by a stranger. Despite being night, articles were pouring out incessantly. What happened? Wallin attacked by a stranger in a parking lot. The attacker had an awl in hand/photos. Star Talk, Wallin attacked by a stalker. The agency says, fortunately, there were no injuries. Guards timely restrained a stroke of luck. Wallin attacked by a stranger with an awl. It quickly dominated the entertainment section. Another Saseing fan? What happens to Wallin's future schedule after the attack? Regarding the stranger who attacked Wallin, the police say currently investigating, but the evidence is clear. This meant that numerous people could confirm the incident. Official, Wallin assault incident, JML Entertainment declares strong response, no mercy. JML Entertainment draws a line stating they will sternly deal with Saseing fans, stalkers, etc., under any circumstances. Saseing fan. No, a criminal Ilani fan club furious. Wallin, the girl group, Ilani, their fans, or public opinion erupted in outrage. Seriously and all? An AWL? This is absolutely crazy. Seeing fan my foot, just a murderer. Wallen Yuni must have been scared. Ah, seriously, such a bastard. Wanna beat him up? Saw the news and got goosebumps. Wallen, who saw someone charging at her with an all in front, will probably remember it every night. Seeing fan criminal. WTF are these people doing? Absolutely no mercy should be given. They act out because they think we'll just keep letting them off. And all scarier than a knife. But who subdued the attacker? Saw in the news the guards had him, but obviously, the guards must have caught him. Link. If you go to this YouTube, there's a summary of the incident. Seriously, FUCK, it's chilling. Hundreds of photos of Wallen in the evidence camera. Can't believe I'm seeing such an article in my life. Wallen unerringly disillusioned with the entertainment industry, not just in a limited space, but simultaneously on YouTube, communities, and various SNS. As the situation was escalating, Wallen updated her current status on her SNS. Wallen shares her current state on SNS to angry fans. I'm okay. Love you all who were worried. The public's outrage intensified further. At the same time, in the basement parking lot of a building, a familiar place. It was the basement parking lot where Wallen's stalker incident had occurred around yesterday. It was late at night now, so there were not many cars and it was quiet. Then, swoosh. A man walks towards a black foreign car from Company B parked in the parking lot. The spot is right in front of the elevator glass doors. The man, holding a bag in one hand, seemed to be in his 40s with a smart impression. Soon, the man gets into the driver's seat of the foreign car and sighs deeply. Ugh, so damn tired. As he grumbled, he checked his face in the rearview mirror and was about to start the car, but hesitated. As if something came to mind, he took out his phone from the bag. The man accessed the native black box app of the foreign car. Today's the day to delete it, right? It was his usual habit, deleting the videos stored in the black box every week. He had read somewhere that it was a good practice. Then, as the man touched the phone screen, the black box videos that had been stored until then appeared on the screen. The peculiar thing was, the reason was simple. Among the videos stored in the black box, one caught his eye. Situations filmed right in front of his car. Was it a movie? Was there a filming in the parking lot? The video contained scenes reminiscent of an action movie. What is this? The protagonist was Kang Woojin, 86. Chapter 186, United States, 1. A man checking the dashcam footage on his phone was wondering what exactly this was. He had replayed the same video more than 3 times and was still not tired of it. It was that novel of a scene. Beyond novel, it was miraculous. Wow, this isn't staged, right? Each time he checked, it had always been just cars passing by or people walking past. But suddenly, it contained action movie scenes, making his eyes widen. Then, the smart-looking man checked the beginning and end of the video he was watching. Swish. Wow, crazy. His eyes grew even wider. The reason was simple. Some crazy guy with a weapon attacking a woman, or being subdued and then arrested by the police, could be seen. Despite it being late, the man forgot about going home and focused on his phone screen. No, if it was such a big incident, it would have been all over the internet by now, right? The man speculated that this incident must have been reported in the news. Then, wait a second. He focused on the woman in the video who was attacked. The victim. When she was a bit far away, her face was slightly ambiguous. However, as he watched the part where she was helped by other women and passed in front of the car, the man was certain. This is Wallen. The woman who was attacked was the very famous Wallen from Alani. A celebrity? Wait then. The man meticulously reviewed the videos again. Soon, he recognized the handsome man who subdued the assailant in an instant. Is this Kang Woojin? This is Kang Woojin, right? He was someone who had no interest in male celebrities, but he couldn't not know Kang Woojin's face. He had recently watched Drug Dealer with his wife, and Kang Woojin was such a hot topic. Was that Kang Woojin subduing the assailant? The man replaying the cut where the man in the video, presumed to be Kang Woojin, was subduing the assailant. Realizing the man in the video was the actor Kang Woojin made it all the more like a movie. So cool, what the heck? So Kang Woojin saved Warren, is that it? This was definitely a big deal. There's no way it hadn't spread on the internet. Given the fame of Wallen and Kang Woojin and the fantastic storytelling, it was bound to. The man closed the dashcam app and quickly accessed a search engine. The search term was Wallen. Just as expected. Right, it's out there. Searching for Wallin brought up news articles about the incident captured by the dashcam exploding online. Breaking news, Ilani's Wallin, attacked by a strange assailant. It was chaos. Not just articles, but YouTube videos, forums, blogs, SNS, were all flooded. The comments section was overflowing too. It was indeed a shocking incident. The man spent a few minutes grasping the flow. The dashcam footage was from yesterday. So, when did this incident become known to the public? Roughly a few hours ago. He felt odd. An incident captured on his car's dashcam was shaking the world. That was when. What's this? As he was browsing through the articles, the man felt something off. Guards subdued it, fortunately. Wallin attacked by an assailant with an awl. No matter which article he read or YouTube videos he checked, the hero wasn't mentioned. Where did Kang Woojin go? Kang Woojin was nowhere. What? His name wasn't in any of the numerous articles. He had to be there, and it was impossible for him not to be. Kang Woojin was the one who subdued the assailant, wasn't he? Given the movie-like coolness, it should have been known. But the articles only had a vibe that the guards took care of it. Even the official statement released by Wallin's agency didn't mention Kang Woojin. Of course, everything spewed by the media was indeed factual. But, somehow, it was as if the dashcam footage owned by the man had Kang Woojin erased from it. Moreover, nowhere in the articles was the CCTV footage seen. At best, there were only pictures that seemed to be snapshots from the video. The fingers of the man touching his phone screen sped up. And then, he was certain. My dashcam footage, is it a massive scoop? Realizing that he was the only one who possessed the complete footage of the incident, including the hidden existence of Kang Woojin, the man speculated that revealing this video could attract tremendous public interest. It was nearly an exclusive scoop, driven more by instinct than calculation. In a moment, various thoughts flashed through the man's head about how to handle the dashcam footage, now turned gold. YouTube? News tip? Community? The next day, the 4th, late morning. Despite the night and dawn passing, the incident of Wallin's attack by a strange assailant hadn't died down. The issue of seeing fans resurfaces with Wallin's recent attack incident. It had worsened, in fact. Because the news broke last night, people checking in now were joining in droves, including the media and those related to the entertainment industry. Issue pic JML Entertainment's homepage, Wallin's fans demand, exposed that stalker XX's personal information. The incident had grown, several times larger than the previous night, skyrocketing public interest to the extreme. Naturally, the outrage remained. And, of course, there was no mention of Kang Woojin whatsoever. Everyone related to Wallin was on high alert, including her agency and the various programs she was involved in. Among them, PD Yoon Byung-seon and the Our Dining Table team were particularly shocked. Will Wallin, who ran into trouble before departing for the U.S., leave PD Yoon's Our Dining Table? It was inevitable. The variety show Our Dining Table, which Wallin was a part of, was scheduled to depart for the U.S. on the 6th. However, given the current circumstances, it was uncertain whether Wallin could participate even in the first round of filming due to the psychological shock. Filming a variety show wouldn't be easy. As a result, has there been any contact from Wallin's side or her agency? No. PD, shouldn't we adjust the schedule to exclude Wallin for now? That seems best. PD Yoon Byung-seon, along with the Our Dining Table team, was on alert. They had expressed their concerns to Wallin after hearing about last night's incident. But reality is reality, and Our Dining Table couldn't just stop without Wallin. For now, contact the other cast members. And let's think about Wallin joining during the first filming or, if that's too difficult, skipping this time and joining from the second filming next year. Understood, PD. At that moment, Woon Woo, a call that PD Yoon Byung-seon had been anxiously waiting for appeared on his phone. It was Wallin. Soon, Wallin's calm voice was heard as he quickly answered the call. PD, I'm sorry for contacting you late. Oh, no, not at all. But are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. That's a relief, really. And there will be no problem with the departure on the 6th. You don't have to push yourself. No, it's not a hassle. Wallin was a professional. Despite the massive incident, she seemed intent on not missing the first shooting of Our Dining Table. I'll see you on the 6th, PD. Wallin was currently at home, precisely in front of the sofa in the living room. Dressed in white pajamas with a bare face, Her beauty and the mole under her eyes still managed to draw attention despite the lack of makeup. After finishing the call with PD Yoon Byung-seon, Wallin slowly put down her phone. Her expression was slightly melancholic, a reaction that wouldn't be unusual under the circumstances. She then turned her gaze to the laptop placed on the table right in front of her. Click, click. After a few mouse clicks, she was purchasing something while recuperating at home. I haven't bought perfume in a really long time. It was perfume. What else could it be? Amidst the chaos of being attacked by a stranger, it was the perfume that Kang Woojin had silently recommended. Whether it was due to the Kang Woojin effect or not, Wallin found some solace in that fragrance. I'll buy 3 bottles. Wallin, having purchased 3 bottles of perfume, moved her mouse to check the articles about herself that were exploding online. Then, she let out a small sigh. Woojin-nim, people should have seen your awesomeness. Even in these circumstances, she was indulging in her fandom. But what could she do? If Woojin didn't want it to be known. Then, whoom. Wallin's phone, placed next to her laptop, vibrated briefly, not just once, but multiple times. In fact, it hadn't stopped since yesterday. Calls of concern from fellow celebrities had been pouring in. She had talked to her close friend Hong Hae-yeon yesterday. Calls were still coming in, but Wallin didn't answer them. She felt powerless. However, she did convey news to several people via the chat on her laptop. Again, the phone vibrated. Woo-woom. This time, it was a long vibration. It was a call. But Wallin, with no intention of answering, only checked the caller ID on her phone's screen. Interestingly, the energy suddenly returned to her eyes, which had been drained of strength. Naturally, she picked up the phone. Ahem. She cleared her throat for the caller, indicating it was someone special. It was a call from her favorite, Kang Woojin. Wallin then put the phone to her ear. Hello. Woojin's voice from the other side was as deep as ever. Hello, Wallin SSI. Hello. Did you buy the perfume? What? The perfume? For some reason, Wallin chuckled. I just bought it. 3 of them. Is that so? Yes, it is. Good then. As Woojin seemed about to hang up, Wallin quickly threw in another remark. I'm fine, Woojin SSI. It's that you called to ask, not about the perfume, right? Glad to hear. Have your meal. Yes, thank you. Click. After ending the short call, Wallin laid her head back against the sofa. Naturally, she saw the ceiling and exhaled sharply. In a moment, Wallin recalled the scene of the assault by the stranger. It was as vivid as the incident a few minutes ago. What was peculiar was that Wallin focused not on the horror of the assailant, but on herself, who had seen only Kang Woojin amidst the exploding fear. He was really so cool. A strange emotion spread. If Woojin-nim keeps doing this, I might become more than just a fangirl. In the afternoon of the 5th, at writer Choi Nana's studio, around the central living room table, roughly 6 people were seated. Writer Choi Nana with round glasses, her assistant writers, PD Song Man-woo looking at a stack of papers, a production manager, and staff from DM Production, and a newly arrived casting director. They were all part of the beneficial evil team. The atmosphere was neither too high nor too low. They were in the midst of discussing the script for episode 3, nearing the end. PD Song Man-woo closed the script he was reading, and writer Choi Nana, swallowing nervously, asked hesitantly, How do you find it, PD? PD Song Man-woo smiled. It's interesting. Especially the pace has really picked up, which I like. Really? Writer Choi Nana's face lit up immediately. Then, the production manager chimed in. Definitely. PD's decision was a stroke of genius, reducing from 16 episodes to 12. Indeed, there had been a change in the planning of Beneficial Evil. Originally set for 16 episodes, it was cut down to 12 to tighten the narrative tension and speed up the pacing, also with a second season in mind. Anyway, let's take a break. Writer, you have something to drink in the fridge, right? PD Song Man-woo headed towards the fridge, and Choi Nana quickly followed. Yes, I have. I bought mango juice since you like it. Was it Park Ryder who told you? Right. I'm sick of it. Park Ryder kept giving that all through Hanryang. Then there's cola. 0? I find it quite bland. In the midst of casual conversation, the production manager, who was looking at his phone, brought up a different topic. The incident with Wallin is getting bigger. The casting director chimed in. It'll probably last at least a week. Sayseeing fans are common for female celebrities, but it's rare for someone to attack with a weapon like that. It wasn't all right. Reading the articles, I was like, what kind of crazy person does this? Wallen was really close to a big disaster. If she had gotten hurt, ugh, if I were Wallen, I would have retired. It was lucky there were guards around. PD Song Man-woo, holding a cola, rejoined the conversation. Despite such an incident, Wallen is continuing her schedule. She's a pro, a real pro. The newcomers could learn a lot from her. Oh, our dining table, right? She's leaving for the US tomorrow. She's been active from a young age, right? Wallen is really something. As the conversation shifted to our dining table's trip to the US, the casting director quickly changed the subject. PD Nim, isn't Woojin also leaving for the US tomorrow? Right. You haven't received a definite response for our project yet, have you? I think the shooting for our dining table in the US is supposed to last more than a week. Woojin might be taking his time deciding, but it's unlikely he hasn't read the script yet. His words quickly dampened the mood. Writer Choi Nana's expression darkened with gloom, and PD Song Man-woo appeared to be deep in thought, scratching his head. In the meantime, the realistic casting director spoke up again. I think we should move forward with Plan B, which excludes Woojin, instead of the best-case Plan A. After sending out the scripts, we need to give actors time to read them. Dragging this on isn't going to help, as we need to finalize the cast to proceed with the pre-production at a good pace. It wasn't wrong. Gradually, as the overall head, PD Song Man-woo needed to make a decision. Hesitation could slow down production, and the combativeness of the already assembled key staff or Choi Nana could wane. At this point, the production manager, making a regretful face, reopened the script for episode 3. Sigh, maybe Woojin was burdened by the martial arts part? Well, it's either the content or the action. Since the script turned out well, it's probably the martial arts aspect he was hesitant about. The action scenes get more intense and rougher as it goes on, so he might have been considering his image. That might include what the martial arts director said. Considering Woojin's packed schedule, it might have been tough for him to manage martial arts practice on top of that. It could also be a decision made by his team, not Woojin himself. What do you think, PD Nim? Woojin doesn't seem like the type to shy away from challenges or find things difficult. At that moment, anxiety washed over PD Song Man-woo. He definitely said he found it interesting. But that was just after briefly looking at the first episode script. Could it have been the totem activating? Or perhaps after reading the rest of the scripts, he felt it wasn't right. The expression of PD Song Man-woo, who almost religiously revered Kang Woojin, darkened. Sigh. Let's proceed with Plan B for now, but I'll contact Woojin myself tomorrow. That was when it happened. The ringtone from PD Song Man-woo's phone in his pocket went off. Without thinking, he took out his phone, and his pupils dilated. Why? He's calling. The caller ID showed it was Kang Woojin. Consequently, everyone's mouth fell open, and PD Song Man-woo placed the phone in the center before answering the call on speakerphone. Ah, Woojin SSI. Soon, Kang Woojin's deep voice was heard by everyone. I'm sorry, PD Nim. My response was a bit delayed. No, not at all. Did you read the entire script? Yes. There's quite a bit of martial arts, right? If there's anything you're uncomfortable with, we could consider reducing it a bit. No, that would take away from the essence of beneficial evil. Well, that's true, but I don't mind if there's even more martial arts. Kang Woojin's bursting confidence caused the production manager and casting director to furrow their brows. Was he serious? On the other hand, writer Choi Nana's breathing quickened. It was anticipation, and PD Song Man-woo, slightly surprised, asked Woojin over the phone. More martial arts is fine with you? Yes, if it enhances the vision of beneficial evil. As expected, Kang Woojin's response was unwavering. PD Nim, I'll take the role of J87, United States, too. Upon Kang Woojin's firm response through the phone, PD Nim, I'll take the role of Jang Yunwoo. Writer Choi Nana covered her mouth with both hands and abruptly stood up. Her eyes widened in surprise. It was because she was too overwhelmed with emotion. Of course, the production manager and the casting director also stopped in their tracks. It wasn't confusion or astonishment. It was closer to a pleasant shock, with exhilaration to boot. Hearing it directly from Kang Woojin himself, rather than through others, doubled its impact. And then, really? You'll take it on, Woojin SSI. With beard hanging off his chin, PD Song Manwoo seemed to have gone through hell and back in a brief moment. The bad thoughts he had just moments ago vanished upon hearing Kang Woojin would take on the role. Kang Totem, so reassuring. Even for a bigwig like drama PD Song Manwoo, in front of the Kang Totem, he was nothing but a devotee. Anyhow, Woojin's low voice continued over the phone. Yes, PD Nim. I found the script interesting, and I like the character Jang Yunwoo. I'll do it. Haha. That's great. I'm grateful. By any chance, is there an overlap with another actor? Not at all. We haven't sent the script to anyone else but you, Woojin SSI. The words eagerly awaiting came to mind, but Song Manwoo PD tried hard to hold back. Woojin SSI will be the first actor for Beneficial Evil. Understood. Now, we have to gather the cast centered around Woojin SSI, huh? But first, I have to brag to Ryder Park. After tossing out a light joke, PD Song Manwoo changed the subject to something that had just occurred to him. But Woojin SSI. Yes. That, you've considered your entire schedule before deciding, right? As you know, there will be martial arts training involved. The movements might be a bit complex since it's action-heavy. Yes. Are you sure it's okay? In that moment, everyone in the office, including PD Song Manwoo, looked down at their phones. Their expressions were serious. In contrast, Woojin's voice from the phone was as calm as ever. What do you mean? Was he the right choice after all? PD Song Manwoo laughed. It was a needless worry. Martial arts must be no concern for Kang Woojin. No, nothing. Okay, Beneficial Evil's main male lead is confirmed to be Woojin SSI. But before the script reading, there will be a simple test related to the martial arts. Is that so? Yeah. It's nothing difficult, just the usual thing action projects do, with the martial arts. Director checks the actor's form to see if you're flexible or stiff. Woojin responded shortly, understanding, and then the person on the other side of the phone changed. It was Choi Sunggun's voice. PD Nim, hello, this is Choi Sunggun. CEO Choi. I'm leaving for the United States tomorrow, and we'll be back in about a week, so I'll contact you then. We can discuss the details at that meeting. Sure, got it. Take care. You too, CEO Choi. Click. As soon as the call ended, the casting director, just like Choi Nana, abruptly stood up. However, it was more of an explosion of passion for work rather than a cheer. PD Nim, I'll go distribute the script according to plan right away. With Kang Woojin confirmed, everything will proceed smoothly. Okay. The production manager also picked up his phone, following the CD. I'll start contacting the key staff and schedule the next production meeting. The key staff will love this? And I'll start preparing the contract part too. Soon, the two disappeared from the office, and writer Choi Nana, who still seemed to be in disbelief, finally managed to sit down. Amazing. I never thought Woojin Nim would actually do it. PD Song Manwoo's smile deepened. Now, writer Choi just needs to keep writing the script. Thank you. It really seems thanks to you, PD Nim. Not at all. It's because the script is good. But what did CEO Choi mean by the details? It means that Woojin SSI verbally confirmed to take on Jang Yunwoo, and while he's handling his schedule in the US, we're to prepare a build-up for him. What? It's confirmed he'll appear, but not yet officially. The formal contract is still pending. That's where the deal will be discussed. PD Song Manwoo shrugged his shoulders and replied as if it were a given. Things like the appearance fees, options, and such. Meanwhile, at the same time, in Kang Woojin's van. Having just finished the call with PD Song Manwoo, Woojin was in the middle of moving to his schedule. The fact that he was in full makeup and wearing a long coat indicated the weather had turned colder. However, today's work would end a bit earlier than usual. He needed to meet with the Our Dining Table team early in the morning and head to the airport. Time flies so fast. Though his face was indifferent, Kang Woojin's heart started to race as he looked out the window. Then, as if struck by a thought and to hide his racing heartbeat, he picked up one of the scripts piled up around him. Beneficial Evil. It was the first episode's script of Beneficial Evil, for which he had just confirmed his appearance. However, Woojin did not open the script. Instead, he secretly pressed the black square attached to the side of the script. Kang Woojin entered the void space in an instant. He turned around after confirming the endless darkness stretched out before him. His destination was the place where white rectangles were lined up, especially the one at the very end, updated with beneficial evil. It was S+ when I first received it, right? But the situation had changed. Now that he was decided as the lead, it was natural for the rating of beneficial evil to change as well. It had always been like that up until now. Holding on to that faint expectation, Woojin looked at the white rectangle of beneficial evil. And then, whoa, this is awesome. He smiled a genuine, concept-free smile. The rating of beneficial evil was -9/script, title, Beneficial Evil, SS grade. It had achieved the current highest grade in the void space. On the other hand, as the year-end approached, the domestic entertainment industry was bustling with activity, truly rich in issues. It was always hectic around this time of year, but this year seemed several times more chaotic than usual. Entertainment, year-end atmosphere is fully here. From broadcasting to the film industry, various award ceremonies are in focus. What will happen this year? Each sector of the entertainment industry was buzzing with attention-grabbing issues. In the film industry, of course, official director On Jae-bok announces the title of his 100th movie in an interview with the media. Title is Leech. Director On Jae-bok's ambitious work, Leech, aiming for Cannes. Sim Han-ho is not yet confirmed. Many top actors interested. Leech's screenplay is out. Director On Jae-bok. I've already given the script to 2 actors. Even in the variety show industry, PD Yoon's Our Dining Table team leaves for the US tomorrow/photos. Issue is. Wallin was expected to miss Our Dining Table, but her agency states she will fulfill her schedules without any issues. There was a flood of news to watch, tear apart, chew on, and enjoy. Among them, the hottest topic was definitely Wallin's incident. The media and public opinion endlessly fueled the fire. Not to mention, famous influencers, fellow celebrities mentioning Wallin on SNS, and big YouTube channels and streamers covered the assault incident. The incident, being the most provocative, generated tremendous firepower. The gasoline poured on the fire was, bizarrely, the interview shared with the media by the assailant stalker during the investigation. Why did you attack Wallin? I wanted to discipline her. I didn't really plan to stab her. It's just that Wallin is too promiscuous. But I didn't expect to be interfered with. Suddenly that bastard shielded Wallin. I should have thought more carefully before attacking. Despite being hooded and handcuffed, the stalker showed no sign of remorse. Breaking news, Wallin's assailant stalker. I disciplined her because she's too promiscuous. This caused the public to pull even tighter on the bowstring of outrage. Wow F***CK makes me want to beat the crap out of him. That kind of bastard doesn't even deserve prison food. Just go straight to death penalty. Promiscuous my ass really is psycho. But who shielded her? Is he talking about the guards? Yeah, it's about the guards blocking the attack. Fucking bastard. If he got stabbed with an awl, he'd be pissing and shitting himself. The stalker took on public outrage. However, the explosion of anger wasn't confined to Korea. Wallin and her group, Ilani, were also top-tier girl groups in Japan. Thus, this incident was also prominently covered in Japan. Ilani's Wallin, attacked with an awl by a stalker. Korea is now noisy over the Wallin attack incident, a reason to be wary of sightseeing fans. Wallin's attack incident sparks outrage on domestic fans' SNS. Wallin, fortunately not seriously hurt, shares news on SNS to Korean and domestic fans. Just like in Korea, the assault seemed to have shocked Japan as well. Thanks to this, Japanese public interest heightened, and Wallin's Japanese fans screamed their anger. The spread was instantaneous. Amid such a muddle of issues, the day ended, and it was the dawn of December 6th. Around 5 a.m. on December 6th, a time when most are asleep or just starting their day. However, in one office-del, some of the nation's top celebrities were gathering. Among them was Kang Woojin, dressed in a hoodie and coat. Despite the early hours, his concept was strong. He sat on the sofa with a cynical face, yet inside, he was bouncing with excitement. Hey, are we really going? Am I going to the US? Why? Because in a few hours, he was scheduled to board a plane to the US for the first shoot of Our Dining Table. It was different from Japan. He was finally going to a country where English wasn't just a subject, but the main language. Calm down, Kang Woojin. Gradually, the cast members started to gather in the office del, serving as our dining table's office. Beside Kang Woojin sat Hong Haiyun, then Wallen chatting with her, surrounded by PD Yoon Byung-seon, and Jong Hak, Ha Gang-soo, and Yun Baek-kwang. Incidentally, Wallen, who was chatting with Hong Haiyun, seemed to be in good condition, thankfully. Wallen, you changed your perfume. Oh. Yes, I got a recommendation. I've smelled it somewhere before. It's nice. Which one is it? A secret? What's with the sudden mysteriousness? Other cast members or staff didn't bring up the assault incident to Wallen. They were just about to leave, and there was no good in dredging up the incident. Everyone knew that Wallen, appearing fine on the outside, was struggling internally. Eventually, all right, let's depart. PD Yoon Byung-seon and the main writer had finished preparing for departure. The rest of the dozens of staff members were waiting outside the office del. Soon, the camera-carrying VJs attached themselves to each of the cast members, including Kang Woojin, mic'd up. PD Yoon Byung-seon, with an excited face, gave the instructions at this moment. TL, VJ equals video jockey. We'll be heading to the airport in our own cars, of course with cameras attached. There might be reporters at the airport, so we'll do a quick interview for off-air use before starting the boarding process. As you all know, just act normal till we get to the airport. No need to feel pressured by the cameras. Right after PD Yoon Byung-seon's moderate guidance, the mass migration began. Since they would meet again on the plane, there was no communication among the cast members. Kang Woojin also moved to the underground parking lot with the staff, including Choi Sung-gun, Virum, and they were off. Several vans and minibuses parked in the lot started heading to the airport simultaneously, and Kang Woojin, in the minibus, glanced at the camera attached to his right. Really filming continuously? So, except for sleeping, I'll have to maintain the concept, huh? Tough. It's really going to be tough. He spoke to the male VJ holding the camera. Can I really act normally? Yes, just as you normally would. I usually read scripts while moving. You can read them. PD Nim will probably use it appropriately for inserts. I see. Would you like some snacks? No, thank you. You can treat me as if I'm not here, haha. How can I treat you as if you're not here when you are here? Woojin retorted inwardly and picked up any of the paper bundles nearby. It turned out to be the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Well, does it matter? Thinking so, Woojin solemnly resumed reading the script. And so, 2 hours passed like that. Soon, the entire Our Dining Table team arrived at Incheon Airport. Let's move, including PD Yoon Byung-seon, the staff of Our Dining Table, the cast, and their staff. The group moving together was of a formidable size. Only upon arrival at the airport did the 6 cast members gather. Naturally, there were also 6 VJs, adding in those filming wide shots and backgrounds. The total exceeded 10 people. To anyone looking, it was obviously a filming team. Thanks to that, Our Dining Table team captured the attention of the crowds in the airport lobby from the moment they arrived. Despite the early hour, the airport was crowded. Onlookers quickly swarmed. Wow, look over there. What? Ah, amazing. Hong Haiyun. Kya, Appa, it's Wallen. What, is this a shoot? Here, please look over here. OMG, Kang Woojin. He looks insane in person. This is it, Our Dining Table. Even though prepared guards held back the onlookers, they swelled like waves. Still, the guards' defense was solid. PD Yoon Byung-seon had deployed even more guards than expected due to Wallen's incident. Then, Wallen Yuni, stay strong. Appa, a gift for you. Woojin Appa, have a safe trip Baek-kwang ah. Fans who had been waiting in advance joined in, quickly numbering in the hundreds. They all held up their phones to take pictures or videos. Gifts from the fans were thrown in heaps, even as the guards tried to block. At this point, Kang Woojin, with his stern face, was bewildered. What's this? Grenades? This is total chaos. Since there were 5 other top stars besides himself, it felt as though a nuclear bomb had gone off in the airport. There was no time to care about the gifts falling to the floor. They needed to move as quickly as possible to avoid any accidents, and Our Dining Table team barely made it to the departure area, swarmed by dozens of reporters. Then came a barrage of flashes. Papa pack. Questions from the reporters poured out frenetically, but Our dining table team didn't have time for interviews due to the crowd of onlookers, which was twice as expected. They could only wave their hands towards the reporters. Kang Woojin did the same. Prompted by the leader of our dining table team, PD Yoon Byung-seon's shout, "All right, that's enough, pass, pass." The Our Dining Table team proceeded to the U.S. departure immigration. Exactly 1 hour later. "We're taking off. We're off." Kang Woojin was in the sky. Of course, this news was quickly thrown onto the internet. Issue Pic, and Jong Hak, Ha Gang-soo, Hong Hai-yun, Walin, Yun Baek-kwang, and Kang Woojin. Our dining table team departs for the U.S. Interestingly, around the time the plane carrying Kang Woojin took off for the U.S., news broke that a top star from overseas was arriving in Korea. Hollywood, big news. From actor and singers, top-tier Hollywood actress Miley Kara, coming to Korea next week on the 8th for new movie promotion. It was a name seen on the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. For more chapters, you can check out my Patreon here. Patreon.com/dreamscribe. If you are enjoying this novel, please consider reviewing and rating it at Novel Updates. Thanks. Smiling face with smiling eyes. To receive the latest update notifications or report any mistakes, join our Discord server link below. Discord server, https://discord.gg/woopreet. Chapter 188. Chapter 188, United States, 3. On a plane heading to LA International Airport. This plane, which took off from Incheon Airport, had been in the air for about 2 hours, and it was expected to take about 11 more hours to arrive at LA International Airport. What was unique about this flight was that it was packed with broadcasting team members and celebrity staff. It was the Our Dining Table team. There were dozens of them just by themselves, not to mention the staff of the cast members, making for a considerable group. Among them were the cast members of Our Dining Table, and Kang Woojin, with an indifferent face, was looking out the window. He seemed calm, but his heart was full of excitement. So many clouds. Wow, it's a magnificent view. Like a child on a picnic, Woojin, whose essence was that of a native Korean, couldn't believe he was going to America. Certainly, at the beginning of the year when he was working at a design company, he could never have imagined such a scenic view before him. Even more so, I'm filming a variety show in the United States. The purpose wasn't a leisurely tourist trip, but rather, filming as a cast member in a program of the entertainment giant PD Yoon Byung-seon. Inside the plane, Woojin suddenly felt life was quite unpredictable. At that moment, Woojin SSI, on the right seat, Hong Hai-yun, with her long hair tied up, looked at Woojin's side profile for a while before speaking. "Why are you spacing out? Lost in memories." Incidentally, the seats for the cast members on the plane were arranged by team. The kitchen team consisted of Kang Woojin and Hong Hai-yun, Walin and Ha Gang-soo, and the boss and Jong Hak and the youngest Yun Baek-kwang. Anyway, at Hong Hai-yun's question, Woojin, who had been looking out the window, turned his head. Memories? What memories? It was his first time on a flight to the U.S., so there was no way he had such memories. Then Kang Woojin suddenly remembered the presumptions about him. The stories about studying abroad? That was a deep-seated part. However, Woojin didn't bother making up non-existent memories of America. The answer was to vaguely dodge, and add a bit of bluffing. His voice naturally became smooth. "No, just thinking about the script a bit." Hong Hai-yun laughed absurdly and shook her head. "At a time like this, I understand you're a hard-working genius, but take it easy." "I do take it easy. Inside, not outside, in the void space." "When? I don't seem to recall seeing that." "In Da Nang, when we were shooting Island of the Missing, you were always looking at the script even during breaks." "That's because I was in the void space then. I took a break when you weren't looking." "You're funny. I've been watching you all the time ahem. Anyway, let's talk about something else." Hong Hai-yun suddenly changed the subject. "Are you okay with jet lag?" "Well, it's not your first time in the US, so it doesn't matter, right?" "Jet lag? The current trip to LA had a 16-hour time difference with Korea, but it should be fine." He had the void space, after all. Just then, everyone. PD Yoon Byung-seon, who had been talking with the writers, pushed up his glasses and stood up from his seat. It seemed he had something to tell the cast members. "Recently, it's not common to use airplane travel cuts, but just in case, we've installed mini cams around you. Have a moderate conversation and then go to sleep." And Jong Hak, who had his hair brushed back, grumbled. If it's a trend not to use them, why not just omit it? When we have such great people on board, we can't waste a single shot. Always squeeze, squeeze. So, are you going to tell us the destination anytime soon? TL, always squeeze, squeeze. Here is to say how they try to squeeze content out of everything in entertainment industry. Yes, I was just about to inform you. PD Yoon Byung-seon, with a smirk, continued speaking to the cast members, including Kang Woojin. I told you we'd be going to a food truck for the first 2 days, right? The location is a place called North Hollywood Park. There's a food truck street there. We've also booked accommodations nearby, and after arriving at LA International Airport, we plan to check out the prepared food trucks before moving to the accommodations. Kang Woojin's heartbeat started to accelerate. PD Yoon Byung-seon, oblivious to this, introduced a suitable schedule. When we arrive at LA International Airport, it will be early morning, and considering the jet lag, we'll take it easy on the first day. We'll film the introduction of the food truck, the accommodations, and explore the surroundings of the accommodations. We've already shot the inserts. The real deal starts from the second day. As he explained, PD Yoon Byung-seon asked in Jong-hak, who had his arms crossed. So, leader, what should we start with on the second day? And Jong-hak shrugged, nonchalantly in response. Why am I the leader? Because you're the boss, right? A boss. No, I'm just a figurehead boss. The concept is clear. The leader should obviously be Chef Woojin. Then what do you do? Supporting the chef, of course. Go to any restaurant in America, and the chef is God. Are you okay with taking orders from a junior? Doesn't seem like Woojin SSI likes to give orders based on seniority. So what? Actually, being on the receiving end is the most comfortable. Your true feelings came out at last. You just want to be comfortable. Because I'm a figurehead boss? Soon, quiet laughter spread among the staff. Then, and Jong-hak stretched his head forward and met Kang Woojin's gaze. So, Woojin SSI, start giving orders. Suddenly, all eyes on the plane were on Kang Woojin, who remained silent. Unexpected? Normally, one would be flustered, but Kang Woojin nonchalantly pulled up chef's recipe in his mind. Then, a suitable answer came out instantly. We should decide on the menu first, then select and buy the ingredients. As if it was the correct answer, PD Yoon Byung-seon clapped his hands. As expected of the leader. By the way, are we going to do all the menus selected for the food truck, chef? It will be difficult. The space is limited, and the flow is tight. Keeping it simple with about 2 dishes would be appropriate. 2 dishes. Okay, chef, you decide on the menu. We'll buy the ingredients. Based on the selected menu. From the moment we arrive in LA, Woojin SSI will lead. At this moment, Kang Woojin was not a rookie actor. He was Chef Kang Woojin. After tens of hours passed. All right, let's move. Our dining table team and the cast, including Kang Woojin, emerged at the arrival hall. The vast airport unfolded before them. Despite it being morning, the airport was bustling with people, and the sight that unfolded before Kang Woojin's eyes was utterly shocking. Wow, amazing, no wow. The mix of different races was fascinating, but what was more, the Americans seemed enormously large, both sideways and upwards. Looking around at them, Kang Woojin felt like a hobbit. That black man who just passed by? His fist is the size of my head. Woojin began to get excited internally. This place was not another country, but seemed like another planet. Amidst this, someone tapped Woojin's back, stopping him. What are you doing, standing still? Thanks to that, Woojin managed to speak in a low voice, snapping back to reality. No, it's nothing. However, his internal excitement did not subside. Crazy. Where's this place? Is this even the same Earth? Kang Woojin and our dining table team had arrived in LA. Meanwhile, in Korea. It was early morning in the US, but it was late night in Korea, around 11 p.m. Korea was still buzzing with various issues. Especially, the Wallen stabbing incident was a hot topic. Across numerous communities, unfounded rumors, tabloids, urban legends, nonsensical talk, and outright lies mixed together, snowballing continuously. Of course, the news of our dining table's arrival in the US was often seen in articles. At this moment, a post went up on one of the large community sites in Korea. Super big news. Wallen all stabbing incident. This was captured right in front of my car's dash cam. Not clickbait. Avi. Just from the title, it was clear what the content was about. It was such a hot issue, and given it was a major community site, the view count quickly surpassed 300. More than half of them probably clicked on it, thinking they would be fooled, because so-called not clickbait are mostly false posts that often appeared. However, about 30 minutes later, when the view count of the post surpassed 1,000. Huh? What's this? This is real? Comments on the post started exploding. What, I thought it was edited, but this is real? Meaning, it wasn't just clickbait. The next day, around 8 a.m., the location was Jinju, Gyeongnam, near the terminal at a porridge shop. It was a familiar place. It was the store run by Kang Woojin's parents. There were no customers inside the porridge shop yet. It was opening time. On the other hand, Woojin's parents were busy. Both his father, Kang Woochul, and his mother, Seo Hyunmi, were wiping the tables in the hall. What was unusual was that the interior of the porridge shop had changed, and the kitchen equipment and the air conditioner in the hall had been replaced with new ones. The reason was simple. All of it was done by their son, Kang Woojin. Moreover, the number of Woojin's posters inside the shop had significantly increased. Magazine photo shoots, advertisement posters, drug dealer posters, male friend still cuts, etc. It seemed Kang Woojin's fans also visited frequently. Polaroid photos of their shots were plastered on one side of the wall. It felt somewhat like a famous spot. Anyway, swish. While busy wiping the tables, Seo Hyunmi suddenly picked up a thin booklet from the counter. It was an advertisement booklet for various new cars, and Kang Woochul, with a deep expression, sighed as he looked at his wife, who was near the counter. You're looking at that again. Our son is going to change our car, so I have to choose properly. You chose one yesterday. I woke up this morning and felt like that car wasn't the right choice. It's been days now. You've been choosing for over 2 weeks. So what? I do it because I like it, because I like it. If you're like that, you'll end up memorizing all the car names. I already memorized them. Seo Hyunmi casually replied and looked down at the advertisement booklet again, while Kang Woochul sat next to her, as if letting her do as she pleased. Then, he picked up the remote control placed on the counter. He turned on the large TV mounted on the wall in front of them. The TV was also recently replaced with a new one by Kang Woojin. Soon, swish. Yawning, Kang Woochul familiarly flipped through the channels. He stopped on a public broadcasting channel. It was obvious that it would be time for the morning news. Kang Woochul always watched the news while opening the store, so the scene of the couple was no different from usual. And so, the appearance of Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woochul was the same as yesterday. However, next up, a few days ago, we reported the assault incident involving singer and actress Wallin. Related to that, new facts were revealed yesterday. Following the news anchor's statement, a tidal wave hit the otherwise ordinary day of Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woochul. The person who subdued the stalker with an all-attacking Ms. Wallin was not her bodyguard, but actor Kang Woojin. The source was a community site where a citizen who had parked their car nearby published the dashcam footage. The moment Kang Woojin subdued the attacker was instantaneous, reported by Go Min-e. At that moment, the eyes of Kang Woochul, who was holding the remote control, widened. Huh? What did they say? His mouth slowly opened. Naturally, Seo Hyunmi sitting beside him also showed a dramatic reaction. She threw the advertisement booklet aside and stood up abruptly. What? What did my son do? Honey, did they just mention Woojin's name on the news? I heard it. Regardless, the TV news had already started to switch scenes. The anchor disappeared, and what seemed unmistakably to be dashcam footage appeared. It was showing the video uploaded to the community site. It starts with Wallin and Kang Woojin entering the parking lot, overlaid with the reporter's voice. Ms. Wallin and Mr. Kang Woojin are seen entering the parking lot, engaging in a brief conversation. At this moment, an assailant wielding an awl appears. In the video, Kang Woojin quickly subdues the assailant rushing at them while also protecting Wallin. The skill and courage he displayed in that brief moment were extraordinary. While sending Wallin behind him for protection, Mr. Kang Woojin first grabs the assailant's arm, and in a scene reminiscent of a movie, he twists the arm before tripping the assailant to the ground. Despite the critical situation, Mr. Kang Woojin remains calm. The news repeatedly showed cuts of Kang Woojin subduing the assailant. Then, It moved to the scene where Woojin takes away the ice pick from the restrained assailant. After subduing the assailant, Mr. Kang Woojin takes the weapon, and all, from him and hands it over to the staff. Soon, bodyguards join in, and the assailant is fully restrained. And the situation that followed. As you can see, while it was Mr. Kang Woojin who saved Ms. Wallin, speculation arises that the reason it wasn't made public could be due to Mr. Kang Woojin's request to keep it under wraps. The news then showed the community site where the dashcam video was uploaded. The comments from netizens who have seen this video have already surpassed hundreds. They include reactions like, "I thought I was watching a movie. The technique of subduing him is extraordinary. It must be edited or CG. Hiding such a heroic act is even cooler." Soon, the news began to announce other stories, but Kang Woojin and Seo Hyunmi were frozen. They just stared blankly at the TV. The first to speak between them was Seo Hyunmi. Is that our Woojin? It is. He must be filming, right? It's not. Hearing the answer, Seo Hyunmi turned her head to meet Kang Woojin's gaze. Both of their pupils were dilated. How long did Woojin take Hapkido classes when he was young? Recalling the very old memory of Kang Woojin, Kang Woojin briefly answered. 189, United States for 3 months. Seo Hyunmi, Kang Woojin's mother, briefly reminisces about Woojin's childhood. Then, she focuses again on the large TV mounted on the wall. Although Woojin's image had disappeared from the news, Seo Hyunmi still murmured softly, her eyes still lingering on the memory. 3 months. Is that enough time to take down such a bad guy? Kang Woojin, who bore a similar face to Seo Hyunmi, shook his head seriously. Do you think it's possible? But, just now on the news, they were saying something about Woojin fighting off some assailant or something like that. I saw it too. Soon, Seo Hyunmi's eyes widened even more as she exclaimed. Could it be? Was Woojin a Hapkido genius? It was an absurd conclusion, but Seo Hyunmi's brain was full of errors at the moment. However, her husband, Kang Woojin, corrected her. Does that make any sense? It's strange to even bring up Hapkido here. Why? Hyunmi, Woojin took Hapkido lessons decades ago. At most, he was 12 to 13 years old. Plus, do you not remember? Huh. Was it on the parents' observation day at Woojin's Hapkido studio? When Woojin was performing forms or something? While other kids had sharp moves, our Woojin was almost dancing. You said it looked like a dance. Did I say that? You did. With her husband's reminder, the idea of Hapkido was erased from Seo Hyunmi's mind as she recalled her son's face again. Then, how did Woojin manage to take down that assailant? At that moment, snap! As if a light bulb went off, Kang Woojin suddenly clapped his hands together and raised his voice. That's it. Actors practice martial arts for action scenes, right? I saw in a documentary that action movie actors learn martial arts, almost to the point of vomiting blood. Woojin must have learned martial arts before his projects. Oh, if he took down that assailant, he must have put in a bloody effort. It was a likely possibility. In the current situation, it was the most plausible explanation. Or rather, a misconception. Seo Hyunmi was quick to agree. Oh, that's right. Suddenly, Seo Hyunmi began to sob. Oh, how hard must he have practiced? Kang Woojin's expression hardened. He's using it in real life, so he must have dedicated months to it. But it's okay, our son is strong. Still, Woojin is alright, isn't he? Yeah. We talked on the phone before he left for the US. If something had happened, they would have let us know right away. Either his agency or Woojin himself. Seo Hyunmi, who had just calmed down, hesitated with her phone in hand. Woojin is in the US. She then complimented her son to Kang Woojin. But still, Woojin saved Wallin? That girl. I'm proud. That's our son indeed. Our Woojin is going to be a hero. Dad, Kang Woojin, was also full of pride. He's got guts, just like me, that guy. Guts. However, Seo Hyunmi's comment quickly cooled the mood. A guy who tiptoes around street cats out of fear talking about guts. Meanwhile, around 9 a.m., in the meeting room of the newly established DM production, there was frequent mention of Kang Woojin. In fact, they were projecting Woojin's dashcam footage onto the front screen with a projector. The dozen or so attendees were watching the footage, spellbound. Among them was PD Song Man Woo. indicating that this meeting was related to beneficial evil. The attendees were obviously key staff. At that moment, wow dash. Watching Kang Woojin swiftly subdue the assailant on the screen, PD Song Manwoo mumbled, as if enchanted. What in the world? He mulled over the comments made by the martial arts staff during the first production meeting of Beneficial Evil. Then, he turned to his staff and asked, "Is Woojin SSI weak in martial arts? Weak? A noob? Ah, no, that's wow." Soft gasps and deep misunderstandings poured out among the key staff. Is that video real? How can anyone be so calm when an assailant with a weapon charges at them? Woojin SSI has always been a bit cold, but that's like a professional. Look at those hand movements. It's like he was waiting to twist and trip them. It wasn't by chance, he's trained. And for years at that. Didn't they say Woojin SSI studied abroad? Did he learn some kind of martial arts while he was in the US? Yeah, maybe he picked it up while learning acting? Suddenly, recalling Kong Totem's face, PD Song Manwoo's eyes widened. Right? It's possible. With such an absurd level of self-taught acting, what's stopping him from martial arts? I don't know the details, but he must have started learning from the past. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. He chuckled, a smile mixed with misunderstanding. Acting and that crazy instinct. And languages. But martial arts too? He's got it all. In terms of acting, he's got everything. Locally, no, there wouldn't be an actor globally to match Woojin SSI. There was only one thing lacking. Time. It's just a matter of time. Then, PD Song Manwoo called out to one of the key staff who had been captivated by Kang Woojin on the screen since earlier, sitting in the middle of the room. Director Park. He was a muscular martial arts director. What do you think of that video as an expert? Slowly shifting his gaze, he met eyes with PD Song Manwoo and answered simply, with shock in his pupils. Just from the video, he seems better than me? That much. If he said he was special forces, I'd nod without hesitation. Kind of like real combat martial arts. Look at that. Do you see any tension in Woojin SSI's expression? No. Even his movements. Not a hint of hesitation or clumsiness, which you'd expect in a dangerous situation, but it's just clean. An ordinary person couldn't possess that posture. Usually, when attacking or being attacked, thoughts get complicated, slowing down. Actions. Woojin SSI doesn't have that. Yeah, it feels neat, to the point. The guards standing around him in the first place can't even use such techniques. The martial arts director, with confusion in his eyes, scratched his head as if finding it hard to comprehend. What exactly is this guy's identity? Why can a first-year actor perform like that? I have no idea. I've given up trying to understand. Huh? What? PD Song Manwoo laughed lightly and changed the subject. So, Director Park, based on what you've seen, will there be any changes in the martial arts training period? Of course. What I mentioned about 3 months was when I thought Woojin SSI was clueless about martial arts, but with that level of skill. But I need to see more on the martial arts line test day to be sure. I know. I'll obviously watch too, but just give me a rough guess. Just from that video, the martial arts director was almost certain. In a month, maybe even in a few weeks, he might be able to pull it off. This meant the production period would be significantly shortened. United States, LA. While it's around 7 a.m. in Korea, it's the afternoon of the 6th in LA. The location was near North Hollywood Park, north of the bustling Hollywood district. Around a 2-story house, many Koreans were spotted. It was the team from Our Dining Table. Having arrived in LA early on the 6th, the Our Dining Table team finished filming the local scenery and food trucks, then moved straight to their accommodation. This 2-story house was where the male cast members of Our Dining Table were staying. Accommodations for the female cast members and staff were also nearby. Anyway, Kang Woojin could be found on the 2nd floor of the male cast's accommodation. Currently, he was. Wow, the vibe here is insane. No matter how many photos I take, there's always something new. He was hanging by the room's window, completely engrossed in the view around the accommodation. He looked fresh out of the shower, wearing a casual hoodie and comfortable pants. It was now his time to relax. The room where Woojin was quite spacious. The size of 2 Korean one-room apartments combined. It came with a bed, a sofa, various pieces of furniture, a TV, etc. The layout was similar to Korea's, but the atmosphere screamed foreign. Regardless, Woojin was completely absorbed in the view outside the window, forgetting all about maintaining his persona. Indeed, there are no apartment buildings visible in the United States. Or is it just this area? It's all houses like these. Rows of houses that seem to have been lined up with a ruler, American-style street lamps, a city view in the distance, and more. For Woojin, who was in the US for the first time, everything was fascinating. When I ordered chicken at some restaurant earlier, the size of the chicken was like a phoenix. I was honestly scared, but it was delicious. There were a few crises in maintaining his persona along the way. As a native Korean, it wasn't easy to hide his astonishment. But somehow he managed. Soon, swish, Woojin stretched and moved around. He needed to organize the suitcases and bags around the bed and check his phone, which he hadn't looked at due to the busy shooting schedule. Should I check out the map of the area around the accommodation while I'm at it? Knowing roughly would reduce the crises of maintaining his persona. Just as Woojin was murmuring to himself and took out his phone from his bag. Woojin, are you sleeping? Choi Sung-gun's voice came from outside the door. Thanks to him, Woojin put down his phone and quickly equipped his persona before opening the door. No, I'm fine. Huh, why does the CEO look so odd? As if reading Woojin's mind, Choi Sung-gun, with a serious expression and his hair tied back, showed him a phone. You were filming, so I couldn't tell you, but a few hours ago, you were on the morning news in Korea. 8 a.m. on public broadcast. Woojin barely maintained his poker face, internally screaming. What? Externally, he calmly asked. What do you mean? Moreover, after that morning news, it's been chaos in Korea. A dashcam video of you subduing the assailant who attacked Wallin has spread. Dashcam? Crazy? For real? Those words almost slipped out of Woojin's mouth. Why did a dashcam video suddenly surface? Although Woojin became agitated suddenly, thanks to his habitual persona maintenance, Choi Sung-gun seemed to see him as emitting a cold aura. Because of that, honestly, I can't stop things like dashcams or citizens' cell phones, even if I can handle other things. Woojin, looking indifferently at Choi Sung-gun, replied lowly. I suppose so. Let's think positively. For now, look at this. Look at the articles pouring out. Before this situation, Wallin's side had drawn a lot of attention, so the firepower is several times stronger. Plus, right now, your video is ranked #1 on real-time on YouTube. As Woojin internally screamed, no, Choi Sung-gun, who had lowered his phone, asked, what will you do? The water's been spilled, and we need to make a decision. Make a statement? Admit it or stay silent. But since it's already come to this, it's better to respond coolly. I understand. So are the people around you. But didn't you receive calls? I think there would have been a lot. Woojin, assuming his phone was flooded with a tremendous number of contacts, resigned himself. This is driving me crazy. TSK, whatever. All he could do in this situation was to coolly lower his voice. It's better to acknowledge it, right? But it's better to go through the company channel than you doing it directly. Understood. Okay, then we'll officially announce it in a few hours. At that moment, Woojin SSI, can I come up? A woman's voice came from downstairs. A familiar voice. It was Hong Hae-yun. Then, Choi Sung-gun's side. She must have seen it now too. What do you think? Do you want her to come upstairs? It doesn't matter. He called out to downstairs. Come up if you want. Hong Hae-yun quickly came up the stairs. Her steps were urgent. So much so that her long tied hair fluttered messily. What was peculiar was that Wallin was with her. Anyway, Hong Hae-yun, wearing a white hoodie with the Our Dining Table logo, said, Woojin SSI, why do I always have to find out about things like this through articles first? Hong Hae-yun confronted Kang Woojin, or rather, it was similar to whining. Meanwhile, Wallin, wearing the same hoodie as Hong Hae-yun, had an indescribable expression. With her hair rolled up, she had a face halfway between calmness and a smile, as if forcibly holding back pleasure. Her favorite hero's story had finally been revealed. Regardless, Hong Hae-yun's grumbling intensified. I nearly fainted when I saw the article. Really, both Wallin SSI and Woojin SSI. Resigned, Kang Woojin responded with a slightly deflated solemnity. I didn't intend to reveal it. You were going to keep hiding it? Yes, if possible, until I die. At this point, Wallin couldn't help but turn away, trying to hide her smile, and Hong Hae-yun, who had been looking at Woojin, in disbelief, suddenly whispered to him, "That's all good and well. But how did you subdue that assailant? What's with that flashy martial art?" Woojin simply answered, "A bit of Hapkido." "What?" Choi Sung-gun joined in. "Hapkido," he said. "Didn't you hear?" "No, I heard, but really Hapkido? The Hapkido I know. What else would it be?" "Right then. Woojin SSI? Is this true? Is Kang Woojin SSI up there? You're not just a chef, but a complete hero." Shouts came from downstairs. They were cries of astonishment from key members of the Our Dining Table team, including PD Yoon Byung-seon, the writers, and Jong-hak, Ha Gang-soo, Yun Baekwang, and others. Quietly, Woojin clenched his eyes shut, internally screaming, "Ah, this is why I kept it a secret. This is why." Back in Korea, a few hours later, around lunchtime, a large black van speeding through the streets of Seoul caught attention. Inside the van sat two legends side by side. One was the veteran director On Jae-bak, with a suit jacket draped over his knees, wearing a white shirt. Sitting to his right in a navy suit was the legendary actor Sim Han-ho, who, despite having his gray long hair tied back, still exuded a tiger-like aura, and he was also looking at a phone, just like On Jae-bak. Interestingly, both were wearing similar outfits, and being together raised questions. Why were two legends of the film and acting world together? Anyway, the first to break the silence was director On Jae-bak. A flood has broken loose. But when did he learn this? The phone screen On Jae-bak was looking at showed Kang Woojin. Specifically, it was a dashcam video attached to an article, while Sim Han-ho's screen was on YouTube. "Senior, you didn't know either?" asked in a deep voice. Director On Jae-bak replied with a wrinkled smile and his gruff voice. "How would I know this? I've only met Kang Woojin recently. Anyway, this is a rare video. It's probably beyond rare. It's an event that's hard to come by. It's a scene that can only happen when many events and coincidences mix." It came out because Woojin was prepared. Quite an intriguing fellow. Not just for his high-level martial arts, but also the issues never seem to stop with him. Influence that's impossible for a debutante of just a year. But it's happening. The man sitting in the passenger seat joined in the conversation. He was a film company CEO. The point is Kang Woojin isn't in Korea right now. He's away, but his absence isn't felt. Now that you mention it, that's true. The Wallen incident became so big it's like a booster was attached. At that moment, Director Nim, the driver, spoke up. "We've arrived at the hotel, just past this signal." A large, famous hotel was visible ahead. In fact, a significant event was scheduled to take place in that hotel in an hour, the Night of Stars Award ceremony held by the Korean Actors Association. Though it was called an award ceremony, it was more like a big party towards the year-end. The party was enjoyed in the banquet hall, and towards the end, the award ceremony took place. It was one of the relatively prestigious parties held at the end of the year. Thus, famous directors like On Jae-bak, influential entertainment industry insiders, and several top actors, including Sim Han-ho, were attending. It was quite a large event, after all. As expected, the journalists have formed a line right from the entrance. Journalists were stationed, and a cable broadcast team, in consultation with the Korean Film Actors Association, was also prepared. Probably by now, actors and directors might have already arrived at the hotel's banquet hall. At this point, director On Jae-bak, who was closely observing the dozens of journalists stationed at the hotel entrance, mused. He pondered over the Night of Stars party happening today, and then looked again at Kang Woojin on his phone. Even though he's absent, his presence isn't missed. At that, Sim Han-ho, sitting to his right, asked calmly, "What?" With a wrinkled smile, director On Jae-bak mused aloud. "Should we throw in some logs? I had planned to do it after you joined anyway. And since we're together now, this might be a good place. They're going to bombard us with questions about Leech anyway. Are you going to do it?" "Yes." To Sim Han-ho's deep question, director On Jae-bak pointed at him with his index finger. "I'm talking about announcing an actor who's going to be starring along." Chapter 190. Chapter 190, United States, 5. Currently, two actors had been confirmed for Leech. First-year rookie Kang Woojin and the veteran actor of 30 years, Sim Han-ho. There was a significant difference in the gravitas between the two actors, an unusual pairing by any standard. Yet, it was precisely this contrast that made it all the more captivating. The gap between the two actors intensified the stimulation, sparking interest. Consequently, interest amplified. Whether it was the media, public opinion, or countless unspecified individuals in the entertainment industry. This was likely to be an unprecedented lineup in the history of the Korean entertainment industry. At least, that's what the veteran actor Sim Han-ho thought. Actors like Kang Woojin don't come around often. Decades. The long years Sim Han-ho had been active. Yet, he had never seen an actor like Kang Woojin. He hadn't seen his acting in person. However, to exude such energy, impact, and influence within just a year was unprecedented, even extending beyond Korea to Japan. On the other hand, Sim Han-ho was the type to gradually build up his acting skills and filmography. It took about 5 years just for him to become known to the public. Kang Woojin was the complete opposite type. Hence, Sim Han-ho found Kang Woojin deeply intriguing, with a degree of jealousy as well. That Kang Woojin and Sim Han-ho would clash and leech would be announced by director Ahn Jae-bak at the Night of Stars party today. Soon, Sim Han-ho spoke in a deep voice, asking director Ahn Jae-bak, who held a faint smile. Doing it here would cause a fuss. Nodding as if understanding, director Ahn Jae-bak turned his gaze out the window. Dozens of reporters with cameras were visible around the entrance of the ultra-luxury hotel. Additionally, many actors, directors, and officials would be in the banquet hall. Yes, it will cause a spectacle. You don't like noise, do you? As you get older, you prefer tranquility. But if you're going to throw in firewood, it's best when it catches fire well, isn't it? If you're trying to build a fire, you throw the firewood when the fire is blazing, haha. Sim Han-ho crossed his arms, looking at the director with his short white hair for a moment. You seem a bit excited, senior. Well, it's been a long time since I've had fun. Isn't it nice? You and I, we had our times too, though not quite like that kid. Honestly, it's an old man's meddling. But I'm curious, just how far that kid will go. Muttering, director Ahn Jae-bak turned his gaze to Sim Han-ho sitting on his right, deepening his wrinkled smile. A backroom oldie like you would easily be surpassed, wouldn't you? Your jokes are still sharp. Half joke, half serious. You haven't seen that kid Kang Woojin's acting in person yet, have you? Well, it does make my blood boil for the first time in a while. Good. That's a very beneficial attitude for a director. Sim Han-ho, shrugging his shoulders, changed the subject. So, at which part of the party will you make the announcement? It will be chaotic from the start. How about during the after party, after everyone's done playing? Just pick any noticeable reporter then. I'll keep that in mind. Stick around me then. Once again turning his gaze outside, director Ahn Jae-bak continued calmly. That will make the picture come alive. Meanwhile, at Netflix Korea in Seoul, Netflix Korea was bustling with the lunchtime rush. What stood out was, Kang Woojin is really amazing, right? I saw it again. I spilled my coffee this morning because I was so shocked by the video. The twist was intense, wasn't it? Who would have thought Kang Woojin would be involved in that incident dash? But Kang Woojin is surprisingly agile, right? By his image, you'd think he'd be too lazy to move much. Did he learn self-defense or something? Even if you learn that kind of thing, can you really use it so calmly in a real situation? The topic of conversation among the employees was all about Kang Woojin. I still see Woojin as Han In-ho. I watched it drooling. Ayong, aren't you too into him? He's cool. I even joined Kang's Heart fan club after Male Friend. You've fallen hard. But even as a guy, I have to admit that video was something. But how did Woojin do that? I couldn't have. Who else could? He's like a real-life hero. Anyway, the media is going crazy right now. Thankfully, they even mentioned Male Friend again, you know? They already had a connection with Kang Woojin through Male Friend, and a few hours ago, on their way to work, they could see Woojin everywhere. Of course. Executive Director Kim So-hyang was also wide-eyed like a startled rabbit. Why, you ask? I still can't believe it even after watching it again. She was sitting at her desk, continually watching Kang Woojin's dashcam video on her laptop. After rewinding and watching the video about 5 times, Kim So-hyang unwittingly opened her mouth wide. It was a natural reaction for her. She had been following him since Male Friend, but she had never imagined he could perform martial arts at a professional level. Soon, she removed her hand from her mouth and spoke her thoughts. Purely, isn't Kang Woojin too amazing for it to be a coincidence? It's like he's an actor chosen by the heavens. Thinking back, even during male friend, unexpected events were not uncommon. Wallen's sudden joining, Kang Woojin's unexpected vocal skills, expansion to Japan, and so on. But was that just the tip of the iceberg? Kang Woojin was like a random box. At least, that's how Kim So-hyang felt. Marital arts. I really didn't see that coming. He's like an onion. The more you peel, the more you find. At that moment, knock knock. There was a knock on the office door before it opened. A female team manager entered. She had a tablet tucked under her arm, and Executive Director Kim So-hyang was the first to speak to the approaching team manager. "Oh, Kang Woojin's video? I already saw it a while ago." Then, the female employee handed over the tablet and replied, "Yes, I've seen it too, but this is something else. It's related to Woojin." "Huh? What is it?" "A major Japanese animation production company has made a request. They want to remake Male Friend." "What? Really? Which one?" Kim So-hyang hurriedly checked the tablet, murmuring as she read the email. "This production company. It's one of the top 3 in Japan, isn't it?" At this time, around noon, a vast number of people in the country were explosively searching for Kang Woojin on portal sites. In fact, the frenzy had started since the early hours of the morning, but it surged tremendously after work and lunch hours. Of course, this morning's news also played a big part. People riding the subway or bus were almost all looking at their phones, and most of the screens featured something related to Kang Woojin. It wasn't intentional, but the build-up was perfect, especially with the growing issue of satiating fans and stalkers. The victim being Wallen made it a significant social issue, followed by an interview with the stalker, which infuriated the public. People felt as frustrated and angry as if they had eaten 100 sweet potatoes. TL. Sweet potato here is a slang used in South Korea to show frustration, and its opposite slang is cider, which means something refreshing or cool, etc. Then came the twist. Kang Woojin. For the public, Kang Woojin effortlessly subduing the assailant was like drinking an endless supply of cider, and the emergence of an unexpected figure sparking explosive interest was just a bonus. Above all, Kang Woojin's current influence was incredibly strong. Thus, breaking news. The person who saved Wallen from the all-assailant was Kang Woojin. The volcano erupted with a loud bang. Issue pic, Kang Woojin's dashcam video uploaded on a popular community. The content reveals. Wasn't he a guard? The monster rookie Kang Woojin protected and saved Wallen. The figure of hero Kang Woojin clearly captured in a citizen's dashcam video. The media started firing off articles at dawn after catching wind of this story. Hence, the erupted lava had already covered the entertainment industry. Star Talk. Netizens on the video of Kang Woojin subduing the stalker assailant. How did he do it? The real-life male friend, Kang Woojin, truly saved Wallen. Dashcam video rapidly spreading. The firepower had multiplied several times over since the Wallen incident broke. With Kang Woojin's entrance, the situation flipped 180 degrees. Articles were updated every second. Refreshing the page dumped new articles. Kang Woojin's name was mainlined on any portal site you visited. This year, Kang Woojin flips the entertainment industry, now appealing to fans with a heroic story. Entertainment. Kang Woojin went over to the US with our dining table, but his absence barely felt. Why hasn't Wallen revealed the truth? Kang Woojin, who created a heroic tale beyond a good deed, but hid everything. Why? Reporters endlessly produced speculations mixed with misunderstandings and errors. The Kang Woojin dashcam video that shocked the nation, some communities even speculate it's edited or fabricated. Issue check, from male friend to our dining table. This time Kang Woojin saving Wallen. The scent of their love becomes stronger. Of course, the public was several times more excited than the reporters. Did you see the post on the community? They say Kang Woojin saved Wallen. Kang Woojin's name was erupting everywhere. In high schools, universities. Really? Yeah. I saw the video too. It's crazy. What? I want to see it too. Where? On YouTube? No, just a sec. Wow, but Kang Woojin was insane. At first, I really thought it was just edited. Amazing. What is this? Really Kang Woojin? So cool. At this rate, if they said Kang Woojin is from the NIS, I'd believe it. TL. NIS equals National Intelligence Service. Office workers gathered in a restaurant for lunch. I was right, wasn't I? I told you it was Kang Woojin who saved Wallin, Kim Nim. Wow. Is this really the dashcam footage from the Wallin incident? Yes, it is. It was even on the news this morning. Kang Woojin is cool. But, did he originally train in some kind of sport? His movements are like Bruce Lee's. Based on the video, seems like he's a black belt in something, right? Or maybe he learned it in the military. Kang Woojin must have been in the special forces. What's that? Wild guesses and misconceptions flooded the conversations. The public's excitement was overheating. At this point, the original video that sparked the current situation was hitting record numbers. Super big news. Wallin all-stabbing incident. This was captured right in front of my car's dash cam, not clickbait. Avi. The video posted on a major community had hit 100,000 views, and the comments exceeded thousands. What can't Kang Woojin do? Manager Park's form was insane. Bring a longer all next time. That tiny thing isn't satisfying. Why the fuss? Clearly, it's edited. Why does this retard only post stupid comments wherever he goes? Lee Sangman. That's not the eyes of a fan. That's a say-seeing, right? I feel so refreshed. Kang Woojin is so cool. Wallin must have truly fallen for him. I bet they're already dating. Why? Am I repeatedly watching this video today? I think I've added like 1,000 views. But Kang Woojin is so fucking calm for real, he would have dominated in soccer. Kang Woojin again, I am sick of it. Doesn't anyone from his military service know him? His movements are seriously professional? Seems like he's been trained properly. Acts well, sings well, physical above average. He's got it all. That's why I'm falling for Kang Woojin. Passing martial artist here. The movements Kang Woojin showed in the video are crisp without any excess motion. My panties are getting wet. Uppa. Save me too. Was that all? Video, a slight mistake could have been disastrous. Kang Woojin saves Wallin. Big news. Legend. Kang Woojin saving Wallin video honest towing TV, TL, is a slang for scary or sometime used to denote shivering. The dashcam video had spread across all video platforms, including YouTube. With the situation at this point, Kang Woojin's acquaintances couldn't be unaware. Woojin's close friends group chat was already in turmoil. Kyung Sung, hey. Woojin. Respond. Hyanggu. Shit, did you see it too? Our company is buzzing with talks about Woojin. Hyanggu. But did this dude ever do sports? I don't remember anything. Kyung Sung. He played basketball, remember? Hyanggu. Then he should shoot hoops. Why the hell is he shooting a martial arts scene? Daeyoung. Woojin is in the US now. Hyanggu, crazy. You didn't go with him? Weren't you there when this happened? Daeyoung. I didn't go to the US. I'm at the company. Almost spewed seeing the dashcam video. Kyung Sung. Which unit did Woojin serve in? Marines? Special Forces? Daeyoung. As far as I know, regular infantry. Hyanggu. But why is he so good? Woojin is silent again. Kyung Sung, isn't it that? He self-trained martial arts? Like in that movie, Old Boy. Daeyoung, are you crazy? Why would Woojin, while stuffing his face with dumplings, train in martial arts? And all this happened within just about 13 hours after the dashcam video was released. Feature, acting monster and issue monster Kang Woojin. Why his issues never cease. There might still be more to come. It was just the beginning. Chapter 191. Chapter 191, United States, 6. Afternoon arrived before anyone knew it. It was time to get off work. However, the boiling lava showed no signs of cooling down. Naturally, it was all about Kang Woojin. His name, along with Wallin's and the assailants, could be heard on various news outlets, and even on the radio. Shall we start with some refreshing news today? Haha, Kang Woojin SSI? No, I thought I was watching a movie. He's a real hero, a hero. Who knows? Maybe some director will take that scene and turn it into a movie. I wonder if Woojin knows about all this commotion in the country? He's in America right now. Kang Woojin and his agency are still quiet, as is Wallin. Man, when Woojin returns to Korea, there's going to be an explosion of advertisement deals and various offers. Isn't that already happening? It's going to increase even more. The original video had already saturated the community that released it, and it spread to many more communities through shares of shares. Around this time, there was an official announcement from Kang Woojin's agency, BW Entertainment. Official, Hero Kang Woojin's agency BW Entertainment. It's all true, Kang Woojin wanted to keep it hidden. Considering Wallen's condition, BW Entertainment posts on official website, Kang Woojin did what was natural. The fervor reignited. Consequently, Kang Woojin's SNS was also in turmoil. Dash at Wooji_in. Posts, 189. Followers, 10.193 million. Following, 21. Kang Woojin's YouTube channel Kang Woojin's alter ego saw a massive influx of fans. Channel name, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers, 7.74 million. Videos, 31. The phrase, skyrocketing, doesn't even begin to cover it. The comments were filled with Korean, Japanese, and English, bustling with activity. Kang Woojin's fan club, Kang's Heart, was no exception. But the lava didn't erupt only in Korea. Kang Woojin's fan club wasn't just in Korea, after all. Wallen saved by Kang Woojin. The tale of a hero spreads beyond Korea to Japan. It was indeed Japan. Japan had already been ablaze with Wallen's incident. Then, Woojin's Japanese fan club, KWJ Aishiteru, poured oil on the fire. Was Kang Woojin the one who subdued the assailant who attacked Wallen? The first share was fired off by KWJ Aishiteru. As a result, thanks to the Japanese media and outlets that bit the bait, Kang Woojin's dashcam video uploaded on Kang Woojin's domestic fan club site reveals. SNS erupts with Kang Woojin dashcam video. Kang Woojin already tops SNS search rankings. Spread across Japan. Later that day, in the late afternoon. The time was just past 8 o'clock. The location was a large, famous hotel in Seoul. The area around the hotel was packed with people. There were quite a few reporters out in the lobby and along the road in front of the hotel. They were busy filming vans pulling out or crowding around celebrities for interviews. Inside the hotel's banquet hall, however, it was quieter than outside. But the number of people gathered was more than double. There were at least 50 celebrities, including top actors, famous directors, PDs, and other entertainment industry insiders. Journalists and broadcasting team members were also present. The atmosphere of this banquet hall reminded one of a high-end party. It was indeed one. It was an after-party organized by the Korea Actors Association following the Night of the Stars Awards ceremony that started in the late afternoon. Violin music filled the entire banquet hall, and there were round tables and long desks everywhere. Of course, they were set with various champagnes, wines, and gourmet party foods and refreshments. Everyone was busy drinking and engaging in conversations. Familiar faces were spotted among the crowd. Director Kim Do-hee, who set an unprecedented record with the R-rated movie Drug Dealer. Actors Jin Jae-joon and Park Pan-seo from Drug Dealer, as well as the film's cinematographer and music director, were also present. Naturally, Drug Dealer received many awards at today's ceremony, and they were strong contenders for major awards at upcoming ceremonies beyond the Blue Dragon Film Awards. As a result, many people were gathered around the Drug Dealer team. Ha ha ha, Director Kim Do-hee Nim, congratulations. You won 2 awards here alone, and if you count the Blue Dragon, Grand Bell, and Baeksang Awards, you'll win more than 10 this year, right? Amazing, really amazing. Well, the movie was killer. You must be getting a ton of contacts from film companies, right? Not just contacts. An R-rated movie attracted 8 million viewers. Ha ha ha. Reporters and various officials lavished insane amounts of praise on director Kim Do-hee. Well, given the results, it was a predictable scene. Meanwhile, director Kim Do-hee, still with her permed hair, said, yes, thank you. It's all a bit overwhelming. Her reaction was mechanical, but she seemed uncomfortable in her surroundings. She had attended film festivals before, but she wasn't used to after-parties like this. Thanks to that. Excuse me, I need to take a call. Director Kim Do-hee, who had been caught up with many people, moved away pretending to take a call. Her destination was a slightly secluded spot. The art director and cinematographer followed her. Soon after, Director Nim, the main actors of Drug Dealer, who had been talking with other actors, joined the group. It was Jin Jae-joon and Park Pan-seo, who played Jong Sung-hoon and Professor Kim. The one who started the conversation was Park Pan-seo, the eldest in the team in his late 50s, who had unbuttoned his suit jacket. I think we've made enough of an appearance by now. Thinking of heading out. Jin Jae-jun, with his sharp features, was quick to respond. Are you leaving, senior? Director Kim Do-hee, looking exhausted, caught the end of his words. Yes, go ahead. I was thinking of making my escape within 10 minutes too. Park Pan-seo chuckled and scanned the noisy banquet hall before speaking again. Anyway, this place hasn't changed, past or present. I can ignore the atmosphere, but it's ridiculous that Woojin's name isn't on the list of winners. Director Kim Do-hee sighed, as if in agreement. Phew. Even if they say there are no awards for newcomers or anything for new talents. It's a bit off not to mention him at all. Looks like there's no reason to come next year. Well, this place is more of a party than an awards ceremony anyway. Just let it slide. The main film festivals at the end of the year are the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell anyway. Isn't it about time they announced the full list of nominees for those two festivals? It should be out this week. Rumor has it that Woojin's name is mentioned quite a bit in both festivals' offices. Rightly so. Why invite trouble by ignoring him? As Kang Woojin's name came up, the conversation became more animated, especially for director Kim Do-hee. Senior, did you see Woojin's dashcam video? Released this morning? Of course I saw it. Who hasn't seen the issue that made the news? Jin Jae-jun, the cinematographer and the art director, also joined in. Everyone here is busy talking about Woojin too. I just came from there talking about Woojin. Me too. Journalists initially brought up drug dealer, but smoothly transitioned to Lee Sang-man's stories and then to Woojin. It's unavoidable since it blew up this morning. But really, Woojin is endlessly making headlines. Never thought a heroic deed would come next. Soon, they began to discuss the martial arts skills Kang Woojin displayed in the video. Amidst this, director Kim Do-hee stroked her unruly hair, tasting her disappointment. Woojin's moves were killer. If only I had known earlier. I should have included a few action scenes. Park Pan-seo waved his hand, as if in assurance. Director Kim probably knows better, but if Lee Sang-man had shown such flashy martial arts, it would have greatly diminished the character's essence. I know. Just wishful thinking. We should write a better scenario and try casting Woojin. That's when. Over there. Jin Jae-jun, who was moving towards the front circular table to refill his wine, spotted someone. Isn't that director On Jae-bok? It was indeed director On Jae-bok, surrounded by a throng of people. Senior Sim Han-ho is there too. Wow, and there are big shots from major film companies. Isn't that guy with the power patches editor? Editors from other media outlets are here too. Among the drug dealer team, focusing their gaze on director On Jae-bok's group, Jin Jae-jun, with a hint of desire frosting over his eyes, cleared his throat. Ahem. Let's go and greet him properly. We did briefly earlier, but I think we should do it properly. The cinematographer and art director agreed. Meanwhile, Park Pan-seo, who had been chuckling softly, commented, looks like someone's trying to score points during the casting of Leech. Jin Jae-jun shrugged, not bothering to hide his intentions. That's right. Honestly, even a supporting role would be an honor. Well, it could be possible. You must have scored points with drug dealer. But seeing senior Sim Han-ho there, does that mean he's confirmed? I saw an interview with director On Jae-bok saying it's still undecided. Just undecided in words. Didn't he say in an interview that he gave the script to two people? Internally, senior Sim Han-ho might have already been stamped. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Park Pan-seo, stroking his chin, continued. That Leech movie, aiming for Cannes as director On Jae-bok's 100th film, with Sim Han-ho as the lead. The scale is enormous. It's dangerous, a double-edged sword. Regardless, when the drug dealer team moved to greet director On Jae-bok, director Kim Do-hee asked Park Pan-seo, who remained unmoved. Aren't you going, senior? I have other plans. Understood. The cinematographer and art director murmured among themselves. Why is he like that? Didn't you know? Park Pan-seo and Sim Han-ho. It's well known they're not on good terms. The drug dealer team then joined director On Jae-bok's group. The crowd swelled to over 20 people, attracting the attention of not only actors, but also directors and everyone in the banquet hall. Some actors were even trying to squeeze into the group. The greetings began without any major issues initially. Then, director On Jae-bok Jin Jae-jun changed the atmosphere with a serious expression. I heard you're in the midst of considering actors for Leech. It was a rather unexpected topic, but director On Bak showed a relaxed smile. That's right. If there's a role available, I'd like to try out for it. Is that so? I did watch Drug Dealer and enjoyed it, Jae-jun. Thank you. But that was all. Unlike with Hong Hae-yun, director On Bak didn't offer any acting advice or comments, showing a lack of significant interest. However, those around them suddenly became more intrigued. Actors began to look at each other. Editors from media outlets did the same. Among them, the belly-bulging editor of Power Patch joined in. Speaking of which, director On Nim, you mentioned in a magazine interview that you've handed the script to 2 actors, right? Could you give us a hint? Everyone is dying to know which top actors have joined. Ha ha ha. Though it was a question asked in jest, the intent was clear. Nonetheless, director On Bak, running his hand through his short white hair, remained relaxed. Why all the curiosity? Even as he put down his wine glass, he exchanged a glance with the gray-haired Sim Han-ho standing next to him. Suddenly, he revealed a new fact. In fact, it's not just about handing over the scripts now, but the 2 lead roles have been confirmed. Really? Both lead actors are confirmed? That's right. Director On Bak pointed at Sim Han-ho. One of them is actor Sim Han-ho here. Immediately, everyone from Jin Jae-jun to director Kim Do-hee and the editors clapped their hands in realization. Of course, actor Sim. Haha, 2 legends have joined forces. Wow, looking forward to it, director Nim. Their eyes sparkled with excitement at the new piece of bait thrown. The actor's eyes filled with desire, mingling thoughts like, I want to be a part of it, and I want to do it. As the atmosphere heated up, an editor from another major media outlet, not Power Patch, posed an additional question. With actor Sim Han-ho confirmed, if there are 2 leads, who is the other one? In fact, the real deal was this time. Sim Han-ho was a character whose casting could have been somewhat anticipated. The remaining actor. Who was confirmed for the casting? Who was this veiled top actor? Haha, with such a scale, it must be a top actor. Maybe Ryu Youngmin? He's been killing it lately. If it's someone to star alongside Sim Han-ho, it would have to be more than just any actor. Is it one of the top actors who came here today? Actor Park Pan-seo? Director On Nim. Could you give us just a small hint? Just the last name. Please, just the last name. Thanks to this, many eyes were focused on director On Bak's lips, and the veteran director On Bak, leisurely lifting his wine glass, opened his wrinkled mouth with a very nonchalant tone. Kang Woojin. Suddenly. What? Everyone froze in place. Meanwhile, in LA, it was night in Korea, but here it was early dawn. However, the airport was not quiet. Inside one of the planes at the airport, inside its luxurious first class, the plane was still before departure, not moving, and there were many empty seats in first class. Among them, a woman sitting by the window caught the eye. Blonde hair down to her chest, large eyes, blue irises, a white face. She was clearly a foreign woman, but her appearance and aura were extraordinary. Even the flight attendants glanced at her discreetly. The reason was simple. Hollywood top actress Miley Kara to visit Korea for new movie promotion. Expected to arrive in Korea on the afternoon of the 8th. She was the Hollywood superstar actress Miley Kara. Initially an actress, she was now making strides as a singer. Already known for her singing talent, she cemented her position with a hit musical movie. Afterwards, she appeared frequently in Disney movies, and her songs as a singer hit the Billboard charts. In short, Miley Kara was at the peak as a Hollywood actress and singer, always among the top 3 popular actresses overseas. Anyway, her face, looking down at her phone, was ice cold, indifferent. This perfectly described Kara's personality. Then, Kara, someone called her. It was a burly, nearly bald foreign man approaching Kara's seat. It was Kara's main manager. He spoke to Kara, of course, in English. We're about to depart. Try to get some sleep. It's going to be a long flight. Kara glanced at him briefly and responded with a chilly English tone. I know. I'll take care of it. I'm not sleepy yet. It's your first time going to Korea? How do you feel? I haven't been there, but it doesn't seem bad. You know? There's a Korean restaurant near my house. It's clean, and the food is fantastic. Good to hear. The movie promotion activities in Korea will last about a week. You need to manage your energy well. This was the reason she was on the plane. Miley Kara's visit to Korea for the promotion of her new movie, since she was the main lead in a movie that was about to be released in Korea. Then, the bald manager handed Kara a tablet, asking her about something else. It's a list of Korean YouTubers. Have you looked at it? You need to decide now. Which YouTube channel will you appear on? But Kara, having swiftly flipped through the tablet, responded coldly. I've told you, I'll only appear on one YouTube channel. Kara, you can't ignore YouTube channel promotions these days. And if you've made a decision, you need to let me know. Kara showed her phone. The screen displayed a YouTube channel video. 6. Miley Kara / Absolute Cover Korean. Ver. Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 16.33 million. Kara with her icy face delivered the final word. I'll only appear here. Chapter 192. Chapter 192, United States, 7. Director on GA Box Declaration. The name Kang Woojin was uttered from his lips. A rough yet aged voice. The moment his short and clear voice spread, about a dozen heavyweight figures around him froze like ice, unable to hide their astonishment. Including director Kim Do-hee and other famous directors, actors besides Jin Jae-joon, magazine editors, reporters, etc. Everyone blankly stared at director on GA Bok, who had a leisurely smile. On the other hand, why are you all like this? Director on GA Bok's smile deepened. Of course, Sim Han-ho, standing next to him, also had an unfazed expression. Only these two were fine in this banquet hall at the moment. After taking a sip of wine, director on GA Bok opened his wrinkled mouth again. I just told you because you asked. Why are all of you looking so shocked? Finally regaining their senses, director Kim Do-hee, with her permed hair, blinked her widened eyes and asked, Director Nim, did you just confirm that the remaining actor is Kang Woojin SSI? That's right. So, you mean Kang Woojin is cast alongside senior Sim Han-ho in your 100th work, Leech? He was also in My Drug Dealer. Are there two Kang Woojins in the acting world now? No, that's not it. It was hard to believe even though they had heard it clearly, especially since Kang Woojin had already shaken the nation with the twist in the Wallen case. And now, suddenly, he's a lead actor in an GA Bok film? How did that even happen? Thanks to this, actors like Kim Do-hee and Jin Jae-joon were still flustered, but reporters and magazine editors began to sneak away with different expressions in their eyes. Haha, interesting. Why director on GA Bok chose Kang Woojin is a matter for later. I need to throw this out as quickly as possible. Kang Woojin? Crazy. This guy's a real star material. How does he make headlines every week? An historical actor like Sim Han-ho and a rookie rewriting history, Kang Woojin, can't ignore this intriguing lineup. The reporters took out their phones to start typing, while everyone else from Power Patch magazine and beyond started making calls. Hey, just slam the title and go with the article. It doesn't need content. It's a scoop. Don't ask, just write it down first. And get the article up as quickly as possible. Shoo, I said don't ask. Watching the backs of these people, director on GA Bok slowly nodded. It was the scene he wanted. Then he whispered to the gray-haired Sim Han-ho sitting next to him. The fire has properly spread. It was already burning well, and the firewood was top-notch. The banquet hall buzzed even more as everyone grasped the situation. Whether they were near or far, director on GA Bok's words naturally spread. The voices grew louder, occasionally with shouts. What? For real? Kang Woojin. Did he just say that? Many were surprised, but took out their phones. They had to relay the bomb dropped in this banquet hall to the outside. Among these, the actors' reactions were the most intense. Various emotions mixed in their eyes. Can't be Kang Woojin. What does that mean? So, Kang Woojin is just in his first year, and he's challenging Kan. It's too sudden, isn't it? No, but is Kang Woojin's schedule even possible? Impossible. Senior, Sim Han-ho, and Kang Woojin together? What in the world? Jealousy and envy were the most prominent emotions. A moment when intense desire turns into resentment. Then, Jin Jae-joon, who was close to director on GA Bok, managed to speak up. Director Nim, is there a reason you chose Woojin SSI? With all eyes on him, director on GA Bok answered nonchalantly. It seems he's not particularly interested in Kan. Exactly 15 minutes later, just 15 minutes after, the bomb that exploded in the banquet hall was revealed to the world. Breaking news, director On Jae-bok at Stars Night announces the two actors confirmed for Leech are Sim Han-ho and Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin's heroic tales were still boiling over. Hours later, in Los Angeles, USA, while it was the start of the 8th day in Korea, LA was just welcoming the morning of the 7th. The time was around 9 a.m. near North Hollywood Park, where the accommodation for the Our Dining Table team was located. Among the many staff-packed accommodations, the one particularly bustling with people was the house used by the male cast members. The reason was simple. After arriving in LA, the Our Dining Table team had officially started shooting. Well, the shooting had started when they left Korea, but the real shooting for the theme of Our Dining Table was from now on. Meanwhile, outside the accommodation, the staff and production crew of Our Dining Table were scattered everywhere. However, what was unusual was, really? Wow, I just woke up and didn't know. Yeah, it's completely true. Director On Jae-bok himself said it. Look it up, Korea is turned upside down. It's still early morning in Korea, right? When do journalists ever sleep? Crazy, what did Woojin SSI say? Don't know, haven't met him yet. It was very bustling. The production crew and dozens of staff members of Our Dining Table were all the same. Everyone nonstop talked about Kang Woojin. Director On Jae-bok announced it himself at the after-party of Stars Night. Yeah, and even actor Sim Han-ho was right there. Wow, right before the dashcam video issue even cooled down. As soon as the cast members gathered, I knew PD Yoon was not joking around. I saw that too. Ha Gang-soo's eyes were about to pop out, weren't they? Since Our Dining Table has many actors as members, it's only natural they were all shocked. Director On Jae-bok, the lineup with Sim Han-ho, and then adding Kang Woojin to it. This is really a big event. Because director On Jae-bok's bombshell had already spread this far. In fact, the news was first heard a few hours earlier in the early morning, and the reactions were several times more intense than now. Currently, it was relatively calm. Nevertheless, conversations about Kang Woojin were nonstop. But can Woojin SSI even fit it into his schedule? He's already taken on many projects, with director Kwan's and the one in Japan. Don't know, they must have figured something out? Anyway, all predictions were off the mark. Wow, look, the company group chat is about to explode. Putting the great actor Sim Han-ho and first-year Kang Woojin together, it couldn't possibly remain quiet. Around this time, Choi Sung-gun said, Yeah, but we can't release a statement right away. Let things heat up a bit. He was busy walking leisurely down the street, making calls, since there would be no break from the phone calls. Around him, the managers of each cast member were clinging on. They must be curious. So, where was Kang Woojin? He was sitting on a sofa in the living room on the first floor of the male cast members' accommodation. Or rather, the entire cast of Our Dining Table was gathered here. And Jong-hak on a single sofa, Wallin and Hong Hae-yeon on a three-seater, and on the remaining long sofa were Ha Gang-soo and Yun Baek-kwang. Woojin, wearing a hat today, appeared more solemn than usual. Of course, that's how it appeared to others, but internally, he was just feeling extremely tired. I'm so tired. I should go into the void space for a bit. He had already been through a rough storm. Before the tales of his heroism had even cooled down, the leech matter had hit this place. Because of this, not only the entire cast of Our Dining Table, but also PD Yoon Byung-seon and the writers, had bombarded him with a storm of questions. Woojin SSI, is this article that came out real? How can nuclear bombs keep going off like this? Are you really shooting a film with director On Jae-bok? Why did you keep such a big thing a secret? Are you really going to Cannes, Woojin SSI? For over an hour, that was. PD Yoon Byung-seon was nearly dancing with joy. Especially since most of the Our Dining Table cast were actors, their reactions were intense. Endless curiosity from Jong-hak and Ha Gang-soo. Hidden admiration from Wallin. High praises from the youngest Yun Baek-kwang. Hong Hae-yeon, surprisingly, didn't have much of a reaction, as if she had somewhat sensed it. If the situation here was like this, what would it be like upon returning to Korea? Woojin had peeked at the internet situation in Korea and felt burdened. So what can be done? We should think of it as something that was going to happen anyway, just a little earlier. Well, I can't avoid it, so I might as well enjoy it. But that old man, he really dropped it out of nowhere. Contacts from acquaintances were also a headache, especially his younger sister, Kang Hyuna, and close friends. Somehow, despite the disaster of a situation, our dining table team had calmed down because they had to shoot. Anyway, around the sofa where Kang Woojin was sitting, numerous mini-cams were placed, and cameras were positioned here and there. Around them were dozens of staff members, including Byung-seon. Regardless, the appearance of our dining table cast was quite natural. Including Kang Woojin wearing a hat, everyone was in comfortable clothes, and the makeup of Wallin and Hong Hae-yeon was light. They were currently deciding on the menu. Starting tomorrow, they had to begin actual sales using the food truck that was waiting outside. In other words, they had to buy all the ingredients today, prepare them, and even arrange the movements of the cast members. At this moment, and Jong-hak, sitting on the single sofa and wearing a baseball cap, broke the ice. First, we need to finalize the menu, right? Kitchen team, do you have anything in mind? What do you think, leader? The question thrown, everyone's gaze landed on the silent Kang Woojin. Woojin calmly answered, as he had already decided on the answer thanks to the knowledge ingrained in him as a chef. The speed of serving food is important for a food truck. We don't need many items on the menu. 2 would be appropriate. 2, which ones? Rice and noodle dishes. Both can be parboiled. What did the chef think of? For the non-spicy options, bulgogi rice bowl and kimjibin makuksu would be good, I think. TL, kimjibin makuksu equals seaweed buckwheat noodles. And Jong-hak immediately raised his hand. I agree. Following him, Hong Hae-yeon and Wallin joined in, and ultimately everyone agreed. No other opinions were raised. Watching from outside the angle, PD Yoon Byung-seon chuckled and joined in. Hey, if you're going to decide that quickly, why have a meeting? And Jong-hak waved his hand as if it was noisy. If the hero chef has made a decision, I, as a figurehead, must follow. What? Does PD Yoon have any complaints about the menu? None at all. It's perfect. Okay, then we can start making a list of ingredients. And for the flow, let's see. Since it's a food truck, having 4 in the kitchen and 2 for serving should be enough, right? The answer came quickly again. Chef Kang Woojin would have Hong Hae-yeon, Wallin, and Yun Baek-kwang assisting in the kitchen, while the tall Ha Gang-soo and In Jong-hak were in charge of the exterior. Here, Ha Gang-soo, wearing a hoodie, raised a question. What about drinks? Kang Woojin's low tone answered immediately. It's better to leave out drinks other than coffee at the beginning. Carelessly offering drinks can prolong conversations and slow down the turnover rate. Ah, I see. Let's start by offering just simple water to gauge the atmosphere. And Jong-hak and Ha Gang-soo gave a thumbs up. Wow. As expected of hero chef, director on GA Box man. That's reassuring. That charm got director on GA Box hooked. Hong Hae-yeon, who tied her long hair up, also joined in. As expected, not just anyone can become a hero. Wallin, glancing at Woojin, was internally praising. That lukewarm charisma is really the killing point. Teasing disguised as praise. Regardless, Kang Woojin was silently recalling the chef's recipes. Let's split into teams, one for buying ingredients and another for preparing at the accommodation. Yes, leader, it was to divert attention. The next day, around lunchtime, near North Hollywood Park, the vast park was filled with many foreigners taking walks. A woman jogging with headphones, a man having a fun time with his dog, a couple lying in the grass reading a book, etc. It was a scene straight out of a movie. While many people were visible, the park was so spacious that it didn't feel crowded. Among them, an American elderly couple walking on the park's pathway caught the eye. Both had white hair and were slowly crossing the park holding hands. As they chatted and walked, the grandma noticed something by the roadside ahead. She immediately opened her mouth, of course, speaking English. Isn't that food truck new? In her soft tone, the grandma's words directed the grandpa's gaze forward. The elderly couple often passed through the park at this time, allowing them to instantly recognize the food truck that wasn't usually there. The food truck was a mix of red and blue colors overall. Hanging on top of the truck were signs in both English and Korean. Korean food. Our dining table. Seeing the sign, the grandma smiled broadly. Looks like it's a food truck selling Korean food. Seems so. Wonder what they're selling. Shall we eat there? You wanted tacos, didn't you? And remember how you cried after eating tteokbokki last time. We can ask them to make it not spicy this time, right? We can always have tacos since there's one next to your restaurant. Mm. It'll be a memorable meal. If we're going to eat anyway, shouldn't it be something special? Convinced by the grandma, the grandpa nodded. All right, but if it doesn't taste good, you have to say it right away. Of course. Thus, the elderly couple moved towards the food truck selling Korean food. From up close, all the staff indeed looked Korean. Oh, they really are all Korean. But they all look so handsome and beautiful. That's right. Koreans really have nice skin, look so young that it's hard to guess their age. At that moment, swish, a few women approached the elderly couple who were getting closer to the food truck and asked in English, "Excuse me, are you planning to use this food truck?" The grandpa replied, "Yes, why? Is it still being prepared?" "No, it's not that. Actually, this food truck is part of a Korean TV show. If you use it, you'll be appearing in the show, so we're asking for your consent." The grandma, with a kind smile, gave their consent. "We'd be delighted. It's fine with us." "Thank you. Then please feel free to use it." Soon, the women moved away, and the grandma laughed as if amazed. A Korean TV show. I wonder if that means all the people working here are celebrities. Must be. The food might not live up to expectations, though. Soon, when the elderly couple reached the area with 6 tables set up, a Korean approached them from the food truck. It was In Jong-hak, the figurehead manager, wearing a navy uniform with the Our Dining Table logo and his hair neatly slicked back. "Hello, are you our first customers today?" And Jong-hak's English was quite fluent. Not as much as Kang Woojin, but there was no problem in communication, and he guided the elderly couple to a central table. The grandpa then asked, "I heard it's a TV show. What's the theme?" "We're promoting Korean food abroad." "I see. So you and everyone else are celebrities?" "That's right." "Impressive. Thank you. Here's the menu. Currently, we have 2 dishes ready. Shall I explain them to you?" "Please do." Soon, and Jong-hak explained the bulgogi rice bowl and kimjibin makuksu listed on the menu. After listening to the explanation, the grandma asked with a smile, "Is the bulgogi rice bowl spicy?" "Not at all." "Then I'll have the bulgogi rice bowl. And you?" The grandpa pointed at the noodle dish in the menu. "This one, kimjab. It's called kimjibin makuksu." "Ah, I'll have that, please." "Understood." And Jong-hak politely collected the menu and moved away from the elderly couple, shouting to the people inside the food truck in Korean. "1 bulgogi, 1 kimjibin." Watching him, the grandma commented, "Korean sounds so pleasant to the ear." The grandpa was scanning the cameras and production crew around them. If it's a TV show, does that mean the chefs cooking are also actors? Looks like that person inside the food truck. Following the grandma's gesture, the grandpa looked inside the food truck. 2 men and 2 women were visible. Among them, a young man who had just started cooking caught their eye. He had a deep impression and a cynical aura, wearing a headscarf on his head. Seeing his appearance, the grandpa was sure. That chef must also be an actor. Yes, he's handsome. Should have gone for tacos, right? The food in such shows is usually not good. But looking at that chef moving, seems like he learned diligently. Indeed, seeing that he's wearing a headscarf and a mask, he seems to have focused on hygiene, and judging by how he handles the wok, it looks like he practiced a lot. But still, his main job is being an actor. You're too picky. As a chef, you should experience various kinds of food and flavors. I've already tasted many Korean dishes. Have you tried gochujang? It's so good that I'm researching how to use it in my restaurant. TL, gochujang equals red chili paste. Indeed, this grandpa was a chef who ran a restaurant. The location was close to here. That's when, swish. This time, not in Jong-hak, but a tall man approached the elderly couple. It was Ha Gangsu. "Your food is ready." Though his English was slightly awkward, the elderly couple greeted him nonchalantly and received their ordered food. And Jong-hak also appeared, explaining how to eat the food. After the explanation, the 2 men left, and the grandma stirred the steaming bulgogi rice bowl with a spoon. "It smells good. What about you?" The grandpa, looking intently at the kimjibin makuksu in front of him, said, "The soup is brown, and so are the noodles. The smell is nutty and not bad. It's similar to Japanese ramen, but definitely different and a bit off-putting. This black thing floating in the soup is seaweed. Try it." The silver-haired grandpa hesitantly lifted his spoon and gently scooped up some soup, then carefully sipped it. His expression hardened. No, rather, it was an ambiguous face. Without a word, the grandpa tasted the soup again. Once, twice, 3 times. Then, he took the bowl and took a big gulp. Watching him, the grandma who was flipping the bulgogi rice bowl widened her eyes, and the grandpa silently looked down at his kimjibin makuksu before picking up his fork, twirling the noodles and dipping them in the soup before eating. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment, all the Our Dining Table team cameras scattered around the food truck were filming the elderly couple. Soon, the grandma, who had been scooping up the bulgogi rice bowl, asked the grandpa, "How does that brown noodle taste?" The grandpa, stopping his fork mid-air, chewed on the noodles, but his expression remained firm. Then, slowly lifting his head, "We were wrong. Is it not tasty?" The grandpa said to the grandma. There was a storm in the grandpa's blue eyes. The man who made this food is not an actor. He's a real chef. For more Chapter 193, United States, 8. Before they knew it, the grand opening of the Our Table food truck had arrived. An enormous park in the United States, a place Kang Woojin had never been to before, unfolded before his eyes as he donned the Our Dining Table uniform. Woojin checked the front continuously while casually putting a headscarf on his head, because both wonder and unfamiliarity arose at the same time. Crazy? Why am I even here? His expression was full of the dignity of a chef, but inside, his heart was pounding like an ordinary citizen. Indeed, the world was vast. Especially, Kang Woojin's world was several times larger than that of ordinary people. After all, it included the realm of the void space. But that was only for a moment. Ah shit, well that aside, I need to prepare. As if intending to unwind the tension with work, Woojin was about to take out the wok when the people standing around him openly voiced their trembling hearts. They were Hong Hai-yun, Wallin, and Yun Baek-kwang, all dressed the same as Woojin. Ah, it's so nerve-wracking actually being in the food truck, right? Right? Yuni, my hands are shaking. Oh, really? I think I'm okay. Baek-kwang, your legs are shaking though. Ah, that's because I did squats for too long yesterday, just kidding. I'm actually insanely nervous. The Americans are really coming, right? But it wouldn't be the case that not even one person comes, right? There are more than 4 food trucks here. If they don't come, that's a disaster in itself. PD Yoon seems like he would even enjoy a failing scene. As if to relieve their pounding hearts through conversation, the 3 chattered while preparing for the opening. In the meantime, Kang Woojin's cynicism intensified, and Yun Baek-kwang, who glanced at the chef leader, whispered to Hong Hai-yun next to him. But Sunbi Nim, Woojin Hyung, doesn't seem nervous at all. He's like the Terminator. Hong Hai-yun turned her head back to check on Kang Woojin. He had already started the preliminary cooking for bulgogi. A matter of this magnitude isn't enough to make him shake. We need a Hollywood star to show up for his eyebrows to even come closer. Together. Amazing. I want to learn that aura too. That kind of thing suits Woojin SSI. You would get scolded if you did it. That's when it happened. Wallin, who was portioning out soba noodles next to Woojin, opened her mouth a bit unusually. Here they come. They're coming. Thanks to her, everyone including Kang Woojin raised their gaze to the front. A few minutes after opening, an elderly American couple was talking around a table with the Our Dining Table writer, apparently getting their consent. Soon, the elderly couple sat at the central table, and In Jong-hak, the figurehead boss, approached them with a menu. And so, 1 bulgogi, 1 kimjibin. The Americans ordered Kang Woojin's dishes. Here it comes, the time has finally arrived. Woojin felt an emotion similar to the first time he acted. It wasn't a serious situation, but a peculiar greed arose. He wanted to serve them delicious food. Therefore, Woojin sprinkled calmness all over his body, suppressing the nervousness. He heavily laid on the concept. Calmly focuses. There's no problem with the process of making the food itself. What's important here is Kang Woojin's mindset. Since I'm doing it, wouldn't it be nice if it went well? Coming to a foreign country to promote Korean food, hearing complaints was not acceptable. Whatever it was, Woojin's 2 dishes were quickly completed. Soon, the food was delivered to the elderly couple. Calm. Woojin secretly swallowed his saliva. Of course, the assistants around him did the same. How is it? How does it taste? When Woojin was quietly observing the elderly couple, the expression of the grandpa eating the broth of the kimjibin makuksu tightened. Huh, doesn't it suit his taste? Reflecting Kang Woojin's inner thoughts, Wallin opened her mouth. Ah, it seems the taste is a bit unfamiliar. The elderly couple starts whispering to each other. At this moment, and Jong-hak, standing in front of the food truck's kitchen, turns his head and locks eyes with Woojin inside the truck. Chef, how about you go and ask them yourself? Should I be the one to speak? I could go, or Kangsu could, but since they are our first customers and the first to taste our food, I think it would look better if you, chef, were to go out. Oh, and show off your English skills a bit. There's no way PD Yoon would cut that out. In essence, and Jong-hak was ensuring Woojin could showcase his talents while securing content for the show. Indeed, he shows the qualities of a veteran in the entertainment side of things. Woojin, internally admiring this, silently nodded his head. Ah, yes, I understand. Encouraged by Yun Baekwang's cheering good luck, Woojin calmly washed his hands, took off his mask, and stepped out of the food truck. Kang Woojin strides towards the elderly couple. At this sight, PD Yoon Byung-seon among the staff scattered around the food truck smiled. Attach cameras in front, behind, and to the side for this cut. By this point, Kang Woojin had approached the white-haired American elderly couple, and the grandpa, sensing someone, lifted his head. To him, Woojin lowered his voice, thinking it needed to have a bit of charm, and surprisingly smooth English flowed out. Hello, how do you find the food? The elderly couple seemed slightly surprised. The grandma spoke first. Oh, your English is really good? Did you live in the United States? If one were to close their eyes, they might mistake it for a conversation between two Americans. I'm not that good to be praised. How do you find the bulgogi rice bowl? It's fantastic. A thrill ran through Woojin. Ah, the pleasure is incredible. This is why one cooks, I guess. Then Woojin turned his gaze from the grandma to the grandpa, who, as if waiting, asked in English, Are you a chef? Huh, what's he talking about? Woojin, maintaining a moment of indifference, responded, I do handle the cooking here at the food truck. No, I heard this is a Korean TV show and the others are actors. That's correct. You're not an actor but a real chef, right? No, my main profession is as an actor. The elderly couple's blue eyes widened in surprise. Especially, the grandpa seemed more shocked, and the grandma clapped her hands in exclamation. Really? It's amazing that you can produce such flavors. Despite not being a chef. At this point, the grandpa, who had been staring blankly at Woojin, chimed in. Your main job is really as an actor? Yes, that's correct. I would really like to see a work you've acted in. I'll do my best. Soon, the grandpa pointed at the two dishes placed on the table. This bulgogi rice bowl is delicious, but especially this noodle dish is the best. Is this food commonly eaten in Korea? Ah, that's my original creation. You said your main job was as an actor. I have cooking as a hobby. Then that means, are we the first ones to taste this noodle dish? Yes, you are the first customers to try it, excluding test tastings. The grandpa murmured softly, maintaining his widened blue eyes. What an honor. The grandma expressed regret. Then, that means it's not available in the United States. Feeling it was enough, Woojin slightly bowed his head. Please, enjoy your meal. The one to stop him was the grandpa, scratching his white hair. Just a moment. Could we possibly take a picture together? Of course. Following was a photo session, and finally, the grandma asked, How long will this food truck be operating? As Woojin was turning to leave, he calmly answered, Until the afternoon, 2 days from now. After that, we plan to open the shop for about 5 days. And so, several tens of minutes later, the white-haired American elderly couple, having finished their meal, got into a van prepared by the staff and proceeded with an interview. It was a good story from the first customer, especially since the grandpa was a real chef. Oh, you run a restaurant. That's right. It's close from here. Not too big, but we have a lot of regular customers. I see. Then, how did you find the 2 dishes you had? I'm thinking of coming back tomorrow. It was really delicious. I'll also recommend it to people I know. But I heard the food truck is only until the day after tomorrow, and then you're opening a shop. Yes, the food truck is like a practice run. Then, the elderly couple asked in unison, Can you tell us where the shop will be located? Meanwhile, in Korea, at the time Kang Woojin's cooking made its debut in the United States, which was lunchtime on the 8th in LA. It was the morning of the 9th in Korea. Early time. However, a variety of issues were pouring down like a torrential rain, regardless of the time. Movie talk. Following Sim Han-ho, director On Jae-bok announces the casting of Kang Woojin for his 100th movie/photo. Actor joining director On Jae-bok's new work finally unveiled. Top actor Sim Han-ho and big twist Kang Woojin. Issue is monster rookie Kang Woojin chosen by director On Jae-bok. Industry insiders react what? It was a very natural phenomenon. A globally significant guest had visited Korea. World star Miley Kara visits Korea. Hundreds gather to see her/photo. Miley Kara appears at Incheon Airport, waves leisurely to the swarming press. Issue pick. First experience in Korea. Miley Kara visits Korea, plans to engage in promotional activities for about a week. The visit of the global superstar was introduced in the news by all three major domestic broadcasters. Hollywood superstar Miley Kara has arrived in Korea. Hundreds of reporters and fans were tangled up in the arrival hall of the airport at her visit. Despite the barrage of flashes and screams of fans, Miley Kara continued calmly with her fan service. This is Kim Dae-hyun reporting. The country had been in turmoil to welcome this guest. First-year rookie Kang Woojin. How was he cast in director On Jae-bok's work? Especially the entertainment industry. The names of many movies and drama filming sites were incessantly calling out Kang Woojin's name. Among them, of course, was the set of Island of the Missing, which currently had a vacant spot due to Woojin's absence. Bioside, a large set complex. At the time when about 100 staff members were busy with shooting preparations, actors dressed in military uniforms were gathered in small groups, waiting for standby. With the cold weather, they wore paddings or jackets over their military uniforms, and Kang Woojin's name kept coming out of their mouths. Wow, really, I never imagined it would be Woojin SSI. Tough John Woo Chang exclaimed. And Kim E-won, sipping warm coffee, strongly agreed. Exactly. And to think director On Jae-bok would announce it himself in such a crowded place dash. But Woojin SSI too. How could he not say a word to us? Ha Ura, who was tying her hair, shrugged her shoulders. Must have been a gag order. And well, there might be reasons he couldn't tell. Che, I thought we were somewhat close, but isn't it a bit upsetting? You're not the only one feeling that, Woo Chang. Kim E-won sighed deeply. Oh, it's really a mix of jealousy and admiration. But isn't the casting really unique? Senior Sim Han-ho and Kang Woojin SSI. After a brief silence, John Woo Chang, who was silently looking at his phone in his long padded coat, asked Ryu Young-min. Young-min Hyung, what about you? Honestly, the media occasionally mentions you as the actor confirmed for Leech, right? So what? Meaning, did you also not receive any contact? Of course not. From the beginning, director On Jae-bok only made contact with Woojin SSI. Da Nang. It was when director On Jae-bok came to Da Nang. Yeah, that time. Wow. I thought at that time the director just came for a vacation. But did he come all the way to Vietnam, Da Nang, just to see Woojin SSI? Director On Jae-bok? Ryu Young-min chuckled. He was really captivated. Then Ryu Young-min snorted a laugh, and John Woo Chang and Kim E-won looked puzzled. Why are you laughing? Young-min Hyung. No, it's just ridiculous. Having a growth opportunity right before my eyes, and just stupidly watching him leap ahead, makes me wonder. Ryu Young-min had joined Island of the Missing for various reasons, including overcoming his limits and growing. His target was the rookie, Kang Woojin. Ryu Young-min had been observing Woojin from Hanryang to Island of the Missing. But now, Ryu Young-min found himself in a position where he could only watch Kang Woojin become increasingly distant. Clearly, Kang Woojin was close by. Yet, within just a few days, a gap had widened to the point of invisibility. Perhaps he had been complacent. Woojin SSI was on a rapid sprint, and I failed to notice. But it was already too late. Eventually, director On Jae-bok fell for his acting, Kang Woojin sweeping up all the big-name directors in the country. Feature, from Leech to standing shoulder to shoulder with Sim Han-ho, Kang Woojin aims for Cannes in his debut year. With the acceleration of his sprint compounded by a booster, the media frenzy surrounding Kang Woojin had reached an uncontrollable level. Already drawing attention, the acting showdown between Sim Han-ho and Kang Woojin. Experts favor Sim Han-ho. It wasn't just now. It had been since the moment director On Jae-bok mentioned Kang Woojin's name. Star talk. Busy, busy, busy. Hero Kang Woojin, who saved Wallin, joining director On Jae-bok's project. Will he become a hero to rookie actors too? Tales of heroism related to Wallin had shaken the foundation, and on top of that, director On Jae-bok threw gasoline on the fire. But the resulting explosion seemed like a nuclear bomb had been dropped. The uproar was inevitable. How long has it been since he caught the stalker? Kang Woojin, whose issues haven't ceased since his debut/photo. Actors scattered throughout the entertainment industry, broadcasters, production companies, and film companies, etc. Flames soared everywhere, with facts and rumors rampant. Kang Woojin was not in Korea, but his absence was not felt at all. Instead, his presence had magnified tenfold. A turmoil. Yes, Kang Woojin had caused a turmoil. A mere one-year rookie at that. It was an unprecedented situation in the history of Korea's entertainment industry. Kang Woojin, who was rubbing shoulders with figures hailed as the history of the Korean entertainment industry, such as director On Jae-bok, top actor Sim Han-ho, and many big shots, was ironically, from debut to now, without failure, Kang Woojin completing a decade's worth of an actor's filmography in his first year. What's left? An Academy Award. He was writing a new history all on his own. United States, the morning of the 9th. All the cast members of Our Dining Table, having successfully completed their first day of business at the food truck, were now in the van, moving. Of course this included Kang Woojin, who wore an indifferent expression. He was looking out the window, thinking about yesterday. Yeah, there were not many customers, but it was pretty good. If only we could have as many today as yesterday, that would be perfect. Woojin was internally praising himself, while In Jong-hak and Yun Baek-kwang sitting around him were looking down at their phones. Specifically, they were looking at the upheaval Kang Woojin had caused in the Korean entertainment industry. Wow. Woojin Hyung. The articles are changing every second. Man, when our chef returns to Korea, will the reporters give him a guard of honor at the airport? Hong Hae-yun chimed in. It's kind of funny. I mean, Miley Kara made a visit to Korea, but she got overshadowed because of Woojin SSI. At that moment, Yun Baek-kwang, who had lifted his head, suddenly saw something up front and was startled. Lo, look over there. The van had neared the food truck where they were to do business, and Yun Baek-kwang pointed towards the area around the food truck. What was peculiar was, oh no, what is that? What the? Everyone except Kang Woojin widened their eyes or opened their mouths in shock. Woojin, heavily into his character, cursed internally. Wah fuck. Are they crazy? The reason was simple. There was a long line of Americans standing in front of the food truck, which hadn't even opened yet. It easily looked like several dozens of people. What kind of line is that? It was only Our Dining Table's food truck that had this. Chapter 194, United States, 9. It was an emergency. The first thought that came to Kang Woojin's mind was the unusual situation around the food truck. What's happening? Is something going on around here? No, that seemed a bit of a stretch. After all, Americans were all lined up in front of the Our Dining Table food truck. It's strange. Clearly, there was something wrong with this picture. Woojin was obviously flustered, but he forced himself to maintain a poker face. However, everyone in the Our Dining Table cast, except for Woojin, visibly expressed their shock and confusion. Why is the line so long? Did the line from another food truck spill over to ours? No, the other places haven't even opened yet. Just by looking, it seems like there are more than 30 people. Everyone except Kang Woojin was panicking. Of course, this scene was vividly captured by the minicam installed inside the car, and also filmed by two VJs holding cameras. Amidst this, In Jong-hak, who had neatly combed his hair as usual, shouted to Ha Gang-soo, who was driving. Gang-soo, for now just pass by. Should I just go past? Yeah, just drive past. What if we stop there and people swarm us? Understood. The driver, Ha Gang-soo, drove past the food truck and stopped the van a few hundred meters away on the shoulder of the road. Simultaneously, everyone turned their bodies towards the van's rear window. The long line was still visible. Fortunately, the Americans in line didn't pay any attention to the van. They were just waiting for the food truck to open. At this point, both Kang Woojin and everyone else were certain. Those people were waiting for our dining table food truck, and something had changed. Otherwise, the situation made no sense. After all, when they opened yesterday, they only attracted flies. Of course, they did have some customers during the business, but there were a lot more people just passing by. Soon, and Jong Hak, who was trying to calm down by running his hands through his hair, picked up his phone. Are the staff around? Has PD Yoon seen this? Amid the emergency, and Jong Hak quickly tried to call PD Yoon Byung-seon. But there was no need for that. Slide. Suddenly, the van door opened, and PD Yoon Byung-seon, wearing glasses, appeared. A mischievous smile spread across his lips as he stood in front of the car door. Hey, with all these customers gathered, what are you doing not opening? Up. Wallin and Yun Baek Kwang asked almost simultaneously with surprised voices. Do we just open now? Following them, and Jong Hak, the figurehead boss, joined in. How can we open in this situation? And who are all these people? PD Yoon, do you know something? Hyung, it's obvious they're customers. But, that's what I'm saying. Why are there customers here from the morning? They're even lined up. Well, you know something. Spit it out. Soon, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who had been smirking, showed everyone something he had been hiding behind his back. Look at this. What he brought into the van was a newspaper filled with English text. The peculiar thing was, here, do you see our truck featured on the front page? A very familiar photo was printed on the first page of the newspaper. It was the Our Dining Table food truck. PD Yoon Byung-seon, pointing to that part with his index finger, began to explain. This newspaper is a local one, and our truck was featured in an article. We were surprised because people gathered here since the morning. So, we asked around, and this happened. So, we were featured on the front page of a local newspaper. That's right. But the more interesting part is, PD Yoon Byung-seon, maintaining his smile, called out to Kang Woojin, who was looking down at the newspaper indifferently. Woojin, do you remember the elderly couple from yesterday? Yes. Well, of course. They were our first customers. Anyway, it turns out the grandfather is quite famous around here. Hong Hai-yun, with her long hair tied up, joined in. I heard. He's a chef who runs a restaurant. I was surprised to hear that. As if that wasn't the end of it, PD Yoon Byung-seon took over the conversation. When I looked into that restaurant, it turns out it received 1 Michelin star. It's a very famous and well-known restaurant among the locals here. Michelin. Wow, awesome. So, does that mean Woo Jin Hyung received high praise from that chef? By the time Yun Baek Kwang was getting excited, Kang Woojin almost ended up joining in the shoulder dance. Woojin barely managed to suppress that urge and lowered his voice as much as possible. Did that person spread some rumors? Is that why there was an article? Something like that. The chef gave his contact information, asking to be notified when the store opens. After talking to him, it seems he recommended our food truck to his acquaintances on his way home yesterday. Among them was a journalist for a local newspaper. Did that journalist come to our truck yesterday? Exactly. But it's not just the newspaper. The article was also published online. It even appeared on the local newspaper's SNS. Woojin closed his mouth after grasping the situation, while PD Yoon Byung-seon was thrilled. With that kind of attention, it's only natural for people to flock here. PD Yoon Byung-seon tapped the newspaper title with his index finger and showed a deep smile to Woojin. Woojin, you don't have to translate everything. Just this title here. Korean food that even a Michelin 1-star chef fell in love with. The taste of the food truck from Korea was fantastic. Do you see the very end of the article? There's an interview with that grandfather chef from yesterday. Then, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who folded the newspaper, irritatingly asked all the Our Dining Table cast members who were still stunned. What are all of you doing here? We need to open. Are we going to keep the customers waiting? They've been taking pictures of the closed food truck since a while ago. Now that we've grasped the situation, let's quickly go and guide the customers. Those customers are just the beginning. It's before opening, so that's the crowd, but more may flock in after we open. Come on, move. In that moment, Kang Woojin remembered the white-haired American grandfather who had smiled kindly yesterday. His smiling face somehow overlapped with director On Jae-bok's face in Woojin's mind. Why do all the grandpas around me, both in Korea and America, love to stir up trouble? Why exactly? And then he had a feeling. Today, that food truck would become, I'm screwed. A train bound for hell. Several hours later, in Korea. It was early morning on the 10th. The location was a huge house in Cheongdam-dong, Seoul. At a glance, it seemed like a place where a chaebol might live, but currently, the house was bustling with foreigners instead of a chaebol. They were the team of the world-renowned star Miley Kara, who had recently come to Korea. Her team had rented this house. Although hotels are the norm, Miley Kara's accommodation was changed for her safety. Regardless, Miley Kara, who had been in Korea for 3 days, was currently engulfed in sleep. Meanwhile, the rest of her foreign staff were busy preparing for today's schedule. As a result, the first floor's living room was bustling. Among them, a foreign man with a huge physique and a buzz cut, sitting on the living room sofa, was noticeable. He was Kara's main manager, and foreigners of various sizes around him were busy reporting something to the buzz-cut manager. Then, a slim foreign man posed a question. Jonathan, but why is Kara only interested in Kang Woojin's alter ego among many Korean YouTube channels? The buzz-cut manager crossed his arms, highlighting his muscles. Who can know what's inside Kara's mind? He briefly answered and momentarily reminisced about a few days ago. Before arriving in Korea, it was a conversation that Miley Kara had on the plane. It began after Kara declared she would only appear on the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, and the buzz-cut manager was checking the channel's information. Channel name: Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers: 7.88 million. Videos: 31. The main description of the channel was in Korean, but below that, English and Japanese were also kindly listed. It was a considerable channel size, and it naturally had a lot of international fans. Anyway, the buzz-cut manager, who was looking at the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, lifted his head and met Kara's blue eyes, who was seated. Kara, this channel was also in our schedule. To which Kara coldly replied, but why was it left out? It wasn't on the list you showed me. The buzz-cut manager's explanation followed immediately. It was definitely there when we first researched. The subscriber count is impressive, and the views per video are remarkable. But there's a problem with appearing for promotional reasons. The channel's main content is song covers. Of course, occasionally there are videos where the channel owner communicates with subscribers. However, more than 90% of the videos are covers. Right? What we want is a proper mix of talk, movie promotion, and showcasing your charm, Kara. It was decided that it makes sense to contact channels that have such a character. It wasn't wrong. No matter how many subscribers there were, if the channel's concept was solid, promotion would lose its effect. For your information, there are quite a few channels of that size in Korea. Not many, but they exist. What we, or the film company, want is a channel that is openly promotional. Then find a way. Side dash. As if accustomed, the buzz-cut manager scratched his head and continued. All right, I'll first try contacting this channel. I'll ask if they can create content specifically for us. If the channel is not interested in anything beyond song covers, then have other channels in mind. Of course, because it's you, Kara, the channel owner might go out of their way to create a segment, but if we find it lacking, it's out. This isn't something that can be fixed just because you're stubborn. There's your image and the film company's position to consider. Of course, but do you know the owner of that channel is a Korean actor? Of course, I've done my research, and that's a bit of a concern too. It feels like a channel opened as a hobby that luckily grew big. A hobby? That vocal talent isn't just a hobby. And Kang Woojin? He might not be a professional singer, but I like him because he's similar to me. He covered my song beautifully too. Watching his videos, it seems he's somewhat capable in English. Miley Kara laid out her explanation coldly. Watching her, the manager chuckled. You've been watching that channel often. Occasionally. This actor, Kang Woojin, has a nice voice. I even want to see his main job, acting. I see. The buzz-cut manager, sensing something, sighed again. You want me to find works of that Korean actor? Of course, the ones with English subtitles. Right, to watch during my schedule in Korea. And also about this actor, Kang Woojin. Okay, if it works out that you appear on that channel. Blonde Kara smiled faintly. Thanks in advance, Jonathan. That was it. Recalling Kara's smile, the buzz-cut manager returned to reality, to the sofa in the living room of the house. Then he asked the foreign staff seated next to him, how much have we researched about this Korean actor, Kang Woojin, and Kang Woojin's alter ego channel? The quick reply came from a freckled woman. It was rushed, so I can't be sure, but it should be enough for Kara to see. She passed the tablet to the buzzcut manager. Then, but there's something strange about this Korean actor, Kang Woojin. Why? Did he commit a crime in the past or something? Hardly. It's not that. But the more you know, the more absurd his filmography seems. Take a look at the material, Jonathan. The buzzcut manager looked at the tablet for a while, then lowered his gaze to the screen. It displayed a brief research chart about Kang Woojin. However, the content was not simple. Even considering the difference between Korea and Hollywood, Kang Woojin's complete filmography was comparable to that of a seasoned Hollywood actor. Soon, the buzzcut manager, stroking his chin in admiration. Wow, he's an actor with a more solid filmography than I thought. I've heard of director Kwon Ki-taek and director Kyotaro Taniguchi too. Did he expand to Japan as well? That's impressive. He's worked with Korean masters. All the Korean works he's been in have been home runs. Having such a large YouTube channel on top of that. Is he a top tier? The freckled woman changed the atmosphere in an instant. All of that was achieved within just 1 year of his debut. Interest was etched on the buzzcut manager's face, and it quickly turned to shock. What did you say? Meanwhile, in the largest room on the second floor of the house, even at a glance, the opulent room lacked nothing. Bed, TV, refrigerator, dining table and table, sofa, bathroom, etc. It was more than enough for one person to live in. A woman with long blonde hair was lying on the bed in that room, sprawled on the sofa. It was Miley Kara. However, she wasn't immersed in sleep, but was lying, watching TV. Specifically, the Korean drama Profiler Hanryang. Apparently, it was connected to Netflix. Of course, it included English subtitles, and the current scene displayed an interrogation of Park Dae-ri. Kara, with a somewhat cold expression, couldn't take her eyes off Park Dae-ri on the TV. Why? Because the acting skills of Kang Woojin, the Korean actor with the Kang Woojin's alter ego, were beyond imagination. Is that really him? It feels completely different from the cover videos. At that moment, knock knock knock, a knocking sound echoed in the room. As a result, Kara, who had paused Hanryang, tidied her long blonde hair and got up to open the door. Standing there was the burly buzzcut manager. Yes, Jonathan. The buzzcut manager handed Kara a tablet and spoke in a seriously toned English. Kara, take a look at this. What is it? About Kang Woojin. Already, Kang Woojin, this Korean actor, has many interesting points. Before I explain, watch this video first. Kara narrowed her eyebrows and lowered her gaze to the tablet screen. The video displayed was, of course, about Kang Woojin. As Kara watched the video for a while, her usually composed face became puzzled. She asked the manager, keeping her gaze on the video. What's this? Is this an action movie scene? The buzzcut manager shook his head. No, it's real. And it happened just a few days ago. A few days later, on the 13th, in Hollywood, LA. Late morning. The location was Hollywood, known as the heart of the movie industry. The Beverly Hotel, a 5-star hotel located at the center of Hollywood, truly lived up to its 5-star luxury status, with impressive figures filling the lobby from the entrance, and the atmosphere changed dramatically behind the hotel. Decorated like a beach, the outdoor garden overflowed with leisure. Many foreigners were seen enjoying swimming in the pool or sunbathing. Among the numerous beach benches in the middle, a pot-bellied man wearing sunglasses stood out. It was because he reminded us of Santa Claus. His hair color was somewhere between yellow and white. The man appeared to be lounging on the bench, enjoying the sunbathing. That's when it happened. Director. A woman's voice reached the man resembling Santa. Soon, the man, who had only turned his head, saw a foreign woman with short brown hair dressed in a suit. As soon as he saw her, the Santa-like man resumed his sunbathing. You woke up early. Did you throw your phone into the pool? Of course not. It must be in the locker. Why not stay where you can be seen at least? If the casting directors spot me, it only increases my workload. The woman sighed and shook her head but changed the subject. As you said, director, we've been continuously monitoring actors from Asia. See, this is exactly why my workload increases. As expected, there are many martial artists from China. That makes sense. But do you remember the Korean actor you mentioned before? Who was that? The one who stood out at the Misunderstanding International Film Festival in Korea. The actor Kang Woojin. Ah, yes, I remember. Recently, regarding that actor Dash, the short-haired woman took a step closer to the lounging Santa and said, "There's an interesting video circulating on YouTube, him subduing a thug." For more chapters, you can check out my Patreon here, patreon.com/dreamscribe. If you enjoy this novel, please review and rate it at Novel Updates. Thanks. Smiling face with smiling eyes. To receive the latest update notifications or report mistakes, join our Discord server link below. Discord server, https://discord.gg/woopreet. Chapter 195. Chapter 195, United States, 10. Subduing a thug? A man with a belly reminiscent of Santa Claus took off his sunglasses in disbelief. On the other hand, a foreign woman with short brown hair casually spoke in English with an indifferent tone. Yes, it wasn't staged but real. There's such a video on YouTube? That's right. The man who had been lying on the beach bench slowly got up. He then recalled the Korean actor Kang Woojin, whom the woman had mentioned. It had been more than half a year ago. He had seen Exorcism at a very famous Korean short film festival. In the end, considering the entire film festival, that actor was the best, wasn't he? The Santa-like man had taken an interest in the rookie actor Kang Woojin. Indeed, Kang Woojin had outshone many actors to win the grand prize award at the misunderstanding Film Festival. Well, it was an acting award for newcomers, but anyway, Kang Woojin had been the most memorable to him. His acting was breathtaking, especially his facial expressions in that basement scene. Although it was a memory from quite some time ago, Kang Woojin's performance remained vivid in the man's mind. That's why, upon returning to Hollywood, he had mentioned Kang Woojin to his CD, telling her to look into this promising actor from Korea. But that was it. The world is vast and actors are plentiful, especially newcomers like Kang Woojin even more so. Thus, the Santa-like man naturally forgot about Kang Woojin, whereas the woman CD, whose job was to monitor actors, reminded him once again. Then, swish. The woman in the suit, the CD, passed her cell phone to the pot-bellied man. The cell phone displayed a paused YouTube video, and the Santa-like man used his index finger to play the video. A running time of about 2 minutes. It was a familiar dashcam video. Kang Woojin effortlessly subduing an assailant who was attacking a woman with an awl. Even a layman would find it miraculous. But what about the Santa-like man, who had been interested in Woojin? His eyes widened as he replayed the video several times. Eventually, after about 4 repeats, the Santa-like man let out a small exclamation. Huh. Indeed, it's an interesting video. The short-haired woman smiled. Isn't it? And you're saying this video is real, not staged? That's right. Turns out, it was a real incident and was even reported on the news in Korea. Kang Woojin saved a Korean actress, and thanks to that, he's currently making quite the noise in Korea. If it's this big of a deal, it would be a sensation here in Hollywood too. At that moment, swish. 2 foreign women in bikinis passed by them. Among them, the slightly plump woman whispered upon seeing the man sitting on the beach bench. Isn't that George Mendes? Who? Over there. Don't you know? Famous as both an actor and a director. I see who you mean. Soon after, the 2 women sent a smile filled with greetings towards the Santa-like man. Hello, Dash. In response to their hand wave, the Santa-like man smiled, looking familiar with it. Pleasure to meet you. How about we have lunch together later? No. The Santa-like man, who was instantly rejected, watched the women's backs as they left, denying his reality. Haha, they must be embarrassed. The woman in the suit, the CD, shook her head. They're not embarrassed, director. They just don't like it. Is that so? Well then, despite appearances, the Santa-like man. No, director George Mendes was quite a famous director in Hollywood. Having made a name for himself as an actor, he suddenly embarked on a journey as a film director after appearing in a few successful projects. Of course, the beginning was not smooth. After botching several projects, director George Mendes finally achieved moderate success with one film. This became the starting point for his next production, Last Kill. It was a huge hit. Following the success of Last Kill, its sequel Last Kill 2 also enjoyed box office success, and director George Mendes was able to make a name for himself as a director in Hollywood. Currently, He is preparing for Last Kill 3, a continuation of the series. As the title suggests, the Last Kill series is action-packed. A retired killer, for some reason, wipes out an entire killer organization. The work focuses more on action than story, and its advantages are its refreshing development and stylish martial arts. Therefore, martial arts is a must, and actors proficient in martial arts are greatly needed. This time, for Last Kill 3, due to aiming for a world expansion, even actors from Asia had to be included. While they were actively searching for Asian actors skilled in martial arts, Kang Woojin's name came up again. Of course, the role they were looking for wasn't of significant importance. It was a supporting or minor role. However, it was not of low importance as it had lines, and, most importantly, an action scene with the protagonist. Anyway, as the women walked away, Director George turned his gaze from them to the cell phone in his hand. His expression suddenly became serious. He then assessed Kang Woojin's movements in the cell phone. He's trained, and for quite a long time. The short-haired woman agreed. I think so too. Those movements couldn't have come by chance. Especially the way he flips the assailant's hand over is incredible. No superfluous movements, meaning he wasn't nervous at all. It's not easy to do this in reality, not in shooting. I like his guts, don't you? Muttering, Director George, who was stroking his plump cheeks, raised his head to meet the CD's eyes. There's a screen test in a few days, right? Yes, you're scheduled. To see the actors from China. How about we add Kang Woojin to that day? What Director George mentioned as a screen test refers to a test that is shot almost like a real shooting. It's very different from a regular audition. How does the actor look on the monitor? Some are done modestly, but often they go as far as to make it resemble an actual shooting. It's a test of a scene from a predetermined scenario including the surrounding environment, opposing roles, dialogues, and direction. It's almost an essential process in Hollywood. Well, it's akin to an actual shooting. Only, the word test precedes shooting. Nonetheless, not only the director but many staff members participate. Kang Woojin was mentioned for such a major test. Is the screen test in a few days a bit too sudden? At Director George's question with his arms crossed, the CD shook her head for some reason. It's a good idea. Currently Kang Woojin is not in Korea, but in LA. Oh, really? What? I think he came to film a TV show. I see. Director George briefly answered, and then said. Then call him on that day. A few hours later, late lunch, Hermosa Beach in LA. A famous beach located just below LA International Airport. Thanks to its reputation, despite being close to lunchtime, many foreigners were enjoying their rest at Hermosa Beach. Near Hermosa Beach, a sign in Korean stood out. Our dining table. Though not very large, it was a noticeable restaurant. It was a Korean food restaurant, after all. Already, many foreigners were lined up in front of the store. That's right. This was the place that the Our Dining Table team was going to run. It was quite a distance from North Hollywood, where they had been operating a food truck, and they had changed their lodging as well. Already on the third day of operation. Of course, it was overflowing with customers. The fame from the food truck days and its reputation as a place for delicious food had already spread around. Plus, the power of SNS and the Korean wave also played a part. Anyway, Our Dining Table was incredibly busy, to say the least. There were dozens of customers in line, and the inside of the store was already filled with foreigners. It had to be several times busier than the food truck days. Thanks to this, Kang Woojin in the kitchen was. More bulgogi, spicy pork, and kimjibin. Got it. Make the spicy pork not too spicy. Forget about concepts or anything else. He was just a food-making machine. His colleagues like Hong Hai-yun or Yun Baekwang also had no time to laugh, just busy with their tasks. And Jong Hak, Wallin, and Ha Gang-soo were busy moving around the hall, taking orders, serving, clearing places. In the midst of all this, they also had to answer questions. Can this TV show be watched somewhere? Netflix. No, it's not on Netflix. This is a hard-working life for top actors who are well-known in Korea. The only ones whose mouths are curving into smiles at this moment are PD Yoon Byung-seon and his crew, watching over Our Dining Table. However, the production team of Our Dining Table wasn't just playing around. They had their hands full with interviewing customers, capturing insert shots of nearby attractions, promotions, and more. The only ones slightly less busy were the staff, other than the cast's managers. Once the cast began filming, there wasn't much for them to do, and as a result, some enjoyed Hermosa Beach nearby. However, Choi Sung-gun was an exception. His phone was incessantly ringing. Of course, more than 70% of it was because of Kang Woojin. Thus, Choi Sung-gun settled at a CAF with an outdoor terrace near the Our Dining Table store, continuously on calls. Ah, yes, Director Nim. Haha, it's been a while. Yes. Woojin's schedule for early next year? Let me check and get back to you, okay? About an hour passed like that. Finally putting down his phone, which had quieted down, Choi Sung-gun stretched out long and hard. Ugh, I'm dying. But then, his phone rang again. Taking a sip of his coffee, Choi Sung-gun let out a long sigh. I can't even ignore it. After briefly grumbling, he checked the caller. It was BW Entertainment. Soon, Choi Sung-gun nonchalantly answered the call. Yes, HM? Oh, what? His pupils dilated suddenly as he struggled to continue. So you're saying they said that directly? Oh, all right, let me hang up for now. Putting down his phone, Choi Sung-gun had a spellbound look on his face. Miley Kara? It was news worth that reaction. Kara wants to collaborate with Kang Woojin's alter ego. Global star Miley Kara, currently in Korea, wanted to appear in Kang Woojin's alter ego. Moreover, it was a request from their side first. Choi Sung-gun was already aware that she had visited Korea. However, he hadn't anticipated this scenario. Could it be that she saw that video uploaded on Kang Woojin's alter ego? Recalling the cover video of Kara's song on Kang Woojin's alter ego's video, Choi Sung-gun thought, well, it had become natural for a Hollywood star to make an appearance on a Korean YouTube channel. Not only Kara but several Hollywood stars had done so. Kara's conditions were simple. They wanted Kang Woojin's alter ego to come up with content suggestions, including a section for Kara's new movie promotion. Their schedule in Korea was until the 18th, and the shooting had to be done within this time frame. It was all feasible. Choi Sung-gun immediately started calculating. But we don't really need to be considerate of them. Kang Woojin's alter ego should also try to get the most out of it. A duet with Woojin, talk and cooking, and even avatar cooking. Let's push it as a comprehensive gift set. Then, Choi Sung-gun imagined Miley Kara's face. If we use Miley Kara as a guest, how significant would the impact be? It was Miley Kara, after all. The Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, already capable of millions of views, would see its impact multiplied several times with Miley Kara's addition. Above all, I'm quite looking forward to this matchup. Choi Sung-gun was curious about the chemistry between Kang Woojin and Kara. How would Kang Woojin be in front of a Hollywood superstar? But soon, he came to a conclusion. Haha, I guess it won't be much different. The next morning, the sun was rising in LA. At this time, Choi Sung-gun, with his hair let down, walked out of a residential lodging not far from the Our Dining Table cast's accommodations. Ugh, he yawned deeply. In one hand, he held a steaming cup of coffee. With his ponytail undone, making him look almost like he had a bob cut, he took a seat at a small table set up in the front yard. Swish. Even while taking a sip of his coffee, he checked his phone. Due to the time difference, a lot of messages, Kakao Talks, and calls had piled up. Among them, Choi Sung-gun first checked an article sent by an employee from BW Entertainment. Exclusive global superstar Miley Kara confirmed as a guest on Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Fortunately, the Miley Kara matter had progressed without any issues. While the details of the content and filming dates were still under discussion, her appearance itself was confirmed. The Korean media was probably already spreading this news. The atmosphere is good dash. Choi Sung-gun smiled contentedly, about to tie his loosened hair. His phone on the table rang. The caller was an unknown number, but it seemed to be an LA number, not from Korea. Soon, with a puzzled tilt of his head, he answered the call. Then, a calm female voice came through from the other side. It was in English. We are from Winter Movie Pictures Film Company. Are you the CEO of BW Entertainment? In an instant, Choi Sung-gun furrowed his brow. Winter Movie Pictures Film Company? It was quite a big name in Hollywood. Winter Movie Pictures Film Company. Choi Sung-gun was familiar with the name. Among the numerous film companies and production houses scattered across Hollywood, Winter Movie Pictures was considered a mid-tier entity. Not only in films, but they had also recently branched out into broadcasting content. But Their main focus was indeed film production. A movie title briefly crossed Choi Sung-gun's mind while holding the phone to his ear. If it's a recently successful work, it was Last Kill 2, right? Of course, there were other hits before, but if we're talking about recent times, it definitely was the Last Kill series. Anyway, in a Hollywood filled with formidable film companies and production houses, being mid-tier wasn't something trivial. Why would such a place call me? For now, Choi Sung-gun replied to the woman on the other end of the phone with slightly awkward English. Yes, I am the CEO of BW Entertainment. May I ask why you are calling? The calm woman's response was quick. We are interested in seeing actor Mr. Kang Woojin from your agency. For more chapters, you can check out my Patreon here, patreon.com/dreamscribe. If you enjoy this novel, please review and rate it at Novel Updates. Thanks. Smiling face with smiling eyes. To receive the latest update notifications or report mistakes, join our Discord server link below. Discord server, https://discord.gg/woopreet. Chapter 196. Chapter 196, Oddity 1. You want to see Woojin? His eyes widened in shock, and Choi Sung-gun quickly turned and moved back to the lodging. Does Winter Movie Pictures know Woojin? Even so, he checked the living room sofa in the lodging. There were about 2 men visible. They were personnel from BW Entertainment, who had come over for the LA schedule. 2 employees, who seemed to have just woken up, greeted Choi Sung-gun, then noticed he was on a call and simply bowed their heads. Choi Sung-gun then picked up a chair from the kitchen, placed it in front of them, and sat down, switching his phone to speaker mode. The reason was simple. One of them was an interpreter from the BW Entertainment's overseas team. Of course, Choi Sung-gun could communicate to some extent, but he wasn't professional. It was a precautionary measure. Then, Choi Sung-gun signaled the situation to the interpreter with a glance and spoke into the phone placed on the table. Naturally, it was in English. I'm sorry, please continue. Yes, I am Megan Stone, a casting director at Winter Movie Pictures. Currently, I am working on a project called Last Kill 3 for director George Mendes. Choi Sung-gun, who had understood somewhat, listened as the interpreter whispered the explanation into his ear. Last Kill 3? It was the movie he had thought of earlier. Even director George Mendes was famous enough to be familiar with the name. Choi Sung-gun, who was gradually getting excited, tried hard to suppress his feelings. Ah yes, I see. Actually, director George Mendes has seen actor Kang Woojin before. He is interested. Is Kang Woojin in LA right now? Choi Sung-gun realized the seriousness of the matter when he heard they knew Woojin was in the United States, and nodded. That's right. He is currently near Hermosa Beach. Upon mentioning Hermosa Beach, a slight laugh mixed into the woman's voice on the other end of the phone. Oh, Hermosa Beach. It's a beautiful place, and it's close to where I am. If it's possible, could I meet actor Kang Woojin? Is this a meeting request related to Last Kill 3? Yes. I can't give you the details, but we are currently looking for an Asian actor. Of course, the role requires martial arts skills, and I saw Kang Woojin's videos on YouTube. The way he subdued the thug was impressive. Oh, the director was impressed as well, and eventually, it led to the suggestion that Kang Woojin should also attend the already scheduled screen test. When is this screen test? It's in a few days, so it's a bit tight. But since you are already in LA, and there's no need to feel too pressured, we plan to see some martial arts skills, but what's important is how the actor appears on the monitor. Having a chance to do a screen test in Hollywood was insane. Even Hollywood stars had to go through screen tests. And now, Kang Woojin, who was nobody in Hollywood, was being offered this. It was an enormous opportunity, to say the least. Director George Mendes saw Woojin, and this lady CD saw Woojin's dashcam video. It was clear that this situation had arisen from a series of events. Otherwise, such a thing could never happen. But right now, that wasn't what was important. Understood. I will convey this to Kang Woojin first. Okay, I'll send you a message with the exact schedule and a simple side script. Please check it and let us know your decision. The sooner, the better. After the call ended, Choi Sung-gun looked down at his phone for a moment, dazed. He couldn't believe this was reality. Meanwhile, the interpreter, who had heard the situation, asked Choi Sung-gun, his eyes full of shock. CEO Nim, did Winter Movie Pictures just contact Woojin SSI? At that moment, Choi Sung-gun's phone emitted a short notification sound. It was a message from Winter Movie Pictures. About an hour later, Kang Woojin came out of the bathroom, shaking his wet hair. Since he was alone, there was no need for pretense. He was in his natural state, immediately checking the time. 10 o'clock dash. The schedule ahead was simple. Leave in 30 minutes to get some light makeup done, then dive back into filming for Our Dining Table. The cast would gather at 11 a.m. to prepare for opening the restaurant at 12:30 p.m. Soon, Kang Woojin yawned as he dried his hair with a hairdryer. Well, just as I was getting used to it, it's ending. His tone was a mix of disappointment and relief. The filming for Our Dining Table, from adjusting to the time difference to its hellish schedule, was finally coming to an end. After today and tomorrow, the first round of filming would be over. The second round of filming was next year. It was tough but kind of fun. Although cooking all day was the main point, Woojin enjoyed seeing foreigners relish the food he made. Their expressions, the way they took photos of the food, and the occasional lavish praise sent his way were experiences the ordinary citizen Kang Woojin could never have. I'm curious about how it will look on TV. As he looked forward to the first broadcast of Our Dining Table, he picked up his phone, which was thrown on the bed. Among the many messages, Choi Sung-gun's name was at the top. The message was simple. Let him know once he woke up. What's going on? Woojin tilted his head and sent a reply to Choi Sung-gun, and Choi Sung-gun appeared precisely 3 minutes later. He must have been waiting nearby. Choi Sung-gun, dressed in a white hoodie with the Our Dining Table logo, had a thin bundle of papers tucked under his arm. Click. As soon as the door closed, Choi Sung-gun began to speak. Woojin, since we're about to start filming, I'll only tell you the essentials. Choi Sung-gun's explanation was short and clear, filled with excitement in his eyes. Winter Movie Pictures, Last Kill 3, screen test, etc. Woojin, who listened to it indifferently, showed no particular reaction, neither outwardly, which was due to concept, nor inwardly. It wasn't that he was unimpressed. Rather, his mind paused for a moment, finding it hard to comprehend. Wait a minute. So what? Does this Winter something, a Hollywood film company, have an interest in me? Kang Woojin, who had a hard time understanding the content, felt his heart beat faster and at the same time was filled with question marks. What? But why? This case was on a different level from usual, or should it be said to be from a different world? While the Korean entertainment industry felt somewhat familiar, Hollywood, which dominated the global film market, was an entirely different beast. In the first place, he hadn't even fully adapted to the Korean entertainment industry yet. Whenever a Korean actor makes it to Hollywood, whether in a major or minor role, it flips the Korean entertainment industry upside down. Even Ha Yura, a top actress in Korea, is treated as a newcomer in Hollywood. To all actors worldwide, Hollywood was the stage of dreams. And now, they were reaching out to Kang Woojin. However, to the current Woojin, there was a lukewarm feeling. Or should it be said, he felt like cold water was poured on him. Perhaps because Hollywood felt so unrealistic and distant, his enthusiasm cooled off rapidly. While other actors might jump at the opportunity, Woojin, who was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had little desire. Well, it's amazing, but it's not confirmed, just a test. So, it's like an audition, right? The more serious and clear the situation, the more time it takes to make decisions and choices. However, Kang Woojin, whose thoughts, growth process, and perspective were 180 degrees different from ordinary actors, had a completely different understanding of the situation. So I just have to go and act? It's like changing the audition from Koreans to foreigners. Deciding to take the opportunity lightly, regardless of its significance. After all, imagination requires experience to be vivid. To Choi Sung-gun, Kang Woojin's reaction was utterly unpredictable. A stoic expression. What on earth was going through that eccentric's mind? As a result, Choi Sung-gun swallowed his saliva. Inconspicuously. It's hard to get a read on him, but it seems like he's taking it seriously, right? Well, it's Hollywood after all. Maybe Woojin is just thinking more deeply about it than usual. He was wrong. Kang Woojin had just given a very simple answer. It wouldn't be bad to go and see the sights too. If I fail, I just won't do it. Whatever it is, I can decide when I get there. In simple terms, does it matter whether he does it or not? A crazy thought only Kang Woojin could have in this situation. The pressure and urgency had vanished. Soon, Woojin, heavily leaning into his facade, chose his words. Acting tough was essential, after all. Not bad. Not bad, you say? Yes. Hey, don't you have any nerves? It's Hollywood, you know? Or what? Are you used to it? No. So am I the only one taking the screen test? No, I don't think so. Actors from other countries will be attending on the day as well. But from the looks of it, it seems like they've squeezed you into the already scheduled test. The role is probably a minor or a supporting one at best. I see. But you know, right? This is a really big, ultra opportunity. A minor or supporting role in Hollywood is on another level. Yes, I understand. Even the project itself is insanely famous. The Last Kill series. Just having this opportunity could skyrocket your value. If you land the role, it's like making history. Here, Woojin poked Choi Sung-gun in the ribs with his index finger. But what is this? Choi Sung-gun, flipping through the script he had brought, replied. It's the side script sent by Winter Movie Pictures. It looks like you'll be using that for the screen test. Is that so? I roughly looked at it, and it's mostly action scenes rather than dialogue. They want you to familiarize yourself with it, and just do what you can without feeling too pressured. They said they're just going to check how the actor looks on screen, or something like that. Flip. As Woojin was unfolding the side script, Choi Sung-gun checked the time and continued. The test is on the 16th, but luckily, we can make it. If we just delay our return to Korea by a day after finishing the first round of filming for our dining table today and tomorrow. Woojin, slowly nodding, murmured softly. Understood, a day is manageable. Let's do it. Choi Sung-gun's expression brightened instantly. Okay, I'll contact Winter Movie Pictures right away. He then pointed to the script Woojin was intently reading. How is it? Difficult? It seemed complex to me. If you go to the screen test and get compared with other actors for nothing, it's a bit, you know? No, it's not particularly difficult. Oh, really? Woojin's answer was low and full of confidence, his voice firm. Whoever comes, whichever country's actors, I don't think I'll be overshadowed. The reason was simple. It's been a while since I've seen such short script. Is this the first time since Super Actor? There was a black square next to the script. Later, as Kang Woojin was once again cooking as a chef, news about the first round of filming for Our Dining Table broke out in Korea. Kang Woojin causes a stir even in the US. Our Dining Table team featured in a local LA newspaper. Star Talk, Kang Woojin mentioned in a local LA newspaper, culinary skills praised by local chefs. While some of the news was the result of press releases intentionally thrown out by the Our Dining Table team, many were the product of journalists' direct efforts. Either way, the progress of LA's Our Dining Table could be checked even from Korea. Photo. Our Dining Table production team releases photos of Kang Woojin focused on cooking, alongside assistant Hong Hae-yeon. Our Dining Table official website posts photos of the food truck and interior, netizens' expectations. Foreigners flock to Our Dining Table, a Korean restaurant. Is it that delicious? Thus, 2 days vanished in the blink of an eye. Thanks to that, the Our Dining Table restaurant near Hermosa Beach in LA was about to have its last day of business. Having welcomed many foreign customers for about a week, Our Dining Table sold countless dishes, promoting Korean cuisine. While many foreigners already knew about Korea through the Hallyu Wave, leaving for a variety show, filming was a meaningful time in itself. In front of the Our Dining Table restaurant. All right, are we closing? The cast, including Kang Woojin, gathered, surrounded by dozens of Our Dining Table production staff. Soon, the figurehead boss, In Jong-hak, changed the sign at the door to closed. Along with In Jong-hak, Kang Woojin, Wallin, Hong Hae-yeon, Ha Gang-soo, and Yun Baek-kwang. Everyone was wearing uniforms with the Our Dining Table logo, and PD Yoon Byung-seon shouted to them, having just finished the marathon of the first round of filming. Great work, everyone. Before we leave, let's take a few group shots in front of the store. We'll use them for posters. And Jong-hak and all the cast members joined in. Okay. Hey, Woojin, why are you over there? Come to the center, You're the leader, right? That's In Jong-hak for you. A hero can't be on the outskirts. Okay then. As a result, all the cast of Our Dining Table, with chef Kang Woojin at the forefront, gathered together. Soon, many cameras were prepared in front of them, and the cast members took their positions. Kang Woojin crossed his arms with a solemn expression. Below this picture with the "Our Dining Table" title would make the perfect poster. Soon, PD Yoon Byung-seon yelled to the members in position. "Here we go, 1, 2. Click." Thus, the first round of filming for Our Dining Table came to an end. Morning of the 16th, Hollywood. The Hollywood sign hung on the mountain behind the building catches the eye. Indeed, walking on the sidewalk, the foreigners all seemed busy, true to the homeland of movies, and the honking of the numerous cars filled the roads, contributing to the chaos. The buildings on both sides of the road were packed. Among them, a notable building, something reminiscent of a palace, with large letters on the rooftop. Winter Movie Pictures. A mid-level film company among the many in Hollywood, Winter Movie Pictures occupied the entire 6-story building, and the adjacent 4-story white building was also theirs. The 4-story building had a different nature than the headquarters. This side consisted entirely of internal sets and studios on all floors. Though all floors were filled with staff, the 4th floor was particularly bustling now. The 4th floor appeared like a vast empty space, but was a studio, still not fully prepared. Soon, numerous foreign staff filled it with various types of cameras. At the front near the entrance, a long desk was set up, and curtains to cover the windows were also arranged. Meanwhile, a female staff with large eyes, who was placing tablets, several files, and bundles of paper on the front desk, tilted her head. She had glanced at the contents of the bundle of papers. "Huh? An actor has been added for the screen test? I thought it was only Chinese actors today." A bald male staff member behind her responded. "I heard Director George added him. A Korean actor?" 30 minutes remained until the screen. 197. Chapter 197, Oddity 2. Kang Woojin was inside a van. The location was on the bustling roads of Hollywood. The van Woojin was in was large, but surprisingly, the number of people inside were surprisingly small. Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, a hired driver, and 2 BW Entertainment employees, including an interpreter. The rest were waiting at the accommodation. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, looking out the window, was dressed in a suit from head to toe. He wore no tie, but he had put on dress shoes. His face was the epitome of a poker face. "Wow, there are so many people. Is this really Hollywood? I've never seen such a crowd before." However, internally, he was amazed at the sight of the foreigners swarming like ants. Where were all these people of various races heading? The densely packed buildings on both sides were also fascinating. Actually, everything he saw was new. Bus stops, crosswalks, etc. Though they all existed in Korea, they felt different. It was as if he had stepped into a movie. At that moment, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, writing something in his diary since a while ago, turned his head. "According to the navigation, we should arrive in 10 minutes, but the traffic is terrible, so it's going to take longer. Do you see that sign over there? The one that says Winter Movie Pictures." Kang Woojin followed Choi Sung-gun's pointing finger to a sign on a distant building rooftop. "Yes, I see it. That's the place." Sigh. Running there would be 100 times faster. Indeed, if the sign was visible, they were almost there. However, the traffic meant it would take tens of minutes more. Thus, Woojin, slowly crossed his legs and lifted the script on his lap. Naturally, a swirling black square was attached to it. It was provided by Winter Movie Pictures. One more time before starting. With the screen test imminent, Kang Woojin decisively pressed the black square with his index finger. Instantly, his surroundings shifted from the congested road to an endlessly dark void space. Entering the familiar void space, Woojin stretched extensively. He also relaxed the concept covering his face. Woojin, feeling much more comfortable, walked towards several white rectangles that appeared. He focused on the last one he saw. 10/script, title, unknown, grade F, indeterminable. The completeness is very low. It is a damaged script or scenario. 100% reading is impossible. About 30% implementation possible. It had been a while since he saw such a message. The first thing Kang Woojin had experienced, in the void space was also an incomplete script. Then, Kang Woojin, without much concern, selected the script rectangle. The visible letters soon changed. There were only two characters. Well, he had already experienced it, but with the nature of the void space, it was better to repeat it. Moreover, it strangely feels like my body is getting lighter. Woojin felt his body becoming more flexible. The exact reason was unknown, but a guess was possible. Probably, the martial arts he had acquired were growing. It was clearly a capability of the void space. Anyway, swish. Kang Woojin selected the role in the script. Soon, a robotic female voice filled the entire void space. Preparation complete. This is a damaged script or scenario. The implementation rate is about 30%. Starting the reading. Something quickly engulfed Woojin. It wasn't long before shapes began to appear in his vision again. It wasn't the void space. The temperature was ambiguous. Or rather, should it be said it was non-existent? Kang Woojin was definitely in some space, but it was hard to describe. Mostly because everything was blurry. In such a place, Woojin stood. Oddly, the outfit he wore was clear. A suit. Around him, mirrors the size of a human body were embedded everywhere. Due to the blurriness, it was impossible to tell what was reflected in the mirrors. The floor was brown. The ceiling was black. The width was hard to gauge. And then, swish. Suddenly, someone appeared between the mirrors. Perhaps similar in height to Kang Woojin's? Similarly dressed in a suit, but their face was entirely gray except for the silhouette, as if they didn't have eyes or a nose to begin with. The moment Woojin saw the figure, a few things became clear to him in the space he stood. More accurately, emotions were hammered in. Recognition at the start, killing intent in the middle, elimination at the end. These three things made the previously motionless Kang Woojin move. No other extraneous feelings arose. Only one. Elimination. Now Kang Woojin's mind was filled only with purpose. Therefore, swish. Woojin's shoe-clad feet moved, and his eyes gradually filled with a subtle murderous intent. It gradually deepened. Be agile. Be on edge. Feel the breath. Understand the smallest muscle twitches. Break the neck. The opponent won't be easy. It will be over in a moment. Be prepared. In that moment. Pack. As Woojin got closer to his opponent, he aimed for the neck with his right hand, and the gray-faced figure blocked with their hand, then raised a knee to Woojin's empty side. From here on, in the strange space. Pack. Puck. Tack. Only short impact, sounds reverberated. The white building owned by Winter Movie Pictures, a building comprised entirely of internal sets and studios. The fourth floor, where the screen test for Last Kill 3 would soon take place, was almost ready. The spacious floor was covered with mats without any gaps, and windows were covered to block out half of the strong light coming from outside. Cameras mounted on tripods were set up in the north, south, east, and west of the studio, and mock partitions were installed here and there around the center, replacing the mirrors mentioned in the script. At the front entrance of the studio, a long table was placed, with several monitors on top. Two cameras set up on this side were also visible. Even at a glance, the scale was considerable. More than 5 cameras were deployed, and over 30 foreign staff members bustled about the entire studio. What about the meticulously prepared props? Indeed, it felt very different from a typical audition. In any case, dozens of foreign staff members of all genders and ethnicities. Honestly, I didn't expect them to install mirrors. It's a screen test, after all. It's a good thing they didn't set up real mirrors. Ha ha ha, really? But don't we have more cameras than last time? It's because the test includes action scenes. Chatted amongst themselves as they finished setting up. Did you hear that a Korean actor was added to today's participants? Yeah, I heard. It's quite sudden, but director George Mendes always has his quirks. Still, it feels a bit sudden. The original script had a Chinese character, and now, a Korean actor without any prior discussion. I'm quite fond of Korea. I visited Seoul last year. However, I don't have the impression that Korean actors are good at martial arts. It's hard to see in Hollywood, and there's no data on it. Well, we often see Chinese actors, but Korean actors are rare. Maybe it's just for show. Perhaps. I think the main focus will still be on the Chinese actors who were originally supposed to come. The Korean actor might just be an experiment. As the staff were walking around the studio, the glass door opened, and foreigners entered again, about a dozen. However, this group appeared to be older. Leading them was a man resembling Santa Claus. In other words, it was George Mendes, the director overseeing this screen test. The people around Director George were roughly film company executives or key staff of the filming team. Behind them followed the familiar casting director, Megan Stone, and her team, along with the producer team responsible for coordinating the entire film production. Compared to Korea, these two teams wielded considerable influence in Hollywood, especially the producer team, whose influence was like a typhoon. The system in Hollywood is entirely different from Korea, and the scale of investment is beyond imagination. Hence, the producer team, which oversees the whole production process, including film companies, investors, directors, actors, etc., holds tremendous power. Additionally, in Hollywood, it's common for one producer team to be involved in several projects simultaneously. The producer team for Last Kill 3 was also managing a few projects at the same time. Soon, Megan Stone, the brown bob-haired leader of the casting team, crossed her arms as she looked around the set studio and spoke to the leader of the producer team standing beside her. "Isn't it a bit modest?" The leader of the producer team chuckled in response. He was a tall black man, over 190 centimeters in height. His name was Joseph Felton. "You want me to set up 48 mirrors for one screen test? That's a waste. They could have at least installed some around the characters. Saving money in preparation will improve the quality of the shooting." More importantly, about the Korean actor added at the last minute. "Megan, you recommended him, didn't you? What wild idea are you entertaining now?" "Well, I just contacted an actor who made a strong impression on Director George." "The director took an interest in a Korean actor? Is he good? Or is it for marketing?" "You'll know once you see for yourself. Also mind your own business. You have plenty of projects to manage besides Last Kill 3, don't you?" Joseph shrugged his shoulders. "Calm down. I've just become interested in Korean actors lately. We can't ignore the funds coming from China, of course, but lately, it seems like the quality from the Korean side, especially actors, is good. Considering the growing Hallyu wave, we can't ignore Korea's culture either. The trend is indeed so. Miley Kara went to Korea for the promotion of her new work, didn't she? The demand for Hallyu is gradually increasing among the masses. So, is the Korean actor we called famous? Does he have experience in Hollywood?" Seemingly a bit annoyed, the Megan handed over a clear file she received from the staff. "He's quite famous, but his career is short, and his filmography is unique. You should see for yourself, Joseph." Joseph, the black man, smirked as he unfolded the file. His eyes widened the moment he saw the contents. It was quite fresh. "A year? Does that mean he debuted this year?" "What, he's a rookie? You brought in such an actor." It was then. "Stand by." A male staff member shouted across the studio. As a result, the dozens of people finishing up left the studio in a stream. Eventually, the staff was reduced to about half, and they took their places behind the long desk at the front. Swish. Director George Mendez, with the protruding belly and the key staff that came with him, stood around the cameras set up in the studio, and George, along with a few others, sat at the long desk arranged for them. It almost felt like Santa Claus had arrived. Director George then said, Let's get started." He murmured in English as he looked around at the gathered staff. "Stunt coordinator team, check the set first." Soon, several monitors placed in front of him lit up, starting to display various parts of the studio. Meanwhile, when Kang Woojin first arrived at this four-story building, he wasn't particularly nervous. "Oh, so this is where the screen test or whatever takes place. Looks ordinary." Because it didn't seem anything special. But that was a misconception. As soon as he entered the first floor and saw the inside of the building, Woojin's mouth dropped open. He hadn't realized the entire building was a set and studio. Moreover, since all the staff milling about were foreigners, Woojin's heart began to race. The scene was indeed worlds apart. Thanks to that, by the time Woojin got on the elevator, a suitable tension had spread. It wasn't the nervousness about the screen test. It was the trembling from a first experience. An unfamiliar country, staff speaking a different language, a scene vastly different in scale, an unfamiliar tense atmosphere, etc. But having come this far, he couldn't appear foolish. Shit, I really need to control my mind. Forget it, just think of this place as Gangnam. Gangnam. Inside the elevator, Woojin took a deep breath without showing it, calming his pounding heart, and heightened his cynicism to an extreme. Then, An even colder and more rational calm spread throughout his body than usual. Okay, his concept was in place. Soon, Kang Woojin arrived at the waiting room he was directed to. Up to here, it was fine. The problem was the other actors in the waiting room. There were 3 of them, all dressed in suits like Kang Woojin. They don't seem Japanese. Chinese, maybe. They were definitely from Asia, but not Japan. Somehow, their faces had a Chinese look to them. Since it was certain that Kang Woojin was the only Korean actor, he concluded that the actors already present were Chinese. Are they famous? I don't recognize them, but their expressions are damn fierce. The Chinese actors had stern faces. They seemed to know each other well and grouped together, but all 3 actors looked, or rather, glared at Kang Woojin, who had just opened the door. The staff behind these actors were also whispering among themselves. Then, we'll start with Mr. Wang Bang. A foreign male staff member's shout prompted one of the Chinese actors to leave the waiting room. Regardless, Tisk, look at these guys. Annoyance surged within Woojin. That was exactly how he felt, as if he was representing his country in an international competition. Well, it wasn't on a national scale, but losing would still be irritating, right? Kang Woojin then took a seat near him, hardening his expression even more. Moreover, forget it, I'll just beat them all. The result was a matter for later. For now, he was filled with the thought of beating those Chinese actors. A competitive spirit or a desire to win. His own. Personal war or battle. The terminology didn't matter. It wasn't about a desire to join the work. It was purely instinctual desire. Well, the only ones who knew about this situation were Choi Sung-gun and Kang Woojin. If I lose, I won't be able to sleep comfortably back in Korea. Woojin was determined to stand out in this scene. Chapter 198. Chapter 198, Oddity 3. Next to the waiting room, in the studio. In the center of the studio, where all preparations were completed and the screen test was about to proceed, stood 2 men. One was a Chinese actor who had just arrived. His name was Wang Bang, and he was dressed in a suit. He was about the same height as Kang Woojin, but his features had a slightly sharp feel. The other was a foreign man wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt. His physique contrasted with that of Wang Bang standing next to him. They were almost the same height, but the muscles in his forearms and chest, visible outside of his clothes, were solid. His hair was short, and his face was square-jawed. It was natural. He was the leader of the stunt team for Last Kill 3. His name was Gary Peck. He was a well-known figure in the industry. In Hollywood, Gary is called a stunt coordinator, equivalent to a martial arts director in Korea. The job is almost the same. Thus, all the action scenes of Last Kill 3 went through Gary's hands, and he was in charge of all the martial arts for the Last Kill series. Therefore, his role was crucial in this screen test that included martial arts, and as he checked the partition that would serve as a mirror, he, swish, locked eyes with the Chinese actor Wang Bang. How well have you memorized the script? Don't say you can do more than you can, because you won't be rated highly for it. Be honest. Wang Bang nodded once to the question posed in English. I remember the entire movement, but I might stutter if it's too fast. Got it. Then move at the speed you're comfortable with, and stop immediately if it's too hard. Again, this test is more about checking how your face appears on the screen rather than the martial arts. Yes, I understand. After hearing the answer, stunt coordinator Gary scanned Wang Bang from head to toe slowly. He was the one who planned all the martial arts sequences for the Last Kill series. Being such a veteran, he could make some judgments just by scanning the aura the actor usually displayed. His looks are a bit lacking, but the physique is similar. The eyes are somewhat disappointing. The power he holds seems weak. His unconscious movements are also somewhat limp. The image result was a fail. However, the final decision was up to the director, George Mendes. As the overall action director, Gary's role was merely to assist in the deliberation. Soon, swish. Having finished assessing Wang Bang's condition, Gary gestured a thumbs up towards the long desk in front. It meant they could start. Thanks to that, Director George, who resembled Santa Claus, focused his gaze on the monitor ahead. The monitor already displayed Wang Bang and Gary's front, side, and rear views. Not bad. His murmur was picked up by the men sitting beside him. They were executives from the film company. But it's not the look we wanted, is it? Didn't we send the script to China a month ago? There was not enough time to get in shape, but if this is the level of preparation after a month, they didn't prepare enough. If this is their condition after a month, Director George. You said you informed of Test to the Korean actor just a few days ago. Is there a reason to waste time on him? And if you're thinking of adding this Korean actor for a change, it would have been nice if you had told us earlier. Nagging. Director George, who had heard similar comments before coming here, replied. That Korean actor is just an extra. He came because the timing was right, so it's not enough to call it a change. Thus, somewhat ignoring them, he shouted in English, keeping his gaze on the monitor. Let's start the test. Then, a female staff member among the dozens of staff behind ran to the center of the studio. As soon as she clapped the slate, Wang Bang looked forward. Precisely, he was looking at Gary 3 steps ahead. It wasn't just staring, acting had begun. His eyes needed to convey a clear intent to kill. Gary in person and Director George through the monitor were checking this. The weight in his gaze is lacking. It's not scary. It feels more like hatred than a will to kill. Suddenly, the Chinese actor Wang Bang, who was glaring at Gary, moved his foot. Normally, there would be lines, but it seemed Wang Bang had forgotten them due to nervousness, and he reached out his hand towards Gary's neck. Smack. The speed is mediocre. Neither fast nor slow. It looks more like a preliminary rehearsal than action. Nonetheless, Gary calmly receives Wang Bang's punch. He catches the fist extending towards the neck, twists the wrist. With his other hand, he grabs the back of Wang Bang's neck, distracting the attention. The real threat is the knee rising from below. Thwack! Wang Bang allows the first hit to land on him. However, he blocks the second with the same knee. The speed at which they synchronize gradually increases. However, cut, that's enough. In the middle of the test, Director George stopped their martial arts. Then he requested something from Wang Bang, who was slightly panting. Mr. Wang Bang, look at the camera in front and think of a target you want to eliminate. Understood. It's not just about thinking. Capture the emotion right before you rush in your eyes. About 10 seconds later. Okay, that's good. Director George, announcing the end of the test, muttered softly. This guy is a pass. TL. Pass as in not suitable. Afterward, the next actor enters the studio. It was another actor from China. Since the plan for today's test was to look only at Chinese actors, it was expected. This actor went through the same process as Wang Bang. After an inspection by stunt coordinator Gary, signal from Director George. Action. The sound of the slate echoes in the studio, the appearance of the actor displayed on the monitor, the precise martial arts, and dozens of related personnel and staff, including the director watching. Thus, the test gradually picks up speed. This Chinese actor received a very favorable review, unlike Wang Bang. Good, isn't it? Yeah, the clear movement path as well. He came well prepared. The face fits well on the monitor too. Although they were all Chinese actors, there was competition among them. Probably, thousands of candidates were eliminated in pursuit of this minor role, and among them, the 3 actors most suited for the part were selected. The third Chinese actor appeared next. His evaluation was also good, similar or a bit better than the second actor. Thanks to this, the expression on Director George, who was watching the monitor, gradually brightened. The executives sitting around felt the same. Before long, dozens of staff, including the CD and producer teams, even applauded the actor's passionate performance. Clap, 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 clap. Gary, looking slightly out of breath, gave the Chinese actor a thumbs up. You did well. Your timing and gaze were impressive. Thank you. Soon, the third Chinese actor exited the studio. Then, the staff began whispering about the next actor to come. Next up? Yeah, this time it's that Korean actor. With the second and third Chinese actors setting a high standard, he might end up being starkly compared. But I caught a glimpse earlier, and he seemed to have the best looks. All right. Just then, swish. The Korean actor enters from the studio entrance. In other words, Kang Woojin dressed in a suit. All the staff glanced at Woojin. Especially, the CD Megan and the producer team's Black Joseph cast intense looks. Joseph, towering over 190 centimeters, even waved a big hand at Woojin. As a result, the focus is on him. The eyes of all foreigners gathered in this studio follow Kang Woojin as he calmly steps in. On the other hand, Woojin, with an indifferent face, stood in the center of the studio with a steady posture. No one notices his inner thoughts. Wow, the pressure. They're all foreigners. It's just like an actual shoot. Soon, Stunt coordinator Gary, next to him, scanned Kang Woojin. His face alone was a bit mysterious and cold. The face and the aura is good. Has he done villain roles before? There's a unique scent, like a mix of psycho with a certain gravitas. Muttering to himself, Gary greeted Woojin. Nice to meet you. Kang Woojin replied in a low tone. Of course, in English. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. Have you had any experience with action cuts in Korea? Not as an actor, but I've had some experience. I'm also preparing for it. You speak English quite well. Thank you. Although it was a brief conversation, Woojin's fluent English surprised not only director George Mendes, but everyone else. Wow, his English proficiency. Moreover, his voice is good too. Practice? No, judging by his pronunciation and ease, he must have lived in the US. The Chinese actors weren't lacking either, but this Korean actor is incomparable to them. The atmosphere had been one of low expectations, so the expectations suddenly rose. Megan and Joseph, who had been bickering from the start, now whispered praises to each other. What the Megan? That Korean actor. Kang Woojin, was it? He's handsome. And what's with that ease? I thought he'd be trembling since he hasn't debuted for long. I didn't say it, but that actor has personally subdued a thug in Korea before. But he seems calmer than expected. A thug? What are you talking about? Regardless, English is English, and martial arts is martial arts. Amidst the murmurs, director George, with his belly sticking out, looked towards Gary standing next to Woojin. It was a signal to start. Soon, the muscular Gary asked Woojin, how well have you memorized the script? All right. You said you received this test a few days ago, right? Then, let's focus more on camera movement rather than martial arts. It's okay. You can proceed as usual. What? No, that's for me to say. Is that so? I meant that I have memorized the script, and there won't be a problem in performing it. Oh, okay. Then start to the pace you want. Don't push yourself too hard. Understood. As Kang Woojin replied nonchalantly, Gary slightly furrowed his brow. What's with this ease? Is he just trying to build confidence because he knew he was lacking anyway? Anyway, it's certain that he's a difficult actor to grasp. First, he showed a thumbs up to director George at the front table. The director's sign followed. Action. A female staff member running towards them clapped the slate. Behind. Swoosh. In a short moment, at a speed that no one could notice, Kang Woojin, who had imbued his entire being with martial arts that seemed innate, suddenly closed his eyes. Then, he took a deep breath. SSS, huh? It was an action that none of the Chinese actors had done before. However, Woojin seamlessly continued his performance. Suddenly, the air circulating around him calmed down. Soon, with a face that was cold yet eerily serene, Kang Woojin slowly opened his eyes. Directly in front of him was Gary. Woojin, having acknowledged him, maintained a faint breath for a moment. His gaze fixed on Gary. Gradually, something profound condensed in Woojin's pupils. Purpose or murderous intent. That completed form was shot through Woojin's eyes as a gaze. The calm air surrounding Kang Woojin now carried a murderous intent. Instantly, Gary, who twitched his eyebrows, felt a surge of tension. It was the first time during today's test. The surroundings haven't changed. This is the atmosphere created by that Korean actor. Acting. Yes, acting. But somehow, Gary was gradually forgetting that it was just acting. However, it became clear that he was designated as the prey. At that moment, swoosh, the still Kang Woojin took a step forward, striding without hesitation. His unhesitant energy merged with the emanating murderous intent. Gary, unknowingly, slick, took a step back. It was a ready stance. Regardless, Kang Woojin, who had approached close without any preparatory steps or gaze, extended his right arm. His target was Gary's neck. However, it was a miss. But Kang Woojin's hand grabbed Gary's collar instead. His expression remained stern, and all his actions were filled with decisive cuts. Gary, whose collar is grabbed, grabs the back of Woojin's neck with his left hand. Pull down. Smack. Woojin blocked the rising knee with his own knee. Then, he grabbed the hand that was holding his neck and twisted it. A slight groan escaped from Gary. Ugh. Woojin quickly twisted the held hand in the opposite direction. Gary's body naturally turned. His back was exposed. Woojin's knee swiftly rose, targeting a softer spot on the side. Thwack. Thwack. Gary allowed it twice, but then twisted his bent arm the other way to break free from the hold. He kicks Kang Woojin in the stomach. Woojin's body is pushed back. Gary immediately rushes in. Using that momentum, Kang Woojin flips Gary over. Thud. It's a disadvantageous position. Instead of extending his arms, he blocks. Gary clasps his hands together to shield his face. A solid shield forms, but Woojin, undeterred, strikes the side of Gary's face, hidden behind the shield, with his elbow. Once and then again. Then a whoosh sound was heard. Gary lifted both legs and threw Woojin sideways, wrapping around his face. Kang Woojin flies off with a swoosh. Gary quickly gets up and assumes his position. A couple of steps away, Woojin swiftly gets up and again strides towards Gary. It wasn't that he had no hesitation. His expression was solely filled with the intent of murder. Eliminate, eliminate, eliminate. Only elimination. Once again, Kang Woojin and Gary face each other. However, this time neither rushes in immediately. They had checked each other's form. Both Woojin and Gary, staring into each other's eyes, waved their arms in the air. It was the thought that whatever comes, they would catch it. The first to move was Gary. Whoosh. He kicks towards the groin between Woojin's spread legs. Kang Woojin blocks it with his knee. Then, he immediately grabs Gary's extended foot and pushes it to the ground. The two quickly tangle up. Just as the expressionless Kang Woojin was about to make his next move. See you cut. A familiar man's shout is heard. It was director George Mendes. His eyes were dilated as if he was a shocked Santa Claus. Director George, with widened eyes, alternates his gaze between Kang Woojin in the monitor and the real Kang Woojin. My God, he was mesmerized. That was exactly his expression. The entire foreign crew in the studio, including the CD Megan and producer Joseph, shared the same look. Many staff members had their mouths open without realizing, wondering what they had just seen with their two eyes. At the same time, director George, who had been staring intently at the monitor, moved his enlarged eyes. He looked at Kang Woojin in the center of the studio. He was already standing up, dusting off his suit with Gary. Kang Woojin. The shooting will start from June next year. Yes. The role you just showed will join the team around August. Before that, there will be practice sessions for action sequences with the actors. That role is yours. It's perfect. Normally, we would need a meeting, but it seems unnecessary for Mr. Woojin. Personally, I'd like you to join from April. In other words, you're first place and you've passed. The staff started murmuring. It was natural since this was a first. Winning a role outright was impossible without being significantly favored. The screen test wasn't the end. But just now, a Korean actor had secured a role in Hollywood on his first try. Though a minor role, he succeeded. Normally, one would throw their arms up and cheer. However, Kang Woojin, with an indifferent face, slightly tilted his head. Then he started calculating something internally. However, it didn't take long. Just 5 seconds. Exactly 5 seconds later, Kang Woojin spoke in low voice. Then it will be difficult for me. It would be better to meet next time if the opportunity arises. Director George Mendes blinked his eyes in confusion. What did you say? At this moment, among the staff in the back, the tall black producer Joseph chuckled softly. Keck my God, what is that weirdo saying? Because Kang Woojin had turned down his first role in Hollywood. 199, Oddity. 4. LA International Airport. Amidst Kang Woojin taking a screen test, one airplane was largely occupied by a Korean filming crew. It was the team from Our Dining Table. Just before returning to Korea. Perhaps because of this, the atmosphere in the seating area occupied by the production crew of Our Dining Table was quite lively. We're finally going back. Man, if someone heard us, they'd think the shooting is all done, Night? When we return, we only rest for exactly 2 days before it's back to hell, you know? Editing the footage, not to mention preparing for the next shoot. And above all, the end of the year is just around the corner. Ugh, looks like we'll have to spend the remaining December on year-end events, parties, awards ceremonies. It's the same with the global entertainment industry around this time. The film sector is also in chaos with awards ceremony preparations. I heard PD Yoon Byung-seon is preparing for a pilot broadcast. Still, I'm happy just returning to Korea. The uplifted mood was the same for the leadership of Our Dining Table, including PD Yoon Byung-seon, the directing team, and the writers. However, for them, Planning the editing of this shoot was a priority over sounding the fanfare. Now that I think about it, we didn't get the interview from the reporter who posted about our dining table in the local newspaper. Oh dear, guess I'll have to call them once we're back. Even a voice message would do. Suddenly, the conversation turned to Kang Woojin. But why did Woojin stay in LA? He didn't board the plane, right? PD Yoon Byung-seon, who was looking at his phone, answered quickly. Oh, he didn't. According to CEO Choi, he had remaining business, but who knows? Huh? What business does he have? Oh, maybe he's taking a day off for sightseeing in LA. That might be the case. Well, Woojin will really be busy once he returns to Korea, with entering new projects and preparing for film festivals and award ceremonies. Oh, but Hae-yeon boarded the plane, right? Hae-yeon must have a schedule. At this, the main writer chuckled and joined in. Maybe Woojin has a meeting related to Hollywood? The other writers quickly responded. No way. Woojin is incredibly amazing now, but even so, Hollywood so soon, right? And doesn't Woojin already have a ton of projects lined up? Yeah, plus commercials and YouTube among other secondary schedules, right? But imagine if he really did audition for a Hollywood project. Knowing Woojin's personality, even if he passed the audition, he'd be like, this doesn't suit me. I can imagine it. But even for Woojin, that would be too much. In the front section, where the cast of our dining table was seated, and Jong-hak overheard the writer's conversation. Soon, he, wearing an eye mask, asked Hong Hae-yeon, "What's Woojin doing? Staying back in LA? Hae-yeon, do you know anything?" Hong Hae-yeon, wearing a hat pulled down over her long hair, looked up from her phone and shrugged. "I don't know either. Really an audition for Hollywood? Doubt it. Aren't you and Woojin in the same agency?" "Maybe not. I mean, we're technically in the same agency, but honestly, we hardly see each other's faces." "Well, I guess so." And Jong-hak took it lightly, and Hong Hae-yeon sighed softly to herself, grumbling inwardly. "What's so secretive that they leave me out? Is it something really important?" Hong Hae-yeon was truly unaware of Woojin's situation. After all, Choi Sung-gun had kept silent. Meanwhile, her seatmate, Wallin, wearing large glasses, was also thinking about her favorite, Kang Woojin. "I could also postpone my work for a day to stay. This week went by too quickly." It was a real blessing to see Woojin every morning. Ha Gang-soo, who had been looking at his phone, suddenly spoke up as if he remembered something. Didn't they say Woojin studied abroad? Maybe he went to see something nostalgic." As a result, his words were given the highest probability. Even Hong Hae-yeon, from the same agency, inwardly agreed. "Is that so? Maybe if it's a place related to acting, LA would make sense. A Hollywood audition would be too out of the blue." But her curiosity mattered little. I'm curious. What the heck is it?" The airplane began to ascend into the sky. At the same time, at the last Kill 3 studio. The studio, where a fierce martial arts exchange had just taken place during the screen test and was filled with numerous foreign staff, was now quiet. Director George Mendez, who was in charge of this test, his surrounding film company executives, the casting director team, and their leader Megan Stone, and for some reason, the tall black producer Joseph Felton, who was desperately holding back his laughter, camera operators, and so on. Everyone was looking at the Korean actor standing in the center of the studio with a dazed expression. Specifically, at Kang Woojin in a suit. Generally, their eyes mixed with shock and absurdity, but Kang Woojin's face displayed on the monitor was utterly unfazed. By now, what did that actor just say? The dozens of foreign staff who had been dazed began to regain their senses and started murmuring among themselves. Whispered English words were exchanged. There were too many unfamiliar scenes. A Korean actor with martial arts skills surpassing Chinese actors, director George announcing his casting unexpectedly, Kang Woojin rejecting it in just 5 seconds. Did I hear that right? Definitely. It's difficult? He said it was difficult, right? Right. He said it was difficult. He also said something like, "Let's see next time." Next time? What does he mean by next time? He already got a chance in Hollywood. What next time? He must have misspoken. Maybe he didn't understand the director? But for that, the actor's English is too good. It's rare to even get a role in a screen test, let alone rejecting it on the spot, is unheard of. The shock among the foreign staff deepened. Director George Mendez, resembling Santa, seemed to share similar feelings and asked Woojin again while sitting at the table, his voice full of confusion. Did you understand what I said correctly? Kang Woojin answered calmly in a low-toned English. Yes, director. The shooting starts around next June, and the role I tested for today joins the team in August, you said. That's right. But before that, we need to practice action sequences with the team, and personally, I'd appreciate it if you could join us from April. I remember you saying this role suits me perfectly and is ideal. Director George Mendez slightly narrowed his brows, glanced over the film company executives around him, and spoke again. That's correct. The role now is a supporting character, but not a minor one. That's why we need to have a meeting after the test, and after possibly a second or even a third test, it was supposed to be decided. However, deciding to include Mr. Woojin without such processes means it's final. Do you understand that clearly? Yes. I consider it an honor. But you said it would be difficult? That's correct, I apologize. Director George Mendez slightly tilted his head, frowning, a look of utter confusion on his face. The surrounding film company executives felt the same. Then, from behind the director, the tall black producer Joseph, who had been holding back his laughter, still with twitching lips, chimed in. Mr. Kang Woojin, I'm Joseph Felton, the producer of Last Kill 3. Your answer is impressive. I've been working in Hollywood for a long time, and it's my first time hearing such a thing. You passed the test for Last Kill 3 straight away, but may I ask why joining us would be difficult? Given his tall stature and solid build, Woojin had already noticed Joseph. He's huge. Wow, shit, really, really big. Look at the size of his hands. If that guy slapped me, my head might pop off. Internally marveling, Woojin deepened his voice even more. The timing doesn't work out. The timing? Yes. So, you're declining because the timing doesn't work out? It was far from a common response. Yes, I am already involved in other projects and have commitments to others. In Korea? That's correct. Is your schedule filled up until next year? Are all these contracts finalized? Some are finalized, and some are just promises. At this point, Director George Mendez chimed in again. Promises? Doesn't that mean there's room to adjust schedules? But, are you really declining? Even forsaking the opportunity you've seized? Black Joseph added in. Explanation. That's right. It's usual to adjust promises or schedules. It's not an opportunity that comes by easily. After all, Woojin's response was firm and cold. I have prior commitments. For some reason, Joseph again suppressed a laugh. Prior commitments. Right. They're important. At this moment, Woojin's feelings were surprisingly calm and straightforward. He wasn't particularly conflicted, resentful, or overly anxious. It was just simple. It's regrettable, but what can I do? It's not a good fit. He wasn't sure about the skills of the Chinese actors before him, but the Hollywood director, who resembled Santa, had chosen Woojin straight away. So, he had beaten everyone to first place, and the competitive spirit or desire for victory he had before the test was satisfied. At least I can go back to Korea and stretch my legs and sleep. The tension and nervousness that had risen in the unfamiliar environment and in front of Hollywood's notable figures had disappeared at some point. For Kang Woojin, this test was something he could take or leave. It was a crazy notion only Kang Woojin could afford. He kept reinforcing that thought through mind control. Hollywood. Impressive. Just looking at the quality of this studio was overwhelming. Cameras like he'd never seen before. The scale of the audition hall, props of unknown purposes, and foreigners who seemed to carry a certain aura. He could faintly sense the enormous opportunity. However, during this screen test attended by many famous Hollywood figures, Kang Woojin assessed the level and extent. It wasn't intentional. It was just something he naturally felt after all the tests were done. The conclusion he reached was singular. I can make it here. I can definitely make a mark. Hollywood, or whatever, didn't seem so tough after all. It's just using more expensive equipment, delivering lines in another language, the actors being foreigners, and the system being somewhat different. Obviously, what Woojin saw was just the tip of the iceberg, but it was clear that shooting scenes here weren't much different. Above all, his concept worked well here. No, maybe it's even more comfortable than in Korea. I like the American mindset. Nobody knew Kang Woojin here. Maybe that's the advantage of being in a foreign land. The open-minded aspect of America was also a plus for Woojin. While Woojin himself might not have fully realized it, he had acquired something even Korea's top actors found difficult to possess: experience and pride. In other words, dignity or self-esteem. A strong belief in himself emerged, and with it, his perspective on the high and mighty world of Hollywood changed. It seemed worth trying, nothing to be afraid of. My acting can make an impact, and my martial arts are useful. Thus, Woojin found himself at ease. His thoughts, which had been vague, became flexible, and he remembered many things. From the ongoing shooting of Island of the Missing to upcoming projects, YouTube schedule, advertisements, and even Beneficial Evil, which he had promised to PD Song Man-woo before coming to the US. Honestly, it wasn't impossible to adjust his schedule. He could have canceled the verbal agreement for Beneficial Evil for Last Kill 3 and made time somehow, even at the expense of other projects. But for Kang Woojin, it was a mere shrug. Why bother? Well, I'm already appealing to Hollywood now. If I come back later when I've grown more, I'll do even better. Disrupting all his connections in Korea for a minor role in Hollywood was not appealing to him. So, what was the remaining option? Rejection, of course. Director George Mendes, unaware of Kang Woojin's inner thoughts, had a stern look on his face. Then, with a calmer voice than before, he asked Woojin again, "I understand you have prior commitments. Then why did you come here? What is this Santa-looking guy talking about?" Woojin responded quietly, "You were the one who invited me, director." Oh, indeed, it was a valid point. Seemingly caught off guard for a moment, director George Mendes chuckled involuntarily. Then, he sighed softly and said to Woojin, "I understand. It's a pity, but you did well. Thank you. You may leave." Exit permission was given to Kang Woojin, who was dressed in a suit. It was a very strange situation. Although he had passed, the Korean actor declined the role. If the Hollywood press got wind of this, it would be quite the laughing stock, and the film company executives around director George did not find this pleasing. "It's fine for you to go, but today's screen test will be as if it never happened for both of us. You understand, right? A directive to keep quiet." Likely, all the staff present in the studio would be cautioned to keep their lips sealed. In other words, today's test would not be known in Hollywood or Korea. However, I understand. As Kang Woojin left the studio with a calm response, he had quite a bit to gain. For example, Mr. Kang Woojin. Stunt coordinator Gary Peck called out to Woojin as he was about to leave. "Do you use social media?" "Yes. Your martial arts today were very impressive. I'd like to see the Korean works you've done and look forward to working together in Hollywood someday." The memory of Kang Woojin deeply impressed upon a renowned stunt coordinator in Hollywood, akin to a martial arts director. "Thank you. I look forward to it as well." Shortly after, as Kang Woojin left the studio and brushed off the remaining dust on his suit, he also sneakily glanced back. Phew, crazy. Somehow it ended. It was chaotic. He remembered what he had done in that studio, but not everything in detail. Anyway, Woojin was guided back to the waiting room by a staff member. The spacious waiting room no longer had the Chinese actors and their staff. Just one person. "Woojin, how did it go?" Choi Sung-gun, with his ponytail and an excited face, was the only one to greet Woojin. Watching him approach in a rush, Kang Woojin scratched his chin. Well, it seemed right to honestly tell everything that happened in the studio here. Soon, Kang Woojin shared all the key points of what had occurred in the studio. Listening to Woojin's calm explanation, Choi Sung-gun's eyes gradually widened. What to say, the story he was hearing felt almost like a fairy tale. Really? Such a thing happened? After Kang Woojin finished explaining in a low tone, I said, "Let's see next time." Staring at Kang Woojin in front of him, Choi Sung-gun blankly asked, "Next time? Did I make a mistake?" Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "KKK, next time? Is it a lottery? You're probably the only actor in Hollywood who rejects them like that." "Is that so? On my sides. Well, you did well. It's not like today is the only day. Honestly, being with you, I'm also confused about what's what, considering the past times I took Hyun to several Hollywood auditions. But it's satisfying to know you outperformed those Chinese guys. I was quite pissed seeing them glare earlier." I was told to keep today's test a secret." As if already aware, Choi Sung-gun nodded. "Yeah, I know. When you were taking the test, the staff came and had me sign a confidentiality agreement. It's a pity, though. Ignoring everything else, just spreading the news about you beating those Chinese guys would cause quite a stir. Soon, Choi Sung-gun checked the time and gestured that they should leave. We have some time before our flight. Let's grab something to eat and look around this area. Take a look at some of the major film companies around here. Thus, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun took the elevator down to the lobby on the first floor. The van they had arrived in was parked in the outer parking lot nearby, and they had to wait about 5 minutes. Thanks to that, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun got to look around the neighborhood as many foreigners passed by on the sidewalk. At that moment, Mr. Kang Woojin, someone called Woojin from behind a building. Turning around, he saw a group approaching him, led by the tall black producer, Joseph Felton. With a deep smile, he said, "We briefly said hello upstairs, right? I'm producer Joseph Felton." He extended his business card to Kang Woojin. Chapter 200, Year End 1. Joseph Felton, the tall black producer who looked to be over 190 centimeters tall, stood in front of Kang Woojin. He was even handing over his business card. Perhaps due to Joseph's sizable build, Woojin and the foreign producers behind Joseph seemed small in comparison. Soon, Kang Woojin flinched inwardly. "Oh my gosh," he startled me. "He really looks huge up close." Kim Dae-young wouldn't even be able to reach his shoulders. Although he had seen him at the studio earlier, seeing Joseph's physique up close was truly daunting. However, Woojin, who had already adopted a deep concept, received Joseph's business card as nonchalantly as possible. "Yes, I'm Kang Woojin." Joseph then cheerfully shook hands with Woojin out of nowhere. Haha, the test above was impressive. I've accumulated quite a bit of experience as a producer, but that was the first time I've seen such a fresh scene. I think it will stay in my memory for a long time. What is this? A compliment? For now, Woojin appropriately accepted his greeting. "Thank you." At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, who was standing behind, whispered to Woojin with a smile equipped. "Who is he? A guard?" "No, he's a producer who was also there during the screen test." "Ah, a producer?" This person. Noticing Choi Sung-gun's movements, Joseph Felton took out his business card again. "I'm producer Joseph Felton. Are you Mr. Kang Woojin's manager?" Upon receiving the business card, Choi Sung-gun also took out his own. His English was a bit awkward, but his voice was full of strength. "Yes, I am both the manager and the CEO of Mr. Kang Woojin's agency." "Oh, is that so? You're the CEO? Nice to meet you. You're taking care of a fantastic actor." "Yes, I think so too." "Ha ha ha, Mr. CEO, you should have seen the test process too." The actor here turned the scene upside down. Whether he was playful or just high-spirited, Joseph Felton carried on the conversation effortlessly. Watching him, Choi Sung-gun showed a smile, but inside, he was serious. Is this what Hollywood producers are like? No hesitations and hearty. Well, it makes sense for a producer in this huge market. Choi Sung-gun faintly sensed the power of Joseph Felton. In Hollywood, where every part is systematic, producers were among the real power brokers. Moreover, Hollywood producers don't just handle one project at a time. The more capable they are, the bigger and more numerous projects they get involved with. If he's the producer of the Last Kill series, he must be one of the recognized producers in Hollywood. Choi Sung-gun's guess was right on point. Currently, Joseph Felton was handling a total of 3 Hollywood projects, and in this Hollywood scene, it was fair to say no one didn't know who producer Joseph was. Then, the tall Joseph, with a smile on his face, spoke to Kang Woojin again. I'm not a casting director. However, I can recognize an actor's aura and energy. The energy and firmness you showed in the test are rare." "Calm." Woojin responded calmly. "Is that so?" Joseph Felton stepped closer to Woojin and lowered his voice. In that test, the Chinese actors were carefully selected representatives, and the thoughts of the film company executives, including the director, were unanimous. It was almost certain that the role would be given to a Chinese actor. You were an extra. You turned that around. With just one scene, just one. Not only did you seize the role from those Chinese actors, but you also made them concede the result. It was not victory, but consent. It was you, not the director, who did that. Whispering, Joseph gave a thumbs up. It was a scene you don't often see. Both your martial arts and your energy. Then, as a member of the producer team behind signaled the time, Joseph's face showed regret, presumably because he was busy. I would love to share a beer over this feeling, but it's a pity. Mr. Kang Woojin, when you come to Hollywood again, please remember the business card I gave you. I will. Are you heading back to Korea now? I have some time before my flight, so I was thinking of exploring the area a bit. Joseph's smile deepened in an instant as he pointed his thumb towards the back. There, one of Hollywood's landmarks, a mega film company decorated like an amusement park, was located. I'll contact them so you can take a more thorough look inside. Just mention my name at the entrance, and you should be able to receive guidance from a staff member. I hope you enjoy Hollywood. After shaking hands with Woojin again, Joseph Felton turned and moved back towards the building's elevator direction. It seems he had remaining tasks related to Last Kill 3. Meanwhile, a few of the foreign staff that had come with him murmured to each other after seeing Kang Woojin. Did that Korean actor just receive Joseph's business card? Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, if it were Hollywood's top actors, sure. Even to a Korean actor he just met today? On the other hand, Kang Woojin, dressed in a suit, carelessly shoved the received business card into his pocket. Then, he locked eyes with Choi Sung-gun. Shall we go to the place that guy mentioned? Of course, dude. We should also take the crew from the lodging, too. If there happens to be a shoot going on, it would be an amazing opportunity. Around this time, the van Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun were waiting for pulled over to the side of the road. Meanwhile, slide. Just after getting on the elevator, Joseph Felton instructed something to a bald foreign man standing next to him among the group he was with. Robert, investigate that actor, Kang Woojin, in detail. Everything from his past footsteps to his fame and rumors in Korea, his works, and the people around him. We need to make sure a failure like today doesn't happen again. Understood. But why are you so interested in him? Of course, he was impressive in the test, but is it because of the spreading Hallyu? Or are you thinking of marketing? Hallyu. Yeah, we can't ignore that part. But that's not everything. For now, I can only say it's intuition. Intuition. I feel like that actor could explode the scale of Hallyu several times over, in a short period. The tall black man, Joseph, chuckled softly. Today's business card was for that future. Later, around noon on the 17th, after a quite long shoot, the Our Dining Table team arrived in Korea. The airport was swamped with hundreds of reporters and fans. An enormous crowd. Even when the Our Dining Table cast was promoting Korean food in LA, news about Our Dining Table had been spreading in Korea, heating up the reporters even more. PD Unim. I heard it was featured in a local newspaper in LA. Is there any other news? How was the reaction from the locals in LA? Over here. This way. Please look here. Wallen SSI? How was it in LA with Kang Woojin SSI, who subdued the assailant? I read an article that a chef in LA highly praised Kang Woojin SSI's cooking. Hong Haiyan SSI. Did you actually meet that chef? Although blocked by guards, hundreds of reporters continuously threw questions, and the swarming fans endlessly spouted welcomes and gifts. The airport arrival hall quickly turned into chaos. As a result, the Our Dining Table team had to make their escape as quickly as possible. At that moment, a few among the crowded crowd noticed something strange. Woojin Appa. Woojin Appa is missing. Wow, really? Kang Woojin. Only Kang Woojin is missing? The atmosphere quickly spread to the reporters as well. Kang Woojin is missing. PD Unim. Where is Kang Woojin SSI? Is he staying back in LA? Was there a problem with the immigration process? However, without any proper response, the Our Dining Table team left the airport. It was out of concern for an incident. This matter quickly spread on the internet as news articles. Issue pic. The Our Dining Table team returns from LA/photos. The Our Dining Table cast members waving to reporters, all looking tired. The news mostly covered the return of the Our Dining Table cast and the photos taken at the airport, but the fact that Kang Woojin was missing was also noisily discussed. Today, the Our Dining Table team returned to Korea? But where is Kang Woojin? Star photo, Kang Woojin, the only one left in LA? Naturally, rumors and gossip spread in no time. For the reporters, it was understandable to think it strange that Kang Woojin alone did not return. Our Dining Table team returned, but why is Kang Woojin missing? Perhaps he had a schedule in LA. The issues that flared up while Woojin was in LA once again gained momentum. Where did the hero who saved from the assailant go? Why did Woojin return to Korea alone? Photos. Kang Woojin did not come to Korea. The possibility of a shooting to be cancelled for Kang Woojin's alter ego channel with global superstar Miley Cara. Amidst the noisy talk about Woojin, BW Entertainment released an official statement. Official BW Entertainment, Kang Woojin not entering Korea was due to taking a short break in LA. The only thing missing from the actual story was the mention of Last Kill 3. At this time, the people inside a large van speeding on Seoul's highway were also talking about Kang Woojin. They were Miley Cara and her team, who were planning to wrap up their schedule in Korea late on the 18th. Blonde Cara had her legs crossed and was looking at her tablet. Precisely at printed articles. Is it correct that Kang Woojin is definitely coming to Korea before tomorrow? To her somewhat cold question, the manager sitting next to her replied in English. Yeah, I spoke with his agent. He's expected to arrive in Korea tonight, and there should be no problem with our scheduled shoot tomorrow morning. As she slowly nodded, she brushed her blonde hair aside while recalling Kang Woojin, his incredible filmography, various issues, and acting skills. I wonder what he'll be like in person. I feel the same. Besides, did you check what Kang Woojin's alter ego channel proposed? You mean the shooting content? Cara switched the screen of the tablet she was looking at. It was the description of the shooting content sent by Kang Woojin's alter ego. She changed the direction of her crossed legs as she looked down at it. Singing a duet of my song. That was expected anyway. After the talk, he says he'll cook. That's where we do something like movie promotions, right? I like the idea of him cooking. If he's been introduced in the local newspapers of LA, he must be good, right? From what the articles say, a Michelin star chef highly praised it. That's what I mean. But he says he'll cook whatever I want. Is it really okay to ask for anything? Probably not everything. Kang Woojin's main job is an actor, not a chef. But what's this avatar cooking? According to the description, I do the cooking and Kang Woojin instructs, but I can't imagine it. Exactly as it says. It seems like content for fun where you cook as per Kang Woojin's instructions. If it's uncomfortable, we can refuse from our side. Hearing the explanation, Cara blue eyes tilted upward thoughtfully for about 5 seconds. Something made the corners of her mouth twitch, and she shook her head. No. It sounds fun, doesn't it? Cara, think about it seriously. You can't cook. But he says he'll make it possible, right? It'll be Kang Woojin who will suffer. Think carefully. Many of Kang Woojin's fans and the media in Korea are focusing on this. For reference, Miley Cara attended various events, luxury brand parties, interviews, etc. during her schedule in Korea, but did not appear on any YouTube channels. Appearing on Kang Woojin's alter ego channel tomorrow would be the first time. Yeah, I know. Anyway, tell them I'll do everything. I'm looking forward to it. The manager sighed. All right, got it. Think about the lines to be used for the talk and the cooking. Yep, that's when it happened. Her phone emitted a short ringtone. It was a message, and Cara widened her blue eyes slightly after checking the sender. Joseph? The message was from Joseph Felton, a famous Hollywood producer. Cara, whose mind immediately conjured up the tall, black Joseph, checked the message. Joseph Felton. Cara, how's your time in Korea? I was looking at your SNS and got curious. Heard you're appearing on a YouTube channel owned by a Korean actor? I've recently become interested in Korea, so I'm looking forward to it. After Cara sent a response indicating her acknowledgement, another message from Joseph quickly followed. Joseph Felton, contact me when you're back. Let's have a beer and talk about how Korea was. Cara furrowed her brows after reading the message, then turned to ask the manager beside her. About Joseph, have you heard anything about him recently taking an interest in Korea? The manager, who had been looking at his phone, shrugged. Not at all. I heard he just took on producing Last Kill 3, among other projects. He's got so many works to juggle, it wouldn't make sense for him to be interested in Korea. Right? Cara scratched her blonde hair lightly. What's he scheming? The same night, a man stood out as he exited the bustling airport. He was wearing a hat pulled down low and his face covered with a mask. It was Kang Woojin, who entered the country like a thief to avoid the press and fans. Sigh, this air. Really, there's no place like home. Woojin, trying not to show his emotion, boarded the prepared van. He didn't see the dozens of noisy reporters, but Woojin preferred it this way. It was a long trip, really. For now, he just wanted to savor the feeling of having returned to Korea. Then, Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting in the passenger seat with fatigue plastered all over his face, turned and showed Woojin his phone. Ah, Woojin, the Blue Dragon Film Awards just announced the nominees. His phone screen displayed the list of this year's award nominees officially released by the Blue Dragon Film Awards office, which was quickly followed by the film industry media. Film Festival Blue Dragon Film Awards office reveals key nominees for this year's festival. Kang Woojin stands out among new actor nominees. Kang Woojin, nominated for the Blue Dragon New Actor Award just a year after debut, but he is also nominated for other awards. Not to be outdone, the Grand Bell Awards also revealed their nominees a few minutes later. Both film festivals were about 10 days away. Movie Talk, following the Blue Dragon, now the Grand Bell Awards. Kang Woojin appears in new actor nominees at both major film festivals. What was unique was the explosive mention. Chapter 201, Year End 2. On the morning of the 18th, at Seoul's DM Production. It was 9:30 a.m. DM Production, the production company making writer Choi Nana's new drama Beneficial Evil, was bustling like a beehive, as expected of a burgeoning production house. Beyond the busy staff of every team, the figures inside a conspicuous medium-sized meeting room were deep in discussion. Rather, it felt less like a meeting and more like a dire confrontation, charged with a heavy atmosphere. Around a shaped table sat roughly 5 people, with PD Song Man-woo, who appeared to have lost weight with a gaunt jawline, seated at the head. He had been staying up nights frequently in preparation for Beneficial Evil. He was looking down at a transparent file, his forehead cradled in his hand, while the individuals seated on either side of PD Song Man-woo were the production manager and the CD and other key staff. The whiteboard behind them was adorned with the names of numerous actors. Kang Woojin's name was the only one listed under the OK group. That's when it happened. PD Nim, how about we push forward with 60 million won to start? The CD, also looking down at a transparent file, broke the ice. Upon closer inspection, the file contained information regarding Kang Woojin's worth. Of course, it was a natural progression. Having received the OK for the main male lead in Beneficial Evil, it was time to negotiate the realistic aspects and seal the deal. Producing a drama was always a challenge beyond challenges. Soon, PD Song Man-woo, shaking his head slowly, responded seriously. Don't give me the opinion of, to start, in this situation. All we have from Woojin SSI is his word. It's still like walking a tightrope. I'm sorry. It's not a 1-day, 2-day matter of drama production. And how many times have we seen actors back out after agreeing? At this point, the production manager seated on the right chimed in. But Woojin SSI has worked with you on Hanryang before, PD Nim. It's practically the work that made Kang Woojin what he is now. I doubt he would flip so easily given that connection. Of course, Woojin SSI isn't the type to change his words lightly. He's quite cynical by nature. But what I'm saying is, we can't get complacent just because of that connection. Moreover, Woojin SSI is very precise about the realistic aspects, well aware of his own value. Probably has already set some baseline for his worth by now. In that moment, a memory flashed through the PD Song Man-woo. Even back then, when he was just a newbie, he confidently raised his own value. It was when sealing the deal for Kang Woojin's participation in Profiler Hanryang. So, what I'm saying is we can't just do for now, or to start with things. Besides, our DM production is just starting out. It's also necessary to establish an image that our capital is solid right from the start. Musing, PD Song Man-woo tapped the transparent file he was holding. Let's put the production company's perspective aside, and tell me honestly what you all think. The production manager was quick to respond. To be honest, until his trip to the US, Woojin SSI's worth was at most 60 per episode. And now, it seems to have increased quite a bit in just about 10 days. The biggest reason being his joining the film by director On Jae-bak as the lead. And there's a strong vibe he'll sweep the awards at various year-end ceremonies. Additionally, the issue of saving Wallen SSI is also a significant plus for our project. The martial arts skills Woojin SSI possesses are a considerable advantage for our work. Yes, considering the buzz from our dining table, the Miley Kara issue, and all the minor things. I'm not sure. We might have to think about 70 per episode at this point. 70 per episode. In just 10 days, Woojin's worth had significantly risen. But this was not a miscalculation. Kang Woojin had indeed achieved such results. At this, the PD song Manwoo added one more reason. We also need to add the hardship pay for being the lead who will carry beneficial evil on his shoulders. That Woojin SSI would have included all that in his calculations. Whatever the case, no more than 70 at maximum. In that moment, PD song Manwoo let out a hollow laugh. It feels like just yesterday we were making a deal at 3.5 million won per episode during Hanryang, and now we're discussing 60 to 70 million won. It's the first time I've seen such a case in my decades of directing. Having finished his moment of contemplation, PD song Manwoo seemed to have made up his mind and murmured to the key staff. Okay, let's cap it at 75. Let's try to make it work with that. About an hour later, near Sinsa Station, a large recording studio. This was a recording studio with a different vibe from the usual ones. For starters, it was significantly larger. There were enough microphones and booths to easily accommodate at least 10 people, and the equipment for controlling the recording was also quite extensive. There were also plenty of sofas and chairs for those waiting. Perhaps it was 3 times larger than a typical recording studio. But that wasn't all. Various musical instruments and albums attached to the walls made the interior of the recording studio look high-end. Around the studio, dozens of people were bustling about, led by a familiar-faced PD. Set up more cameras in the booth for vocal recording than around the control equipment. Got it. Should we also install some on the ceiling? Yes, on the ceiling as well. Front, side, rear, above, right in front of the microphone. Everywhere. Understood. PD Nim. How many chairs should we set up? Well, just from our side we're expecting at least 10 people, and I'm not sure how many they'll bring. Let's prepare about 20 chairs just in case. With the sofas, that should be enough. Okay, everyone, including the PD, was part of the team for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. As the channel had grown considerably, the number of staff had naturally increased. They had even moved to a larger office recently. For reference, the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Channel name, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers, 8.33 million. Videos, 33. The channel had recently surpassed 8 million subscribers. Although video uploads had slowed slightly due to the schedule in the US, the buzz from various incidents had steadily increased the subscriber count. Of course, the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel was even more anticipated for the future. Why? Because about an hour later, in this recording studio, the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel was set to start filming with Miley Kara. It was a project exclusive to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel among many Korean YouTube channels. The expectations both domestically and internationally were already high. Therefore, the staff setting up for the shooting moved their hands busily, as if wondering if this was a dream or reality. Crazy. Is Miley Kara really coming here? I'm a huge fan. Me too. I've watched all of Kara's movies and songs. I never thought I'd get to see her in my lifetime. I'm going to pay my respect to Woojin SSI. To think I'd get to see Miley Kara within a month of joining. Totally. The Kang Woojin's alter ego channel is really something, isn't it? The impact and everything is just overwhelming. That global superstar Kara herself chose it. So that says everything. Kang Woojin SSI is really, or should I call him boss? Anyway, it's amazing, isn't it? And to think acting is his main job. The male and female staff were losing touch with reality at the thought of seeing Hollywood star Miley Kara. Of course, there were quite a few new hires who were seeing Kang Woojin for the first time. Anyway, I'm super excited for today. At this moment, Kang Woojin was just getting out of a van parked in the recording studio's parking lot. Thump. He had full makeup on, and his hair was neatly styled, and he was wearing a thick knit sweater and jeans. His expression was, of course, firm. But there was a more earnest vibe than his usual concept act, for a simple reason. Swish. A camera from the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel was right beside Kang Woojin. It was a VJ meant to capture every moment. Given the scale of the shoot, this was natural. It had a bit of a variety show shooting vibe, so Woojin's poker face couldn't possibly stay calm. The shooting was one thing, but the guest was Miley Kara. Crazy. Now we're even bringing in top Hollywood actors? Wow, this is really something. In fact, Kang Woojin was somewhat composed when he received the message from Choi Sung-gun, though he was taken aback. The exact reason is unknown, but it's likely because Woojin was in Hollywood at the time. But as the shooting drew near, he was extremely nervous. How to put it, like meeting an alien. Kang Woojin tried hard to pour cold water on his heart and move forward. There's no comment. The VJ, perhaps prepared for this, simply follows Woojin. Meanwhile, the team following Kang Woojin was all abuzz. First off, the stylists were very excited. Oh my, what's Woojin Appa going to make? Why is he so calm? Night? Honestly, since it's Miley. Kara, I thought there would be some change in expression. It's always so fascinating to see. Han Yeung, who had been promoted to head stylist, contrary to her usually cold demeanor, was visibly tense. Choi Sung-gun noticed it. Yeung, why haven't you said a word since earlier? CEO Nim, I think I'm going to throw up. What? I'm a huge fan of Miley Kara, her acting, and as a singer she's insane, and she's known for her fashion too. Ah, sounds familiar. Jang Soo-hwan, the burly one, felt the same. Anyway, Kang Woojin and his team entered the recording studio. They were immediately greeted warmly. The main PD approached Kang Woojin. Ha, you're here? We've finished installing cameras inside the studio. Please check and let us know if anything is lacking. Ah, yes. Kang Woojin casually scanned the vast recording studio, just glancing around. That's when it happened. Choi Sung-gun's phone rang as he was about to sit on a waiting chair behind the recording equipment. It was a call from a staff member waiting on the first floor. Okay. After finishing the call, he told Woojin. Miley Kara is on her way up. Before Kang Woojin could even react, the dozens of staff members around them were quicker to create a fuss. Murmurs and whispers. About 3 minutes later, swish. The glass door of the recording studio opened, and large foreigners, clearly bodyguards, entered first. Right behind them, a blonde woman appeared. It was Miley Kara, a global superstar. As a result, everyone from the Kang Woojin's alter ego team froze. They only followed Miley Kara with their eyes as she exuded a pleasant scent upon entering. Kara, dressed in a khaki short padding jacket suitable for the Korean winter, set her blue eyes on the man standing in the center of the recording studio. That man must be Kang Woojin. Whether by looks or aura, it was clear he was Kang Woojin. Thus, Kara approached Woojin directly. A faint smile, an outstretched handshake, and parting lips. Kara spoke in her distinctive cool voice. Mr. Kang Woojin? Nice to meet you. I'm Miley Kara. Hearing her voice, the staff around Woojin exhaled silent excitement, covering their mouths and such actions. In contrast, Kang Woojin, taking Kara's hand, gave a cynical greeting. Of course, it was in English. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. At the same time, Kang Woojin checked the team behind Kara. There were about a dozen people, all foreigners, and some of them held cameras, indicating that Kara's shooting team was mixed in as well. It made sense. While Kang Woojin had 8 million subscribers, Miley Kara's official YouTube channel had soared past 70 million subscribers. And for reference, her social media followers numbered 100 million. Yes, she was practically an alien. Indeed, you speak English very well. Kang Woojin, looking into Kara's blue eyes. An alien is talking? So, amazing. He had to gather his wits about him. It's just enough to communicate. Not really. I had some expectation after seeing your English cover songs on YouTube, but seeing it in person, it's more than that. Thank you. I was looking forward to it. Thank you for covering my song. It's such a great song. The honor was all mine. That's some calm lip service, isn't it? I've also watched dramas you were in. I haven't seen them all, but they were impressive. Is that so? I've watched a lot of movies you were in, even before I became an actor. Really? By the way, have you really only been an actor for 1 year? Yes. The conversation flowed as naturally as if two Americans were greeting each other. Naturally, the shooting teams from both Kara and Kang Woojin's sides were filming, and Miley Kara, even as she took off her padding jacket, scanned Kang Woojin closely. He looks several times better in person, quite the quiet type. A totally different vibe from his acting roles. Where does all that explosive energy come from if he's this calm? And he's really only been debuted for a year? Then, she suddenly asked Kang Woojin, do you know a person named Joseph Felton? Yes, I do. He was a producer who had given him his business card in Hollywood. Though unsure why her inquiry involved that name, Woojin had to deny any knowledge of Last Kill 3 and everything related to it. No, I haven't heard of him. Why? Do you ask? As Kara swept her blonde hair behind her ear, she shook her head. If you don't know, never mind. I was just asking in case. Is that so? Soon, Woojin handed a tablet received from the PD of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel to Kara. I guess I should explain today's shooting schedule. He briefed the entire schedule fluently in English. Not only Kara, but also her manager and the entire team listened attentively. In summary, the duet singing would be shot in this recording studio, and the rest of the content, like talks and cooking, would move to another rented studio. Kara quickly understood since there had already been some communication. All right, then the duet song is Absolute, the one you covered? That's right. Kara's long blonde hair swayed as she nodded. Okay, since your cover of Absolute was translated into Korean, what will it be this time? English? Korean? I'm fine with either. Kara, after briefly discussing with her team, locked eyes with Woojin again. I'd like to hear Absolute sung solo by you before the duet. There was a cool firmness to her request. If possible, in the Korean lyrics from the cover video. There's a big difference between watching the video and hearing it live, so let's start with that, and then adjust the feel for the duet. Kang Woojin nonchalantly nodded. Sounds good. Soon, a few foreigners from Kara's team took seats in front of the recording equipment. I never thought I'd be producing in Korea. Haha, me neither. But does that Korean actor sing well? I haven't seen the cover video. Well, I haven't heard much either. But he covered Kara's song pretty well. I thought it was quite good. Oh, really? Behind them stood Miley Kara. After having a brief conversation with Choi Sung-gun and the PD, Kang Woojin moved to the recording booth. Woojin, standing in front of the microphone, puts on the headphones. Kara, watching him quietly from outside the booth, involuntarily let out a soft exclamation of admiration. Of course, her nearby companion was the manager. He's handsome, with a strangely rugged appeal that draws more attention. Kara, you can save those comments for later. There are many ears around. So what? It's refreshing to speak your feelings when you feel them, right? Anyway, with that face and decent singing skills to cover your songs, it's no wonder he's popular. At that moment, the intro of one of Miley Kara's hit songs, Absolute, filled the recording studio. It started with a powerful drum, gradually blending with the violin. Then, it suddenly stopped before the drums slowly resounded again. The intro part, Kang Woojin's vocals began. Following the drum, his distinctively firm and deep tone penetrated the ears of everyone in the studio. Suddenly, the movements of the foreigners seated in front of the recording equipment halted. What? Hold on. And Kara's arm was covered in goosebumps. The timbre, it's too good? It's like it's not even my song. With just one verse, Kang Woojin had captivated the entire recording studio, and under everyone's gaze, Absolute surged towards the chorus. Unlike the beginning, the intensified drums and violin mixed with Woojin's slightly rough vocals as it climaxed. The more it progressed, the deeper the appeal and emotion ingrained in his voice became. As the original singer, Kara knew this all too well. Not just the vocals. The emotion. How can he imbue such feeling into a cover song? The message embedded in Absolute was freedom. Kara, also an actress, sang this song blending despair. Thus, it gradually mixes with a hopeful force. But now, this Korean actor from the start to the end was expressing anger. It was a vocal full of dissatisfaction. Naturally, Woojin's expression also gradually mixed with indignation. Naturally, his vocal intensity mixed in, and the song itself varied according to Kang Woojin's modulation. The depth of emotion, at a level she had never seen before. And it wasn't even his song but a cover? Blonde Kara stopped in her tracks, purely captivated by him, by Kang Woojin. It wasn't Woojin's appearance, but his energy that drew her in. Miley Kara was inadvertently astonished. What? The cover video didn't capture half of this. Especially considering the theme of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. A hobby? What kind of hobby is this? For Kang Woojin, vocals weren't even his main identity. Chapter 202, Year End 3. Inside the recording booth, Kang Woojin, with headphones on, was continuously focused on his vocals, yet he himself was feeling it. Something, the emotions have become more intense. He realized that his understanding of Kara's hit song Absolute, which he was singing, had deepened. Even though it was a song he had sung numerous times before, he felt a change. The color deepened. The intensified emotions burrowed into his voice. Kang Woojin's vocals, his singing ability, had grown even more. It was okay to say it had developed. While vocal skills and techniques are necessary, emotions play an important part as well. Emotions determine the tone of the vocals. And for Woojin, many roles and their emotions had been imprinted on him. It was clear that his vocals had undergone a change. Of course, in a positive way. His voice stretched out refreshingly. However, it was not a cheerful voice. Kang Woojin mixed anger into his vocals the moment he entered the second verse. But it was different from a scream. As if he's getting angry on behalf of the listener, Kang Woojin gradually became immersed. His team, watching him from outside the booth, simply opened their eyes wide and took no action. Both Kang Woojin's team and the staff of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Some had heard Woojin's vocals before, and for some, it was their first time today. Wow dash. Regardless of which, they were frozen, as if their souls had been sucked out. Among them, stylist Han Yi-young, with her eyes wide open and fixed on Kang Woojin, asked CEO Choi Sung-gun, who was standing next to her, in a small voice. CEO Nim, it might just be me feeling this way, but Woojin Oppa's vocals. They seem to have gotten better. No, they were definitely crazy before, but now they feel even more extraordinary. Choi Sung-gun, also watching Kang Woojin inside the booth, slowly nodded his head. Yeah, I hear it that way too. Though they were not experts, the change was definitely felt. It became more powerful. The question was, when? How? They had never seen him practicing vocals. So, how could that guy have improved? It wasn't a biased judgment due to favoritism or care for Kang Woojin. Look at the global superstar Miley Kara. Including Kara, her team is spacing out too. That says it all. Indeed, Miley Kara and her foreign staff were all intently watching Kang Woojin. Especially, the blonde Kara was. Highly focused. It was as if lasers could shoot out of her blue eyes. Then, swoosh. Inside the booth, Kang Woojin took a short breath. It was nearing the end of the song. The relentless vocals and the melody of the song dropped for a moment. Then, Woojin's eyes met Kara's, who was staring at him. It was a very brief moment. However, the blonde Miley Kara felt her heartbeat in that instant. It was a different kind of thrill than that of a romantic nature. A hobby singing this intense, and there's even a bigger gap than watching it on video. Then what about his main job, acting? What would it be like to see his acting in person? It was a reaction to Kang Woojin's charm, his energy, but it was closer to yearning, or desire. Why he has achieved such an absurd result in just 1 year, I don't understand at all, but I get a bit of it. Even just watching him for a moment, I can't take my eyes off him. She wanted to work closely with him, experiencing that ridiculous tension, whether it was for vocals or acting. Regardless, at this moment, Miley Kara's interest in Kang Woojin was exploding. At that time, Miley Kara, who was spacing out, had Kang Woojin's voice penetrate her ears. Since Woojin had finished his vocals by then, only then did Kara suddenly come to her senses. Oh yes. Sorry. As if to hide her feelings, Kara brushed her long blonde hair and coughed. Ahem, I listen well. It's several times more powerful and better than what I saw in the videos. Following that, her foreign team members also vehemently agreed, and Kara, rolling up her sleeves, got ready. There was no need to delay any longer. Rather, Kara wanted to mix her voice with Kang Woojin's as soon as possible. Swoosh. Kara, with her blonde hair tied up, entered the recording booth where Woojin was standing. Soon, a scene with the two of them standing side by side was created. Kara's blonde head was a bit above Woojin's shoulder in terms of height. Woojin sneaked a glance at Kara next to him without making it obvious. Definitely has an incredible aura. Because she's an alien? Is it a bit awkward to just say she's pretty? He decided then. Just perceive her as an alien. TL. Pot calling the kettle blackface with tears of joy. Of course, Kang Woojin didn't know. Among the dozens of people in this recording booth, he was the closest to being an alien himself. Kara, sniffing Woojin's perfume scent from close by, thought so. Isn't his ability too absurd? It's like he's from another planet. Right, he might be an alien. But his scent is so nice. Everyone had a similar sentiment and gaze. Then, Woojin murmured to Kara in a low voice. Miley, how about you keep your part as is, and for my part, we try it in Korean. Meaning, let's try a duet in English and Korean. Kara, locking her blue eyes with Woojin's, nonchalantly nodded her head. Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it. It feels like a completely new song. Will come out. Both had their parts decided. Now, with the staff outside the booth giving the signal, the song would start. At this moment, Miley Kara suddenly asked Kang Woojin. Mr. Kang Woojin, have you ever worked on an album before? Like featuring? No. What about appearing in music videos? Not at all. After that, the song started. Later, the shooting in the large recording studio with Kang Woojin and Miley Kara was wrapped up after about 2 hours, and the original song, Absolute, was transformed into a fantastic duet. Of course, both Woojin and Kara's filming teams got more than just the duet song. The process leading to the result also produced great footage. Subtle two-shots of Hollywood superstar Miley Kara and first-year rookie Kang Woojin. Scenes of them conversing or immersed in their work were captured in detail. Just that alone could produce at least 5 videos. Naturally, both for Woojin's side and Kara's side. However, the schedule for the two teams wasn't over yet. They had to move to the rented cooking shooting studio. They needed to hurry due to Kara's departure schedule. Lunch was skipped, and both Woojin's and Kara's teams moved to the next shooting location. From here, the core was talk and cooking. The camera setup is finished, so just need to touch up Woojin SSI and Miley SSI's makeup and change outfits, and we can start. After spending some time on Kang Woojin and Kara's hair and makeup, the shooting resumed. The layout was similar to the previous one with Wallen. Woojin, wearing an apron, took his place in the kitchen area, and blonde Kara sat in front of him. The questions and answers were already set. Naturally, all conversations were in English. Miley Kara is here on Kang Woojin's alter ego. Hello, Miley. Pleased to meet you. More importantly, Mr. Woojin, the apron suits you well? Is that so? Yes. I'd like to receive that apron as a commemorative gift. I should give it to you then. Do you usually enjoy cooking? Not at all. There's a Korean restaurant near my house that I frequently visit. What kind of dish do you eat? Beauty jjigae? The one with lots of ham. You asked me to decide on a dish I wanted to eat today, right? I'll go with beauty jjigae. But, Mr. Woojin, are you good at cooking? It's just a hobby. Kara remembered Kang Woojin's hobby of vocals upon hearing his answer. Hobby. I expect this won't seem like just a hobby either, but I'm looking forward to it. I'll do my best. Before that, I heard you have a new movie releasing soon. That's right. What kind of movie is it? The shooting went smoothly. There was nothing particularly problematic to point out. If anything, it could be mentioned that both Kang Woojin and Kara naturally exuded a cool demeanor, making it seem as if they were bickering at first glance. Later, swoosh. After the planned talk was concluded, Kang Woojin started cooking. Kara, observing Woojin's back, couldn't help but chuckle. Tack, 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 tack. From the dazzling knife skills in preparing the ingredients to his seamless cooking, his handiwork was impressive. Exactly what is he? Even at a glance, it was the presence of a professional. Miley Kara was shocked multiple times today. Strangely enough, though Hollywood is much larger by comparison, Kara, a megastar there, was experiencing a new world in Korea. The Korean actor before her eyes was too unpredictable. Just a moment ago, he was a singer with a voice that could melt ears, and now, he was a chef captivating her attention with his skills. Then, beauty jjigae was placed in front of the blonde Kara, and Woojin's low voice layered over. Please eat. Blinking her blue eyes, Kara lowered her gaze to the steaming beauty jjigae. But, the quality was vastly different from Korean restaurants in America. Soon, she awkwardly picked up her spoon, scooped up some of the stew's broth and ham, and put it in her mouth. I knew it would be like this. A spontaneous exclamation escaped Kara's lips. How can you call this fantastic taste a hobby? The same day, at night, on an airplane, Miley Kara, with her long legs crossed, was sitting in a window-side first-class seat. Her golden hair, reaching down to her chest, was tied up, and her face mixed with a suitable amount of fatigue, further highlighting her indifferent image. Well, it made sense. Kara had just boarded the plane after finishing the shooting for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel and heading straight to the airport. Hence, she was gazing outside the window somewhat blankly. At that moment, Kara, Her manager sitting in the empty seat next to her spoke up. How do you find Korea, being your first visit? Kara shrugged her shoulders, resting her chin on her hand. Well, you know how busy the schedule was. I didn't have time to enjoy it. That's true. But today was fun. The most memorable. I was quite shocked. Kang Woojin. At the manager's question, Kara snickered. Honestly, I thought since he does both acting and singing, he'd be similar to me. But today showed he's completely different. Yeah, I was surprised too. Does it make sense? Such a being seems like something you'd only see in superhero movies, not in real life. Ha ha ha, hero? That's how absurd of an actor he is. There's no one in Hollywood with that kind of energy. I can't think of anyone right off. That's because there isn't. That's what makes it even more regrettable. Huh? What do you regret? The blonde Kara shifted the direction of her crossed legs and responded. That everything I saw today was just a hobby, and I didn't get to see his real job, acting. Ah, but you said you've seen his dramas. Did you not see his vocals today? They were completely different from the YouTube videos. It would be the same with his acting. Miley Kara crossed her arms and concluded firmly. I've decided I want to work with him. No matter what. Determination filled her blue eyes. Meanwhile, after finishing the shoot with Miley Kara and having a meeting with the YouTube team, Kang Woojin appeared in the underground parking lot. His expression was calm due to maintaining his persona, but internally, he felt a subtle weariness spreading. Somehow it ended. It was so hectic that I didn't even think about resting in the void space. Just gotta go home and crash. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, following behind Woojin, spoke up. Energetic, aren't you? For you, this kind of schedule is a piece of cake. What do you say? Considering the effort everyone put in today, I was thinking of getting some beef. You're coming, right? Choi Sung-gun's misunderstanding due to the accumulated misconceptions. Therefore, Woojin, although tempted by the offer of beef, calmly shook his head. No, I'm going to go home and read the script. Really? Well, you do have a lot to look at. But that's so like you, really. Going home to read the script again? No, actually, I'm going to crash and sleep. Woojin muttered to himself when Choi Sung-gun continued speaking. Anyway, we've climbed a big mountain. Good job. As expected, it's going to be a bit noisy tomorrow because of the Miley Kara thing. We also have some PR to do. Earlier, it looked like you were exchanging Instagrams with Miley, did you? Ah, yes. She said we should. Haha. Wow. You might be the first Korean actor to become friends with Miley. Articles will definitely pop up soon. Reporters have a knack for sniffing out these things. That's when Appa, Han Yi-young with her short blue hair was standing in front of a parked van. Suddenly, she opened the van's back door as if to show something inside, and with her characteristically cold tone, said, Tada. No. Was there too little emotion in her voice? Regardless, inside the van, on the chair, there were several suits hanging on hangers, giving off a very luxurious vibe. Then, Kang Woojin asked calmly, What's this? The answer wasn't from Han Yi-young, but from the stylist who came out of the van. What do you mean? Appa, it's tuxedos. The fit and style are absolutely insane. We really focused hard when choosing them. There are 4 suits in total. You need different ones for each film festival and award ceremony. It was the tuxedos he had only heard about. The kind worn by top actors walking the red carpet, which he had only seen on TV or YouTube. Soon, Han Yi-young continued with the explanation. They're all luxury brands. And we didn't even have to make sales calls or lift a finger. She nonchalantly gave Kang Woojin a thumbs up. All the brands were desperate to collaborate with us. We just had to choose. Choi Sung-gun, with a broad smile, patted Woojin's shoulder. You're already getting a lot of sponsorships, but it's the first time I've seen luxury brands rush in like this for a first-year actor. All because your brand power is so strong. Woojin, who didn't respond, took a step closer and looked down at the stacked tuxedos. His poker face made it hard to read his thoughts, and Han Yi-young, just in case, added an explanation. We chose the colors and designs to best fit Appa at first, but if you don't like them, we can change them. Yeah, but since it's mainly for the red carpet, black and navy are the best choices. Only then did Kang Woojin start to grasp the reality. Wow, shit, the red carpet? Me wearing this. Himself walking the red carpet. Then, the next day, in the morning, the Blue Dragon Film Awards officially announced the news. Official this year's Blue Dragon Film Awards to kick off on December 23rd. Blue Dragon Film Awards organizers say it will be grandly held. Look forward to it. The opening on the 23rd, meaning there were only 4 days left. Meanwhile, in LA, it was morning in Korea, but afternoon in LA. At this time, inside a large van speeding down Hollywood's roads, a huge black man frowned deeply as he looked down at the tablet in his hand. It was the famous Hollywood producer, Joseph Felton. He turned his head to the bald foreigner sitting next to him. The furrow in his brow was still deep. "Robert, I think there's a mistake in the data. That can't be. It's impossible for someone to have such a filmography. You're looking at it right now." Confusion filled Joseph Felton's face. "Look, are you telling me to believe that an actor, not even a year into his debut, has broken into Hollywood?" For more chapters, you can check out my Patreon here, patreon.com/dreamscribe. If you enjoy this novel, please review and rate it at Novel Updates. Thanks. Smiling face with smiling eyes. To receive the latest update notifications or report mistakes, join our Discord server link below. Discord server, https://discord.gg/woopreet. Chapter 203. Chapter 203, Year End 4. Joseph Felton furrowed his brows in disbelief. On the tablet he was looking at, there were photos and the track record of Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, the bald foreign man sitting next to him had a calm expression on his face. "Joseph, there's no way my investigation was wrong." The bald man, Robert, was brimming with confidence. And he had every reason to be. Conducting such investigations was routine for him. To be under the famous producer Joseph, searching for actors was a basic skill. From formidable Hollywood actors to those from Japan, China, India, etc., he had investigated actors from various countries. There was no reason a Korean actor would be difficult. However, he too added something about Kang Woojin's unique filmography. "I understand. It was the first time I saw such a filmography, but the information is collected from thoroughly searching through Korean media to local contacts. It's accurate." After hearing the explanation, the tall black man, Joseph, after seeing Robert's firm gaze, lowered his gaze back to the tablet. "What in the world is this?" Joseph ran his hands through his short, almost curly hair. "It's beyond unreasonable." It had been 20 years since he stepped into Hollywood. He had been making a name for himself as a producer for over 10 years now. A true veteran. Even to Joseph, this filmography seemed utterly foreign. Is it even possible? Kang Woojin started his activities at the beginning of this year. First off, the starting point of this Korean actor was already problematic. He first appeared in short films and dramas in minor roles at the beginning of the year, meaning Kang Woojin's career was barely a year old. So he's practically a greenhorn? It would be fair to consider him a complete newbie. There are certainly differences between the entertainment systems in Korea and Hollywood in terms of scale, but ultimately, the essence is the same. In Hollywood, a first-year actor is practically a non-entity. It would likely be similar in Korea. Generally, the filmographies of such raw newcomers are quite barren, at most 1 or 2 works. But Kang Woojin's was too packed. From the start, he made his presence known, and without any gaps, he moved on to the next project. Not only that, Kang Woojin secured lead roles in just a few works. If this data is to be believed, he became a lead actor in just half a year. Why? How? Moreover, there's no failure. According to the summary prepared by Robert, excluding the ongoing works, all the projects Woojin participated in were successful. It could happen that 1 or 2 works do well by chance, but for all participated projects to succeed was incomprehensible. Is it the Midas touch? This Netflix drama, did it blow up in Korea and even in Japan? His entry into Japan came naturally. Moreover, he was cast as the lead in a major Japanese film. All the upcoming Korean works were also main role castings. Everywhere you looked, this filmography belonged to a top-tier actor. Yet, Kang Woojin achieved such results in just a year, and it was still ongoing. No wonder it was hard to believe even after seeing it. Soon, Joseph Felton slowly lowered the tablet. Swish. At the same time, he recalled the Kang Woojin he had met before. "I thought he had been in this field for at least 5 years. No, even more." It was a hasty judgment. At this moment, the thoughts of the famous producer, Joseph, were being re-established. He asked Robert, sitting next to him, somewhat incredulously. Then, how about his high-level English proficiency in acting, martial arts? I don't know. He's been active for a year. But how did he show such tension? Acquiring skills and showing them to everyone are worlds apart. Yet, this actor effortlessly dominated veteran Chinese actors and even secured a role from director George. After Woojin had left the scene, Joseph Felton had asked Gary Peck, the stunt coordinator who had seen Kang Woojin's counterpart, how it felt. Gary's response was very swift. In terms of martial arts, Kang Woojin's movements were professional grade, and director George would regret missing out on him. Clearly, it was evident that the premise was that he had been active for a long time. Would Gary's eyes pop out if he saw this data? He's not even old, right? Just in his 20s. The circumstances of Kang Woojin's participation in the screen test were confirmed through the CD. Yes, there was luck involved. But the acting and martial arts Woojin showed that day were not mere luck. For such a young age, for a rookie actor with only a year of experience to have acquired that much was absurd. And he have the guts to throw away a Hollywood role he passed? Why did he possess the energy and posture of the top? Although it was brief, Joseph, who had met Kang Woojin, was captivated by him. It wouldn't be wrong to say he was charmed. The perseverance that wasn't shaken by external environments, a dignified posture and attitude, confidence oozing from his skills, and the aura founded on those overflowing skills, an unusual energy predicting an explosive future. These were traits sometimes seen in the tops of Hollywood. I don't know. The more Joseph looked at the data, the deeper he fell into the mire. Then, suddenly pausing, he casually asked Robert, the bald man, could it be, this actor Kang Woojin, had he been active in Hollywood under a different name before? It was entirely possible. That native-level English proficiency. If he had been active here in his childhood, and for some reason returned to Korea, wouldn't that explain it? Robert nodded for the time being. It's a possibility. But if he had changed his name and was active, it would be difficult to find. It's the same with finding out his past works. It will take a lot of time. There's no need for that. If he only lived through theater troupes, finding out would be nearly impossible. However, Joseph solidified his speculation. Additionally, his interest in Kang Woojin greatly increased. Such a mysterious and mystical, monstrous actor is a first for me. Not only was the skill a factor, but the actor Kang Woojin himself was refreshingly unique. Then, Joseph, who had been stroking his chin, once again lowered his gaze to the tablet. This time, he noticed names of directors that were familiar. Kwon Ki-taek, Kyotaro Taniguchi, and director On Jae-bak. All were directors who had made names for themselves at the top 3 international film festivals. Joseph remembered seeing them win awards a few times. Among them, director On Jae-bak was someone Joseph had personally met and gotten acquainted with. He was a director with a high reputation in the international film festival scene and also recognized in Hollywood. Swish. Joseph manipulated the tablet to carefully look through the data related to director On Jae-bak. Kang Woojin was cast as the lead and director on Jae-bak's 100th film, aiming for Cannes next year. That was about several tens of seconds. The large black man, Joseph, who had been looking down at the tablet for a while, seemed to have made a decision and asked Robert, sitting next to him. Robert, is the winter in Korea very cold? Meanwhile, in Korea, the morning of the 19th, articles about global superstar Miley Cara, who had left yesterday, were abundant. Miley Cara waves to reporters and fans at the airport after completing her schedule in Korea. What was her impression of Korea? Star issue Miley Cara, during her visit to Korea, exclusively appeared on Kang Woojin's YouTube channel. Did they know each other beforehand? 8 million subbed YouTuber Kang Woojin. Netizens curious about the content filmed with Miley Cara. On the other hand, the film industry media was bustling with film festival news due to the official confirmation released by the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Official, this year's Blue Dragon Film Awards to kick off on December 23rd. Blue Dragon Film Awards organizers say it will be grandly held. Look forward to it. Spreading the scattered breadcrumbs. Entertainment, Blue Dragon Film Awards nominations revealed. The film with the most nominations? Drug Dealer, which surpassed 7 million viewers. Sim Han-ho, Kim Shin-hai, Jin Jae-jun, Song Kang-sung, Hwang Deok. Whose hands will the Blue Dragon Film Awards Best Actor/Actress fall into? This year's Blue Dragon Film Awards, grandly opening at the Super Resort Hotel, Paradise City. The reporters quickly produced articles based on the information posted on the websites of the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Awards offices. The purpose was to ignite interest as the award ceremonies were just around the corner. King of Issues Kang Woojin, simultaneously nominated for the Best New Actor at both the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Film Festivals. Film Festival, sweeping the end-of-year award ceremonies in his debut year? Director on GA Box, chosen Kang Woojin draws attention. Anyway, riding on the end-of-year atmosphere, the festivals announced their official dates one after another. The Blue Dragon Film Festival was first, followed by the Grand Bell Awards. Official, following the Blue Dragon Film Festival, the Grand Bell Awards also confirmed their kickoff. December 26th, after Christmas. The Blue Dragon Film Festival is on the 23rd, and the Grand Bell is on the 26th, meaning both film festivals will wrap up within about a week. Of course, Kang Woojin was confirmed to attend both festivals. Kang Woojin, currently the busiest actor, to attend all of his first year's film festivals. The effort of film festivals to secure Kang Woojin this year. This end of year feels different. As the film festival issues intensified, the terrestrial broadcasting stations immediately responded. The film festivals are riding on boosters and firing articles. So let's just spin anything. We'll pass on the nominated candidates bait. Hey, we can announce things like dates early, right? Understood. Since the ceremonies start around the same time, but ratings differ based on expectations and interest. Therefore, SBC, MBS, and KBC, the three major terrestrial broadcasters, also jumped into the awards ceremony promotion war. Issue A's broadcast industry announces drama awards dates one after another. SBC on December 30th, MBS KBC on the 31st. Who will be the ratings winner among SBC and MBS KBC? Announcing drama awards on the 30th, 31st. Only the SBC Drama Awards ceremony starts on December 30th and MBS KBC on the 31st. Notably, the Entertainment Awards, which include variety shows and more, have so far been irrelevant to Kang Woojin. Regardless, will Kang Woojin attend the broadcast industry's award ceremonies? BW Entertainment says Kang Woojin will only attend SBC and KBC Drama Awards. Kang Woojin was confirmed to attend the SBC and KBC Drama Awards, excluding MBS since he had no projects there. Possibility of Kang Woojin for the Best New Actor at SBC and KBC increases. Although the broadcast award ceremonies had yet to announce their nominees, Kang Woojin was strongly mentioned as a candidate for the Best New Actor. If Kang Woojin sweeps the end of the year, from Blue Dragon, Grand Bell to SBC, KBC, Monster rookie Kang Woojin could sweep all Best New Actor awards to become a 4 awards winner. That would make him at least a 4-time winner. 20th, Sunday. Bio. Morning. Kang Woojin's van stopped at the parking lot outside a familiar mega-set complex. It was the filming set of Island of the Missing. Though it was around 10 a.m., the spacious parking lot was already filled with numerous vans, minibuses, and cars. Naturally, as filming had started 2 hours ago. Then, Kang Woojin alighted from the rear of the van, dressed casually with a navy long padding jacket. Despite the cold winter, the location of this set complex, being secluded, felt even colder due to the biting wind. Soon, Woojin, with a poker face, nonchalantly zipped up to his neck. Phew, the weather's gone nuts. It was cold, but that was okay. Kang Woojin's concept was like winter, after all. Somehow, as his life had turned upside down, the seasons had come full circle. Woojin, seeing his breath in the air, felt absurdly astonished. Is it because of the shooting? Time really flies. At that moment, Han Yeung, many stylists, and the burly Jang Soo-hwan approached from behind Kang Woojin. For some reason, Choi Sung-gun was nowhere to be seen. Soon, Jang Soo-hwan gestured forward and shouted, "Let's go, Hyung." Woojin responded in a low voice. "Yeah." As Kang Woojin and his team slowly moved, the stylists holding hand warmers asked him, "Appa, aren't you cold? Do you want a hand warmer?" Appa, don't you have a hand warmer in your pocket?" "No way. Your body is worth so much." In an instant, they rushed over and stuffed hand warmers into Woojin's long padding jacket pockets and also handed some to him. Around that time, at the entrance to the set complex, the assistant director of Island of the Missing and Woojin SSI. A few staff members ran over as if they hadn't seen him for years. Meanwhile, the assistant director shouted into his walkie-talkie. Kang Woojin SSI has just arrived. Thus, Kang Woojin entered the Island of the Missing site, blending in with the staff. The filming crew was stationed in front of a building, and upon seeing Woojin approach, the lead actors in military uniforms showed a big reaction with smiles. It started with the lively John Woo-chang. "Ha, you're here. Our Kong star has arrived. Didn't you come back too strong?" Kim E1 followed up. "Wow, just a few days away, and your aura has been upgraded?" As expected, director on GA Box Man. The shooting paused for a moment, and dozens of staff members welcomed Kang Woojin. Ryu Young-min, who came over after taking off his helmet, also gave Woojin a thumbs up. "Weren't you gone to shoot our dining table? How did you manage to turn the country upside down the moment you left?" While greeting the actors and staff quietly, Woojin lowered his voice upon seeing Ryu Young-min. "It just happened." Then, Ha-Ura, tall with severe injury makeup on her face, laughed next to Ryu Young-min. "I saw you saving Wallen SSI. When did you learn such martial arts?" The atmosphere instantly heated up. At this point, a man who had been sitting in front of the monitor stood up smoothly. It was the kind-looking director Kwon Ki-taek. He smiled at Woojin. "You've worked hard." The silent Kang Woojin greeted him politely. "I'm back, director." Then, director Kwon Ki-taek continued in a gentle tone. "You've set off quite a few bombs in that short time, haven't you?" "It wasn't intentional." "I suppose so." Kang Woojin had finally returned to Island of the Missing. Following that, director Kwon Ki-taek smiled lightly, yet spoke with a sense of gravity. "Now it's time for 204. Chapter 204, Year End 4. Kang Woojin emerged from the dressing room within the large set complex of Island of the Missing, dressed in a military uniform and draped in a long padded coat. It was a familiar look for the shooting of Island of the Missing, but there was a slight change in the condition of his uniform. It was stained with a lot of blood and torn in many places. This alone indicated how far the shooting of Island of the Missing had progressed. Before leaving the building, Woojin stretched out thoroughly. Let's go dash." He had to snap out of the dream like Hollywood and Miley Cara and return to reality. Now, his schedule was filled solely with his main profession, acting. Soon after, Kang Woojin checked his poker face again before moving to the filming site. Swish. The site quickly came into Woojin's view. Reflectors and lights were set up, along with multiple cameras, boom mics, various equipment, and director Kwon Ki-taek watching the monitors, surrounded by dozens of staff. The shooting was already underway. 1-2 After observing the site for a moment, Woojin felt as if he was back home. "Indeed, I feel most at ease on the set." Since when did I find the set comfortable? It was strange. He used to be filled with tension just stepping onto a set, but now, he felt none of that. Perhaps the drastic changes in the surroundings had something to do with it? It was when Kang Woojin was casually dismissing these thoughts that someone tapped his shoulder. Tap. Tap. Turning around, he saw the assistant director smiling at him. "Woojin SSI, we just started that scene. If you go to the standby tent, we'll call you when it's your turn." Got it." Woojin replied and made his way through the densely packed set buildings to a large tent booth located at a three-way intersection. He entered the biggest booth among the contiguous tent booths. Swoosh. Inside the booth, which served as a waiting room and rest area for actors, there were desks and chairs, and outdoor heaters were turned on here and there. Greeting Woojin as he entered were several staff members, along with John Woo-chang and Ha-Ura. The other actors, including Ryu Young-min, were currently in the middle of shooting. Soon, the muscular John Woo-chang waved at Woojin. "Woojin SSI? Over here." He was wearing a thick short padding jacket over his military uniform, and Ha-Ura was in a beige long coat. Woojin approached them, who were sitting together drinking coffee, and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your consideration." John Woo-chang responded quickly. What for?" Ha-Ura, with her graceful image, also tilted her head in confusion. "Just calling me over as consideration?" As Woojin pulled out a chair to sit, he replied softly, "I think I may have caused some inconvenience to the actors due to my temporary absence from the schedule, both in terms of the shooting schedule and acting." It wasn't incorrect. In Island of the Missing, Woojin wasn't just a minor character. He was one of the central figures. The character Corporal Jin Suncheol that Woojin was playing had many scenes with the other actors, and initially, these were mostly group shots. During his unavoidable brief absence, the actors had to shoot scenes that did not involve Woojin. This meant that without Woojin, they had to pull scenes forward that only involved the other characters. Normally, scenes weren't shot in the order of the script, and shooting scattered scenes was routine for the actors. However, having to shoot without Woojin and then, upon his return, trying to recalibrate the emotional line was not an easy task. For example, even if they had proceeded with scenes depicting after Woojin's character's death, they had to revert to performing with liveliness, as if he were alive. Kang Woojin was expressing his gratitude to the actors for this reason. Obviously, this was discussed at the beginning of the Island of the Missing project, and although the actors were aware of it, as the most junior and a newcomer, Woojin felt the need to show respect to his seniors again. Of course, it was Choi Sung-gun who had imparted this knowledge to him. Anyway, John Woo-chang laughed heartily, as if it was nothing serious. Ha, I thought it was something serious. It's okay, it's just work. Besides, it's not like we made a lot of progress without Woojin SSI. Ha Ura, who chuckled softly, joined in. Yeah, don't worry about it. Honestly, after Woojin SSI left, a bunch of issues popped up and gave Island of the Missing a ton of publicity, right? That alone did the job. Agreed. Drug Dealer alone hit 7.85 million viewers with an R rating. And ever since, Island of the Missing has been mentioned a lot, hasn't it? Even Young Min Hyung was like, don't I get anything? Woo-chang, you're really quiet something, huh? No, I'm just average. It's Woojin SSI who's extraordinary. As the conversation seemed to tire her, Ha Ura undid her ponytail and suddenly asked Woojin, which award ceremonies are you going to this year-end? The Blue Dragon, Grand Bell Awards, and the Acting Awards at SBC, KBC. Wow, for places. What about you, Woo-chang? I'm skipping the Grand Bell this time. Just the Acting Awards at MBS. And you, Nuna? I'm only going to the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Awards. No need for the Acting Awards. All right. Nuna, you haven't done any dramas since last year because you were busy running around Hollywood. Do you want to die? John Woo-chang dodged Ha Ura's threat and pointed at Kang Woojin with his index finger. Why, it's true, isn't it? Right now, Woojin SSI might even debut in Hollywood faster than Nuna. Who knows? Maybe he's already been contacted by Hollywood. Really? Kang Woojin flinched inwardly. John Woo-chang, this guy has a surprisingly good intuition. But since his concept was strong, he downplayed it nonchalantly. That's not true. Ha. Maybe not now, but soon we might see Woojin SSI in Hollywood. My instincts say so. Woo-chang, you know you're an actor too, right? I've given up on Hollywood. First off, my English isn't good enough. Besides, Woojin SSI, are you really going to 4 award ceremonies this year-end? Isn't that a first? Indeed, attending award ceremonies in one's first year of debut is rare, let alone being a nominee at 4. Soon, the beaming John Woo-chang leaned towards Kang Woojin. Are we going to see a scenario where a first-year sweeps over more 5 trophies? Ha Ura sighed. Woo-chang, you should try improving your acting too. I know, but this year's a bust for me. Instead, I'll live vicariously through Woojin SSI. Ha Ura's sigh deepened as she locked eyes with Kang Woojin. But Woojin SSI, have you prepared everything? Prepared what? Suddenly confused, Woojin remained cynically silent, so John Woo-chang answered instead. What's there to prepare? What else? Tuxedos, items, and Ha Ura chimed in again. Acceptance speeches. Acceptance speeches? As Kang Woojin pondered inwardly, the assistant director appeared in the tent and shouted, Kang Woojin SSI, stand by. Not sure, but for now, Kang Woojin pulled himself together as Corporal Jin Suncheol. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the large conference room of the newly established production company DM Production, PD Song Man-woo looked very serious. Of course, seated beside him were the production manager and other key staff of Beneficial Evil. Everyone wore stern faces. They were all intently staring at the man seated alone across them, Choi Sung-gun in a black coat. However, Choi Sung-gun was not here as Kang Woojin's manager today, but as the CEO of BW Entertainment. The reason was simple. Flap. He was currently reviewing the formal contract proposed by the beneficial evil team. Naturally, this meeting had not just started, it had been underway for about an hour. Choi Sung-gun, having scanned the contract, asked PD Song Man-woo in front. PD Nim, what's the total production cost for this beneficial evil? The response from the stolid-faced PD Song Man-woo was swift. It's going to be around 20 billion won. I see. Choi Sung-gun, slowly nodding his head, murmured inwardly. 20 billion won. They say it's 20 billion, but it's probably close to 30 billion. Production teams tend to underreport initial funding. The average production cost for a Korean drama nowadays, which includes numerous technologies, starts at 10 billion won as a baseline. With top actors involved, and if it involves overseas shooting, it easily exceeds 20 billion won. Beneficial Evil also has overseas shooting. Moreover, it's not 16 episodes, but a total of 12. Even so, 30 billion is quite significant. It was directed by PD Song Man-woo, who had a blockbuster hit with profiler Han Riang. In such a major production, our Woojin is the lead. Once a mere Park Dae-ri, Kang Woojin was now the sole male lead. Satisfied, Choi Sung-gun as Kang Woojin's agent extended his hand to PD Song Man-woo. I look forward to working with you, PD Nim. Ah yes. Yes. Let's seal the deal. As Choi Sung-gun stood up, a clause in the contract he was viewing caught his eye. It was Kang Woojin's fee. Minus 80 million per episode. Based on 12 episodes, it nearly reached 1 billion won. 2 days later, on the 23rd, at a hotel nearby. It was just past 9 a.m. Kang Woojin could be found at a luxury hotel used by the island of the missing team. Ack. Man, I slept like a log. He stretched fully as he came out of the bathroom, his hair damp, likely just after a shower. It seemed he had been up for a while. Being alone in the room, he had dropped his persona. Soon, Woojin, picking up a hairdryer to dry his hair, checked his phone. As usual, there were numerous messages waiting. Among them, Woojin first checked the message from Choi Sung-gun, who was currently in Seoul. It detailed some changes in today's schedule and included a few articles. Woojin's schedule today was relatively simple yet tight. First, he had to shoot Island of the Missing in the morning. He needed to catch up on as much filming as possible due to his earlier absence. Later around noon, he would return to Seoul and head straight to BW Entertainment for some checks and a meeting. There was a very, very important event today. After spending time in a styling studio for a style check, he had to arrive at a booked salon to get dressed up. All of this had to be completed before 7 p.m. The reason could be seen in the articles Choi Sung-gun had sent. Official Blue Dragon Film Awards, to be held today, 23rd. The area in front of the ceremony is already crowded. Dozens of reporters and fans around the Blue Dragon Film Awards red carpet have been camping out since morning/photos. Today was the opening day of the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Tonight, Woojin would attend the largest film festival in Korea for the first time in his life, likely a once-in-a-lifetime event, especially as a likely award recipient. Phew geez, this is crazy. Woojin's heart, which had been insanely nervous the night before, fluttered wildly again. Then, trying to calm his nerves, he checked other messages. Soon. Woojin paused at one particular message. It was from Wallen. The message simply read, "Call me when you see this." Curious, Woojin cleared his throat before calling Wallen. The connection tone was brief. Ah, thank goodness. Wallen's somewhat excited voice came through the phone. I was worried I wouldn't be able to reach you, Woojin SSI. What's the matter? No, it's not that there's a problem. Where are you right now, Woojin SSI? I'm currently in Bio. Why are you still there? Aren't you preparing for the Blue Dragon? I am. I'll head to Seoul after the morning shoot. Oh, I see. After a brief pause, she asked again. Then, could you possibly meet me for a bit when you get to Seoul? Woojin, feeling puzzled, replied with a steady voice. I don't think I'll be able to make time separately. I'll be visiting the agency, then the fitting studio, and finally the shop. I'm off today. Can I drop by the fitting studio or the shop for a bit? Why would you do that? Well, I wanted to give you something before you go to the Blue Dragon. What is it? Just a small thing. A gift. For thanking you. And for that incident before. She must be talking about the incident with the assailant with an awl, right? Anyway, Kang Woojin slightly tilted his head and asked, "A gift?" Over the phone, Wallin replied calmly, "Yes, a gift. It's a watch." At this moment, Wallin was sitting on the sofa in her living room. She appeared to have just woken up, still in her pajamas, and her long hair was a bit disheveled. Naturally, she was barefaced, though the mole under her eye was prominent. Interestingly, despite her calm voice, her face was evidently tense. "Is that okay?" Soon, Kang Woojin's response came through the phone. "I don't mind. Do whatever is comfortable for you." With a sudden smile, Wallin replied as calmly as she could. "Ah, then just let me know the time. I'll adjust my schedule to meet you." "Got it. Yes, see you in a bit." Click. As soon as the call ended, Wallin, who was putting down her phone, suddenly sprang up. "Done." For the record, Wallin is not attending the Blue Dragon Film Awards today. She might go to other networks' award ceremonies, but today was her day off. The smile that had spread across her face gradually faded. Then, the pajama-clad Wallin slowly turned her head towards the center of the living room table. There lay a very luxurious-looking paper bag. Inside was a watch case, intended as a gift for Woojin. Both the paper bag and the case were green. As she stared intently at it, Wallin muttered to herself. Maybe saying it was small was a mistake? She belatedly covered her face with her hands, regretting her words. However, for Wallin, overlooking her favorite actor's first movie festival and red carpet appearance felt almost sinful. She couldn't make too much of a fuss. That's why she had chosen a watch as a gift. She picked a watch that would go well with a tuxedo. Indeed, these past few days, this had been her priority over anything else. She was pleased with the watch she had purchased. Now, all that was left was to give this gift to Kang Woojin. "Hey, am I going too far?" "No, it's fine. It's enough for a token of gratitude, right?" "Yes. It will look perfect with Woojin Nim's tuxedo. I'll take a lot of photos." Yet, for some reason, Wallin sighed briefly as she looked down at the watch. It was because of the price of the gift. What if Woojin Nim feels burdened by it? I shouldn't have said it was small. Calling something that costs over 30 million won small didn't make sense. Chapter 205, Year End 6. Wallin, in her pajamas, stared intently at the watch case placed on the table. The brand of the watch was recognizable by the logo alone, an expensive one at that, priced over 30 million won. It was a token of gratitude for Woojin, who had saved her, and also a celebration gift for his first walk on the red carpet this year. Of course, a considerable portion of it was also due to Wallin's fangirling. However, the entertainment industry always had many eyes and ears watching. What worried Wallin was exactly that. There wouldn't be a problem unless someone decided to make it one, but the media often did make it into one. They could even fabricate things out of thin air. Thus, the extent of the gift mattered. 30 million won. Was it too conspicuous? Suddenly deep in thought, Wallin slapped her cheeks as if to deny her worries. The reason was simple. Honestly, the first one I picked was priced at 50 million. The watch she bought now was already heavily discounted. It went down to 40 million and finally settled at 30 million. Forget it. Wallin shook her head as if to clear her thoughts and muttered softly, "I'll give it to him first. If Woojin feels burdened, then I'll just take it back." If the media got wind of it, they might spread baseless rumors, but the all-assailant incident was big enough that they could probably gloss over it lightly. With a lighter heart, Wallin touched her disheveled hair and grabbed her phone. Going as is would be too much. She made a call to the salon she frequented. "Yes, same. Can I come in around 12 today?" No, not for a schedule, just personal." MHM. "Okay, got it. TL. Same here is an informal and cute way for saying teacher." After making a casual reservation, Wallin flung her phone onto the sofa and headed straight for the bathroom. Sometime later, after showering, she was drying her hair at the vanity when she paused. Oh, right. She remembered someone she had to contact in advance. It was Hong Hae-yun. She would also be attending the Blue Dragon Film Awards today and probably had a similar schedule to Kang Woojin. If I show up out of the blue, Yuni might think it's weird. Although it was part of her fangirling, it was best to avoid unnecessary suspicions, especially since she was close to Hong Hae-yun. Wallin picked up her phone again and made a call. Hong Hae-yun answered quickly. "Yeah, Wallin." It was unclear if she had been sleeping or not, but her voice was groggy. Wallin checked the time and asked back, "What?" Were you sleeping, Yuni? No. I'm awake. Just taking a short nap on the bed for about 30 minutes. Aren't you getting ready, Yuni? For the Blue Dragon Film Awards. I have to. I'm going out in 2 hours to check the dresses and get some skincare. You'll be trying them on, right? Yeah. Woojin SSI too. Yeah, probably. Oh, I'll be there too. Huh? At the fitting studio? Yeah. There was a brief pause on the other end before Hong Haiyun asked. Suddenly. No, not suddenly. Remember the watch I mentioned last time? I'm giving it to Woojin SSI today. All right. You ended up buying it. Yeah. Good job. All right. See you there then. Okay, got it. Click. As soon as the call ended, Wallin picked up the hairdryer again and smiled slightly. I'm looking forward to seeing Woojin in a tuxedo. Meanwhile, with the Blue Dragon Film Awards opening this afternoon, the entertainment industry was generally abuzz. The media and public expectations were very high. Finally, had nothing else to watch today, might as well watch the Blue Dragons. This year's Blue Dragons really went all out at gonna be huge. Hearing rumors Kang Woojin is expected to sweep the Rookie Awards, wonder how that will turn out. Kang Woojin nailed it in Drug Dealer. But will the old-timers at the festival really give it all to Kang Woojin? Let's be real, it's Blue Dragon, Grand Bell, right? Blue Dragon is the king of awards. Lots of actors attending. Remember last year? Kim Bo-hai and Hong Haiyun absolutely killed it. Is it already the end of the year? Feels like I age another year every award season. Kinda sucks. What's with this guy all of a sudden? As usual, they'll decide the best and the worst really want to see the red carpet in person. Looking forward to Kang Woojin. It's amazing to attend a film festival right after his debut. Numerous entertainment companies were busy pushing promotions for their actors. Hey, why are there so few articles about our side? I'll hurry the press right away. Kang Woojin. Ugh, it's all about Kang Woojin. Tell them to release them properly. It's all going to be Blue Dragon Awards articles all day. It's no fun if we get buried. Yes, CEO Nim. It seems Kang Woojin has a lot of gossip fodder. That's why they keep pushing it. Who doesn't know that? Keep contacting the reporters and manage the SNS of our people going to the Blue Dragon Awards until the last minute. I've already told them to. Upload. The film industry was also preoccupied with the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Naturally, many actors participating today were busy with their own preparations. Decisions about which car to take, what dresses and tuxedos to wear, reactions and statements on the red carpet, makeup, hair, etc. It's an annual film festival, but it always becomes an issue. The industry as a whole and the public, along with various personalities, were all paying attention, making the end of the year a prime time for garnering attention. It was 100 times better to be criticized for being the worst dressed than to go unnoticed. Of course, receiving an award or sparking a positive controversy was the best. During such times when the entire entertainment industry was in a frenzy, those around Kang Woojin were no exception. This included his schoolmates and everyone else who knew him outside of his design company. Among them, Kang Woojin's sister and the president of his fan club, Kang Hyuna, said, Mom, can we close the shop early today? What if customers come while we're watching the Blue Dragon Awards and we miss it? There are usually fewer customers around that time. Oh my, you are getting nervous. Just stay calm. Mom, your hands have been trembling for a while. It seems like you're the most nervous. Is it going to be okay? Your brother is going to be at the film festival? Your dad has been chugging cold water since a while ago. It was during the semester holidays, and she had come down to help at her parents' store. Today, after helping out, they planned to watch the Blue Dragon Awards together. Of course, her friends, the admins of Kang's Heart, were also on standby. Incidentally, the Kang's Heart fan CAF had been buzzing from earlier. Not only Kang's Heart, but Kang Woojin's SNS and YouTube were also abuzz. The Blue Dragon Awards hadn't even started yet, but fans were already running wild with congratulatory comments and eager anticipations. Kang Woojin's close friends were no less enthusiastic than the fans. Hyunggu, Kang Woojin, dude, are you really going to the Blue Dragon Awards today? True? Hyungsung, so surprising for real Woojin, congrats in advance. Hyunggu, to think I'd see my friend walking the red carpet. Woojin, thanks. Hyunggu, hey, share some on-site photos when you're at the Blue Dragon Awards. Daeyoung, Woojin, what time are you coming to the fitting studio? Woojin, probably later than you guys. Hyungsung, What are these two talking about? Hyung-gu, anyway. Let's gather today. Let's all watch Kang Woojin on the red carpet. Kyung-sung, who else is going besides you and me? Dae-young, I'm going. I won't be at the Blue Dragon Awards. The whole country was buzzing. On the same day, around late lunchtime, the location was a fitting studio in Gangnam, a space for celebrities to check and fit various outfits, from profile shoots to event attire. The studio was divided into two areas, one for shooting and the other specialized in fitting with plenty of mirrors, chairs, and some couches for waiting. A team for a celebrity had just arrived at the fitting room. We'll set up the dresses first. What about the jewelry? Where should we place it? Put it in the jewelry box after the dresses. Okay, got the lights over here. Where's Ha-yeon Yuni? Bathroom. It was the team for top actress Hong Ha-yeon. Naturally, the busy and burly Kim Dae-young was also bustling about. Meanwhile, Hong Ha-yeon, barefaced with a duffel coat, entered the fitting room. It seemed she was heading to set up dresses first. Then, she sat down casually in front of the large mirror on the sofa. Phew, the real work begins now. She had experienced film festivals numerous times before, so her composure was natural. Soon, Hong Ha-yeon, with her long straight hair, took off the coat she was wearing. At the same time, she asked Kim Dae-young, who was adjusting the lights. Dae-young SSI, where are they? The shoes. The burly Kim Dae-young promptly responded. Those. Just a moment. Kim Dae-young fetched an elegant shoe box from near the piled-up entrance of the fitting room and handed it to Hong Ha-yeon. Here they are. But these are really expensive, right? No, they're not that expensive. Hong Ha-yeon replied nonchalantly, while Kim Dae-young muttered to himself. Not expensive? Just looking at them, they must cost at least several $100,000. It seemed like Hong Ha-yeon was about to decide something as she stood up from the sofa. She checked the various dresses hanging next to the front mirror. They were colorful, a light red, a bright beige, a dark gray, among others. Each dress had a unique design, of course, all intended for Hong Ha-yeon to try on. It was then. Swish. Oh, everyone's here? Choi Sung-gun entered the fitting studio followed by a familiar crowd. Han Yeung, the stylist, along with Jang Soo-hwan. It was Kang Woojin's team. As greetings were exchanged for a brief moment, a man with a nonchalant face wearing a suitable long padding jacket appeared. Hello, Dash. He greeted in a low voice. It was Kang Woojin. This was Woojin's first visit to a fitting room, and internally he was intrigued. Oh, so there's a place like this? Externally, he amplified his cynicism since there were many people around. Anyway, Kang Woojin, who was also about to visit the salon, casually nodded at Kim Dae-young and greeted the Hong Ha-yeon standing in front of the set-up dresses. Hello. Hong Ha-yeon, smiling faintly, waved her hand. Yeah, you're here? How was the shoot? It went well. Isn't it tough? Shooting in the morning and the Blue Dragon at night. CEO Nim? Really, Woojin SSI might die from overwork at this rate. Choi Sung-gun, who was chatting with the staff, shrugged his shoulders. Can't help it. The island of the missing schedule ran long. Anyway, are you ready? Then let's start right away. We're short on time. Just a minute. Hong Ha-yeon went back to the sofa where she had placed the shoebox. Woojin SSI. The shoebox was passed to Kang Woojin as he was taking off his long padding jacket. This is for you, a commemorative gift. Woojin, asking calmly. What is it? Shoes. Just a token of appreciation for various things, and since we're under the same agency, I couldn't just do nothing. Congratulations on your first film festival appearance. They're not very expensive, so feel free to accept them. Choi Sung-gun, who burst into laughter, interjected. Not expensive? Just do a search, and you'll see. Appa. No, CEO Nim. Shut up. Meanwhile, Woojin, who was quietly looking down at the shoe box, accepted it with a quite indifferent demeanor. I'll wear them well. Yes. Really, you can wear them out. Yes, I'll wear them out. Just don't treat them too roughly. Moderately. I'll moderately wear them out. Phew, take it easy. Of course, it wasn't that Kang Woojin wasn't surprised. Wow. Shit, these are luxury brand shoes, super expensive? For me. However, panicking was for the novice. He needed to act dignified and not make a big deal out of it. And why refuse something given? Gifts are always welcome. Calm. Woojin quickly organized his thoughts, and the fitting started with Hong Ha-yeon first. The first was a dress with a striking light red color. Then, Hong Haiyun and a few staff members entered the dressing room next to the mirror, preparing for the next turn, while Kim Dae-young approached Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin-nim, how are you feeling right now? Woojin, exchanging a look with him, thought. Shut up, I feel like throwing up. He replied with a cold tone. Just SOSO. Kim Dae-young, holding back laughter, gave a thumbs up, still as solid as ever. It was then that Woojin gave a fierce glare as if to say piss off to his buddy. Click. The dressing room door opened, and Hong Haiyun emerged wearing a dress. The design slightly revealed her shoulders and chest, and her long straight hair naturally fell over it. Although the waist was slightly narrow, but Hong Haiyun wore it perfectly as if it was made for her. She casually struck a pose with an easy smile. How does it look? Kim Dae-young was the quickest to respond, whispering just loud enough for Woojin to hear. Wow, insane. Kang Woojin also let out an exclamation, internally of course. Damn, she's gorgeous. Wow, I'm seeing this right in front of me. However, his admiration needed a bit of restraint at the moment. Well, that didn't mean he had to lie. Kang Woojin cleared his throat and said, It suits you very well. Really? Do you really? Think so. Hong Haiyun's smile deepened as she received a shower of compliments from Choi Sung-gun and the dozen other staff members. It wasn't just out of politeness. She genuinely shone at that moment, even without makeup. Energized by the mood, Hong Haiyun quickly went back into the dressing room to try on the next dress. Ultimately, out of the total 4 dresses, she chose the first one with the light red. Next up was, Hey, Woojin, start with the navy tuxedo and come out. Soo-hwan will help you. It was Kang Woojin's turn. It was his first time wearing a tuxedo, which he thought he would never wear in his life, and for a long time to come. Woojin entered the dressing room, trying to maintain his composure, and slowly put on the trousers and shirt. His first impression was simple. Oh, it fits perfectly. And outside the dressing room, anticipation was in the air. How do you think Woojin Appa will look? Why even ask? Appa always nails the fit. But you know, some actors look good in casual clothes, but somehow not in tuxedos. Ah, that is true. While the stylists conversed, the fitting studio door suddenly opened, and a woman wearing a hat entered. Phew, it's crowded. Hello. It was Wallin, wearing a brown short padding jacket, and the slightly surprised staff watched as Hong Haiyun gestured for her to come over. Wallin, why are you so late? I'm done trying on the dresses. Wallin, who had just greeted Choi Sung-gun, awkwardly smiled at Hong Haiyun. Sorry. It was a bit hard to find this place. Soon, Hong Haiyun pointed at the green paper bag in her hand with a smirk. Is that it? Yeah. But where's Woojin SSI? Dressing room. That moment. Click. The dressing room door opened, and Kang Woojin stepped out in a navy tuxedo. The shoes he wore were the black ones given to him by Hong Haiyun, and the tuxedo, a navy color top to bottom, was paired with a vest. The fit was impeccable, as if it was tailored for Kang Woojin. An unusual aspect was the bow tie, which wasn't the typical butterfly style, but rather a wide ribbon bow tie. Just then, as Woojin adjusted his tuxedo jacket and was about to move, Wallin, who had just arrived at the fitting room, stared at him as if enchanted and muttered to herself without realizing. So fucking cool. TL. Here, Wallin used the slang, Yimad, which is short for meaning so fucking cool. Right next to her, Hong Haiyun asked, Huh? What did you say? At that time, Incheon, at the Paradise S City, a mega-resort hotel, in the plaza, a vast hall set up for the awards ceremony was bustling with about 100 people running around in final preparations. The grand title for the event was displayed on the large stage screen. 41st Blue Dragon Film Awards 2020. Among the staff crisscrossing through the many seats, one shouted, Who is putting the names on the chairs? Make sure none are missed. The chairs had the names of top actors and actresses lined up in a row. I've checked everything though. You call that checking? Then why are these and these missing? On the chair the staff had just passed by, a familiar name was attached. Chapter 206. Year End 7. December 23rd, evening. Around 6:30 p.m. In front of the Grand Hall Plaza of Paradise S City, where the red carpet was laid out, it was utter chaos. From the end of the long photo zone to the entrance at the top of the hall's stairs, the red carpet was laid out. On both sides, Advertising boards and line fences were set up with dozens of lights erected. The crowd crammed between the lights numbered at least in the hundreds. Broadcasting staff, reporters, and journalists were frenziedly taking photos with their massive cameras. Who were they photographing? Kim Hyotae. Kim Hyotae has here. Hyotae SSI? Hello. Please look this way and wave your hand once. They were photographing each actor as they appeared. Papa Papa Pack. Papa Papa Pack. Though the sky was dark, but due to the bursting flashes, it was confusing as if it were morning. Behind the journalists, a similar number of onlookers and fans were screaming and shouting. Ah! Appa! Oh my gosh! This is crazy. It's a gift. A gift? Whoa! So cool. Stop pushing. From above, only a massive number of heads could be seen. Hyung SSI, you've been nominated for the Popularity Award this year. If you were to express your feelings in one word, how do you feel? I feel like throwing up. Haraha. Thank you. As more actors arrive, the frequency of actors walking down the red carpet gradually increased. Along with it, the barrage of flashes became relentless. Papa Papa Pack. Papa Papa Pack. It was expected. Only 2 hours left until the start of the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Because of this, the screams and shouts from hundreds of onlookers and journalists increased in decibels. Clearly, the crowd was bigger than last year. The reason was simple. This year's Blue Dragon Film Awards had put in effort from the venue to the scale. And this year, too, the main stars of the festival were the actresses. Jimin SSI, you look so beautiful today. Thank you, Dash. What's the concept? Your dress concept. Nothing special? Just wore what they gave me. Haraha. You just wore what they gave you. Despite the cold weather, the actresses appearing one after another stepped nonchalantly on the red carpet. Even in their thin dresses. Yoonga SSI, you appeared in today's Celebrity. Oh my hello. The dress suits you well, doesn't it? Right? I like it too. After crossing the red carpet, the actors posed for about 30 seconds in the photo zone set up at the entrance of the hall, and then entered the hall guided by the film festival staff. It repeated, but the enthusiasm was at its peak. Various types of actors stood out. There were actors who felt awkward in this kind of situation, or actors who quickly passed through the red carpet with big strides. Well, most overflowed with ease. Veterans of the film festival responded with smiles, hand waves, and just facial expressions. This goes on for about 30 minutes. Despite the winter weather, the air around the red carpet was heated with hundreds of journalists suddenly getting excited. Hong Haiyun. Hong Haiyun. Is she here? Where? Haiyun SSI. Hello, Hong Haiyun SSI. Hong Haiyun had just alighted from a white van wearing a red dress. Supported by a burly guard, she walked the red carpet quite comfortably. However, the journalists and fans packed on both sides nearly screamed their lungs out. Haiyun SSI. Just a word, please. Congratulations on the success of Hanryang. When can we hear about your next project? Kaya. Yuni. You're so beautiful. Your face is a masterpiece. Isn't Kang Woojin coming with you? Hong Haiyun. SSI. This way. This way. Hong Haiyun, without a word, waved at everyone. Scanning around meticulously and making eye contact was extra. After her arrival, the pace of the flash photography crazily sped up. Papa Papa Pack. Papa 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 Pack. As more high-profile actors showed up, such as Hong Haiyun, Ryu Young-min, Jin Jae-jun, and actors from Island of the Missing, Kang Woojin's colleagues, and completely unrelated top stars were also seen. At this point, ugh, it's cold. Among the hundreds of journalists, one reporter dressed in a thick, long padding jacket glanced at his wristwatch and said, "When is he coming?" His cameraman replied, Who? Who else? Kang Woojin, Kang Woojin. All the journalists here have been talking about Kang Woojin since earlier. By now, about 60% of the invited actors had arrived. The hundreds of journalists were eagerly anticipating the arrival of the hottest actor. The fans felt the same. It was Kang Woojin. That was when it happened. Screech. A black van arrived at the end of the red carpet, where most of the journalists were gathered. It was a familiar car. Soon, many journalists shouted out, "Who is it? Who?" They pressed their camera shutters before even checking. Papa Papa Pack. The flashes went off so much that the black van seemed to turn white. The guard in charge moved to the back door of the arrived van. At the same time, the door opened. Thud. The actor's face was immediately visible, and the gathered journalists and fans screamed tremendously. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin SSI. He's here. Woojin SSI. Hello. We've been waiting. Say hello to Woojin SSI. Kaya. Appa. We are Kang's heart. Ak. Stop pushing. Woojin slowly got out of the van, from the shoes gifted by Hong Hai-yun, to the black tuxedo, the unusual bow tie, and the watch also gifted by Wallen. Swoosh. The blinding flashes exploded at the entrance of the red carpet where Kang Woojin stood. Meanwhile, his face was the epitome of a poker face, actually several times more intense than usual. It was both a concept and genuine. Wait. This is crazy. What the hell is this? Where am I? And my feet won't move. Exploding tension, a pounding heart, shortness of breath, and slightly trembling hands and feet. Kang Woojin felt like his soul was escaping him. It was a crisis. His body froze in a situation where he had to be the most conceptually intense. It wasn't just dazzling to the eyes. He was practically blinded. It's blinding. His blood wasn't circulating. His thoughts had stopped. After getting off the van, Woojin stood at the entrance of the red carpet, motionless. Hundreds of journalists happily kept taking pictures. Pack. The gathered journalists? The fans? It wasn't that Kang Woojin had no experience with them. He had been through several press conferences in Japan and other places. He had always handled it calmly. So why had he frozen now? It was due to the grandeur and magnificence. The hall entrance in the distance seemed like a portal to another world, and the atmosphere of Korea's largest film festival enveloped Woojin's body. Even for a concept master like Kang Woojin, this moment couldn't be ordinary. What the hell is this place? Why am I here? Just a few months ago, he was watching YouTube and lying down after work. But now, hundreds of journalists and fans in front of him were all taking photos of him. Oh no, get a grip, Kang Woojin. Woojin suddenly remembered his place. However, the pandemic-like tension spreading through his body did not subside. I don't know, just walk, damn it. His vision was narrow. It was so noisy that his ears rang. His hands and feet still trembled. But Kang Woojin concentrated all his focus into one place. Walking. He walked towards the finish line, unshaken by anything else. There was no time to do anything else. Step. What was peculiar was that to others, his demeanor appeared as an aura. A strange force emanated from him. The journalists had no choice but to whisper among themselves. Wow, what's with Kang Woojin? He's quite aloof, isn't he? Look at that style. He's more composed than some of the top stars. Is this his first film festival? His expression doesn't change at all. They say he's quite stoic, guess it's true? As Kang Woojin walked the red carpet, his field of view gradually widened. Oddly, once he threw himself into it, his mind relaxed more than he expected. Maybe this isn't so bad. Gaining courage, he slowly turned his head to the right. A tremendous crowd and cameras were visible. Calmly, he raised his hand. Swoosh. This time, Kang Woojin turned his head to the left. The same scene unfolded. He similarly raised his hand. There was no smile, just sheer composure, but Kang Woojin was satisfied. Thus, few made it. Woojin had just stepped into the photo zone at the entrance of the hall and turned around. He could see the red carpet he had just walked down, eyes wide. Mission clear. Woojin felt his heart's pounding gradually subside. It feels a bit like riding an amusement park ride. There's a thrilling taste to it, this. He was becoming accustomed to the film festival, and the journalists who had been filming Kang Woojin's walk checked their footage. It was brief, but he had the best posture among the actors. An hour later, inside the large hall plaza, the interior of the plaza, where the Blue Dragon Film Awards would be held, was perfectly described as magnificent. An enormously wide hall, over 1,000 seats divided between the first and second floors, a very high ceiling, dozens of lights hanging from that ceiling, an interior that slightly reminded one of an opera house, 3 large screens mounted on the left wall, and filming crews scattered around. Most of all, the large stage at the front was striking. In contrast to the generally dark ambience of the hall, the stage glowed with an orange hue. Stage decorations made to resemble fireworks, a giant screen, a podium with the Blue Dragon Film Awards logo, the floor of the stage subtly glowing, and a human-sized trophy statue set to one side of the stage. It was impressive. Kang Woojin, seated in the audience, thought so. It's crazy, wow, really. Though Woojin was there as an actor, his essence was that of an ordinary citizen, so his gaze was similar to that of a tourist. He was still confused about why he was sitting here. Moreover, there are so many top actors. Numerous actors who led the acting scene in Korea were clustered around Woojin. What could he say? There were so many that he wondered if they were actors or just mannequins. Yes, that was it. Kang Woojin had stepped into this glamorous world, and here, he was causing sensational issues that shocked everyone here. Kang Woojin was realizing just how remarkable all these events were. Honestly, it was his first time seeing so many actors. All these countless actors know me. He felt a strange thrill. Indeed, the actors around Woojin had been glancing at him since earlier. On top of that, all right, scan over the actors seated. Oh, get a shot of Kang Woojin. The broadcasting team, filming the Blue Dragon Film Awards live, was even paying attention to Kang Woojin. His seat was about in the middle of the first floor, surrounded by top actor Jin Jae-jun, Park Pan-seo, and director Kim Do-hee. Key staff from Drug Dealer were also there. Naturally, Kang Woojin was mixed in with the drug dealer team. At this point, Jin Jae-jun in a gray suit whispered to Kang Woojin, "Woojin SSI, have you been to a film festival before? How are you so calm?" Veteran actor Park Pan-seo, sitting to the right of Woojin, also chimed in. Haha, really? Anyone would think you frequent film festivals. It's your first time at the Blue Dragon, right? Regaining his senses as he looked around the interior, Woojin spoke up. Yes, it's my first time at the Blue Dragon. It's your first time, but you're starting as the star in the spotlight. Look, the actors are sneaking glances. Jin Jae-jun added. The place was abuzz when you entered. Is that so? They didn't approach you? They'll probably lose their minds and talk to you a lot after the film festival ends. If you're tired, run away. The hall lights dimmed further. Noticing this, Park Pan-seo looked towards the main stage and spoke. Is it about to start? Let's see, what's the order? Naturally, Jin Jae-jun replied. It's the same every year at the Blue Dragon. Start with the Best New Actor, then the Audience Choice Award. Then they cover the short films and a celebratory stage. Performance. Ah, so the key staff gets an award after the performance? Yes. Haha. Woojin SSI, you'll have to get ready right away. Kang Woojin quietly bowed his head, but his sense of reality also began to drift away. He saw and heard a lot, but when it actually came down to it right in front of him, it all felt awkward. They listed off a bunch of awards, but none of it registered in his ears. At that moment, the entire hall's lights shot towards the stage as lively music started playing, and a broadcast team PD with an intercom around his neck signaled to the stage. Then, the lights on the stage floor began to move. The giant screen at the back also changed. A set promotional video began to play. Soon, two familiar figures appeared at the presenter's stand on the left side of the stage. They were famous broadcasters. After their brief greetings, though Kang Woojin was watching them live, it felt like he was watching TV. Regardless, the presenters continued after a bit of banter, looking at their cue cards. All right, let's begin the first sequence of the Blue Dragon Film Awards. This category is for this year's most brilliant new actors. The announcement will be made by Go Sung-jin and Park Yoo-min, who were last year's winners of the Best New Actor award. Once the introduction was over, the music played again, and two actors, one in a navy tuxedo and the other in a beige dress, walked onto the big stage. Standing in the center of the stage, they greeted the audience and then spoke into the standing microphones. Last year, I received the Best New Actor award on this stage, and it's nerve-wracking to be presenting it myself this time. How about you, Yoo-min SSI? I feel the same. It's a fresh sentiment, isn't it? Yes. This year, too, we have amazing actors nominated, and I hardly feel qualified to announce this. But you have to do it. Let's steel ourselves. Haha, all right. Soon, the male actor looked down at his cue card and continued. Then, the 41st Blue Dragon Film Awards first category, the Best New Male Actor Award. Let's meet the nominees. As his words concluded, video clips began to play on the giant screen set up on stage and monitors throughout the hall. Brief scenes from movies, actors delivering intense performances and their lines, and names of the actors flashed by rapidly. Among them, a familiar role appeared. Your eyes don't look like a drug dealer's? You have the eyes of a snitch. You're a snitch, aren't you? Lee Sang-man from Drug Dealer. TT was Kang Woojin. Ultimately, 5 nominees were presented. Gloomy Man Park Tae-woo / Manipulative Hand, Ha Sang-el / Keyword of Betrayal, and Il-hoon / With You Kim Jeon / Drug Dealer Kang Woojin. Each time a nominee was mentioned, the respective person was shown on the monitor in the audience seat. The last, of course, was Kang Woojin, and his poker face appeared on the giant screen. Meanwhile, who do you think will win? Surely it's Kang Woojin. I'm not sure. Kang Woojin is the hot topic, but the judges' scores are important too, right? Yes, but Lee Sang-man's acting was killer. Are the judges still the same as before? That's right. The audience filled with actors was abuzz. I vote for Kim Jeon. His acting is good, but Kang Woojin stands out more, doesn't he? Is everyone expecting a twist? It has to be Kang Woojin. Drug Dealer was rated R, right? Does that also get reflected in the evaluation? I think it will be Park Tae-woo. He acts very calmly and well. While some were coldly logical, others' comments were tinged with jealousy. Whatever the case, an envelope was handed to the actor presiding over the Best New Male Actor award. It clearly contained the results. Now, I will announce the winner. At this moment, Kang Woojin was thoughtless. Or rather, his mind completely blank. He simply looked straight ahead. However, somewhere within, a thrill was coursing through him, because he vaguely realized that it was an amazing moment. Many shared this feeling with Kang Woojin at this moment. In the closed restaurant, Kang Hyuna and Woojin's parents. Please, please. Hyuna, be quiet. Woojin is standing so bravely there. Please, our son. Honey. At a bar, Woojin's close friends gathered around a TV, their hearts in their throats. Say it's Woojin. Say our Woojin's name. Ah, damn. This is so nerve-wracking. It's okay, he's definitely going to win. Kim Dae-young, this bastard's hands are shaking. Naturally, numerous bigwigs present at the Blue Dragon Film Awards and many watching on TV felt the same. And then, on the stage of the Blue Dragon Film Awards, Best New Male Actor Award. The male actor, looking at the results sheet, his expression brightened as he said, "This person was truly remarkable this year, causing a sensation in his debut year. Congratulations." He shouted loudly into the standing microphone. His gaze was directed towards the many actors in front. The 41st Blue Dragon Film Awards. Best New Male Actor Award. Kang Woojin SSI from Drug Dealer. Simultaneously, tremendous applause filled the hall. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Hundreds of actors all turned to look in one direction. Every camera from the broadcast team also focused its lens on the announced actor. Soon, a man silently stood up from the center of the grand audience. It was Kang Woojin, his face stoic. / / For more chapters, you can check out my Patreon here. Patreon.com/dreamscribe. If you enjoy this novel, please review and rate it at Novel Updates. Thanks. Smiling face with smiling eyes. To receive the latest update notifications or report mistakes, join our Discord server link below. Discord server. https://discord.gg/woopread. Chapter 207. Chapter 207. Year End 8. Hundreds of seats occupied by formidable directors, top actors, and key staff members. Among them sat Kang Woojin. The tension was at its peak, but Woojin couldn't easily let go of his crafted public persona. The camera kept panning to him now and then. At that moment, his face appeared on the massive screen at the front of the stage, the lead from Drug Dealer, Lee Sang-man. Woojin suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation. Why is my face up there? Ah, right. It's the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Kang Woojin had experienced film festivals before, like the misunderstanding Film Festival. Though smaller in scale compared to the Blue Dragon, the process was somewhat similar. But the overwhelming feeling was on another level. The scene was starkly different. Unlike the misunderstanding, the Blue Dragon Film Awards was watched by many citizens and was a grand festival celebrating a year in the Korean entertainment and film industry with various celebrities attending. And there, Kang Woojin's name echoed as the first winner. The 41st Blue Dragon Film Awards. Best New Male Actor Award. Kang Woojin SSI from Drug Dealer. The hall burst into applause loud enough to sting his ears, accompanied by lively music. Me? Ah, really? It's me? Without much change in expression, Kang Woojin reflexively stood up. Until now, he hadn't felt much pressure. It was a short moment, driven, almost by instinct. But, whoa damn, wait a minute. As soon as Kang Woojin stood up alone in the vast hall, his perspective shifted 180 degrees. All cameras focused on him, his face displayed on screens and monitors, the gaze of hundreds of actors and directors upon him, the outpouring of congratulations, and the blinding flashes. Kang Woojin's mind became dizzy. I feel dizzy, my legs are giving out. Though Woojin had experienced film festivals before, it was hardly any help now. The only thing that sustained him was maintaining his persona. Perhaps everyone he had encountered was present. Whether it was pretense, bravado, or dignity, all were necessary. The temperature was hot. The characteristic heat of a mega film festival was like that, and the overhead lights were as scorching as the sun. It was stifling. Though no one could know, sweat was streaming down Woojin's back. But what's interesting? Let's not think too deeply. Kang Woojin, just empty your brain. The hotter the exterior became, the cooler Woojin's interior grew. He had faced numerous crises before and had unknowingly mastered the art of maintaining an extreme public persona. A proud, monstrous newcomer actor. Such a guy shouldn't be shaken by this. Around this time, cheers mixed with applause for the drug dealer team could be heard. Haha, Woojin SSI? Congratulations. Congratulations, better go up quickly. First award for drug dealer. Congratulations, Woojin SSI. Jin Jae-jun, the lead of drug dealer, briefly hugged Kang Woojin, and Park Pan-seo patted his shoulder. Director Kim Do-hee and the key staff gave thumbs up. Woojin bowed his head calmly. Thank you. Then, Kang Woojin walked calmly towards the stage. With each step his heart grew colder. However, he did have concerns. What about my acceptance speech? He had prepared something. He hadn't really consulted anyone since that might make him seem unprepared. Thanks to that, Kang Woojin had watched previous film festivals on YouTube to come up with his speech. Despite the preparation. Fuck, I seriously can't remember a thing. Not a single letter came to mind. Just maintaining his public persona at this vast film festival was already a desperate effort. Yet, strangely, his indifferent face showed no hint of nervousness. His steps were filled with ease. There was a silent intensity, but a solid firmness was evident. That was vividly captured by the cameras. The broadcast team's PD and staff murmured among themselves. How can he be so calm? Right? Wow. PD Nim, Kang Woojin SSI is a rookie actor who debuted this year, right? He looks like he's out for a stroll in his neighborhood. Isn't he happy? He's not even smiling. I think there will be controversies. Who knows? We're just here to shoot. Zoom and more on Kang Woojin. Ah, yes. Kang Woojin's family and friends watching this were in an uproar. Kang Hyuna and his parents from the restaurants. Kaya. Mom. Appa. Yes. Our son. Woojin. Oh, honey, are you crying? No, I'm just proud. Amazing. And Kang Woojin's childhood friends. This is insane. Cheers, man. Cheers. Huh, Kang Woojin. You son of a gun. My shoulders are rising. Ah, is this even real? I can't believe it even though I'm watching. Woojin's SNS, YouTube channel, fan club, and various communities were also in turmoil. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin ascended the grand stage at the Blue Dragon Film Awards without much change. It was his first stage at the Blue Dragon Film Awards, but his cynicism was palpable. When Woojin took the stage, Kang Woojin SSI has been causing a sensation since his debut this year, hasn't he? He's been highly praised for his role as Lee Sang-man in Drug Dealer. The host continued to introduce Kang Woojin, and for some reason, various top actors seated in the audience gulped down their nervous saliva. Hong Hae-yeon was more beautiful than ever today. What's with Woojin SSI's expression? Why am I nervous? I can't even begin to guess what he'll say in his remarks. Ryu Young-min, who had his hair neatly swept back today, felt similarly seated next to her. He wouldn't make a verbal slip, would he? Appa, it's Woojin SSI we're talking about. Do you really think that? But it's his first Blue Dragon, right? Jin Jae-jun and Park Pan-seo from the drug dealer team also looked a bit worried. I hope it'll be ordinary. Well, it's hard to say Woojin Gun is ordinary. He doesn't seem very happy. Maybe he anticipated this? Probably. especially since the Blue Dragon has a strong impact on issues. If focused Woojin SSI, who is the center of attention, shows something unusual, there will be a ton of articles tomorrow. And Jonghak, Ha Gang-soo, and actors from the Our Dining Table team and Island of the Missing were also having similar conversations. It'll be alright, right? I don't know, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. To what? Just feels like Woojin is going to set off fireworks right from the start. There were those who enjoyed this situation as well. Seated together were veteran directors from the domestic film industry, director On Jae-bak and director Kwon Ki-taek. Hee, what do you think he will say? Well, the expression definitely showed he knew he'd win the new actor award. Yes, normally, you'd expect him to act a bit surprised since that's the usual thing to do, but Woo Jin-gun doesn't show any of that at all. He's not one to exaggerate or put on airs. The reporters must be thrilled. There's never been a newcomer like this in the history of the Blue Dragon. I think that will continue to be the case. The presence of the great actor Sim Han-ho was also noticeable. He simply crossed his arms and watched Kang Woojin on stage. The general murmurings grew louder. Of course, none of this reached Kang Woojin on stage. To him, only the two actors in the center of the stage were visible, their hands already holding the Best New Actor trophy and a bouquet. Is that mine? The gold trophy he had seen on YouTube. As Kang Woojin approached, the two hosts smiled. Congratulations, Kang Woojin SSI. Eventually, the trophy and the bouquet were handed to Kang Woojin. His first impression upon receiving the trophy was simple. It's heavy. It was heavy. Soon, the two actors who had handed it over stepped back and the music that filled the hall gradually faded. The ceiling lights focused on Kang Woojin, and the temperature rose even further. On all screens and monitors throughout the hall, full shots and close-ups of Kang Woojin were displayed. Meanwhile, Woojin, dressed in the tuxedo, looked down at the trophy in his hands without a word. Simultaneously, a PD in front of the stage gestured to him, indicating he should stand at the standing microphone and give his remarks. Thus, with a poker face, Woojin stood in front of the standing microphone. Looking forward, he saw incredible faces. Top actors and big-name directors, all looking at him. It was a mad scene. Why was this picture unfolding? I don't know. I'm not sure. Swish. Kang Woojin first exhaled a small breath into the microphone. Phew dash. At this moment, Woojin thought, the remarks don't need to be long. Elaborating would only create gaps, and might even bring about some unnecessary misunderstandings. He couldn't remember the prepared remarks. So, let's start with thanks first. He needed a bold demeanor for the stage. Kang Woojin cleared his throat. Thank you to my parents, friends, fans, and the drug dealer team for their support. A moment of silence. The broadcast team frowned. What? Is that it? A clear confusion spread. But fortunately, Woojin's lips slowly opened again. I'm not good with words. Another pause. Kang Woojin's dignified gaze slowly moved from side to side, as if scanning all the actors present. In fact, during this moment, Woojin was desperately trying to think of what to say. Something impactful. Or should he just thank them again blandly and step down? What's best? However, the actors captured on camera felt a strange emotion. Somehow, it doesn't seem like he's just looking around at the actors, does it? It does appear so. Kang Woojin decided. Yeah, a nuance of just promising to work hard would be sufficient. A hint to watch out for him was a bonus. With a bit of politeness and bravado mixed in, Kang Woojin murmured into the standing microphone. This year it's the new actor award, but next year, I will have the best actor award in my hands. So better watch out. In an instant, the vast hall fell silent. Even the busy broadcast PD blinked his eyes. Nonetheless, Kang Woojin did not forget to wrap up. He nodded slightly to the hundreds of audience members in front, also greeting the actors who had handed him the award and the hosts. The funny thing was that everyone receiving his greetings had their pupils dilated. But Woojin, unaware of this, started to descend from the stage with an indifferent face. The camera quickly followed him. Hundreds of actors' eyes also followed him. Some actors who knew Kang Woojin like Hong Ha-yeon and Ryu Young-min were covering their faces. I knew he would do something like this. What on earth is he doing? Other actors were dumbfounded. What did he just say? A warning? He looked around at all of us before saying that, didn't he? Telling us to watch out because he's coming for us. There were also actors who gasped, like Jin Jae-jun. If you really get to know Woojin SSI, that remark feels quite intimidating. Sim Han-ho, unbeknownst to anyone, chuckled to himself. Indeed, the kid's got guts. Well, whether they reacted or not, it didn't reach Kang Woojin. Returning to his seat, Woojin was simply satisfied with his own remarks internally. Done. The ambition and speech was simple but good. Yep, passed. The problem was, it did not seem like a simple ambition to others. Kang Woojin was unaware of this. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who was full of smiles, noted. For a moment I forgot. That Kang Woojin is an arrogant monstrous actor. Who would have thought he'd openly declare his intentions to all the actors like that? Director On Jae-bok murmured. Isn't it like a rookie actor made a declaration of war to the Korean entertainment industry? It was not an ambition. It was a declaration of war. Afterwards, following Kang Woojin's New Actor Award, a momentary silence enveloped the Blue Dragon Film Awards before it reluctantly resumed. From the Best New Actress Award to the Audience Choice Award. Audience Choice Award. Drug Dealer. Congratulations. Following Kang Woojin, director Kim Do-hee of Drug Dealer lifted the second trophy. Meanwhile, the cameras continued to focus on Kang Woojin. The actors around him also kept stealing glances at him. Their looks were not entirely positive. Of course, Woojin maintained his cynicism, which only fueled the atmosphere further. Following that, a popular singer's performance took place, and then it was time for the Short Film Awards. And then the New Director Award. Eventually, the Popular Star Award, marking the end of the first part, started. Interestingly, Drug Dealer, Kang Woojin. Following the New Actor Award, Kang Woojin's name was again a nominee. This time, unlike the New Actor category, he was up against significantly formidable actors. And the result? Popular Star Award. Yes, following the Best New Actor Award, actor Kang Woojin. Congratulations. Kang Woojin won it. 2 awards at the Blue Dragon just by himself. Moreover, who would have thought he'd even win the Popular Star Award? Isn't he the first to win a Best New Actor Award and become a double winner in the same festival in his debut year? There has never been a rookie making a declaration of war like that in the first place. Today, Kang Woojin was making multiple histories. Whatever the case, the comment he made on stage was brief. Thank you, and my feelings are same to when I received the Best New Actor Award. That's about it. But, once again, he made sure his greetings were respectful everywhere. Thus, the first part of the Blue Dragon ended. During the break, fellow actors like Hong Hae-yeon and Ryu Young-min approached Kang Woojin to speak. Woojin SSI, I understand what you're thinking, but couldn't you have moderated it a bit? And yet, should I say it's typical of Woojin SSI? Jin Jae-jun felt the same. I found it refreshing and good. Well, it seems you might receive some cold looks from other actors going forward. Afterwards, the second part of the Blue Dragon Film Awards began. It started with awards for the staff and moved on to Best Supporting Actor and Actress. Eventually, it was time for the festival's highlights, the Best Actor and Best Actress Awards. Jin Jae-jun was the Best Actor. And even more so. Best Film Award. Drug Dealer. Congratulations. The last award, the Best Film, also went to Drug Dealer. It was safe to say that this year's Blue Dragon Film Awards was practically a drug dealer awards party. Of course, it wasn't unheard of. It's a scene occasionally seen, though not every year. With that, the grand curtain of the Blue Dragon Film Awards came to a close. But the fervor continued even after the festival had ended. Especially, the reporters crowded one actor, furiously flashing their cameras. It wasn't Jin Jae-jun, the Best Actor. Kang Woojin SSI. Kang Woojin SSI. Could you share a few words about your comments? Woojin SSI. How do you feel about being the first rookie to win double awards at the Blue Dragon in your debut year? What were your thoughts behind the remarks you made? Kang Woojin SSI. It was Kang Woojin. At this moment, Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the passenger seat of the van meant to pick up Kang Woojin, sighed deeply while looking at his phone. It blew up so fast, tisk. Before Kang Woojin even boarded the car. Film Festival, a first-year rookie Kang Woojin strikes a nerve in the lax Korean entertainment industry with his "I'll win Best Actor next year" remarks, declaring war. Articles about Kang Woojin were already flooding the Chapter 208, Year N9. After the Blue Dragon Film Awards ended, people were divided into two groups. One team went to the after-party prepared by the film festival at the resort hotel restaurant, while the other team did not. Those who were going moved directly to the restaurant near the hall. On the other hand, those who were not going to the after-party moved towards the red carpet laid out in front of the hall. There were numerous vans and minibuses busily picking up the actors who had finished their schedules. Around them, as if they had been waiting just for this moment, hundreds of reporters packed against the fence pressed their camera shutters frantically. Papapapic. Naturally, there were still many onlookers. Fans shouting the names of their favorite actors, internet broadcasters, or YouTubers out for content, etc. In the meantime, interviews with the actors who won awards today were in full swing at the photo zone near the hall. Jean Jae-joon SSI. You won Best Actor today. Did you expect this? No, not at all. How was your chemistry with Kang Woojin SSI and Drug Dealer? It was impressive. Memorable, indeed. The photo zone had already seen many pass through. Well, it's really up to the actors whether they give an interview or not, but most do if they can. Every little bit like this directly connects to publicity the next day and increases the magnitude of its impact. It's also helpful image-wise. Conversely, it's the reporter's choice to put effort into their articles. What's interesting is that the reporters currently conducting various actors' interviews kept sneakily glancing towards the entrance of the hall. Their minds were elsewhere, obviously waiting for the real highlight of today's Blue Dragon Film Awards. When will Kang Woojin appear? Did he sneak out another door? Just then, Kang Woojin, the superstar rookie who, just 1 year into his debut, grabbed both the Best New Actor award and the Popular Star award at the country's biggest film festival. However, the reason reporters were targeting Woojin today was for a different reason altogether. It was because of the extraordinary acceptance speech and behavior Woojin showed at the Blue Dragon Film Awards. At that moment, Kang Woojin SSI. Woojin SSI. An interview. Please, an interview. The reporters spotted Kang Woojin in the tuxedo coming out and went ballistic. They sounded like starving beasts. They all loudly called out Woojin's name. Meanwhile, the person of interest, Woojin, was completely calm. He silently observed the swarm of reporters at the photo zone for a moment before slowly approaching. Technically, he could have just walked past without any problem, but Choi Sung-gun had earnestly asked him to respond to interviews briefly after the film festival. Thus, Kang Woojin, amidst the chaotic atmosphere and frenzy, wow shit, it's so dazzling, stood in front of the half-crazed reporters. As a result, other actors passing by murmured and threw glances. Not friendly ones. Nevertheless, the overheated hyenas, no, the reporters' shouts were directed at Kang Woojin. You've won 2 awards at the Blue Dragon Film Awards. How do you feel? You seemed so composed when receiving the awards. Did you expect this? Were you nervous today? What were your thoughts when giving your acceptance speech? Ah, my ears hurt. With a cynical face, Woojin wondered if the reporters in front weren't crazy. Still, his mindset had shifted 180 degrees from when he first entered the film festival. A bit more relaxed, perhaps. Thanks to that, his field of view broadened. Only now did the world around the red carpet properly catch Woojin's eye. Behind the spitting reporters, a large Christmas tree had been set up. It's huge. Not just the tree. The Blue Dragon Film Awards organizers had also painstakingly decorated nearby trees with colorful lights. 2 days until Christmas and the year-end. Woojin's gaze slowly moved as if everything was in slow motion. He could see the lights of densely packed apartments far away. Were the people living there watching this? What was I doing around this time last year? Right, I was wrapping up the year with friends, drinking. Back then, watching film festivals and award ceremonies on TV, they seemed like a different world, just topics of conversation to accompany snacks with friends. But now, he was standing in that world. Flashy and luxurious. Hundreds of reporters are blasting off flashes, and behind them, colorful top stars were lined up. They even acknowledged Woojin as if they knew him. 1 year. It's hard to say if it's long or short. Anyway, Kang Woojin is standing here today. Life is really something dash. Before entering this world, Woojin lived a repetitive life, going to work and coming home. However, it wasn't lacking. It just felt repetitive because he had adapted to life, become numb to it. It was a life worth living. Even then, Kang Woojin was a man who knew his place. But now, His every word becomes the subject of hundreds of reporters' articles. He becomes the headline. Your acceptance speech was unique. Did you prepare the speech yourself? It sounded like a declaration of war. Was it just for show? Kang Woojin felt a strange emotion, but having already spilled the beans, he decided to enjoy the ride with an intensified persona. Such misconceptions or misunderstandings are trivial. Soon, Kang Woojin murmured softly towards the swarming reporters. No, I was sincere. From behind, as the camera flashes exploded like lightning on Woojin, a burly man attached himself to Woojin. It was Jang Soo-hwan, following Choi Sung-gun's instructions. Sorry. We have another schedule to attend. Hyung, let's go. Okay. Quickly, Jang Soo-hwan, who shielded Woojin's side profile, accelerated their pace. The reporters trailed behind them, and Kang Woojin barely managed to board the waiting van. The stylists were nowhere to be seen. DRRRK. As soon as Woojin got on, Jang Soo-hwan, who had moved to the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator. The van started, and as they gradually moved away from the red carpet, the ponytailed man in the passenger seat turned around. It was Choi Sung-gun. Woojin. Choi Sung-gun, who had worn a suit for a change, sighed deeply as he looked at Woojin in his tuxedo. His expression was ambiguous. It was hard to tell if he was smiling or gloomy. You stirred up trouble again? Sorry. I meant to express my ambition moderately. He apologized inwardly, but Woojin's exterior maintained a poker face. It was something I wanted to say. I know. But for a newcomer award recipient to suddenly declare they'll win the Best Actor award next year. While driving, Jang Soo-hwan burst into laughter. Ha. As expected from Woojin Hyung. You made a historic remark in the history of Korea's entertainment industry. Hey, watch the road. Yep. Choi Sung-gun, who had been scratching the back of his head, exhaled softly again. Phew, well, it's true. It's unprecedented for an actor to win 2 awards at the Blue Dragon in their debut year and declare in front of hundreds of top actors.